Zhang Yin traversed into a world of high martial arts, selected for the Great Xia Divine Creation Plan, and became one of the 10 most esteemed prodigies of the Great Xia. Yet, he unexpectedly awakened in failure, relegated to the status of an ordinary being, cast aside by all as if he were naught but a discarded shoe. On the outskirts of the capital of the Great Xia, a majestic peak loomed. Amidst the refreshing mountain breeze, 10 statuesque youths stood silently. Surrounding them were 10 figures hovering in the air, exuding an overwhelming authority, as if they were the very pillars of heaven and earth. These 10 were none other than the most formidable martial saints of the Great Xia, the nation's treasures. Zhang Yin stood there, tense, and quietly exhaled a breath. Since his arrival in this world, 18 full years had elapsed. Unlike his previous life, this realm was rife with ferocious beasts and malevolent creatures, where life could extinguish at any moment. Only by becoming a martial artist could one possess the strength to resist. He had successfully passed through layers of selection to become a participant in the Divine Creation Plan of the Great Xia. The Divine Creation Plan aimed to select the most outstanding geniuses, dedicating the full might of the nation to cultivate warriors who could surpass even the martial saints. "Do not be anxious, Zhang Yin," Fei Yujing remarked, turning her face slightly, a charming smile gracing her exquisite features. "You and I shall surely awaken our divine bodies." "Indeed, Brother Yin," Su Yin echoed, patting Zhang Yin on the shoulder. "Given your impressive metrics, awakening a divine body should be well within your grasp." Zhang Yin responded with a quiet acknowledgement, striving to calm his turbulent emotions. The so-called divine body represented a unique talent in this world. Through the awakening ceremony, each individual had the potential to manifest their innate gifts. The strength of these talents ranged from D to SSS, with the divine body being classified as an SS-level talent. After years of extensive research, the Great Xia had developed corresponding indicators for talent awakening, thus initiating the Grand Divine Creation Plan. Zhang Yin and the 9 others were deemed the most likely geniuses in all of Great Xia to awaken a divine body. "The time has come," a voice, commanding as thunder, resonated in the ears of the 10. "Place your hands upon the awakening stone before you and commence the awakening." Without hesitation, Zhang Yin and the others placed their hands on the colossal stone. The gazes of the 10 martial saints were firmly fixed upon them. This ceremony not only filled Zhang Yin with trepidation, but also stirred anticipation within the martial saints. A barely perceptible sound emerged as Fei Yujing's figure began to blur, as though shrouded in a veil of mist. Yet the martial saints could see clearly it was not her figure that had become indistinct, but rather the space around her that was warping. "This is an SS-level talent, the time and space divine body," exclaimed a female martial saint with delight. Soon, other extraordinary phenomena unfolded. A blazing sun appeared behind Su Yin. Fierce and tempestuous another was enveloped in divine lightning, exuding holiness and majesty. Yet another radiated extraordinary golden light, showcasing their exceptional nature. "It seems the indicators devised by the nation are indeed accurate," one martial saint mused. "I wonder what divine body Zhang Yin will awaken. His metrics are the highest, making him the most likely candidate to attain divinity." At that moment, all had awakened their divine bodies, their surroundings filled with wondrous manifestations, save for Zhang Yin, who remained engulfed in the awakening process, showing no sign of response. "You have failed to awaken, remaining merely an ordinary being." Suddenly, the foremost martial saint of the Great Xia, Zhang Wanshan, materialized atop the peak, his immense divine sense descending and instantly discerning Zhang Yin's fate. His expression darkened with profound disappointment. Zhang Yin's body had shown not a single sign of change, a clear indication of failure. The other candidates for divinity smirked inwardly, realizing the confirmation of their status. An ordinary being, devoid of talent, could still cultivate, but their progress would be painfully sluggish, rendering them utterly incomparable to those who had awakened divine bodies. Zhang Wanshan glared at Zhang Yin, incredulous that he had wagered on the highest metric genius, only to see him devolve into an ordinary being. He resolved to sever all ties with Zhang Yin. "Our master-disciple bond is hereby nullified. From this day forth, you, Zhang Yin, and I, Zhang Wanshan, have no further connection." With that, his figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Fei Yujing and Su Yin quietly distanced themselves from Jiang Yin. The Jiang Yin who had failed to awaken was no longer a part of their world. Soon after, the remaining 9 martial saints took action, escorting the other 9 candidates away, leaving Jiang Yin standing there, utterly alone. The world indeed exhibits its harsh realities in 2 lifetimes. Jiang Yin has already seen through the vicissitudes of human sentiment. Being merely an ordinary individual, there was no necessity for Zhang Wanshan to accept him as a disciple, nor for Fei Yujing and Su Yin to forge any camaraderie with him. Yet, this situation is not without its merits. At the very least, he need not worry about the exposure of the system's existence. As he descended the mountain on foot, Jiang Yin maintained a stable emotional state, only to be suddenly reminded of a saying from his previous life. No one supports my aspirations to reach the heavens. I shall tread through the snow to the mountain's summit. 3 days later, in Donghai City, Jiangnan Province. Name, Jiang Yin. First gene lock, extraordinary comprehension. Second gene lock, unlocked. Unlock conditions. Defeat a total of 10 divine bodies. Current progress, 0-10. The system evidently holds me in high regard. Upon seeing the unlocking conditions for the second gene lock, Jiang Yin couldn't help but smile. The divine body, currently known as the most formidable SSS-level talent in existence, apart from rapid cultivation, wields various supernatural abilities granted by the divine body, making its combat prowess unparalleled. Within the same realm, it could be considered an invincible entity. The system expects him to defeat 10 of them, who wouldn't find that amusing. This is not something I can achieve in a short span. The most pressing matter at hand is to enhance my own strength. I must succeed in the martial arts entrance examination in a month and gain admission to a martial arts university. Jiang Yin outlined his future plans. Although he is but an ordinary individual, with the gene lock system at his disposal, cultivation should not pose a challenge. However, the methods of cultivation can only be acquired through the school. If he were still a divine seed, he could have been specially recruited by the finest martial arts universities without question. But now, he must tread the path of the martial arts entrance examination. Returning to his alma mater, Donghai No. 1 Martial Arts High School, after a year, Jiang Yin couldn't help but reflect that a year ago, he had left this place, riding high on the wave of the Divine Seed Project. Now, however, he found himself being chased back. Oh, isn't this the illustrious Divine Seed of Donghai City? What brings you back? Could it be that you have failed to awaken your talent? I have already awakened a C-level talent. And it seems our divine seed is not as impressive as I am. If it were me, I would simply choose to end it all. After presenting his identification, Jiang Yin had just stepped into the school when a sarcastic voice rang out. The speaker was none other than his arch-nemesis from school, Wang Ming. Due to his good looks, every girl Wang Ming pursued had a soft spot for Jiang Yin, which made Wang Ming resent him all the more. Until Jiang Yin left for the Divine Seed Project. Knowing Jiang Yin had been expelled from the project due to his failure to awaken a talent, Wang Ming had anticipated this day of return and had been waiting here on purpose. After sizing him up for a moment, Jiang Yin averted his gaze. Engaging with someone like Wang Ming, a mere buffoon, would only squander his time. He brushed past Wang Ming and headed toward the administration building. How dare you ignore me? Just wait, Jiang Yin. As long as you are in this school, your day of reckoning will surely come. Watching Jiang Yin's retreating figure, Wang Ming gritted his teeth in anger and stormed off. Jiang Yin, here is your Zhuang Xueju. I have kept it for you all this time. Upon seeing Jiang Yin, the homeroom teacher, Su Yi, quickly produced a book of martial arts techniques and handed it to him. This was a first-level technique uniformly distributed by the Ministry of Education of the Great Xia, and it was also the reason for Jiang Yin's return. Only by officially starting his cultivation could he truly become a martial artist and participate in the martial arts entrance examination. Thank you, teacher. I shall take my leave now. Just as Jiang Yin was about to depart with the technique in hand, Sui called out to him. Even an ordinary individual can achieve greatness. With a month until the entrance examination, put in your utmost effort to gain admission to a good university. The Divine Seed Project is a matter of national interest in the Great Xia. The news of your expulsion due to a failed awakening has already spread throughout the land. Sui was fully aware of the situation and earnestly patted Jiang Yin's shoulder. I understand. Teacher, I will not disappoint your expectations, nor shall I betray my own. You have viewed Zhuang Xueju once and have seamlessly integrated its teachings, mastering it proficiently. Upon returning home, Jiang Yin eagerly flipped through Zhuang Shui Ju. This technique aims to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus circulating and enhancing one's vital energy. With the aid of his extraordinary comprehension, Jiang Yin had already grasped it even before commencing his cultivation. Is this the prowess of extraordinary comprehension? After operating it for a full week, Jiang Yin's vital energy surged dramatically. This left him pleasantly surprised. It is worth noting that even a divine body would require time to practice Zhuang Shui Ju to master it. Yet, due to his extraordinary comprehension, he need not waste that time. You have viewed Zhuang Shui Ju again, identifying its flaws and rectifying the adverse effects of prolonged cultivation on your meridians. You have viewed Zhuang Shui Ju once more, optimizing it so that it now operates automatically within you. After reviewing Zhuang Shui Ju twice more, Jiang Yin found that he no longer needed to actively operate it. Zhuang Shui Ju began to function autonomously within him, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to bolster his vital energy. Now, I can cultivate for 24 hours straight. Who can withstand this? Feeling the automatic operation of Zhuang Shui Ju, Jiang Yin was filled with excitement. The improved Zhuang Shui Ju allowed for automatic cultivation even while sleeping. Over the course of a single day, he accrued far more cultivation time than others. Moreover, while others practicing Zhuang Shui Ju had to be cautious of the strain on their meridians, leading to required rest periods, his modified Zhuang Shui Ju alleviated even that concern. Suddenly, Jiang Yin felt a rush of heat as his entire body turned red, with every pore opening to radiate warmth. This was a sign of a breakthrough in vital energy, indicating that Jiang Yin had truly become a martial artist. He had reached the first level. In this realm, the martial arts system is categorized from low to high, spanning from the first to the 9th level. Each level is further divided into 9 minor realms. It is said that above the 9th level lies the realm of the martial deity. Countless martial saints of the Blue Star aspire to reach the 9th level, yet none have yet touched upon that realm. Hence, the Great Xia has fervently initiated the Divine Seed Project. Undoubtedly, this is still a distant prospect for Jiang Yin. However, if he continues at this pace, he might achieve the breakthrough to become a second-level martial artist even before the martial arts entrance examination next month. Even as an ordinary individual, managing to break through to second-level martial artist within a month would virtually guarantee his admission into one of the top 9 martial arts universities in the Great Xia. With that in mind, he decided to indulge in a good night's sleep. As he lay down, Jiang Yin quickly drifted off into slumber, while Zhuang Shui Ju tirelessly circulated within him, continually enhancing his vital energy. Chapter 003, Entering the Micro-Level Lightning Fist. Why didn't you mention there were no monitors? 3 days later, at Donghai No. 1 High School's training room. Look, it's really Jiang Yin. My idol has returned. Ha, an idol. Just a useless ordinary individual. They couldn't fathom how he could shamelessly remain here. As soon as Jiang Yin stepped into the room, he became the center of attention for everyone, though he paid them no heed. Having reached the first level 3rd stage, his rate of advancement had begun to slow. I require the assistance of medicinal pills. At this moment, Zhuang Shui Ju continued to operate within Jiang Yin, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to augment his vital energy. However, the progress was still too slow. Frowning, Jiang Yin contemplated where to procure medicinal pills. Had he remained a divine seed, he wouldn't need to worry about such matters. The state would provide all the necessary resources. But now, he could only rely on himself. Jiang Yin, this year I will definitely make you pay. Meanwhile, in the corner of the training room, Wang Meng glared at Jiang Yin with a fierce expression in his eyes. Students, before distributing martial techniques, I have an announcement to make. Next Monday, the city will hold a joint examination. The top 10 participants will receive generous rewards. Homeroom teacher Sui announced the details of the joint examination. Sparking a flurry of discussion, Jiang Yin's interest was piqued as well. Based on past experiences, the rewards would undoubtedly be excellent cultivation resources. He was determined to secure a top position in this examination. Now, I will distribute the manual for the first-level martial technique, Lightning Fist. Please read it yourselves. Shortly, I will demonstrate it for you. As he pondered, Jiang Yin received a manual bearing the characters for Lightning Fist. This was also the reason for his visit today. Martial techniques are the means by which martial artists harness their vital energy. They are similarly categorized from low to high across 9 levels. Just like cultivation techniques, these are uniformly distributed and taught by the school. You have viewed Lightning Fist once, integrating its teachings and mastering the beginner level of Lightning Fist. You have browsed Lightning Fist again, gaining some insights and mastering the intermediate level of Lightning Fist. Your understanding of Lightning Fist has deepened, achieving a breakthrough and mastering the advanced level of Lightning Fist, having perused the manual several times. With the aid of extraordinary comprehension, Jiang Yan's mastery of this martial technique reached an advanced level in mere minutes, a feat that would take others weeks or even months to accomplish. All right, everyone, look here. Time is limited, so I will only demonstrate once. Once the students had finished reviewing, Su Yi began his demonstration, executing a series of Lightning Fist techniques. His fists sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound akin to thunder, which reverberated throughout the training room. Many students were left utterly astonished, and after Su Yi concluded his demonstration, they could not help but erupt into applause. However, Jiang Yan remained detached from the applause, his mind still reflecting on the vivid scenes he had just witnessed. The image of Su Yi delivering his punches flashed incessantly in his mind, igniting a rapid mental surge of inspiration. You have observed a demonstration of the Thunder Fist, and in a moment of clarity, you have mastered the subtle level Thunder Fist. Subtle level Thunder Fist? Jiang Yan clenched his fist and whispered softly to himself. He could sense that, at this moment, he could unleash a devastating Thunder Fist, just like Su Yi, whenever he wished. Such extraordinary comprehension is indeed formidable. Everyone, practice on your own. I must proceed to demonstrate in other classes. I hope that in 1 week's time, during the citywide examination, you all achieve excellent results. Su Yi, with an air of decisiveness, left the training room immediately after his demonstration. Meanwhile, Wang Ming made his move. He exchanged a knowing glance with the students he had previously conspired with and strode purposefully towards Jiang Yan. Everyone leave now, do not linger here. If you do not depart soon, do not blame me for being impolite. The students Wang Ming had colluded with began to act, forcing the other students out of the training room. This was not the first time Wang Ming had engaged in such behavior. Due to his notorious reputation, although they harbored grievances, they dared not voice their complaints in the blink of an eye. Only Jiang Yan and Wang Ming remained in the training room, along with a few lackeys guarding the door. Jiang Yan, I told you I would teach you a lesson. Today, I shall see how you intend to escape. Wang Ming's face was twisted with malice, as if he wished to tear Jiang Yan to shreds. In the past, every girl he liked harbored a secret crush on Jiang Yan. The last time, he had been outright ignored by Jiang Yan. This time, he intended to settle old scores alongside new grievances. Faced with Wang Ming, who was glaring at him with disdain, Jiang Yan furrowed his brow. Him, having reached the first level of the third stage and mastered the subtle level Thunder Fist. Wang Ming was little more than a clown. However, if memory served him correctly, the training room was indeed equipped with surveillance cameras. With the impending college entrance examination, he had no desire to waste time over such trivial matters. What, are you afraid? It's useless to be scared. I've already disabled the cameras. Yelling at the top of your lungs will do you no good. Wang Ming approached Jiang Yan, eager to see fear reflected on his face. But it did not unfold as he had hoped. In fact, a peculiar expression appeared on Jiang Yan's face. Surveillance? Why didn't you mention that sooner? Jiang Yan sprang into action, launching a sudden punch. A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the training room. Wang Ming was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A cloud of blood erupted from his mouth, splattering across the floor. His face was painted with disbelief. How could this be possible? He was at the second stage of the first level with a C-level talent and physical enhancement. How could Jiang Yan possibly send him flying with a single punch? Yet, the excruciating pain in his chest and the sensation of his internal organs shifting confirmed that this was no illusion. No, don't come any closer. As Jiang Yan approached slowly, Wang Ming retreated like a frightened bird. But Jiang Yan's target was not him. Step aside, he walked directly to the door, addressing the few lackeys who were now frozen in fear. Jiang Yan could hardly be bothered to waste time with Wang Ming. If even Wang Ming was no match for Jiang Yan, the lackeys clearly dared not defy him, respectfully opening the door for Jiang Yan. Outside, the crowd wondered anxiously, will Jiang Yan be in danger? Come on, Wang Ming is at the second stage of the first level with the C-level talent. How can Jiang Yan, an ordinary person, possibly compete with him? Many girls, enamored by appearances, worried for Jiang Yan, inciting resentment among the boys who disparaged him. Just then, the door to the training room swung open. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yan emerged slowly, rendering the boys who had just spoken speechless. Unable to meet Jiang Yan's gaze. Ignoring them, Jiang Yan left the scene. Moments later, the onlookers caught sight of Wang Ming, his face darkened, emerging from the training room with the help of a few lackeys. Looking utterly defeated, the disparity was painfully evident. Jiang Yan, just you wait. Wang Ming cursed under his breath, but the intensity of his emotions exacerbated his injuries, contorting his face in pain. The lackeys hurriedly assisted him toward the infirmary. Observing this scene, one person in the crowd remarked, "Only those who ascend the mountain dare to mock the deities who descend." Chapter 004. The Challenge Match. A punch that sends you flying. You have observed numerous masters performing the Thunder Fist and have attained a profound understanding. Mastering the perfect level Thunder Fist. Truly, this is a power only attainable by unlocking the genetic locks. It is immensely formidable. A martial skill at the perfect level, even the most basic first-level skill, requires an enormous amount of time to master. Yet for Jiang Yan, it took merely a day. How could he not be amazed? Ma Family Martial Arts Academy's outstanding student, Ma Hong, will host a challenge match at the academy within the week. All outstanding high school students from Donghai City are cordially invited to participate. Successful challengers will be awarded a spirit-nourishing pill as a prize. The spirit-nourishing pill. Crafted from various herbs infused with spiritual energy, it is rich in vitality. Consuming it significantly enhances the efficiency of absorbing the world's spiritual energy compared to doing so unaided. Jiang Yan could hardly believe his fortune. Having stumbled upon such an opportunity merely by watching videos, he was determined to secure this spirit-nourishing pill. Silently committing this to memory, Jiang Yan soon drifted into slumber, while the Zhuang blood technique continued its tireless work within him, fortifying his vitality. The following morning, at the Ma Family Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Yan arrived to find the place buzzing with excitement. On the stage, two youths were locked in fierce combat. One was tall and muscular, each punch delivered with ferocity, clearly skilled in martial arts. His opponent, however, was evidently outmatched, struggling to keep up until he could no longer withstand the onslaught and was knocked to the ground. Hong wins. The referee's announcement was met with a chorus of sighs from the crowd. This was already the 9th defeat of the morning. Let them fight. Who can possibly defeat him? Indeed, Ma Hong not only reaches the 3rd stage of the first level, but also has mastered a first-level skill at the minor accomplishment level. Coupled with his B-level talent and steel-like physique, he is among the top high school students in Donghai City. Jiang Yan listened to the discussions swirling around him, yet he felt no fear. Rather, he was eager to test himself. Let us see if B-level talent and a minor accomplishment level first-level skill prevail, or if my perfect level Thunder Fist proves superior. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? After Ma Hong regained his stamina, the referee scanned the crowd and called out. Having witnessed the 9 previous defeats, the other high school students had lost their fighting spirit. The spirit-nourishing pill was undoubtedly a coveted prize, but it was contingent upon possessing the requisite strength. I accept the challenge. A voice shattered the silence. Jiang Yan leaped onto the stage, facing Ma Hong. Ma Hong frowned upon seeing Jiang Yan, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before, yet he could not place him. This Jiang Yan, the one selected for the God-making project? Hiss, it seems he truly has not awakened a divine body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Is he insane? I heard he's just an ordinary person with no talent. How could he possibly stand a chance against Ma Hong? Jiang Yan's selection for the God-making project had caused quite a stir in Donghai City, and many quickly recognized his identity. Ma Hong, hearing these whispers, slowly recalled who Jiang Yan was. You wish to challenge me? Are you certain? It was not arrogance on Ma Hong's part, but a reflection of his confidence in his B-level talent and steel-like physique, which rendered him nearly impervious to harm. Ordinary individuals would struggle to even budge him, let alone injure him, especially since Jiang Yan had awakened no talent whatsoever. I am certain. Jiang Yan's resolute demeanor convinced Ma Hong, who then instructed the referee to commence the match. Did Jiang Yan not grasp the gravity of his situation? An ordinary person daring to challenge Ma Hong. Soon he will realize just how vast the gap between them truly is. The onlookers shook their heads, deeming Jiang Yan overconfident, yet their words did not reach Jiang Yan's ears. Thunder Fist. On the stage, Jiang Yan unleashed his most formidable technique without reservation. His fist soared like a cannonball, violently slicing through the air with a thunderous boom. Ma Hong, fully prepared, was nonetheless taken aback by the overwhelming force behind Jiang Yin's punch. He sensed the terrifying power contained within and immediately crossed his arms in defense. Attempting to block the incoming strike, however, he was unprepared for the sheer strength behind it. As the fist reached his chest, the overwhelming force surged through Ma Hong's arms, sending him hurtling off the stage like a marionette with severed strings. Bang! It was only after crashing against the wall that Ma Hong's body came to a halt, yet he was far from unscathed. Not only did his arms ache, but his insides also throbbed with pain that exceeded his limits. Since awakening his B-level talent, Steel Body, this was the first time he had sustained such a severe blow. The spirit-nourishing pill would be easily within his grasp. The perfect level Thunder Fist was indeed formidable. Jiang Yin retracted his fist, maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, while internally, a storm of emotions raged. Jiang Yin wins. It is evident to any discerning observer the stark disparity in strength between Jiang Yin and Ma Hong. Consequently, the referee swiftly declared Jiang Yin the victor. This unexpected turn of events left the audience utterly astounded. Could it be? Did I witness what I think I did? Jiang Yin sent Ma Hong flying with a single punch. Is he not merely an ordinary body? How can an ordinary body possess such might? Am I dreaming? In the office, the steward rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, it's terrible. The young master has been defeated, and it was a crushing defeat." After Ma Hong was struck down by Jiang Yin's punch, the steward hurried into Ma Tianyun's chamber to report the incident. Ma Hong was defeated. As the head of the Ma family martial arts school, Ma Tianyun also bore another title. He was Ma Hong's father. Therefore, he was acutely aware of his son's capabilities. Hearing the steward's report of Ma Hong's dismal defeat left him perplexed. What high school student could possess such formidable strength? He promptly accessed the computer to review the surveillance footage. Soon, he witnessed the scene of Jiang Yin sending Ma Hong flying with a punch. This is an outsider may seem merely a spectacle, but an insider discerns the intricacies. As a third-tier martial artist, Ma Tianyun recognized the technique at a glance. This was the mastery of a first-tier martial art brought to perfection. Who is this high school student? Upon hearing Ma Tianyun's inquiry, the steward quickly responded, "Master, his name is Jiang Yin. He was previously selected to participate in the Divine Creation Project, but was later expelled due to a failed awakening. Thus relegated to an ordinary body. So, this expelled seed of divine creation is rather extraordinary. After becoming a martial artist, one can only cultivate martial techniques, implying that Jiang Yin had limited exposure to this technique. Yet, he has managed to refine it to perfection." Ma Tianyun pondered for a moment before instructing the steward, "Please invite him to my office. I wish to speak with him." Tianyun's request surprised the steward, but he said nothing further, merely nodding and proceeding to follow the instruction. Chapter 005. The Honorary Outstanding Student. "You want me to teach Jiang Yin a lesson? Master Ma, what do you mean by that?" In the office, Jiang Yin sat across from Ma Tianyun, gazing curiously at the 11 spirit-nourishing pills displayed on the table. Wasn't the reward for successfully challenging the opponent just one spirit-nourishing pill? Why then are there 11? Jiang Yin, I wish to discuss a collaboration with you. I hope you can be listed as an honorary outstanding student of the Ma Family Martial Arts School for our promotional purposes. These 10 spirit-nourishing pills are the price of this collaboration. Ma Tianyun articulated his intentions. Honorary outstanding student, Jiang Yin was no stranger to this concept. Every year, martial arts schools reach out to talented students from various schools to designate them as honorary outstanding students. Once these students achieve commendable results in the martial arts college entrance examination, it serves as a promotional tool for the school. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and he indeed finds himself in need of spirit-nourishing pills. Aside from being an honorary outstanding student, I want to have any other responsibilities, correct? Out of caution, Jiang Yin confirmed with Ma Tianyun. Correct, it's clearly stated in the contract. Feel free to review it. After reviewing the terms of the contract once more, Jiang Yin signed his name, leaving with the 11 spirit-nourishing pills in hand. "Father, why did you sign Jiang Yin?" Upon learning that Ma Tianyun had made Jiang Yin an honorary outstanding student, Ma Hong was perplexed. He recognized Jiang Yin's strength, yet he could not fathom such a substantial investment. "Do you understand why you are not Jiang Yin's opponent?" Ma Tianyun countered without answering directly. Ma Hong stammered for a moment, unable to articulate his thoughts. When Jiang Yin threw that punch, he felt utterly incapable of resisting and opted for defense, which led to him being sent flying. In truth, even now, he remained bewildered as to why he had lost. His first-tier martial technique had already reached perfection. Perfection in a first-tier martial technique? Ma Hong's face instantly reflected astonishment. This was the pinnacle of martial technique. A realm few could aspire to. How could Jiang Yin possibly achieve this? As a third-tier martial artist with keen insight, Ma Tianyun's words were not to be doubted by Ma Hong. Yet, the notion seemed utterly preposterous. To have just begun cultivating, and yet to have perfected a first-tier martial technique. This seed of divine creation is not to be underestimated. Remember, do not provoke him lightly in the future. After advising his son, Ma Tianyun said no more, leaving Ma Hong standing there with a grim expression. He was merely at the small completion stage, while Jiang Yin had attained perfection. It was no wonder he had been dispatched with a single blow. At this moment, Jiang Yin had returned home. Upon arriving, he eagerly consumed the spirit-nourishing pills. The pills dissolved instantly upon contact, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy that surged into Jiang Yin's body. The blood-strengthening technique activated autonomously, assimilating the immense spiritual energy into his vital essence, causing it to swell at an unprecedented rate. The acceleration of growth reached several times the usual pace. Jiang Yin exhaled 2 long streams of breath. His skin rapidly flushed, and the room was enveloped in a terrifying heat emanating from his pores. Under this astonishing rate of cultivation, he actually shattered the bottleneck of the first-tier 4th level. Taking the pills is truly invigorating. Clenching his fists and feeling the surge of power from his breakthrough, Jiang Yin murmured to himself. Moreover, he could simply continue consuming them. Once the spirit-nourishing pills transformed into spiritual energy, the autonomously operating blood-strengthening technique would convert it into vital essence. Jiang Yin's body resembled a furnace. He merely needed to stoke the fire to burn fiercely. He continued to pop the spirit-nourishing pills into his mouth, reclining comfortably as the blood-strengthening technique worked its magic. A week later, at the East Sea City Training Ground, the venue for the citywide joint examination, an area resembling a small forest, was occasionally filled with the terrifying roars of ferocious beasts. Jiang Yin stood among the ranks of Donghai No. 1 High School, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. In the course of the week, he had consumed all 11 spirit-nourishing pills, elevating his cultivation to the first-tier 6th level. Nearing the 7th, the rewards for this citywide joint examination better not be too meager. Otherwise, I shall be sorely disappointed, he murmured to himself. He tightened his fist, determination gleaming in his gaze. Since he had come, he intended to secure the first place. Honggu, over here. Meanwhile, in a less conspicuous corner, Wang Ming noticed Ma Hong's arrival and waved eagerly. Jiang Yin, you claim to be strong. I'll find someone stronger. And let us see how you fare. As Ma Hong approached, a sinister smile crept onto Wang Ming's face. He had inquired and learned that Ma Hong was the ace of Donghai No. 2 High School, having reached the first-tier 5th level in recent days. Hence, he had pulled strings and spent a hefty sum to invite him, intending to have him make things difficult for Jiang Yin during the joint examination. Who do you want me to teach a lesson to? Ma Hong had come to identify someone. Wang Ming, not one to dawdle, quickly pointed discreetly at Jiang Yin. Who? You mean Jiang Yin? Upon realizing whom Wang Ming was indicating, Ma Hong was dumbfounded. Initially, he had agreed to assist Wang Ming simply because the price seemed reasonable, but he never imagined that the target for his reprimand would be Jiang Yin. Come on? When faced with Jiang Yin, who was the real teacher here, the memory of being sent flying by Jiang Yin's punch still lingered in his mind, leaving him with a psychological shadow. How could he possibly reprimand him? Wang Ming was clearly mocking him. That's right, you know him? That's fantastic. Seeing that Ma Hong recognized Jiang Yin, Wang Ming assumed it would save him some effort. However, he was taken aback when Ma Hong's expression darkened. This matter cannot proceed. You should seek someone else. Not to mention that Ma Tianyun had explicitly forbidden him from offending Jiang Yin. Even if he wanted to, he was not Jiang Yin's match. Ma Hong couldn't help but find Wang Ming's antics amusing. After saying this, he promptly turned and left, leaving Wang Ming behind in a state of confusion. Wait, you're not going to teach Jiang Yin a lesson? What are you running away for? Consider yourself lucky. I'll teach you a lesson another time. Wang Ming had intended to chase after Ma Hong to clarify matters, but the bell signaling the beginning of the examination rang. Forcing him to relent, glaring at Jiang Yin while muttering to himself, "Students, I am Yuan Lang, the mayor of East Sea City. I will now introduce the rules for this citywide joint examination." The well-dressed, cultured man stepped onto the stage. He did not use a microphone. His voice resonated through the crowd, indicating his considerable strength. The students below listened intently, not daring to be negligent. The training ground was filled with ferocious beasts ranging from first-tier first level to first-tier seventh level. Each student possessed a detection device. For every beast slain, they would earn corresponding points. The examination would conclude at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, lasting a total of 6 hours. The final rankings would be determined by the points scored. The top 10 would be rewarded with spirit-nourishing pills. Additionally, a mysterious reward awaited the first-place winner, though it would not be disclosed here. Now, I announce the official commencement of the East Sea City joint examination. I wish all candidates the best of luck in achieving their desired results. As Yuan Lang's declaration echoed, the candidates wasted no time. Nearly 10,000 candidates surged into the training ground from all directions. Chapter 006, Jiang Yin takes first place. This ordinary body is going down. Principals, shall we move to the observation room? At Yuan Lang's gesture, the principals followed him toward the observation room. Roar, meanwhile, deep within the forest. A beast's roar reverberated, causing branches to sway towards Jiang Yin. It was a massive wild boar, its sharp tusks gleaming, exuding an intimidating presence. The first-tier triple ferocious beast, the copper-skinned pig. Jiang Yin's mind swiftly conjured the information regarding this beast. The copper-skinned pig scraped its hooves and had already marked Jiang Yin as its prey. With a resounding roar, it charged at Jiang Yin. Clearly, being struck by this colossal creature would not bode well. Thunderous fist, Jiang Yin dodged with agility. As a first-tier 6th rank, his reflexes far surpassed those of the copper-skinned pig. Seizing the moment after the beast's attack missed, he unleashed a powerful strike. The sound of thunder echoed as his fist crashed into the copper-skinned pig's head. Instantly, blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck, soaking a vast expanse of land. Fortunately, Jiang Yin had evaded just in time. Otherwise, a bloodbath would have ensued. Why current strength is overwhelming. The shattered head of the copper-skinned pig, along with its blood-spewing headless corpse, vividly illustrated Jiang Yin's terrifying prowess. With a first-tier 6th rank cultivation, combined with the perfected thunderous fist, even a first-tier 7th rank beast would not stand a chance against him. The detection device soon recorded Jiang Yin's kill, awarding him points. First place, Jiang Yin, Donghai No. 1 High School, 3 points. Second place, Liu Bai, Donghai No. 1 High School, 0 points. Third place, Wang Dahai, Donghai No. 1 High School, 0 points. The joint examination had only just begun, and many participants had yet to slay any beasts, leaving Jiang Yin in the lead. However, it wasn't long before others began to exert their strength, causing constant fluctuations in the rankings. Jiang Yin also withdrew his focus from the leaderboard and made his way deeper into the training ground. Generally speaking, more formidable beasts would be found in that area. The points acquired from slaying them would be considerably higher. Students engaged in a bloody struggle within the training grounds, vying for ranks. In the observation room, the various principals were at odds with one another. Principal Lin, I hear your school has produced an A-grade talent this year. Congratulations. The mayor offered a compliment. Our Su Feng awakened an A-grade talent, Thunder in the Palm, with formidable lethality. He has also achieved a first-tier 6th rank. This year's college entrance examination will surely see him attain an impressive rank in the province. The principal of No. 3 High School spoke confidently, eliciting envy from the other principals as they watched him converse animatedly beside Yuan Lang. After all, who wouldn't admire a school with such promising talent? Principal Xia, what is going on? It seems there have been no notable talents from your No. 1 High School this year. Although the overall level of schools aside from No. 3 High School was relatively comparable, the rival principal of No. 2 High School couldn't help but gloat at the misfortunes of No. 1 High School. There's no need for Principal Chun to worry about the situation at No. 1 High School. The principal of No. 1 snorted, though internally he felt helpless. After all, the only standout from No. 1 this year was Wang Ming, who had awakened a C-grade talent. Initially, Jiang Yin was their most anticipated student, even selected as one of the candidates for the God-making project. Who would have thought he would be the only one among the 10 candidates to fail in awakening? Each time he thought of this, the principal of No. 1 felt a deep sigh within. Meanwhile, the principal of No. 2 found joy in rubbing salt in the wounds. I almost forgot. Your number one high school had a disqualified candidate for the God-making project. I heard he is participating in this citywide joint examination. Principal Xie, are you waiting for him to make a stunning comeback? Chun Xian, don't go too far. The principal of number one retorted, unable to contain his frustration as the principal of no. 2 pressed on. At that moment, the other principals hurriedly intervened to diffuse the tension. The leaderboard is out. The rankings displayed on the large screen quickly captured the attention of many principals. Mayor Yuan Lang and the principal of No. 3 high schools ceased their conversation and turned their gazes toward the leaderboard. However, the rankings revealed something unexpected. First place, Zhang Yin, Donghai number 1 High School, 101 points. Second place, Su Feng, Donghai number 3 High School, 56 points. Third place, Huang Sisi, Donghai number 3 High School, 34 points. How is this possible? Upon seeing the leaderboard, the principal of number 3 High School gasped in disbelief. How could their genius only be in second place, with a score merely half that of the first? To him, this was inconceivable. The principal of number 2 was equally taken aback. He had just remarked that the principal of number 1 was preparing for a stunning comeback. And now, it seemed Zhang Yin truly had risen to the top. Did his mouth get blessed? This Zhang Yin couldn't he possibly be the one disqualified from the God-making project? Could he? Wasn't he supposed to have failed in awakening? How could he be in first place? What on earth is going on? As a former candidate for the God-making project, Zhang Yin's name was well known throughout Donghai City, albeit mostly for negative reasons. Yet now, seeing his name at the top of the leaderboard left many principals in shock. Even Mayor Yuan Lang felt a sense of surprise. He had previously verified Zhang Yin's situation and later heard that even the martial saint had examined Zhang Yin's body, leading him to abandon all hope. Who could have imagined that he would resurface in such a manner? Amidst the astonishment, the screen soon shifted to display footage of Zhang Yin. Drones captured the scene as several long-armed giant apes swung vines toward him. These were first-tier 6th-rank beasts, fire spirit apes. They emitted inexplicable roars, their eyes filled with ferocity as they gazed at Zhang Yin. Thunderous fist. In the face of the onslaught from the fire spirit apes, Zhang Yin remained unperturbed. Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed the thunderous fist, echoing like thunder through the forest. Each fire spirit ape struck by his fists was sent flying, crashing heavily into the trees and losing their lives. In the blink of an eye, these ferocious fire spirit apes met their demise. The one-sided nature of the battle plunged the observation room into silence. Even the principals, who had monitored numerous examinations, could only widen their eyes in disbelief. Such an overwhelming display was something they had never witnessed before, especially against not just any ordinary beasts, but the second strongest first-tier 6th-rank beasts within the forest. How had Zhang Yin achieved this? Wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary body? How could he be so powerful? If that's an ordinary body, I'll eat my hat. As realization dawned, the principals erupted in excited disbelief, each struggling to comprehend the situation. Only the principal of number 2 remained silent, though his expression was the most grim. Just moments ago, he had openly mocked the principal of number 1, but now Zhang Yin's performance felt like a series of slaps to his face, leaving him stinging with humiliation. Chapter 007. Zhang Yin is an ordinary body? Whose ordinary body is this formidable? Quite intriguing. Yuan Lang murmured to himself, observing Zhang Yin on the large screen, before silencing the crowd. Indeed, Zhang Yin is an ordinary body. Upon hearing Yuan Lang's words, the principals erupted in an uproar. Most of them were first or second-tier cultivators, and while they had never seen a pig run, they had certainly never witnessed such a display from an ordinary body. However, as the mayor and a 4th-tier martial artist, Yuan Lang's words carried weight. Thus, the principals refrained from interjecting immediately, waiting for Yuan Lang to elaborate. Although Zhang Yin is an ordinary body, he possesses considerable skill in martial arts. This set of fist techniques he employs, while merely first tier, has already reached perfection. Perfection? The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. As Yuan Lang's words settled, numerous exclamations of astonishment filled the air. They understood what perfection meant. Having practiced a martial art to its utmost limits, transcending the ordinary, and unleashing power far beyond what the technique itself could achieve. But how long had Zhang Yin even been training? Not even half a month. To achieve perfection in a first-tier martial art in under half a month, though it was only a first-tier technique, it was still an outrageous feat. Not only were the principals taken aback, but even Yuan Lang, a fourth-tier martial artist, felt a twinge of envy at Jiang Yin's martial talent. Perhaps this was God closing a door on him only to open a window. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin remained blissfully unaware of the shockwaves his performance had sent through the observation room, still immersed in endless combat. He had now reached the core area, teeming with first-tier 6th-rank beasts. And the count of those who had perished at his hands was incalculable. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the edge of a tranquil pond, where a massive python, resembling a tree in stature, loomed before him. Its body bore intermittent azure patterns, and its head radiated menace. Its serpent eyes fixated on Jiang Yin, its tongue flicking out, revealing a dangerous crimson-hued, a first-tier 7th-rank beast, the azure silk python. This was the strongest beast within the training grounds. In the observation room, the principals recognized this formidable creature. Given that the student's highest cultivation level was only first-tier 6th rank, they had decided to place only this azure silk python in the arena. However, given Jiang Yin's displayed prowess, several principals understood that even the azure silk python would likely not stand a chance against him. Could a first-tier 7th-rank beast withstand my punch? Gazing up at the colossal python, Jiang Yin's blood-stained fists clenched, brimming with eagerness for the challenge. This was a first-tier 7th-rank azure silk python. At that moment, a youth also appeared by the pond's edge. It was Su Feng, the A-grade talent from number 3 high school. Upon witnessing the standoff between Jiang Yin and the azure silk python, Su Feng's heart sank. This was a first-tier 7th-rank beast. The outcome could very well lead to death. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Feng immediately cast aside thoughts of his own score and called out urgently as he spoke. 2 orbs of lightning materialized in his hands, intertwining and radiating with ferocious energy. He and Jiang Yin joined forces, and they should be able to subdue this azure silk python. Jiang Yin, I am here to assist you. What tricks are you up to? As Su Feng approached, Jiang Yin felt somewhat bewildered. However, given that this was a citywide joint examination, he knew he had to remain vigilant. Thus, without hesitation, Jiang Yin launched an attack on the azure silk python. Thunderous Fist. Just as Su Feng landed beside Jiang Yin, he witnessed Jiang Yin propel himself forward, charging toward the python's vital spot. Wait, is this guy really that reckless? Seeing Jiang Yin fearlessly rushing toward the azure silk python, Su Feng's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Come on, buddy, this is a first-tier, 7th-level ferocious beast. Even with his A-grade talent, the Palm Thunder at his side, he wouldn't dare to be so audacious. How can you have such courage? Soon, Su Feng would understand the source of Jiang Yin's audacity. With a thunderous punch, the impact resonated like a clap of thunder, sending ripples across the water's surface. The python's vital spot. A gaping wound appeared, the result of Jiang Yin's mighty fist. The next moment, this colossal creature plummeted into the pond, creating a resounding splash. The once clear waters were swiftly stained crimson with blood. The azure silk python soon fell silent, evidently lifeless. There's something on your mind? After vanquishing the azure silk python, Jiang Yin finally had time to acknowledge Su Feng. No, nothing at all. Su Feng dispelled the Palm Thunder in his hands, shaking his head, his face still exhibiting a dazed expression. He had initially intended to say that he wanted to help Jiang Yin deal with the azure silk python. However, recalling the scene of Jiang Yin decisively slaying the python, he felt it unnecessary. There was no need for help at all, as long as everything is fine. With that, Jiang Yin's figure departed from the spot. Although his score had already reached the top, he continued his relentless hunt for ferocious beasts to ensure stability. Wait, the ferocious beasts in the training ground are nearly all gone. At this moment, Jiang Yin's accumulated score had surpassed 1,000. This meant he had at least slain over 200 ferocious beasts. Among nearly 10,000 candidates, this achievement was truly terrifying. And thus, it was only noon, with 2 hours remaining until the examination concluded. Yet, there were fewer than 10 ferocious beasts left in the training ground. It is time to announce the early end of the exam. Yuan Lang found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation, but he had no choice but to call off the examination. Otherwise, allowing the students to linger would only waste time. Where are my ferocious beasts? After parting ways with Jiang Yin, Su Feng had been wandering the training ground for over an hour. However, to his bewilderment, he hadn't encountered a single ferocious beast during that time. Surely, I can't be this unlucky. Su Feng felt at a loss, eye in the vast training ground, countless ferocious beasts roamed, yet none were meant for him. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a broadcast echoed throughout the training ground. Attention, students, an urgent announcement. The ferocious beasts in the training ground have all been eliminated, and the examination will conclude early. Please return to the starting points. Oh, it wasn't my bad luck, but rather that all the ferocious beasts had been killed. Upon hearing the announcement, Su Feng finally understood. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Su Feng recalled something and hurriedly checked the time on the detector. It was only noon. There were still 2 hours remaining until the originally scheduled end of the examination. They finished off all the ferocious beasts 2 hours early. Such an absurd occurrence had never happened before. Su Feng pondered, then clicked on the leaderboard he hadn't T-checked in a long while. His eyes widened in shock. First place, Jiang Yin, Donghai No. 1 High School, 1080 points. Second place, Su Feng, Donghai No. 3 High School, 108 points. Third place, Ma Hong, Donghai No. 2 High School, 76 points. A staggering 1080 points? He surpassed me by tenfold. Upon seeing Jiang Yin's score, Su Feng was utterly dumbfounded. 10 times more than his own score. This meant Jiang Yin had at least slain over 200 ferocious beasts. And no wonder the beasts had all been exterminated. Reflecting on the scene of Jiang Yin effortlessly killing the first tier 7th level Azure Silk Python with a single punch, Su Feng found himself speechless. Damn it, didn't they say Jiang Yin was an ordinary body? How could an ordinary body be so formidable? Chapter 008. The stars hold up the moon. The indomitable body of incomplete stars. On the makeshift podium, the top 10 candidates of this joint examination stood proudly. However, whether on stage or off, all eyes were focused on one individual, Jiang Yin. Standing in the center point 1080 points, 10 times Su Feng's score. Su Feng possessed an A-grade talent, while Jiang Yin was merely an ordinary body. How had he accomplished this? Even if the ferocious beast stood still for me to slay, I couldn't possibly kill that many. Below the stage, countless students were engaged in fervent discussions. They had initially believed that Jiang Yin, who had been eliminated from the god-making plan due to a failed awakening, would fade into obscurity. Yet, he had returned to the limelight in such a spectacular fashion. Who says ordinary bodies are incapable? How remarkable an ordinary body can be. The principal of No. 1 High School watched Jiang Yin, basking in the adoration of the crowd, unable to hide his grin, stepping over No. 3 High School and slapping No. 2 High School in the face. The feeling was simply delightful. Amidst the discussions, Yuan Lang ascended the podium to begin awarding the top 10 candidates. Here are your 10 essence-infusing pills. Accepting the vial of medicine from Yuan Lang, Jiang Yin's face lit up with anticipation. He recalled that Yuan Lang had mentioned a mysterious reward for the first place. Tomorrow, the martial arts repository of Donghai City will be open for you. You can select any first-tier martial art to study. Yuan Lang, undeterred by the excitement, promptly revealed this mysterious reward. The ability to choose any first-tier martial art? Upon hearing Yuan Lang's announcement, Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel elated. With his extraordinary comprehension ability granted by his genetic lock, mastering a martial art to perfection would take him no time at all. This would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost to his combat prowess. Thank you, Mayor. I look forward to your performance in the martial arts entrance examination. Yuan Lang smiled as he patted Jiang Yin's shoulder, offering him encouragement. With a perfected first-tier martial art, he would be able to outpace Su Feng, who had an A-grade talent, by a significant margin. He was genuinely eager to see what achievements Jiang Yin would attain in the martial arts entrance examination. As the awards concluded, the citywide joint examination also came to an end. However, the news of Jiang Yin's first-place victory continued to spread and gain traction. After all, he was once a highly regarded candidate for the god-making program. Though he had fallen from grace, he had made a powerful comeback, sparking a wave of discussion throughout Donghai City. First in Donghai City, surpassing A-grade talent. I knew I wasn't mistaken. At the Ma Family Martial Arts Hall, Ma Tianyun wore a broad smile as he observed the trending discussions online. Signing Jiang Yin as an exceptional student of the Ma Family Martial Arts Hall was undoubtedly the most rewarding deal he had ever made. The next day, at the Donghai City Martial Arts Repository, the imposing 7-story building was heavily guarded and fortified. Yuan Lang had already made arrangements, so Jiang Yin was quickly granted entry. This floor was dedicated to first-tier martial arts. Once you have made your selection, come find me to register and collect your choice. After the staff member briefly explained the process to Jiang Yin, they returned to their workstation, allowing him to browse freely. Truly, it was a treasure trove of knowledge for a city. Gazing at the vast array of texts, Jiang Yin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He didn't flounder about aimlessly, but instead headed toward the area dedicated to body techniques. At present, he had already perfected the thunderous fist, and his means of attack were sufficient. By mastering a body technique, he could fill in the gaps in his abilities and achieve a leap in combat power. What is this? The indomitable body of stars. Spotting a technique that seemed out of place, Jiang Yin's interest was piqued, and he began to read its introduction. The self is the universe, with billions of cells within acting as stars. Upon reaching perfection, one can unleash the power of stars with every movement. This is actually a body-tempering secret technique. Body-tempering secret techniques exist independently from conventional techniques and martial arts. One could even say it is a branch of martial arts. The martial path Jiang Yin practiced cultivated qi and blood, achieving immense strength through the mastery of his life force, which is the mainstream in today's world. In contrast, body-tempering secret techniques do not cultivate qi and blood, but rather focus on enhancing the physical body to attain transcendence. However, although body-tempering secret techniques also have the potential to reach the highest levels, they are exceedingly difficult to master. First, only those with immense willpower can succeed in their training. Second, the resources required for cultivating body-tempering secret techniques are colossal, far exceeding those needed for qi and blood martial arts. For instance, the indomitable body of stars requires astronomical resources to reach perfection, allowing one to unleash stellar power with every gesture. Yet, even if one cannot achieve perfection, this body-tempering secret technique would still grant Jiang Yin superior combat prowess at the same level. In fact, it could even enable him to contend against divine bodies. Jiang Yin recalled the task of unlocking the second genetic lock by defeating 9 divine bodies. He had initially thought this was a mere fantasy. However, if he could master the indomitable body of stars, it might no longer be a distant dream. Do you wish to choose the indomitable body of stars? No, that is absolutely not advisable. Although it is a body-tempering secret technique, it is incomplete and cannot be practiced by anyone. You should select another martial art. The staff member's reaction was one of intense urgency upon hearing Jiang Yin's intention to choose the indomitable body of stars. So it is incomplete. No wonder it ended up here. The staff member's explanation clarified Jiang Yin's understanding. Otherwise, given the rarity of body-tempering secret techniques, it would never be placed in such a location. Nevertheless, he was clearly not inclined to heed the warning. Even if it was an incomplete body-tempering secret technique, with his extraordinary comprehension, there was a chance he could master it. I want it. Seeing Jiang Yin's obstinacy, the staff wore expressions of helplessness. They had no choice but to transfer the call to Yuan Lang. He wished to select the incomplete body-tempering secret method. Upon hearing the staff's report, Yuan Lang couldn't help but rub his forehead. Before Jiang Yin, there had been others who chose the eternal star body, yet none had succeeded in their cultivation. Selecting it was merely a waste of time. However, considering Jiang Yin's terrifying comprehension capable of mastering a complete martial technique, Yuan Lang found himself hesitating. What if he truly succeeded? The only shortcoming Jiang Yin possessed was the lack of awakened talent. Should he successfully cultivate the eternal star body, it might somewhat compensate for that deficiency. Perhaps he could even strive for a position among the top 10 in the province. This immense temptation caused Yuan Lang to waver. Why not take a gamble? Grant him the eternal star body and allow him to select an additional martial technique. With Yuan Lang's directive, the staff finally relented. Jiang Yin was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated needing to plead further. Unexpectedly, not only did Yuan Lang relent, but he also permitted him to select another martial technique. What a generous soul! Thus, Jiang Yin chose an additional movement technique. Now, let me witness whether this prodigious comprehension can indeed complement the incomplete eternal star body as I envision. Returning home, Jiang Yin wasted no time in perusing the texts on the eternal star body. You have browsed through the eternal star body and discovered its content is incomplete, currently deducing with your extraordinary comprehension. Like a system crash, he experienced a prolonged pause as a torrent of information flooded Jiang Yin's mind. Condensing star cells, transforming into planetary cells, stellar cells. Jiang Yin's brain functioned like a supercomputer, engaged in frenzied calculations. After a considerable time, a new notification finally emerged. Deduction complete. You have mastered the body-tempering secret method, eternal star body. Chapter 009. Condensing Star Cells, Military Achievements, the Eternal Star Body. The human body serves as the vast universe, with every cell embodying an indomitable star. Upon reaching full maturity, the body comprises 370 trillion cells, each akin to a resplendent star. The sheer power is formidable, capable of plucking the moon and stars, turning the world upside down without question. Every cell is a star. This is utterly insane. Jiang Yin couldn't help but marvel, not to mention the immense energy required for each of the 370 trillion cells to undergo transformation into stars. Even a ninth-tier martial saint might not possess the power of a fully matured eternal star body, right? Merely hearing about it feels like an unattainable feat, though it is madness. The potential rewards are equally monumental. Let us do it. Jiang Yin commenced his training in the eternal star body, following its operational pathway. The first step of the eternal star body is to induce transformation in every cell, evolving them into powerful star cells. Within Jiang Yin's body, an inconspicuous cell began to undergo change. It shone brilliantly, emitting a profound azure glow. However, Jiang Yin soon realized something was amiss. Starved, he felt an insatiable hunger. The refinement of this star cell instantly drained him of all energy. Even the star cell began to draw nutrients from his flesh, causing Jiang Yin's physique to become somewhat emaciated. Even with Jiang Yin immediately swallowing a spirit-nourishing pill, it proved futile. Thus, Jiang Yin opted to uncork the vial and swallow the remaining 9 spirit-nourishing pills whole. The pills dissolved instantly, converting into vast energy that surged into the refined cell. Only when the energy from all 10 spirit-nourishing pills was nearly depleted did a brand new star cell finally manifest within Jiang Yin's body. At the moment of its formation, a powerful vitality erupted forth, coursing through Jiang Yin. The pure energy also fused into his blood, aiding him in breaking through the 7th layer of the first tier. Is this the might of the body-tempering secret method? Focusing on the physical form, it grants terrifying physical strength. The vitality feedback from the star cells induced a qualitative change in Jiang Yin's physique. He could perceive the immense power concealed within his muscles, and this was merely the result of a single star cell. What if all 370 trillion cells in his body transformed into star cells? How powerful would that be? Of course, this also implies an exorbitant cost. 1 star cell requires the energy of 10 spirit-nourishing pills. For 370 trillion cells, it would necessitate 3.7 million pills. A daunting task indeed. After some calculations, Jiang Yin felt a wave of terror. Moreover, this was only the star cells. There are still planetary cells, stellar cells, and ultimately, the true indomitable stars. I require more resources. The 10 spirit-nourishing pills rewarded for the citywide joint examination would be exhausted for just a single star cell. Jiang Yin needs more, however. Where could he procure such resources? Just as Jiang Yin was deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. An urgent notification spread across Donghai City. This afternoon, a beast tide occurred at Donghai City Ecological Park, but it has been promptly contained. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Donghai City Ecological Park will open, inviting all martial artists to explore. This exploration will reward military achievements based on the number of ferocious beasts slain. A beast tide, with military achievement rewards. These two keywords sparked Jiang Yin's interest. A beast tide, simply put, is a massive gathering of ferocious beasts launching an assault on human territories. The Donghai City Ecological Park is a gathering place for first-tier ferocious beasts. Fortunately resolved. However, should powerful ferocious beasts gather, each occurrence of a beast tide would lead to devastation, with countless martial artists shedding blood. Military achievements are a universal contribution system in Daxia, rewarding martial artists for special contributions, which can be exchanged for various cultivation resources. Such events, once the Daxia officials repelled the beasts, pose little threat from the remaining feral groups and will be handled by the martial artist populace. This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for Jiang Yin. Just when he was troubled about where to acquire cultivation resources, they have come knocking at his door. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With this in mind, Jiang Yin did not hesitate, promptly retrieving the other movement technique he had acquired. Only by enhancing his strength could he gain more concrete protection. You have browsed through the Dragon Snake Steps, comprehended its essence, and have mastered the entry-level Dragon Snake Steps. You have perused the Dragon Snake Steps again, gaining proficiency, and have mastered the minor achievement level Dragon Snake Steps. After thoroughly studying the Dragon Snake Steps, an epiphany struck, and you have mastered the major achievement level Dragon Snake Steps. You have mastered the perfected level Dragon Snake Steps. Recruiting first-tier 7th layer martial artists, those with formidable strength and rich experience. Priority for those seeking military achievements. Healing pills are being sold at a bargain, ample supply. Come and see. Beware of outdoor venomous creatures. Purchase my herbal insect repellent. Honest dealings guaranteed. The following morning, Donghai City Ecological Park was abuzz with voices. After receiving the military achievement recording device, Zhang Yin ventured into the crowd to procure essential items like insect repellent. Amidst the throng of individuals collecting devices, Wang Meng's eyes lit up upon spotting Zhang Yin shopping. "Dad, can you help me teach someone a lesson?" Upon seeing Zhang Yin, Wang Meng eagerly glanced at a burly man beside him, filled with hope. He had long harbored resentment towards Zhang Yin. After being humiliated by him in the training room, he had sought an opportunity for revenge. However, during the citywide joint examination, Ma Hong had unexpectedly changed his stance. Now, having encountered Zhang Yin, especially with his father being a 9th-tier first-layer martial artist, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "Have you forgotten what I told you?" Wang Hu, with a fierce demeanor, disregarded Wang Meng's words and shot him a cold glare. This instantly rendered Wang Meng silent, not daring to utter a word. He had begged Wang Hu for a long time before he agreed to bring him along, with the condition that he must obey. "Just wait a bit longer, Zhang Yin." Wang Meng cast a reluctant glance at Zhang Yin. Otherwise, Wang Hu's intervention would undoubtedly teach Zhang Yin a significant lesson. "Are we all prepared? We cannot waste time on the way. With so many people, we must swiftly eliminate that beast and secure the blood spirit fruit." Seeing Wang Meng quiet down, Wang Hu retracted his gaze, turning to the two men beside him, who were also 9th-tier first-layer martial artists. Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, they nodded in agreement. "Then let us depart." Without hesitation, the four made their way toward the entrance of the ecological park. "Zhang Yin, are you alone?" Just as Zhang Yin was preparing to enter the ecological park, a familiar voice called out to him. It was Su Feng, the genius with A-tier talent from the 3rd middle school. "Would you like to join us? With more people, there's at least some protection." Seeing Zhang Yin nod, Su Feng quickly extended the invitation. The 3 individuals beside him were also among the top 10 in the citywide joint examination. If they could bring Zhang Yin along, it would undoubtedly be a significant boost. "No, I'm fine on my own." Zhang Yin shook his head, declining the kind offer. He refrained from further pleasantries and soon stepped into the ecological park. Chapter 010. The value of the eternal star body, the tragic scene. What's so impressive? Just an ordinary body. Soon he'll understand how difficult it is to be alone in a gathering place for ferocious beasts. Ha! Does he think this is a training ground with teachers supervising? Seeing Zhang Yin's prideful demeanor as he rejected their offer and ventured into the ecological park alone, Su Feng and his companions couldn't help but frown. This clearly indicated his disdain towards them. Although Zhang Yin had indeed performed remarkably in the joint examination, they were all individuals with awakened talents. In their usual interactions, they were always respectful. Zhang Yin's treatment of them was undoubtedly displeasing. "Enough of him. Let us proceed inside." Zhang Yin's rejection was anticipated by Su Feng. After all, the score that Zhang Yin had distanced himself from during the joint examination was not just a trivial amount, but an impressive tenfold. After promptly halting the complaints of the 3, they followed Zhang Yin's lead into the ecological park. The Donghai City Ecological Park, once a scenic spot before the martial Dao era, had transformed dramatically following the resurgence of spiritual energy, with vegetation flourishing wildly and animals undergoing evolution, resembling a miniature forest. Bang! Amidst the dense forest, a sound akin to a cannon explosion reverberated, causing branches to sway. A first-tier 5th-level fire spirit ape struck the tree with great force, its lifeless body sliding down the trunk and falling to the ground, evidently killed in a single blow, clean and decisive. Slain a first-tier 5th-level beast, battle merit 5 points. Upon detecting the death of the fire spirit ape, the detection device vibrated slightly, displaying a notification. Killing a first-tier, first-level beast grants 1 point of battle merit. For each level of cultivation gained, the battle merit increases by 1 point. This is not even the limit. Zhang Yin retracted his fist, gazing at the fallen body of the fire spirit ape, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Thus far, this marked the 5th ferocious beast he had slain using only his physical prowess. The worth of his stellar body was on the rise. If he were to further stimulate his blood energy to the first-tier 7th level, his strength might rival that of a first-tier 9th level martial artist. I recall that the core area of the ecological park harbors numerous first-tier 9th level beasts. Let me test my skills there. Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened as he executed the perfected dragon snake step, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he darted deeper into the ecological park. These troublesome creatures. Meanwhile, in the mid-layer of the ecological park, Wang Hu's expression was grim as he unleashed his blood energy, shattering the skull of a leopard in one blow. The two individuals beside him were equally swift, each dispatching a beast of their own. For the three first-tier 9th level martial artists, this ecological park was akin to their playground. However, due to the recent beast tide, the sheer number of beasts present severely delayed their progress. Time was of the essence. As the blood spirit fruit was nearing maturity, they could not allow others to seize it, not even that beast. The blood spirit fruit was a spiritual fruit discovered by Wang Hu days prior. Its abundant spiritual energy could sufficiently allow the three of them to break through to the second tier, even if shared. However, at that time, the fruit was not yet ripe and was guarded by a first-tier 9th level beast. Therefore, Wang Hu had intended to wait before making his move. Yet, the beast tide had disrupted his plans, forcing him to hurry. You are moving too slowly, in order to hasten their pace. Wang Meng was lifted effortlessly by Wang Hu. As if he were a chick, the three figures sped forward with the swiftness of lightning, delving deeper into the park. Howl! Upon reaching a clearing, Jiang Yan suddenly halted. The long howl of a wolf echoed in his ears. Before long, 5 ferocious-looking giant wolves emerged from the underbrush. They bared their blood-soaked maws, revealing sharp fangs, confronting Jiang Yan. First-tier 7th level ferocious beasts, forest wolves. These pack hunters were inherently cruel and bloodthirsty. Yet, they arrived at the perfect moment. Just right for me to test the limits of this stellar cell. Jiang Yan clenched his bloodied fists, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. The 5 forest wolves fixated on him, tongues lolling, their gazes a vivid crimson. What attracted them was not merely the scent of the mixed blood of countless beasts, but a deeper instinctual allure, whispering that devouring this human would yield extraordinary benefits. Thus, the first forest wolf, unable to restrain itself, charged forward and it raced across the clearing with all 4 limbs, quickly closing the distance to Jiang Yan. Its lithe form soared through the air, claws carving a menacing arc. However, Jiang Yan deftly evaded the attack. The perfected dragon snake step not only allowed him to traverse vast distances in mere moments, but also rendered him astonishingly agile in combat, leaving his opponents bewildered. After dodging the wolf's assault, Jiang Yan spun and struck down with a heavy elbow onto the wolf's skull. This blow channeled the full force of his formidable physique, reducing the wolf's head to a pulpy mass, its decapitated body crashing to the ground. Howl! Witnessing their companion fall to Jiang Yan's strike. The remaining 4 forest wolves howled in unison, their blood-red eyes seething with fury, yearning to rend him limb from limb. Their response was equally swift. The 4 forest wolves launched an all-out assault, encircling Jiang Yan from all directions, vowing to exact blood for blood. Thunderous fist. After the encounter with the previous forest wolf, Jiang Yan comprehended the limits of his physical prowess. Alone, he could contend with a first-tier 7th level beast at most. Faced with the 4 forest wolves before him, he dared not be reckless. Channeling his blood energy, he fully unleashed his first-tier 7th level cultivation. A deep, thunderous roar resonated in the clearing. Slain 5 first-tier 7th level beasts. Battle merit 35 points. The 5 forest wolf corpses sprawled on the ground. Jiang Yan, having accomplished his task, brushed off his garments and advanced deeper into the core layer. Wait, I believe I just saw Jiang Yan. In the depths of the forest, Su Feng and his companions had just dispatched a first-tier 7th level beast when one of them suddenly spoke, gazing in a particular direction. He had glimpsed a figure resembling Jiang Yan. But it vanished in an instant. Jiang Yan, he managed to reach this place? Truly deserving of being the top scorer in the joint examination. Upon hearing the youth's words, the others did not doubt him. For he possessed the B-level talent, Spirit Eye. Yet, the fact that Jiang Yan could venture here alone left them in awe. Although this area was not yet the true core layer, the beasts lurking here were immensely powerful, requiring their combined efforts to confront. The ability of Jiang Yan to delve into this place alone showcased his formidable strength. They could not help but reflect on how he had the audacity to decline their invitation. After all, he could traverse such grounds alone, while bringing them along might hinder his progress. Contemplating this, the atmosphere among the four grew somewhat somber. What is this situation? After traversing for a while, the dense stench of blood jolted the four back to reality. They soon beheld a scene that would haunt them for a lifetime. In the clearing lay the corpses of 5 forest wolves, but these bodies were in a state of utter devastation. Some had their skulls crushed, while others were reduced to a bloody pulp. Even more shocking was what lay ahead, a scene that resembled a hellish nightmare. As they continued to gaze forward, a landscape of corpses sprawled before their eyes. The ground was littered with the remains of ferocious beasts, blood gushing forth, saturating the earth and saturating the air with a ghastly smell that clung to their nostrils. Who could have done this? Even though they were accustomed to the slaughter of ferocious beasts, witnessing such a brutal sight left their faces pale. One girl felt her stomach churn, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit. This was the direction Jiang Nian had taken. These beasts, were they all slain by him? The boy with the eagle-eye talent recalled Jiang Nian's path, unable to stifle his astonishment. What? Impossible. He, a mere mortal with no talent, how could he achieve such feats? The other two instinctively countered, aware that there were no other figures present. The only one capable of causing such carnage could only be Jiang Nian. Yet, they were reluctant to accept that he could accomplish what they could not. Despite being an ordinary mortal, no wonder he had outscored me tenfold. In the city-wide examination, I have been bested without grievance. This a-level talent, palm thunder, what use is it to me? Gazing at the fierce lightning manifesting in his palm, Su Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, his heart was filled with nothing but defeat. Something is amiss. Jiang Nian remained oblivious to the profound shock his slaughtering of the ferocious beasts had inflicted upon Su Feng and his companions. He had now entered the core layer of the ecological park. However, it was eerily silent, a serene tranquility permeating the air. Not a single beast was in sight. Even the sound of Jiang Nian's footsteps crushing the fallen leaves felt starkly out of place. It seemed this was the territory of a first-tier 9th-level beast. Only this could explain the unusual peace and the absence of other beasts nearby. An epiphany dawned upon Jiang Nian, prompting him to tread with increasing caution. What is that scent? It smells delightful. At that moment, a fragrant aroma suddenly wafted into Jiang Nian's nostrils. It was not only refreshing but also imbued with rich spiritual energy that surged into his body with each inhalation. A spiritual fruit nearby had ripened. Though he did not know what kind of spiritual fruit it was, the exquisite fragrance indicated its extraordinary nature. With this thought, Jiang Nian quickly employed the dragon snake step, hastening towards the source of the scent. Soon, the origin of the fragrance came into view. It was a bright red fruit resembling a peach, hanging from a small tree. The blood spirit fruit, containing rich spiritual energy. Consuming it would aid a martial artist in augmenting their blood energy. Just half of a blood spirit fruit would suffice for a first-tier 9th-level martial artist to break through to the second tier. To think I have stumbled upon such a treasure. Roar. Just as Jiang Nian reveled in his discovery, a furious roar suddenly erupted beside him. Its overwhelming power and ferocity instilled an instinctive fear within him. A fierce tiger, over 2 meters long, rose up beside the small tree. It bared its blood-soaked maw, revealing sword-like teeth, and roared at Jiang Nian, as if asserting its dominion over the blood spirit fruit. A first-tier 9th-level beast, the saber-toothed tiger, a formidable presence among first-tier beasts. I have set my sights on this blood spirit fruit. It is the perfect opportunity to test my prowess against you. Jiang Nian had long sought a first-tier, 9th-level ferocious beast to gauge the limits of his abilities. Now, it was akin to killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thunderous lightning fist. He summoned the strength of his flesh, unleashing a surge of vitality as he charged towards the saber-toothed tiger. Roar. The roar of the saber-toothed tiger echoed far and wide. This sound startled Wang Hu, who was still en route, causing him to halt abruptly. His expression grimmed. It was the roar of that saber-toothed tiger. Damn it, the blood spirit fruit must have been discovered. Wang Hu remembered the location of the blood spirit fruit vividly. Upon hearing the roar emanate from that direction, he immediately understood what had transpired. That beast was formidable. We still have a chance, like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Wang Hu steadied his emotions. He continued to carry Wang Ming alongside two other men, hastening their pace, a first-tier, ninth-level ferocious beast? It seems it's not as daunting as one might think. I in the core circle. Jiang Yin clenched his fists, his hands stained with the warm blood of the saber-toothed tiger before him. It was not his own blood, but that of the beast he had just vanquished. He had underestimated the starry immortal body, coupled with the might of his martial arts, even though he was merely at the 7th level of the first tier. The overwhelming power of his physique allowed him to suppress the saber-toothed tiger in combat. Not to mention, he had mastered a perfected first-tier martial skill. It was safe to say that the saber-toothed tiger was left in utter humiliation. At this moment, the saber-toothed tiger was in a pitiful state, blood oozing from multiple wounds. One of its razor-sharp teeth had been knocked out by Jiang Yin, landing who knows where. Its eyes, however, remained as fierce and brutal as ever. Yet it could hardly express that ferocity before Jiang Yin. I have taken a liking to your blood spirit fruit. However, I find your defiant gaze quite unappealing. Thunderous lightning fist. Jiang Yin was disinclined to waste any further time with the saber-toothed tiger. His form moved like a specter, employing the dragon snake step to close in on the beast. The gravely injured saber-toothed tiger was unable to react in time. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Yin's fists rained down upon the beast, one blow after another, until the ferocious creature lay utterly lifeless. You have slain a first-tier, 9th-level ferocious beast. Battle merit 9 points. The battle merit awarded for a first-tier, 9th-level ferocious beast was indeed the most abundant, totaling 9 points. Yet, in the face of the blood spirit fruit, this reward felt trivial. One could only wonder how many stellar cells could be condensed from this singular fruit. 10 spirit condensing pills yield 1 stellar cell. The effectiveness of the blood spirit fruit is at least 100-fold greater than that of the spirit condensing pills. Thus, even as Jiang Yin approached the blood spirit fruit for collection, he couldn't help but harbor excited thoughts. Boy, quickly relinquish my blood spirit fruit. Whoosh, accompanied by a furious roar, a sound of something slicing through the air erupted, piercing through the atmosphere. Fortunately, Jiang Yin reacted promptly. Executing the dragon snake step, evading the attack like a slippery eel, he successfully harvested the blood spirit fruit, holding it triumphantly in his grasp. Clang! The mist iron sword collided with a massive tree, quaking violently. When Jiang Yin looked over, the sword had embedded itself 5 feet deep. Had that strike landed upon him, it would have surely resulted in fatal injury. Jiang Yin's gaze turned icy as he scanned the direction from which the sword had been thrown. Jiang Yin? How did he come to be here? And he has obtained the blood spirit fruit. At that moment, Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Yin across from him. It was essential to note that a first-tier, 9th-level ferocious beast was guarding this area. How could Jiang Yin possibly have defeated such a beast and acquired the blood spirit fruit? Wang Ming's mind was flooded with questions. Boy, hand over the blood spirit fruit. If you comply, I may yet spare your life. Should you refuse, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Fixated on the blood spirit fruit in Jiang Yin's hand, Wang Hu and the 2 men beside him stepped forward, their expressions threatening and poised for immediate confrontation. Chapter 012, 11 Stellar Cells. Are you jesting with me? These individuals have already chosen the path of demise. Jiang Yin's eyes suddenly turned frigid. Setting aside their menacing demeanor, the previous strike was a clear attempt on his life. Jiang Yin was not a mere clay idol, his temper was fierce. However, that did not mean he had lost his wits. Just now, dealing with the saber-toothed tiger had already exhausted his entire arsenal. Moreover, he was now faced with 3 first-tier, 9th-level martial artists. Presently, he was not their match. But that may not hold true for long. Ha ha ha, Jiang Yin, today is your day of reckoning. Wang Ming could hardly believe he had encountered Jiang Yin here, nor could he fathom that Jiang Yin would dare to seize something belonging to his father. Counting his father, 3 first-tier, 9th-level martial artists were present. Though he was unaware of the means by which Jiang Yin had slain the saber-toothed tiger, 3 first-tier, 9th-level martial artists were undoubtedly sufficient to ensure his demise countless times over. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a cruel, triumphant smile crept onto Wang Ming's face. Damn it, what are you planning? Stop this at once. Just as Wang Ming reveled in his thoughts, Wang Hu's eyes bulged, and he bellowed enraged. To their astonishment, Jiang Yin suddenly opened his mouth wide and swallowed the blood spirit fruit whole. Wang Hu, following suit, hurled another iron sword in an attempt to interrupt Jiang Yin's actions. Yet, Jiang Yin evaded it with the dragon snake step. By the time Wang Hu sought to take further action, it was already too late. The blood spirit fruit had been consumed. You seek death, now. Not only Wang Hu but even the other two men were seething with rage. Jiang Yin had not merely consumed a blood spirit fruit. He had ingested their hopes of breaking through to the second tier, Tiger Dominance Fist. Wang Hu roared, akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. His fist aimed directly at Jiang Yin's face. Fueled by rage, this punch was infused with all of Wang Hu's strength, vowing to pulverize Jiang Yin into pieces. Starry immortal body. At this moment, Jiang Yin remained rooted in place, utterly still within. He was channeling the full power of the starry immortal body, absorbing the immense medicinal energy from the blood spirit fruit. One by one, the stellar cells rapidly underwent transformation under the influence of this vast energy. You want to dodge? Then prepare to meet your end. Watching Jiang Yin stand firm, seemingly unyielding to Wang Hu's approaching fist, Wang Ming's heart exploded with anticipation. Throughout their journey, he had witnessed the sheer might of his father. For any beast below the 9th level of the first tier, a single punch could suffice to obliterate it without the need for martial techniques. Now, in an effort to kill Jiang Yin, Wang Hu had even resorted to using his martial skills. If Jiang Yin were to survive this, who would perish? A cruel smile spread across Wang Ming's face, as if he could already envision Jiang Yin's lifeless body, devoured by ferocious beasts in the wilderness. In that critical moment, Jiang Yin's eyes shone with brilliance as he extended his palm, blocking Wang Hu's punch. Not only that, but he did so without channeling his vitality or employing martial techniques. He merely relied on the sheer strength of his body to halt Wang Hu's fist, remaining as steady as a mountain. What in the world? Wang Hu's pupils constricted in shock. A normal person would suffer injury or even a shattered arm from such a blow. Yet Jiang Yin before him appeared unfazed. How could this be possible? Not only Wang Hu, but even the two onlookers and the concealed Wang Ming were all left in a state of disbelief. A full-force punch from a first-tier, 9th-level martial artist had been effortlessly blocked, and solely with physical power. Is he even human? How can he possess such strength? Wang Hu's heart sank as he attempted to retract his fist, only to find Jiang Yin's fingers interlocking around his own, rendering him unable to withdraw, no matter how much force he exerted. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized he had provoked a steel wall. Whoever said the starry immortal body was inadequate? This starry immortal body is truly remarkable. Feeling the presence of 11 profound stellar cells within him, an unprecedented strength surged through Jiang Yin's physique. At this moment, the immense medicinal energy of the blood spirit fruit had been nearly fully expended, transformed into 10 brand new stellar cells. With the vitality returned from the stellar cells, Jiang Yin's physical power ascended to new heights. Thus, the scene before them unfolded. Even his cultivation base, with the aid of the 10 stellar cells, broke through the bottleneck of the 8th level of the first tier. Little brother, I no longer desire this blood spirit fruit. Is that acceptable? Consider it a plea. Wang Hu, now acutely aware of the terrifying chasm in power between himself and Jiang Yin, promptly lowered his head, seeking to apologize to Jiang Yin. Only now do you recognize your error? It is too late. From the outset, Jiang Yin had observed that when they arrived, they had already deactivated their detection devices. This was because the devices would record all actions of the wearer. Aside from identifying ferocious beasts and documenting battle merit, all other deeds would also be noted. This indicated that Wang Hu and his companions had harbored intentions to kill him from the very beginning. Seeking to snatch the blood spirit fruit from him, I do not initiate conflict, but if conflict is brought to me, I shall retaliate. This is the principle that governs Jiang Yin's conduct. Thus, he seized Wang Hu by the neck, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. His grip was akin to a shackle, and no matter how Wang Hu struggled, he could not escape. A first-tier, 9th-level martial artist, in the end, could only suffocate to death in Jiang Yin's grasp, his face turning crimson. Now, it is your turn. Jiang Yin's gaze shifted toward the remaining two men and Wang Ming. However, Wang Ming was now so terrified that he could scarcely think. Throughout his life, he had believed that his father, a martial artist, was the epitome of strength. Today, however, he found himself helplessly witnessing Wang Hu being strangled to death by Jiang Yin. Like a mere blade of grass at the mercy of others. Let's go. Let's fight him. The two glared at Jiang Yin, their teeth clenched, prepared to engage in a desperate battle. Yet, just as they were about to strike, they simultaneously executed their escape techniques, fleeing in opposite directions. They chose to retreat without a fight, but the proficiency of their movements was no match for me. Observing their fleeing silhouettes, Jiang Yin scoffed disdainfully and unleashed his dragon snake steps. He swiftly caught up with one of them, delivering a powerful slap that sent the man hurtling toward a tree like a cannonball. Upon crashing into the tree, the iron sword embedded in it pierced through the back of his skull. Emerging from his forehead, he was dead beyond any doubt. The next individual met a similar fate, in an instant. Only the weakest among them remained, Wang Ming, who had merely been brought along to witness the events. Jiang Yin, I beg you, please, I understand my mistakes. Please don't kill me. Wang Ming was utterly paralyzed with fear. With Wang Hu dead and the two men he had brought along also perished, he realized he stood no chance against Jiang Yin. Thus, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Oblivious to the blood trickling from his forehead due to the stones, it was only when Jiang Yin stepped on his head that he finally ceased his frantic gestures. Paralyzed in fear, Chapter 013, 5,000 Military Achievements. Candidate selected for the Excellence Program. I still prefer your untamed demeanor. To eradicate the roots. Jiang Yin could not afford to leave Wang Ming alive after eliminating Wang Hu and the two first-tier 9th-level warriors. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming immediately began to struggle, but his strength was no match for Jiang Yin. His efforts were akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly ineffectual against Jiang Yin. With a dull thud, Wang Ming's body soon ceased to breathe. Jiang Yin then commenced the cleanup in this ecological park. There was no shortage of ferocious beasts and warriors who had perished at their jaws. After feeding the four to various beasts and thoroughly obliterating any traces, Jiang Yin reopened the detection device and resumed harvesting his military achievements. After all, such a unique opportunity would not come again soon. Missed this village and the shop would be gone, so he had to earn as much as possible in the blink of an eye. A week had passed. Esteemed warrior, the crisis alert for the East Sea City Ecological Park has been lifted. Thank you for your contributions. Please proceed to the entrance with your detection device for military achievement settlement. As the detection device vibrated, all warriors within the ecological park received this notification. Was it finally over? Receiving the news, Jiang Yin hurriedly made his way to the entrance, eager to discover his rewards. Linan, military achievement, 324 points. Hongdongnan, military achievement, 890 points. Sufeng, military achievement, 1,080 points. Upon hearing these announcements, the crowd at the entrance erupted into fervent discussions. Wow, is this the first military achievement to surpass 1,000? I know this person. He's a student from East Sea 3rd Middle School. I heard he awakened an A-grade talent and ranked second in the joint exam. If he is second, how strong must the first be? After the military achievements were settled, Sufeng mingled into the crowd, quickly catching wind of their discussions. How strong is the first place? Surely, it can't be 10 times stronger again. Reflecting on the sight of corpses strewn across the ground wherever Jiang Yin passed, Sufeng found it hard to say. Just as he pondered, Jiang Yin emerged from a nearby settlement point, and the announcement rang out once more. Jiang Yin, military achievement, 5,071 points. This revelation sent the crowd at the entrance into a frenzy. 5,000 points? Are you serious? My goodness, how many ferocious beasts did he have to slay? Could there be a system error? Impossible. He's the first in the city-wide joint exam. Remember, he's the prodigy of East Sea City. Jiang Yin, the fervor of discussion surged, overshadowing the earlier chatter about Sufeng. Yet, Sufeng remained unfocused on this chaos. His concern lay in the disparity between himself and Jiang Yin. The gap had merely shrunk from 10-fold to 5-fold. Sigh, it's truly absurd. There's no comparison. Shaking his head, he came to fully grasp the reality. Compared to Jiang Yin, it was simply self-inflicted suffering. If only he could slay a few more ferocious beasts, such a meager military achievement was hardly sufficient. Emerging from the military achievement marketplace, Jiang Yin felt somewhat speechless. Although 5,000 military achievements seemed substantial, they only translated into 20 spirit-nourishing pills and 2 body-refining pills. The body refining pills were crucial for cultivating the body refinement secret technique and were foundational for body refining warriors. Jiang Yan intended to use them to enhance his stellar indestructible body. The remaining 20 spirit-nourishing pills were prepared for his breakthrough to first-tier 9th level. While the power of the stellar indestructible body was undeniable, Jiang Yan could not afford to neglect his martial arts in the realm of vitality. Only by doing so could he fulfill the system's tasks and have a chance to defeat the divine body. Even though this path appeared arduous and seemingly unattainable, he would never yield. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Yuan Lang sat at his desk, troubled. The excellence program. Where am I supposed to find an outstanding student for you? Glancing at the recently issued official notice, Yuan Lang rubbed his temples in frustration. Just moments ago, the higher-ups had informed him that to cultivate more exceptional students, this year the military from Jiangnan province would take the lead in establishing an excellence program. Each city was required to produce at least one participant, from which 20 of the most outstanding students would be selected to join the program, aiding them in gaining admission to better martial arts universities. The source of Yuan Lang's distress lay in the requirement that at least one individual must participate in the selection. East Sea City was notoriously weak in martial arts within Jiangnan province. Forget about the top 20. Over the past decade, even the best students from East Sea City had ranked well outside the top 100 in the province. This excellence program seemed to offer no hope of selection for East Sea City, which was why Yuan Lang was so troubled. After all, other cities casually boasted geniuses with S-grade and SS-grade talents, while East Sea City could barely claim an A-grade talent. How could they possibly compete? As for Jiang Yan, Yuan Lang had considered him but ultimately dismissed the idea. Although he possessed perfected martial skills, his ordinary physique was his greatest flaw. This might not be apparent in East Sea City. But on a larger stage where prodigies congregated, others could summon storms and command fire, while Jiang Yan would be left with nothing but his solitary fists. What could he possibly contend with? Mayor, we have news about Jiang Yan. Just then, a subordinate rushed in. The East Sea City Ecological Park has released military achievement settlements. Jiang Yan obtained 5,000 military achievements within 7 days, ranking first. After Jiang Yan achieved first place in the joint exam, Yuan Lang had ordered his subordinates to keep a close eye on him. Thus, the news from the East Sea City Ecological Park was swiftly relayed to him. First, Yuan Lang was not particularly surprised by this outcome. After all, Jiang Yan wielded a perfected first-tier martial skill, granting him a significant advantage over other warriors and ferocious beasts of the same level. Furthermore, Mayor, there's one more thing. In the Ecological Park, 3 first-tier 9th level warriors attempted to attack Jiang Yan, but he managed to turn the tables and kill them all. At that time, Jiang Yan's cultivation was only at first-tier 8th level. First-tier 8th level, he killed 3 first-tier 9th level warriors. Upon hearing this report, Yuan Lang's expression grew serious. Each piece of information was incredibly weighty. Such astounding achievements led him to consider one possibility. Jiang Yan had successfully cultivated the stellar indestructible body, a feat thought to be impossible. Only this could explain how he could fight beyond his level, and not just against 1, but 3. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Wait, if that's the case, doesn't that mean I have a candidate for the East Sea City's excellence program? Previously, Yuan Lang had not considered having Jiang Yan apply due to his ordinary physique. However, now that Jiang Yan had successfully cultivated the stellar indestructible body, this shortcoming was mitigated. Perhaps he truly could make a mark. After all, even top-tier talents found it challenging to master the body refinement secret technique. The only uncertainty remained. To what extent had Jiang Yan developed his stellar indestructible body? If he could qualify as an ordinary physique, that would undoubtedly be a historical breakthrough. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan remained oblivious to Yuan Lang's high expectations of him. Upon concluding his training in his room, he suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 014. Excellence Program. Hellish Start. First Tier 9th Level. 13 Stellar Cells. Jiang Yan clenched his fist, feeling the surging vitality within him. Just one step away, he would break through and become a second-tier warrior. 13 Azure Stellar Cells floated within his body, continuously radiating intense vitality. If one could see beneath his clothing, they would perceive how robust and powerful his physique had become. With my current ranking, I should perform well in the martial arts college entrance examination. I wonder, how does it compare to my physical prowess? As a prodigy, the resources allocated to them were undoubtedly far more extravagant than mine. Despite his constantly increasing strength, Jiang Yin remained tense. Only by pressing forward could he find peace of mind. The mayor is looking for me? Noticing the information on his phone, Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel a sense of perplexity. The Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Training Program? It aimed to select the 20 most outstanding students from across the province to enter the Jiangnan Military District for further training? In the mayor's office, after listening to Yuan Lang's introduction of the training program, Jiang Yin immediately realized that this was an extraordinary opportunity. Not only would he be competing with the most exceptional students in the province, but he would also gain access to the training resources provided by the military district. It is well known that as frontline personnel engaged in combat against ferocious beasts, the training resources controlled by the military are unparalleled. Even compared to the top martial arts universities, securing a chance to train within such an environment would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for him. What he lacked most at this moment was resources. Jiang Yin, as you may know, the martial arts ranking of Donghai City is not particularly high within Jiangnan Province. The previous top student from Donghai City might not even rank within the top 100 in the entire province, let alone compete for a spot among the fiercely contested top 20. Therefore, do you wish to represent Donghai City in this selection? Yuan Lang was still concerned about Jiang Yin's mindset. After all, for a martial artist, one's mentality is of utmost importance. A poor mindset could lead to disastrous performances in martial arts examinations. Jiang Yin was a rare gem that Donghai City had painstakingly nurtured. With just a perfected martial art, he could overshadow an A-level talent. Now, he had even mastered the impossible starry immortal body, the hope of the entire village. Yuan Lang naturally did not wish for him to be merely a fleeting phenomenon. Rest assured, Mayor, this time, I will return with first place, Jiang Yin confidently declared. Yuan Lang's worries were entirely unnecessary. The ability to escape the shadow of being eliminated from the God-making program already demonstrated Jiang Yin's remarkable fortitude. As for his words, Yuan Lang did not take them to heart. If Jiang Yin could pass the selection, he would be immensely grateful. Claiming first place would be beyond his wildest dreams, at the very least. It would be a significant accomplishment. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital of Jiangnan Province, Jiangzhou, at the military district compound on the outskirts, Lin Kai, an SS-level talent with the wind spirit, and Jiang Yang, another SS-level talent with the berserk attribute, were both formidable. Su Shang reviewed the profiles of the participating students, nodding in approval. This year, numerous SS-level talents had emerged from various cities in Jiangnan Province. It was said that this training program was specifically designed for these students. Commander Su, take a look at this profile. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Su Shang took the document from him. Jiang Yin, unawakened talent. Isn't this the individual who was eliminated from the God-making program? Is there no one left in Donghai City? Have they resorted to sending an ordinary body to participate? Frowning, Su Shang slammed Jiang Yin's profile onto the table. Select an ordinary body for the competition was rather ridiculous. Perhaps they were merely looking for someone to fill the quota. Indeed, the martial arts strength of Donghai City was average within the province. Hearing the explanation from his aide, Su Shang snorted coldly and continued reviewing the profiles of other talents without further consideration. Soon, the day of the training program selection arrived. Mayor, I've arrived at the location. Stepping out of the special vehicle for Donghai City, Jiang Yin, following Yuan Lang's instructions, reported his safety. Nervous, Yuan Lang's hearty voice resonated from the other end. If it weren't for his position as a mayor with numerous responsibilities, he would have personally accompanied Jiang Yin. Not at all. Let's not talk anymore. I'm hanging up. Jiang Yin ended the call and gazed at the military district compound before him. At the entrance, a military officer dressed in uniform stood tall and straight like a flag. Before him stood a diverse group of young men and women, numbering around 100. Among them, half exhibited a vigorous vitality. Reaching the first stage's 9th level, gathering the province's talents was indeed remarkable. As Jiang Yin surveyed the surroundings, many others were also observing him. Some even recognized his identity and began to discuss among themselves. Look, isn't that Jiang Yin? Why is he here? This is the training selection. Isn't he the one without an awakened talent? Could it be that he has given up on himself after being eliminated from the God-making program and has come here to make a fool of himself? As the only candidate selected for the God-making program in Jiangnan Province, Jiang Yin had once been at the pinnacle of his success, envied by countless individuals aspiring to emulate him. However, now, with his elimination from the God-making program, he had fallen from grace. Moreover, those chosen to be here were all at least B-level talents, making Jiang Yin's status as an ordinary body all the more incongruous. These cold, mocking remarks did not faze Jiang Yin in the slightest. The strong have no need to explain themselves to the weak. When the time comes to showcase their strength, the truth will become evident. Everyone, gather around and heed my command. Form a line, maintaining an arm's length between each of you. With the officer's command, all fell silent, overwhelmed by the formidable pressure. Nearly 100 young geniuses from across the province stood in a straight line before the military district compound. I am your instructor, Su Shang. Today, I will oversee your selection. You should all be aware of the rules. Today, only 20 of you will be allowed to remain and enter the training program. Who qualifies and who is eliminated depends on your performance. Is that understood? Upon Su Shang's words, all the students responded in unison. Very well, you have spirit. Today, our selection will consist of 2 phases. The first phase will take place right here. Upon hearing Su Shang's statement, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Isn't this the entrance to the military district compound? What could possibly be selected here? Just as the thought crossed their minds, they soon learned the answer. A tremendous pressure emanated from Su Shang, enveloping the surrounding space and encompassing the nearly 100 young men and women. The immense weight felt as though it had altered the very air, rendering it stagnant. For the youths bearing this pressure, it was akin to shouldering an immense burden. Before long, faces began to redden, and even breathing became a laborious task. This overwhelming pressure made it abundantly clear to them what it meant to face a hellish beginning. Chapter 015. Tenfold Gravity, No Sensation, Beast Saliva Fragrance. The first phase requires you to reach the line I have drawn. With my 4th tier cultivation, this pressure equates to tenfold gravity for you. The first 50 to reach this line will advance to the next round. Su Shang spoke calmly, yet his words elicited involuntary twitches at the corners of many mouths. Only tenfold gravity. Although the line Su Shang had drawn was only 5 meters away, the distance felt insurmountable under the weight of tenfold gravity. As they struggled to take even a single step forward, it required immense effort. However, if they failed to be among the first 50 to reach the line, they would be eliminated from the first phase. Thus, as soon as Su Shang's words fell, nearly all the students began to laboriously inch forward. Yet, even this minuscule movement left them drenched in sweat, their bodies completely exhausted. Berserk, at that moment, a deep roar erupted from the crowd. It belonged to a tall and wild-looking youth, Jiang Yang, an SS-level talent from Jiangzhou. Faced with the pressure of tenfold gravity, he activated his talent, his eyes instantly shrouded in a blood-red hue. His physique expanded, becoming even more muscular and imposing, radiating sheer power. With a growl, he struggled to take a large step forward, his muscles tensed, veins bulging as if they might burst at any moment. Yet, this effort proved effective. With his berserk state, Jiang Yang successfully moved 1 meter ahead, immediately taking the lead. Observing this, others refused to be outdone, unleashing their various talents to aid their movements under the immense pressure. In an instant, only Jiang Yin remained stationary. Among the multitude of students present, he alone participated as an ordinary body. Thus, having already been eliminated from the god-making program, why would he even bother to participate in this selection? Risking further humiliation? Su Shang naturally noticed Jiang Yin. However, he paid him little mind, merely glancing at him before averting his gaze. But the next moment, he sensed something unusual. Jiang Yin was moving, and he was moving surprisingly well. In fact, the moment Su Shang unleashed his pressure, Jiang Yin had recognized something was amiss. The pressure exerted by Su Shang could not be said to have no effect on him. Rather, it was negligible, merely presenting him with a slight resistance. Yet, that resistance felt akin to a strong wind blowing against him, intense but ultimately inconsequential. Thus, after confirming that everything was fine, Jiang Yin commenced his movement in stark contrast to the others. Jiang Yin moved with an air of leisure, each step deliberate as he approached Su Shang. Unlike the others, who crawled forward like snails, he advanced with ease. What on earth is this? Many students were taken aback, incredulous at how Jiang Yin seemed unaffected. As he passed by at a normal pace, they blinked in disbelief, questioning their own perceptions, and no matter how hard they blinked, the result remained unchanged. Jiang Yin was indeed ahead of them. He continued to stride forward, eventually surpassing the leading Jiang Yang, leaving him far behind as he approached the finish line. How could this happen? Jiang Yin had originally paid little heed to Jiang Yang. Although the latter had once been selected for the god-making project, he was merely an ordinary being. Yet, he possessed an SS-level talent and was a fierce and powerful force of rage. Therefore, as Jiang Yin forged ahead, Jiang Yang could hardly believe his eyes. But the reality was undeniable, and no matter how reluctant he felt, he could not halt Jiang Yin's relentless progress. It was only when Jiang Yin's feet firmly crossed the finish line, completing the first trial, that he realized his misjudgment. This formerly disqualified seed of the god-making project was indeed remarkable. As Jiang Yin approached the finish line step by step, Su Shang's gaze turned complex. Upon reviewing the opponent's profile, he had dismissed it, thinking Jiang Yin was merely an ordinary individual, likely just there to fill numbers. Yet now, Jiang Yin's actions had undoubtedly slapped him across the face. An ordinary being had surpassed even an SS-level talent. Of course, as a fourth-tier martial artist, Su Shang had activated his spiritual awareness and understood Jiang Yin's circumstances. His physique was, in fact, even more formidable than Jiang Yang's after unleashing his rage. Su Shang had never encountered such a powerful body among first-tier martial artists. Clearly, the opponent had mastered a secret technique for body refinement, which was an even rarer existence than top-tier talents. After witnessing Jiang Yin's performance, Su Shang also retracted his previous underestimation, and his expression turned solemn. The first trial had concluded. Those who had not succeeded could now return by vehicle. Several hours later, this excruciating first trial finally came to an end. Some students, having exhausted themselves to traverse a mere 5 meters, were now sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Even Jiang Yang, who possessed S-level talent, was utterly fatigued. The only one who appeared unfazed was Jiang Yin, who had finished first. Those students resting and supporting their legs could not help but wonder in their hearts. Was he not an ordinary being? How could he descend while we were left panting? Not everyone possessed the strength and insight of Su Shang. They could only ponder in confusion, unaware of the reasons behind this. Each of you will receive a rejuvenation pill. Take it, then follow me. After surveying the exhausted students, Su Shang distributed a rejuvenation pill to each of them. This pill was designed to restore martial artist stamina and alleviate fatigue, but it was only effective for lower-tier martial artists. Upon consuming the pill, everyone immediately regained their vitality and followed Su Shang into the military district. Roar! Before them lay an endless forest, devoid of visibility. Su Shang led 50 students to this location. Merely standing there, they could hear the incessant roars of ferocious beasts echoing from within the forest, filled with malice. This was the second trial of the selection process. Each of you must choose a path. The rules remain the same. The first 20 to emerge will be selected for the training program. Upon finishing his statement, Su Shang produced a handful of powder. Blowing lightly, the powder was evenly dispersed onto all the participants. It was not so simple to be selected for the training program. This was beast saliva fragrance, possessing a lethal allure for ferocious beasts, igniting their appetite for flesh. Enjoy the experience, young ones. As these words fell, the students, who had thought they could finally relax, widened their eyes in shock. Beast saliva fragrance. Ferocious beasts were already bloodthirsty and violent. Under the allure of the fragrance, they would become even more ravenous, losing all semblance of reason and easily inciting a swarm of attacks. Providing them with such a substance seemed a deliberate attempt to ensure they would not survive this trial. Many students silently cursed Su Shang in their hearts. However, having come this far, they could not simply abandon their efforts. Thus, they ventured into different paths, laden with the scent that would attract the ferocious beasts. Chapter 16. More beastly than the beasts. Is this a human? As Jiang Yin stepped into the forest, he was met with the sight of numerous brutal, ferocious beasts. Particularly upon catching the scent of the beast's saliva fragrance on him, their eyes turned blood red, fixated on Jiang Yin as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. But was it only that? Jiang Yin clenched his fists and pressed forward, his momentum overwhelming even the pack of ferocious beasts. It was as if the tide had turned. He was the hunter, and this horde of beasts, capable of overwhelming him, were merely the prey. In this trial, I shall reclaim my honor. In another path, Lin Kai, sword in hand, gazed at the multitude of ferocious beasts with unwavering determination. The first trial had not allowed him to showcase the full extent of his talent, though he was the third to reach the finish line. Falling behind Jiang Yin and Jiang Yang left him feeling disgruntled. Especially with Jiang Yin, falling behind Jiang Yang was somewhat acceptable, as they both possessed SS-level talents. Yet Jiang Yin was merely an ordinary being. Yet he had surpassed him. How could Lin Kai not muster his resolve? Spirit wind. Lin Kai's voice rang out softly, and a gentle breeze began to gather around him, enveloping his form as if lifting him. Light on his feet, he immediately swung his sword and plunged into the throng of beasts. As the students battled within the forest, Su Shang had already crossed through to the finish line, arriving ahead of time. What is the current situation? He had arranged personnel to monitor the forest happenings. On one hand, it was to ensure the student safety. On the other, to observe their performance more effectively. Report, sir, we already have a student who has reached the last ferocious beast. The soldier, queried, picked up the tablet in his hand and reported to Su Shang. So soon? Hearing the soldier's words, Su Shang was somewhat taken aback. Aside from the final second-tier beast, the other beasts scattered throughout the paths were primarily first-tier 8th or 9th rank. The ability to dispatch them so swiftly indicated that this student's strength far exceeded expectations. It seems I have underestimated the potential of SS-level talent. Who is it that has killed their way to the final ferocious beast? Lin Kai or Jiang Yang? Upon hearing Su Shang's question, the soldier's expression grew peculiar. Sir, neither of the two you mentioned. Currently, the only one who has reached the second-tier beast is Jiang Yin. Su Shang was stunned. Meanwhile, in the forest's path, the remnants of the beasts lay sprawled upon the ground. Blood cascading along their forms, soaking into the soil. The heavy scent of blood permeated the air. Roar. Gazing at the bloodied human before it, the massive bear spread its arms and let out an enraged roar. The sound echoing through the trees, causing the leaves to tremble. The second-tier ferocious beast, the gray barbarian bear. So, you are the final ferocious beast? Jiang Yin raised his head, scrutinizing the towering, fearsome figure of the bear. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, he found this selection process to be akin to a hellish trial, forcing a group of first-tier 9th rank warriors to confront a second-tier beast. Yet, that was only for the others. For Jiang Yin, it was simply about engaging. He surged forward, fists clenched, launching the first attack against the gray barbarian bear. Upon witnessing this human daring to strike first, the bear's eyes turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Its muscular arm swung, and as its palm descended like a fan, it conjured a fierce gust of wind. That arm was far thicker than Jiang Yin's thigh. Yet Jiang Yin did not flinch or evade. Instead, he threw a punch, intending to clash with it. Was he mad? This was the gray barbarian bear, a second-tier ferocious beast. Rescue personnel, move immediately. Seeing Jiang Yin's image on the tablet, Su Shang's heart raced. To confront the gray barbarian bear with sheer physical strength was tantamount to seeking death. In the presence of the bear, Jiang Yin's slender arms appeared as insignificant as a needle against a wheat stalk. How could he possibly be a match, however? What transpired next left Su Shang in stunned silence. In midair, Jiang Yin's fist collided with the bear's massive paw. The anticipated sight of Jiang Yin being sent flying did not materialize. Instead, a shockwave surged outward from the point of impact, rippling through the surroundings. Moreover, as a fourth-tier martial artist, Su Shang observed with keen eyes. He distinctly saw that after receiving Jiang Yin's punch, the bear's massive arm became distorted, as if it had been broken. Roar. The bear's arm fractured, and it threw back its head, releasing a furious, agonized howl. This roar was recorded and echoed through the tablet in Su Shang's hands, confirming what he had just witnessed. The bear's arm had indeed snapped. And it had done so at the exact moment of impact with Jiang Yin's fist, to battle a second-tier ferocious beast with sheer physical power and emerge victorious. Breaking the beast's arm, Jiang Yin's performance shattered Su Shang's previous understanding. Die! One punch had not been sufficient to bring the gray barbarian bear to its end. So Jiang Yin unleashed 2, then 3 punches, relentlessly hammering until the beast was dead. Jiang Yin continued to rain down blows like cannon fire. The bear's lifeless body collapsing like a small mountain, kicking up clouds of dust. What manner of creature is this? Why do I feel he resembles a ferocious beast even more than the gray barbarian bear? Su Shang's gaze was fixed on the screen, his expression one of disbelief, taking a long time to regain his composure. This matter must be reported. The commander must be informed. Why is it him again? Upon exiting the path and seeing Jiang Yin and Lin Kai waiting, Jiang Yang frowned. Like Lin Kai, he could accept Lin Kai being ahead of him. However, he could not accept Jiang Yin's lead, especially since this trial was unlike the previous one, which tested physical prowess. Perhaps Jiang Yin had some tricks up his sleeve. However, this challenge tests one's sheer strength. In this regard, how could he, as an SS-grade talent, possibly be outdone by Jiang Yin? Lin Kai, what has happened? How did that kid manage to secure the first position again? Upon witnessing Lin Kai's disheartened demeanor, Jiang Yang had already surmised the outcome. It was only after hearing Lin Kai's words that he snapped back to reality. Offering a wry smile, he chose silence, merely gesturing towards an exit. That was the fork in the road that Jiang Yin had just traversed. Jiang Yang understood his implication and hurried to the battlefield where Jiang Yin had recently fought. An acrid scent of blood immediately assaulted his senses. Yet, what was even more astonishing were the fearsome beasts lying on the ground. Their original forms almost unrecognizable. Each one had evidently met its end with a single strike. Some were battered beyond recognition, while others were shattered to pieces. Even the second-tier beast, the gray barbarian bear, bore no intact part on its body. Its lifeless expression sent a shiver down Jiang Yang's spine, leaving him unable to fathom the torment this creature had endured in its final moments. Was all of this the work of Jiang Yin? After a considerable time, Jiang Yang emerged from his disbelief, seeking confirmation from Lin Kai. With a complex expression, Lin Kai nodded slightly. In a way, is this really something a human can achieve? Like Lin Kai, Jiang Yang was now engulfed in existential doubt. Chapter 017. Breakthrough to Second Tier, Holographic Neural Pod. Beneath the temporary dormitory, after the conclusion of the second challenge, the 20 successful candidates were brought here by Su Shang. Apart from Lin Kai and Jiang Yang, who remained somewhat dazed, the other students could hardly contain their excitement. The rankings from today's selection were about to be announced. First place, Jiang Yin. Second place, Lin Kai. Third place. After Su Shang read out the rankings, he maintained a serious demeanor. The training enhancement program would span 10 days. During this period, your accommodations and benefits would be distributed according to your daily rankings. The higher your rank, the better your treatment. I will inform you tomorrow about how the rankings will be determined over the next 9 days. Now, let us commence the distribution of today's benefits. Without delay, Su Shang produced a large chest. Upon opening it, an array of exquisite potion vials filled the air with their fragrant aroma. Jiang Yin, 20 blood-strengthening pills. Lin Kai, 18 blood-strengthening pills. Jiang Yang, 15 blood-strengthening pills. Su Shang allocated the pills based on their rankings. In the end, the bottom 5 received merely a single pill each. It was evident to all that the training enhancement program was merciless. The perks here were indeed splendid, but they required sufficient strength to access. Those lacking it would be relegated to the bottom, receiving a meager allowance akin to nothing at all. This realization ignited the competitive spirit within the selected students. Lin Kai and Jiang Yang also rekindled their ambitions. After all, the second place received 2 fewer pills than the first, and the third received 5 less. Over time, these disparities would translate into significant gaps. As SS-grade talents, neither could accept being left behind, both silently vowing to surpass Jiang Yin in due time. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will gather here punctually. Now, you are all dismissed. With that, Su Shang departed without lingering, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. He had pressing matters to report to the commander. In the number 1 training room, Jiang Yin pushed open the door and was immediately enveloped by the rich aura of spiritual energy. The concentration of this energy was nearly several times that of the outside world. The blood-strengthening art within him began to operate autonomously, absorbing the energy here as if it were equivalent to consuming a spirit essence pill. No wonder the instructor had mentioned that higher rankings equated to better rooms. This was indeed the case. Through the room, Jiang Yin sensed the emphasis placed on the training enhancement program. He took out the blood-strengthening pills given to him by Su Shang. These pills were designed for second-tier warriors, exhibiting a notably potent effect in enhancing vitality. Only those at the 9th level of the first tier and above could safely consume them. Otherwise, excessive vitality could lead to backlash. With a swift motion, he consumed a blood-strengthening pill, and the overwhelming potency surged within him. His vitality roared like a tempest, vigorously circulating and expanding, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy in the training room. It wasn't long before this burgeoning vitality reached a critical point. Every meridian in Jiang Yin's body was filled with this potent energy, each blood vessel standing taut. This was the manifestation of reaching the pinnacle of the first tier. Condense. In the next moment, guided by the blood-strengthening art, Jiang Yin directed the surging vitality into his dantian, where a blood-colored vortex slowly began to form. This vortex was the hallmark of a second-tier warrior, the Vitality Cyclone. The formation of this vortex signified Jiang Yin's complete entry into the ranks of second-tier warriors. Second-tier warriors gather their vitality into a single point, thereby achieving the cyclone, unleashing even greater power. This realm also consists of 9 minor stages. With each expansion of the cyclone, a new stage is breached. After breaking through, the cyclone would cleanse the warrior's meridians, causing them to expand, thus enabling the warrior to unleash even more formidable strength. Moreover, the most significant difference between second-tier and first-tier warriors is that the former can emit their vitality externally. Jiang Yin crumpled a piece of paper into a ball and tossed it into the air. With quick reflexes, he activated his vitality and struck the paper ball with his fist. The overwhelming force of his vitality erupted forth. Even before his fist made contact with the paper, it was obliterated by the sheer power, scattering into countless fragments that drifted to the ground. Simply harnessing his vitality yielded such tremendous explosive force. With the cultivation of a second-tier martial technique, the power of externalizing vitality would ascend to another level. Furthermore, I require the study of second-tier cultivation techniques. Currently, there are no second-tier cultivation techniques available. Thus, Jiang Yin could only consume blood-strengthening pills to continue refining his stellar cells for enhancement. You've broken through? Early the next morning, beneath the temporary dormitory, the 20 students gathered punctually as instructed by Su Sheng the previous day. He immediately discerned Jiang Yin's breakthrough. Upon hearing this, envy and longing filled the eyes of those around them. All were at the 9th level of the first tier. Now that Jiang Yin had advanced, it was evident he had transitioned from the 9th level of the first tier to the second tier. Was this the advantage of the number 1 training room? Having experienced the unique atmosphere of the training room last night, coupled with Jiang Yin's breakthrough today, all the students were filled with ambition. After today's activities, I will take you to receive the cultivation techniques. You may also select a second-tier martial technique from the martial arts library. The training enhancement program will channel numerous resources towards Jiang Yin and others. Su Sheng felt confident he could handle these minor matters. Without wasting time, he led everyone upstairs and entered a peculiar training room. This place was unlike a traditional training room filled with various exercise equipment or open space. Instead, it was adorned with giant capsule-like chambers, connected by a web of intricate wiring to a helmet that sent chills down one's spine. This was the holographic neural pod. According to modern martial arts theories, the closer one approaches their limits, the greater their potential for enhancement. However, attempting to touch those limits in reality is perilous. Thus, the holographic neural pod was conceived. Su Sheng explained how to use the holographic neural pod while demonstrating its functionality. The pod would input your bodily data into a virtual scenario, a never-ending tide of beasts. This would also be the most effective means to trigger the human body's limits. Inside the holographic neural pod, death would only slightly affect your mental state, while the sensation of nearing the limit would transmit back through the nerves, aiding your enhancement. For the next 9 days, our ranking will be determined based on the time you can endure within the neural pod. The longer you last, the higher your rank. Once Su Sheng completed his explanation, the students eagerly donned the helmets, impatiently following the instructions to enter the virtual scene, a cerulean sky, the fragrant earth, and the boundless, overwhelming tide of beasts enveloping them. This was the scene Jiang Yin beheld upon entering. However, at this moment, everything here was frozen. Those terrifying beasts stood still, poised for an attack. There was no wind, the clouds did not shift, and the flowers and grass remained unmoving, as if trapped in a world of stillness. The Beast Tide simulation battle was about to commence. Challenger S cultivation. Second tier, first level, countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 018, Yang Tianlong. What use is this SS grade talent? Roar, thud thud, thud thud. As the countdown concluded, the world seemed to have pressed the play button. The roars of beasts erupted from all directions. The footsteps of the beasts resounded like war drums, reverberating through the ground and syncing with Jiang Yin's heartbeat. Kill! Jiang Yin clenched his fists, not rushing to unleash his vitality or the power of a second-tier warrior. Instead, he relied solely on his raw physical strength, charging into the throng of beasts. If one were to shift their perspective to the skies, they would observe the seemingly infinite horde of beasts swirling around Jiang Yin like a vortex. Casting him, positioned at the center, as infinitesimally small, it felt as though he would be engulfed by the colossal tide of beasts at any moment. Merely a few minutes had passed when several holographic neural pods in the training room were activated. These were students who had failed in battle, triggering the protective mechanism to automatically withdraw. Who can endure this? With so many beasts, who could withstand it? Can I still withdraw from the training enhancement program at this point? Those who qualify for the elite training program are indeed the C-Armée de la C-Armée, possessing ample experience in battling ferocious beasts. However, that does not imply they have faced such a multitude of them. The virtual scenarios linked through the holographic neural pod depict an overwhelming sea of monstrous creatures. Who among those who witness such sights can refrain from feeling a twinge of trepidation? The simulation within the holographic neural pod replicates the very scenes of beast tides that have occurred in reality. If one does not confront such challenges now, they will undoubtedly face them in the future. Had the predecessors yielded as you do, would you have the opportunity to raise your voice here today? Upon hearing these words, Su Shang cast a fleeting glance. In an instant, the previously boisterous youth who had spoken the loudest lowered his head in humility. My goodness! Is this even human? Some with keen eyes noticed the images being projected on the large screen before Su Shang, and one could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This drew the attention of several others, soon resulting in a gathering of onlookers, all wide-eyed in disbelief. Meanwhile, within the military district's headquarters, a stern man clad in military attire sat upright, his demeanor serious. His silent authority was palpable, merely by sitting. The atmosphere around him became suffused with an inexplicable weight. His identity was equally noteworthy, for he was Yang Tianlong, the commander of the Jiangnan Military District, an 8th-tier martial artist. Commander, this is the real-time feed from the training pod, reported the aide, presenting a tablet to Yang Tianlong. Initially, he paid little heed, his attention still focused on the documents before him. However, after a cursory glance at the tablet, a glimmer of intensity ignited in his eyes. Project the images onto the big screen, he instructed, simultaneously shutting down the document interface. The aide, perceiving the commander's seriousness, promptly complied and began the projection. The screen revealed a multitude of beasts surrounding a towering youth. The creatures bared their fangs, extended their claws, and launched into savage charges, while the young man defended himself with his fists. His hands, stained with the blood of the beasts, radiated an unfathomable force. A well-placed strike would often result in a swift demise for the beasts. Even the most resilient among them could withstand no more than 2 blows. The sheer primal ferocity of the scene was overwhelming. With just a glance, the aide understood why Yang Tianlong regarded this youth with such esteem. He was exceptionally formidable. The beast tide simulation constituted a routine training exercise for the military. Virtually every soldier had endured the brutal clashes within, battling against equally matched beasts in staggering numbers. The majority would falter in mere moments. Yet, the young man not only persisted but did so with an unparalleled vigor. In the aide's estimation, he could not have achieved such feats at that age. Su Shang's remarks rang true. This youth was indeed a monster. The more Yang Tianlong observed, the more his satisfaction grew, reaching a point where he almost struck the table in excitement. Fortunately, the aide's timely intervention prevented an outburst. Otherwise, the might of an 8th-tier martial artist could have jeopardized not just the building but potentially shaken the entire Jiangzhou city. The slaughter was relentless. It seemed endless. In the holographic neural pod, Jiang Yin had lost count of how many punches he had thrown and how many beasts he had slain. His mind was nearly numb from the carnage, and he could feel the fatigue setting in. Despite having cultivated the starry, indestructible body, even his physique was pushed to its limits under such intense combat. He was reaching his breaking point. Thunderclap fist. As his physical strength approached its zenith, Jiang Yin finally unleashed the immense vitality of a 2nd-tier martial artist. His fist shot forth like a dart, slicing through the air with a resounding crack. Yet, this sound was drowned out by the even louder cacophony of the beasts. Nevertheless, Jiang Yin's battle raged on. This round is mine. Meanwhile, in the training room, Lin Kai had also exited the holographic neural pod after facing defeat. Yet his countenance radiated confidence. In this challenge, neither Jiang Yin nor Jiang Yang could possibly outmatch him. When Su Shang had outlined the rules, Lin Kai had discerned a loophole, Su Shang mentioned endurance within the holographic neural pod, but did not specify that one must engage in combat. Thus, utilizing his SS-grade talent, Gale Wind, Lin Kai had evaded conflict throughout his time in the pod, managing to last a full 20 minutes before his elimination. Jiang Yin and Jiang Yang lacked his innate gifts. Engaging directly with a multitude of beasts would undoubtedly exhaust them far more than himself. It was impossible for them to last longer than he did. Lin Kai mused, yet upon exiting the pod, he found himself overshadowed by the crowd's attention, which was solely fixated on Su Shang. Even Jiang Yang, whom Lin Kai regarded as his only rival, was engrossed in the spectacle. What could possibly be so captivating? Lin Kai wondered, inching closer to the throng, only to hear a chorus of gasps. Was Jiang Yin nearing his limit? 21 minutes was already a commendable feat. No, he hasn't even exerted himself fully. He hasn't even activated his vitality. Goodness, what a terrifying physique. Amidst the astonished exclamations, Lin Kai turned his gaze to the large screen. What greeted his eyes was the sight of Jiang Yin, drenched in blood, surrounded by a staggering number of beast carcasses. A veritable river of blood flowing beneath him. His arms trembled, a manifestation of his body's limits. Yet, just as everyone believed the bout was drawing to a close, he activated his vitality, unleashing a surge of blood energy that obliterated the skull of yet another beast. In other words, he has endured this entire time solely on his physical prowess. Observing Jiang Yin's relentless assault, each punch resulting in visceral carnage, Lin Kai's face was etched with disbelief. He had thought he had discovered a weakness, a chance to claim victory. Yet, in the face of Jiang Yin's overwhelming might, he felt utterly defeated, as if all his strength and cunning had evaporated. After encountering him, I find myself questioning the true value of my SS-grade talent. As Lin Kai languished in despair, Jiang Yang, also endowed with an SS-grade talent, cast a sympathetic glance his way, sighing deeply. Chapter 019. The military's elite ranking. A night of complete fulfillment. Ding, Su Shang's communicator chimed. After glancing at the message, he turned to observe Jiang Yin on the big screen, a smile gracing his lips. He knew the commander would be pleased with this remarkable youth. As time progressed to the 35th minute, Jiang Yin's vitality reached its threshold, and he was utterly devoid of resistance. As he was engulfed by the tide of beasts, the screen automatically shut off, and he emerged from the now open holographic neural pod. Applause erupted as Jiang Yin stood, all 19 students clapping in unison, a thunderous ovation. They were all outstanding individuals from Jiangnan province, some of whom were the strongest prodigies from various cities, proud and lofty. Yet, Jiang Yin's performance today had completely won their admiration. Even Lin Kai and Jiang Yang, both of whom possessed SS-grade talents, could do nothing but concede. Whether during the selection or now, Jiang Yin loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain. The distribution of rewards began. Su Shang followed the same procedure as the previous day, handing out medicinal pills to the group. By the way, Jiang Yin, you have broken through to the second tier. I have already informed the martial arts library. Shortly, you will receive your cultivation techniques and 2 martial skills. After distributing the rewards, Su Shang did not overlook Jiang Yin's breakthrough, ensuring everything was arranged. Thank you, instructor. In response to Jiang Yin's gratitude, Su Shang waved his hand dismissively and continued. Additionally, starting tomorrow, you will no longer train here. I have arranged other training projects for you. Jiang Yin nodded in acknowledgement. The others, upon hearing this news, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Though they admired Jiang Yin's prowess, the prospect of him always overshadowing them was unsettling. Consequently, his reassignment was undoubtedly a positive development. Lin Kai and Jiang Yang shared this sentiment. However, while they felt a sense of relief, they could not shake the feeling of loss. Despite possessing SS-grade talents, they found themselves lacking the courage to compare against Jiang Yin, an ordinary physical body. Alas, it is all Jiang Yin's fault for being so formidable. You have once again observed gathering chi technique, comprehending its intricacies. It now operates automatically within you. You have repeatedly studied the Starry Fist, achieving profound enlightenment. You have now mastered the perfected Starry Fist. You have perused the stunning step technique countless times, assimilating its essence. You have now mastered the perfected stunning step technique. That night, within the dormitory, gathering chi technique circulated continuously within Jiang Yin's body. The medicinal effects of the blood-boosting pill were absorbed, transforming into surging vitality, ultimately coalescing in Jiang Yin's Dantian. A shadow of a second cyclone gradually emerged around his energy vortex. The second tier's 9 minor realms each corresponded to a cyclone. Once this second cyclone fully formed, Jiang Yin would achieve a breakthrough to the second tier's second minor realm. The Starry Fist and Stunning Step technique were the two second-tier martial skills Jiang Yin had chosen. Mastering these two skills would significantly enhance the potency of his vitality projection. Should another Beast-Tide simulation battle occur, with the Starry Fist and Stunning Step technique at his disposal, he could likely endure an additional 5 minutes. Each tier of martial skills is tailored to the specific abilities of martial artists at the same stage, enabling them to unleash their full potential. Jiang Yin was currently in such a state. He wondered, however, what the other training project mentioned by the instructor could entail. With that thought, Jiang Yin drifted into slumber. The following morning, following Su Sheng's lead, Jiang Yin entered a training room. A massive holographic neural pod awaited him within. However, the circuitry within is far more intricate than the holographic neural pod utilized yesterday. Another holographic neural pod, indeed. Upon encountering it, Jiang Yin could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that Su Sheng's mention of alternative training modules would unveil something truly remarkable. Do not fret. The challenges within are not akin to yesterday's Beast-Tide simulation. Once you immerse yourself, you shall see. It will not disappoint you. Jiang Yin, with a hint of skepticism, deftly connected to the holographic neural pod and submerged himself within. Only Su Sheng remained in the training room, murmuring to himself. Although aware that the commander held high hopes for him, this level of expectation seemed excessive. Inside this realm were the 10 most formidable geniuses in the annals of the military. Do not let this discourage you, Jiang Yin. Welcome to Challenge the Military Elite Ranking. Challenger's Cultivation Level. Second Stage. First Layer. Data is loading. Ranked 10th. Shi Yi. S-Class Talent. Stone Hardening. A mechanical voice emanated, and a figure materialized before Jiang Yin. It was a lean, sun-kissed man with a crew cut. The military elite ranking, engaging in combat with others, an S-class talent. Jiang Yin was left bewildered. Yet, from this individual named Shi Yi, he sensed a greater threat than that posed by ferocious beasts. Even though Shi Yi was of the same cultivation level as himself, second stage, first layer, the duel begins. As the mechanical prompt sounded, Shi Yi's body took on a deep gray hue, resembling a stone figure. He charged at Jiang Yin with ferocity, his fists swinging, unleashing a torrent of blood energy. Jiang Yin, too, summoned his blood energy to retaliate. But the force that had previously shattered a beast's skull proved ineffective this time. It struck Shi Yi's arm, leaving him unscathed. Such resilience. No wonder he possessed the S-class talent of petrification. Jiang Yin's gaze narrowed. Yet he remained composed, swiftly altering his punch technique. Starry Fist. His fists rained down like meteors, the winds of his blood energy surging forth, colliding with Shi Yi, the power of a perfected martial technique. Even an S-class talent could not withstand it. Gradually, fissures appeared upon Shi Yi's skin, and under the relentless assault of Jiang Yin's fists, they finally shattered, scattering to the ground. Defeated ranked 10th, Shi Yi. Would you like to challenge the next opponent? Within this holographic neural pod, Jiang Yin's status was renewed at the commencement of each level, restoring him to peak condition. Thus, he promptly chose to proceed. This second-stage martial technique had evidently reached perfection, and yet he had not witnessed its use the previous day in the office. Yang Tianlong projected the footage of Jiang Yin's battle onto the large screen. To him, Jiang Yin's victory over Shi Yi was a foregone conclusion, but the revelation of his Starry Fist astonished him. Why had he not utilized such a formidable technique yesterday? Employing this second-stage martial technique would surely have allowed him to endure longer in the Beast-Tide simulation. Yang Tianlong found himself puzzled. Could it be that this young man was playing a ruse? He instructed his aide to inquire with Su Sheng about the matter. After a considerable wait, the aide returned with an answer from Su Sheng. Commander, Su Sheng mentioned that Jiang Yin selected the Starry Fist from the martial technique repository yesterday. Selected yesterday? Upon hearing this, Yang Tianlong was momentarily taken aback. The technique Jiang Yin had demonstrated was undeniably a perfected second-stage martial technique. He knew Su Sheng had no reason to fabricate a lie. After all, the repository would have recorded when Jiang Yin made his selection. This meant that he had mastered a second-stage martial technique to perfection within a single night. Chapter 020. Pseudo-SSS Class Talent. indestructible demon body. Even someone as experienced as Yang Tianlong was left in disbelief. Mastering a perfected martial technique in a single night. Was it simpler than drinking a bowl of water? No sooner had he spoken than he witnessed Jiang Yin's figure on the screen, graceful and ethereal, like a startled swan or a drifting dragon, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Astonishingly, he had achieved yet another perfected martial technique overnight. Yang Tianlong exchanged glances with his aide, raising an eyebrow, signaling him to clarify with Su Shang once more. Shortly thereafter, he received a confirmed response. Commander, indeed, both the stunning swan step and the recently displayed starry fist were selected by Jiang Yin from the martial technique repository yesterday. With this definitive answer, Yang Tianlong could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Goodness gracious!" Fortunately, he had already reached the 8th layer. Yang Tianlong could scarcely imagine the despair he would have felt if, during his second stage, he had encountered a prodigy like Jiang Yin, who could master 2 perfected techniques in a single night. Nevertheless, Jiang Yin's remarkable comprehension and extraordinary physical prowess began to ignite Yang Tianlong's anticipation. This young man was truly a monster. Who knows, he might even shatter the long-standing records of the elite ranking. As he gazed at the images on the large screen, Yang Tianlong found himself growing increasingly impatient. Defeated ranked second, Li Tianyao. Would you like to challenge the next opponent? Upon confirming his challenge, a new figure began to materialize before Jiang Yin. The mechanical prompt echoed in his ears. Data is loading. Ranked first, Lin Jingtian, pseudo-SSS class talent, indestructible demon body. The term pseudo-SSS class talent was not foreign to Jiang Yin, who had previously been selected for the God-making project. When an individual awakens an SSS class talent but cannot fully harness its potential, it is deemed a pseudo-SSS class. However, this still pertains to SSS class talent, rendering it formidable. Jiang Yin silently clenched his fists, focusing intently on the figure taking shape before him. A tall silhouette materialized, a man with fair skin and piercing eyes, radiating an aura as sharp as a drawn sword, exuding an undeniable pressure that weighed heavily upon Jiang Yin. Now was the time to ascertain whether I possessed the capability to contend with an SSS class talent. Although Lin Jingtian exerted immense pressure on Jiang Yin, he remained resolute, his eyes gleaming with determination. His goal was to overcome the divine body. With Lin Jingtian, who possessed a pseudo-SSS class talent, serving as the perfect benchmark for evaluating his strength, the duel begins. As the mechanical prompt resonated, a spark of vitality flickered in Lin Jingtian's eyes. An overwhelming sense of oppression emanated from him, surging toward Jiang Yin. Starry fist. Jiang Yin remained unflustered, unleashing the starry fist, his fists like shooting stars. Blood energy surging forth like cannonballs aimed at Lin Jingtian with ferocity. In response to Jiang Yin's assault, Lin Jingtian too thrust forth his fist, while he employed a second-stage martial technique. The caliber of his technique was evidently inferior to Jiang Yin's. Yet the blood energy he emitted was imbued with a fierce, sharp intent. As their fists clashed, both forces dissipated into the void, vanishing swiftly. Even a pseudo-SSS class talent was remarkably formidable. This scenario had long been anticipated by Jiang Yin. He understood the sheer might of SSS class talents better than anyone. Those endowed with SSS class talents could reap significant benefits from their abilities even in their formative years. Just as Lin Jingtian's blood energy exuded ferocity, such enhancements would only grow more potent with the elevation of their cultivation ranks. This was precisely why even martial artists placed such great emphasis on SSS class talents. Defeating them would not be an easy feat. Lin Jingtian's indestructible demon body, although categorized as pseudo-SSS class due to a slight lack of demonic essence, still conferred a notable augmentation to his strength. However, the true essence of the indestructible demon body lay in its indestructibility. Jiang Yin, can you truly stand as his adversary? In the office, Yang Tianlong's gaze was intense, fixated on the large screen, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this battle. The result of this confrontation was of utmost significance to him. Stunning swan step, starry fist. Jiang Yin moved like a wraith, employing his agility to approach Lin Jingtian. Engaging in a direct confrontation with Lin Jingtian under the enhancement of the divine body was not a prudent choice. He needed to capitalize on the advantages of the eternal star body. Seizing an opportunity, their fists collided. After yet another clash of blood energy, Jiang Yan's fist struck Lin Jingtian's, unleashing a terrifying force that sent Lin Jingtian hurtling backward. This blow was far from pleasant for Lin Jingtian. He skidded a considerable distance before regaining his balance. The arm he had used to confront Jiang Yan was visibly twisted, clearly injured. The divine body bestowed upon him a physique far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Yet it was still insufficient against Jiang Yan, who had cultivated the eternal star body. This is indeed possible. Seeing Lin Jingtian's injured arm, a flicker of excitement ignited in Jiang Yan's eyes. However, in the next instant, his gaze abruptly narrowed. He beheld Lin Jingtian twisting his arm, forcefully resetting the dislocated limb. Simultaneously, he flexed his arm in place, appearing utterly unscathed. How is this possible? Witnessing Lin Jingtian's rapid recovery from his injuries, Jiang Yan struggled to conceal his astonishment. Even the terrifying regenerative abilities of ferocious beasts could not match Lin Jingtian's miraculous recovery. In the blink of an eye, he had mended his fractured arm. Indestructible demon body. So indestructible is what it signifies. At this moment, Jiang Yan finally grasped the implication. The formidable regenerative capability may very well be the reason Lin Jingtian's talent was classified as pseudo-SSS class. I knew it. Even a pseudo-SSS class talent is not so easily dealt with. However, this will not deter me. Jiang Yan's expression turned fierce, imbued with a ruthless determination. What lay ahead was not merely a pseudo-SSS class talent, but a genuine SSS class talent. There was no way he would allow himself to be thwarted here. He executed the stunning Hongbu technique, swiftly approaching Lin Jingtian, whose injuries had fully healed. His fists rained down like a torrential storm, infused with a surging vitality, relentlessly assaulting Lin Jingtian. Lin Jingtian managed to block a single punch, but could he withstand 2, 3, or countless blows? The answer was a resounding no. In a fierce frenzy, Jiang Yan treated Lin Jingtian as a mere punching bag. Each strike drawing blood, each impact meeting flesh, he offered Lin Jingtian no respite, delivering blow after blow with the speed of the Hongbu technique. Soon, Lin Jingtian was adorned with countless wounds, each one bleeding profusely. Every bone shattered, leaving not a single unscathed part on his body. Even the indomitable immortal body could not endure such punishment. Before one injury had time to heal, more would swiftly follow, reducing Lin Jingtian to a mere puddle of mud. Victory over the first-ranked Lin Jingtian. Exiting the system, Jiang Yan was unaware of how many punches he had thrown. He only knew that he ceased his flurry of strikes when the announcement of victory rang out. At that moment, he felt every pore of his body wide open, exhaling terrifying heat, his body on the brink of collapse. But at least, he had triumphed. Clap, clap. Rising from the holographic neural chamber, Jiang Yan was met with applause. Su Shang had departed unbeknownst to him. The one applauding was a stern man clad in military attire, standing upright with an air of authority. Chapter 021. The Body Tempering Pool. Can it be absorbed? The ability to absorb is indeed a fortuitous blessing. I am Yang Tianlong, the commander of the Jiangnan military district. Before Jiang Yan could utter a word, Yang Tianlong introduced himself, clearly establishing his identity. Greetings, Commander Yang. Upon realizing the identity of the man before him, Jiang Yan's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Fortunately, he quickly composed himself and offered a salute. The commander of the Jiangnan military district was a figure of great repute, holding an 8th-tier cultivation. However, having faced a martial saint before, Jiang Yan soon regained his composure. Are you aware of the true purpose behind this training enhancement program? Noting Jiang Yan's composed demeanor, Yang Tianlong silently nodded in approval before delving straight into the matter. The true intent behind the training enhancement program? Yang Tianlong's words caused Jiang Yan to furrow his brows. Yuan Lang had informed him that the program aimed to elevate the prowess of Jiangnan province's top geniuses. Yet, from Yang Tianlong's implication, it seemed there was more to the story. This time, during the martial arts college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, a divine seed would serve as an examiner. Yang Tianlong's statement was laden with significant implications. However, Jiang Yan's reaction was equally swift. He quickly grasped the deeper meaning behind it. This was a plan to tread upon the talents of Jiangnan province. Moreover, these were not just any talents, but those refined through selection and enhancement. As a former divine seed himself, Jiang Yan understood these intricacies. When he was still a divine seed, He had heard Zhang Wanshan mention that every divine seed was destined to walk over countless geniuses, even stepping on one another to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Only by doing so could one hope to reach the 9th tier and attain the legendary realm of the martial god. Thus, while this appeared to be a training enhancement led by the Jiangnan military district, it was, in reality, a martial saint laying the groundwork for his disciple. With the martial arts college entrance examination as the stage and the talents of Jiangnan province as the pieces, the enhancement was merely a facade. Creating a divine seed was indeed a grand undertaking. If I were to say I hope you can defeat that divine seed, do you possess the confidence? Seeing Jiang Nian decipher the underlying motives, Yang Tianlong's expression grew earnest as he fixed his gaze upon him. Having triumphed over Lin Jingtian, a pseudo-SSS tier talent on the military's talent list, Jiang Nian had proven his qualification to contend against formidable bodies. This was also the purpose behind Yang Tianlong orchestrating this training session. If Jiang Nian could not defeat Lin Jingtian, there would be no discussion of overcoming a divine seed. But now that he had succeeded, he had earned the right to challenge the divine seed and to comprehend the true intent behind the enhancement program. If we fight, we shall win. Jiang Nian's response was succinct yet resolute. He was no fool. He quickly understood Yang Tianlong's intentions, and no wonder he was pitted against the formidable Lin Jingtian. Had he not emerged victorious, Yang Tianlong would not have appeared here nor shared these insights with him. Yet, whether for the sake of unlocking the next genetic lock or for personal pride, he must win against these divine seeds. Very well. Observing Jiang Nian's determination, Yang Tianlong's expression relaxed, revealing a satisfied smile. With only a week remaining until the martial arts college entrance examination commenced, I know you have practiced a body tempering secret technique. In this coming week, I will grant you access to the military's body tempering pool. As for how much you can gain, that depends on your own abilities. The body tempering pool? The challenge of practicing the body tempering secret technique lies not only in the technique itself, but also in the vast resources required. The body tempering pool is a special concoction made from countless body tempering herbs. Its value is astronomical, and it is often in limited supply, a level Jiang Nian had never dared to imagine. This was indeed a grand gesture. Thus, Jiang Nian perceived Yang Tianlong's determination. Thank you, Commander Yang, I assure you, I will not let you down. After dismissing Jiang Nian, the training room was soon left with only Yang Tianlong. His gaze was deep and contemplative as he stared into the empty corner. Zhai Tianzheng, you shall use the talents of Jiangnan province as stepping stones for your disciple. I shall find you the hardest one. I wonder what expression you will wear when you find yourself crushed beneath it. The next morning, under the guidance of a designated officer, Jiang Nian swiftly arrived at the body tempering pool. Enhanced by various body tempering herbs, the pool radiated a profound hue, continuously bubbling as if boiling. The rich medicinal aroma permeated the air, and with just a single breath, Jiang Nian felt the stirrings of the immortal body within him. Yearning to plunge into the pool and absorb its essence, stripping off his clothing to facilitate the absorption of the medicinal properties, Jiang Nian leapt into the pool, fully immersing himself within. Refreshing. Upon entering the body tempering pool, Jiang Nian felt as if he had ignited with energy, every pore erupting wide open. A torrent of medicinal power surged into his body, sending tingles across his skin. His form expanded slightly due to the overwhelming energy, resembling a balloon ready to burst. This prompted Jiang Nian to rapidly cultivate the immortal body, guiding the energy within him to condense into star cells. Had the officer been present, he would have witnessed Jiang Nian in the pool, akin to a whale, greedily siphoning the energy from the water. As the medicinal power waned, the pool's color gradually transformed from profound to crystal clear. Had he completely drained the body tempering pool? In the office, upon hearing his subordinate's report, Yang Tianlong was both astonished and elated. He was astonished because the amount he had prepared for Jiang Nian was sufficient to sustain a body tempering warrior of the same level for an entire week. He was elated because it indicated that Jiang Nian's potential exceeded his expectations. The ability to absorb is indeed a blessing. Increase the dosage. Whatever he can absorb, double it. In Jiangnan province, at the Zhangtian Martial Arts Institute, this towering structure reaching into the clouds is a landmark of the entire province. Every day, countless individuals cast their gazes toward the pinnacle of the tower. The reason is simple. It is said that Zhai Tianzheng, one of the 9-tier martial saints of the Great Xia, trains here. However, the location is shrouded in clouds, making it difficult for onlookers to penetrate its veil. At this moment, a youth sat cross-legged upon the platform at the tower's apex, gazing at the rising sun. The blazing sun radiated heat, illuminating all things with a blinding brilliance. As he meditated, the boy seemed to transform into a radiant sun, emanating its light outward. This caused the temperature on the platform to soar. Akin to a furnace, the sunlight enveloping the youth resembled a series of violent flames. Had Jiang Nian been present, he would have quickly recognized this youth as Su Yin, one of the divine seeds who had awakened the solar divine body. This state persisted throughout the day until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point the youth ceased his meditation, the sunlight gradually retracting. Your grasp of the solar divine body is quite commendable. Next week marks the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance examination. I have already spoken with the Jiangnan Military District to appoint you as one of the examiners. Perform well. That Su Yin snapped back from his meditation at the sound of Zhai Tianjing's voice. I will, master. Machem. Su Yan's response resonated softly, reverberating in the clouds before fading into silence. Chapter 022. The Starry Barrier. The examination commences. Within the Jiangnan Military District's body tempering pool, a week had elapsed. At this juncture, Jiang Nian had lost count of how many times he had changed the pool water. With the absorption of the medicinal properties, his physique grew ever stronger, and so too did his capacity for absorption. The stronger his absorption, the quicker the pool was depleted, and thus, Jiang Nian's progress accelerated. Splash! Emerging from the now clear pool, Jiang Nian stepped onto the edge, revealing a robust physique. His build was not overly muscular. In fact, one could describe it as slender, yet exuding a streamlined elegance. Each muscle was perfectly proportioned, full yet not exaggerated. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a faint glow emanating from his skin. Jiang Nian referred to this phenomenon as the starry barrier. This was produced after condensing 100 star cells within his body, radiating from the star cells that pervaded his form. Not only did it function as a barrier, shielding Jiang Nian from various attacks, but it also augmented his blood vitality with the power of the stars, effectively doubling its potency. The eternal celestial body, it hardly resembles a mere body-tempering secret technique. It feels more akin to an innate gift. Sensing the exquisite nature of this celestial barrier, Jiang Nian could not help but marvel. After absorbing so much essence from the body-tempering pool over the past week, his gains have been incredibly substantial. Firstly, the celestial cells he has condensed have reached a count of 100. Then there is his cultivation level. Although, with the elevation of his cultivation, the feedback from the celestial cells has become increasingly sparse. The sheer volume is staggering. At present, Jiang Nian's cultivation has ascended to the second tier, third level, with 3 swirling vortices of energy in his dantian. When he faces Lin Jingtian again, he need not exert himself as he did before. Indeed, the phrase wealth and knowledge, strength and martial prowess holds true. Were it not for the existence of this body-tempering pool, one can only imagine how much time Jiang Nian would have to expend to reach his current state. Jiang Nian, the time is almost upon us. The convoy is waiting. We must now proceed to the examination site for the college entrance examination. Upon hearing the sergeant's reminder, Jiang Nian donned his attire and followed his footsteps out of this place. Jiangnan Province, Ruins No. 1. This was the first city in Jiangnan Province to fall to ferocious beasts since the dawn of the martial path era. Although it was later reclaimed by humanity, its restoration lost all significance. Thus, it serves as the examination site for the Martial Arts College entrance examination in Jiangnan Province. Countless buses arrived from every direction, coming to a halt at the edge of the ruins. One after another, hopeful young men and women disembarked from the buses, brimming with nervous excitement. After all, today marks the college entrance examination, an occasion that will determine their fates. Will they soar to great heights and gain admission to prestigious martial arts universities, embarking on the path of the formidable? Or will they falter, becoming mere stepping stones for the stronger, fading into obscurity? All hinges on today. So many people. The participating students from Donghai City have also arrived at Ruins No. 1. Over 200,000 examinees from Jiangnan Province have gathered here, creating a sea of faces. While Su Feng was lost in thought, a sudden exclamation broke through the noise. Look, isn't that Jiang Nian? Upon hearing the familiar name, Su Feng immediately turned his gaze. He saw Jiang Nian leap from an off-road vehicle, followed closely by several young individuals. each possessing sharp gazes and an impressive presence. Wait, aren't those Lin Kai and Jiang Yang? Why are they following this guy? Who is he? Among the mini buses, the off-road vehicle that Jiang Yin and his companions rode in stood out, drawing the attention of many. Soon, some recognized Lin Kai and Jiang Yang behind Jiang Yin, exclaiming in astonishment. After all, these two possessed SS-level talents, and it was rare to find them humble. Yet it was evident that they dared not walk alongside Jiang Yin. Who, then, is this extraordinary figure that even they respect from a distance? Classmates, who are Lin Kai and Jiang Yang? Su Feng, overhearing the fervent discussion, leaned in to inquire. You don't know Lin Kai and Jiang Yang? The boy being questioned shot him a disdaining glance, as if he were looking at a complete novice. However, he pointed out the two behind Jiang Yin and explained that S. Lin Kai and that S. Jiang Yang. Both are prodigies from Jiangzhou City, having awakened SS-level talents. They are likely to be this year's top scorers in Jiangnan Province, but as for the one in front of them, I have no idea. SS-level talent? Very likely the top scorer of the province? With each label the boy uttered, Su Feng felt a jolt in his eyelids. He had not anticipated that these two would have such remarkable backgrounds. Observing the two standing behind Jiang Yin, not daring to step beyond their bounds, Su Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Jiang Yin, oh Jiang Yin, you truly are astonishing. Unbeknownst to him, the thought of catching up to Jiang Yin gradually faded from Su Feng's mind. After all, even prodigies with SS-level talents are looking up to him. Why should he trouble himself, possessing merely an A-level talent? Attention, everyone, please settle down. I am Yang Tianlong, the Commander-in-Chief of the Jiangnan Military District, and I will serve as the Chief Examiner for this Martial Arts College entrance examination. Yang Tianlong soared above the ruins, his imposing presence instantly silencing the crowd of over 200,000 examinees. I shall now announce the rules for this Martial Arts College entrance examination. The ruins number 1 are filled with various trials, classified by difficulty from highest to lowest, S, A, B, C, and D levels. Examinees may form teams freely or explore independently. Upon completing a trial, corresponding points will be awarded. Please note that for those who choose to team up, the points will be distributed among members. This examination will last for 1 day, so please manage your time wisely. There are still 30 minutes left before the examination begins, and you may form teams as you wish. Once Yang Tianlong concluded, the previously silent examination site buzzed back to life. Naturally, everyone sought to ally with the strongest. This is human nature. Those geniuses selected for the training program, led by Jiang Yin, merely accepted their examination equipment in silence and withdrew to rest. For them, forming teams held little significance and might even become a liability. Exceptional individuals often walk alone. The examination officially begins. I wish all examinees the best of luck in achieving your desired results. The half-hour swiftly passed. Following Yang Tianlong's announcement, the examination commenced immediately. Over 200,000 examinees dispersed. The scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Let us commence with the D-level trials, Su Feng remained with familiar comrades, adopting a cautious approach as they headed toward the nearest D-level trial point. D-level trial, eliminate a pack of wasteland wolves. Upon entering, the wristbands of Su Feng and his companions immediately displayed notifications. 5 panting wasteland wolves appeared before them, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Moreover, they were 5 first-tier, 7th-level ferocious beasts. Wait, is the difficulty of the college entrance examination this high? Though the group had faced ferocious beasts before, it was mostly against those of lower cultivation levels. First-tier, 7th-level beasts were even stronger than some of their own cultivation levels. This caused a wave of panic among them, making them hesitate. Stay calm. We may not be at a disadvantage. In this critical moment, Su Feng stepped forward to steady their nerves. Chapter 023. A swift, decisive strike. 2nd tier, 5th-level beast, the long-armed ape, and this is just D-level. How much more difficult could the others be? After expending tremendous effort, Su Feng and his companions finally completed the trial. Thankfully, Su Feng possessed A-level talent. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether they could have defeated those 5 wasteland wolves. Yet this was merely the D-level trial. For a moment, their spirits dampened. Congratulations to Donghai City's examinee Jiang Yin for passing the A-level trial and earning 2,500 points. Just as the group was feeling disheartened, an unexpected announcement echoed through the air. Examines who passed trials of A-level or above would receive a public broadcast as encouragement. However, None had anticipated that the announcement would come so swiftly. Instantly, the entire Ruins number 1 erupted with excitement. What in the world? Someone passed the A-level trial. That's incredible strength. Where is the great Jiang Yin? I want to ride his coattails. The D-level trial had already taken them considerable effort, and now, at the very beginning, someone had passed the A-level trial, and it was Jiang Yin? In an instant, the sense of defeat grew even more profound among Su Feng and his group. They ceased their discussions, and eerie silence enveloped them. No one daring to speak. All of them hailed from Donghai City, yet Jiang Yin had already cleared the A-level trial, while they had barely managed to conquer the D-level trial. The disparity was glaringly evident. Let us continue onward. The college entrance examination has only just begun. We cannot give up now. Su Feng broke the silence, leading the group forward. Yet he could not help but sigh inwardly. The current Jiang Yin existed in a realm entirely separate from theirs. Second-tier, third-level beasts, before me now, they seemed so pitifully weak in the A-level zone. Witnessing the obliterated bristled boar before him, Jiang Yin wore a calm expression. He hadn't even employed the starry fist. The surging blood energy, enhanced by the celestial barrier, had sufficed to severely wound the bristled boar, leading to its demise. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it starry blood energy now. Jiang Yin did not dwell on this. Instead, activating his wristband, the complete map of Ruins number 1 appeared before him, along with the distribution of trial difficulties across each area. Presently, Jiang Yin found himself on the outermost edge of Ruins No. 1.in the very center, 3 red-marked regions connected, indicating a particularly high level of danger. These were the only 3S-level trials in this martial arts college entrance examination. The so-called seed of divine creation mentioned by Commander Yang should lie within one of these 3 areas. Connected together, that saves me the trouble of searching, Jiang Yin murmured to himself. Although he had his suspicions regarding the identity of this divine seed, he could not confirm it entirely until the last moment. He executed the swift shadow step, his form akin to a specter, heading toward the nearest S-level trial area. Despite the various trials of differing difficulties obstructing his path, with Jiang Yin's current strength, there was no need for him to proceed cautiously like others. He simply advanced. Should any obstacles arise, he would bulldoze through them. Jiang Yin? That name sounds so familiar. Isn't he the one who was disqualified as the divine seed? As the governor of Jiangnan province, Lin Rong had also come to Ruins number 1 to observe the proceedings of this martial arts college entrance examination. Upon hearing the name Jiang Yin, he could not help but feel a wave of familiarity wash over him. As a 6th-tier martial artist, he quickly regained his composure and recalled the pertinent memories. Lin Rong was truly taken aback. After Jiang Yin's failed awakening, which left him reduced to a mere mortal, Lin Rong had ceased to pay him any attention. Who would have thought that he would once again lay eyes on him, and in such a dazzling manner? In the observation room, through the live footage captured by drones, Lin Rong witnessed how Jiang Yin bulldozed through each challenge like a veritable juggernaut. This was a path leading toward an S-grade trial. Was this truly a mere mortal? Since when did mortals become so formidable? Even Lin Rong, well-versed in the world, found it difficult to comprehend that a mere mortal. How could they be this powerful? The candidate from Donghai City, Jiang Yin. The announcement echoed through the first ruin. Congratulations to Donghai City candidate Jiang Yin for passing the A-grade trial, earning 2,500 points. The broadcast repeated thrice. In the time that followed, Jiang Yin did not pause. Instead, he accelerated toward the S-grade trial area, traversing the shortest distance. Every S-grade challenge he encountered was effortlessly overcome. And he even cleared 3 A-grade trials. The resounding announcements throughout the first ruin left many candidates in a daze, all wondering what manner of being Jiang Yin truly was. While we are making progress, he is advancing at a terrifying pace. Simultaneously, Lin Kai and Jiang Yang also successfully passed a B-grade trial. Although they were not completely thwarted, it required considerable effort on their part. Observing Jiang Yin's rocket-like speed in clearing trials, they could only sigh silently and immerse themselves in new challenges. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yin, his every move was attracting the attention of countless onlookers. After executing a series of astonishing steps and passing numerous trials, he finally arrived at the first S-grade trial area. A colossal ape, nearly 5 meters tall, lowered its head, scrutinizing the intruder before it. With arms as thick as cannons, it pounded its chest, emitting a deep, thunderous roar. clearly expressing its dissatisfaction with Jiang Yin's presence. Its massive form exuded an overwhelming presence, particularly those arms that seemed capable of obliterating anything in their path. Upon Jiang Yin's arrival, the wristband began to pulse, revealing the trial of this area. S-grade trial. Eliminate the second-tier five-fold ferocious beast, the long-armed ape. Chapter 024. Utterly fearsome. The confrontation, to leap directly from the second-tier three-fold to the second-tier five-fold? This is precisely what I need to test my current strength. Along the way, Jiang Yin had discerned the patterns of this martial arts examination. A grade corresponds to the second-tier three-fold, B grade to the second-tier two-fold, and so forth. Yet, he had not anticipated that the S grade would leap 2 minor realms. This only served to heighten his excitement. Since the commencement of the examination, no ferocious beast had compelled him to exert his full strength. He hoped this long-armed ape would not disappoint him. Bang! The long-armed ape raised its massive arm, its fist akin to a cannonball, creating a shockwave that detonated in the air. The resounding blast surged toward Jiang Yin, aiming to obliterate him on the spot. This examination was likely the most challenging in history. A second-tier five-fold ferocious beast. Even first-year students from prominent martial arts institutions would find it a daunting task. Wouldn't they? Jiang Yin found himself in peril in the observation room. As they witnessed the battle between the long-armed ape and Jiang Yin, countless individuals anxiously held their breath. After all, this was a second-tier five-fold beast, 2 minor realms above Jiang Yin. Until witnessing this, they could scarcely fathom that this martial arts examination would be so extreme, incorporating such a terrifying beast into the most difficult trial. Whoosh! The starry fist. Jiang Yin retaliated with a punch. The astral blood energy surged forth, murderous intent rampant, colliding with the punch wave of the long-armed ape. The howling winds enveloped the surroundings as the two waves of power clashed, creating a tremendous atmospheric disturbance. Equal footing. How is this possible? Observers in the observation room gasped, disbelief etched on their faces. A perfected second-tier martial technique. His blood energy is formidable, far surpassing mere vitality. But is he not a mere mortal? Devoid of talent? Fascinating, indeed. As a sixth-tier martial artist, Lin Rong's keen insight allowed him to perceive many subtleties that others overlooked. His face was filled with astonishment. There was an air of enigma surrounding Jiang Yin, the formerly named seed of divinity, as if shrouded in mist. Those body-enhancing elixirs were not taken in vain. Pure and powerful, this is the kind of prodigy I wished to see. At the first ruin examination site, although Yang Tianlong remained in position, his consciousness had enveloped the entire area. Jiang Yin's every action played vividly in his mind. Observing him evenly matched against the long-armed ape, the commander of the Jiangnan military district could not help but smile. Roar, witnessing its attack thwarted by Jiang Yin, the long-armed ape let out an enraged bellow. Jiang Yin was merely at the second-tier threefold, yet this second-tier five-fold beast was suffering humiliation before him. Who could tolerate such a slight? The long-armed ape prepared to unleash its fury upon Jiang Yin, intent on crushing him. However, Jiang Yin's speed surpassed its own. Before the beast could strike, Jiang Yin was already before it. Starry Fist. The hallmark of the Starry Fist lies in its rapid and numerous strikes. Before the long-armed ape could react, a tempest of punches rained down upon it with ferocity. Each punch rivaled the beast's full strength, causing the very earth to tremble and trees to sway. Even a second-tier five-fold ferocious beast could only retreat under such a relentless onslaught. It staggered backward, sustaining numerous injuries. Blood seeped from its mouth, its aura disordered, as if on the brink of collapse. As that all? Jiang Yin showed no signs of mercy. The punch waves continued unabated, mercilessly pounding until the long-armed ape was left bleeding from its 7 orifices. Rendered lifeless. Only then did Jiang Yin cease his assault. This is utterly ferocious. In the observation room, Lin Rong was momentarily speechless, finally managing to utter a phrase after a long pause. This encapsulated Jiang Yin's performance perfectly. Truly formidable. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, who would have imagined that a second-tier threefold martial artist could so decisively subdue a second-tier five-fold ferocious beast? And to think, he was merely a mortal. As the audience observed the live footage captured by the drones, it was as if they were witnessing the ascent of a future star. Congratulations to Jiangzhou candidate Lin Kai for passing the A-grade trial, earning 2,500 points. In the A-grade trial area, Lin Kai gasped for breath, gazing at the fallen second-tier threefold beast before him, a smile creeping onto his lips. Though utterly exhausted, he had at least passed the A-grade trial. Catching up to Jiang Yin's pace. Congratulations to Donghai City candidate Jiang Yin for passing the S-grade trial, earning 6,000 points. However, before Lin Kai could revel in his triumph, the new announcement echoed through the first ruin, freezing his smile in place. Not again. He knew that for him, the A-grade trial had been the limit. To pass the S-grade trial, he would need to collaborate with others. Why does he exist while I do not? Lin Kai sighed deeply. Meanwhile, all the candidates in the first ruin were stirred by the latest announcement. Is this not a brother? And now it's an S-grade trial? I haven't even passed my C-grade trial yet. Who on earth is this person, wielding such strength? Oh great one, CICI, take me along. And it was not just the candidates who were astonished. Even the seasoned officials in the observation room were left dumbfounded. They had grown accustomed to Jiang Yin's overwhelming path. Yet, no one had informed them that he could so effortlessly conquer a second-tier five-fold beast. Did they not claim he was merely a mortal? Such a powerful mortal, I would also like to give it a try. Governor Lin Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement. I can hardly wait to summon Jiang Yin at this very moment and scrutinize him thoroughly. Has he already reached the S-grade trial area? Su Yin, too, heard the resounding announcement echoing throughout the venue. The three S-grade trial zones are interconnected, and his current position lies at the very center. Thus, if Jiang Yin's objective is the S-grade trial, it is highly probable that the next arrival will be here at his location. Su Yin feels a surge of impatience, eager to ascertain whether this Jiang Yin is indeed the individual he envisions. If he is not present here, he must be in one of the other two locations. Who could it possibly be? Like the expectant Su Yin, Jiang Yin is equally anxious to discover who his opponent, the so-called progenitor seed, will be. Following the guidance of the wristband's map, he employs the astonishing Hongbu step technique, swiftly making his way toward the nearest S-grade trial zone. Jiang Yin, the military department of the Great Xia has awaited this opportunity for far too long. Please do not let me down. At the entrance of Ruins No. 1, Yang Tianlong, with his divine sense enveloping the entire area, quickly discerns Jiang Yin's direction. Even one accustomed to grand spectacles like him cannot help but take a deep breath. Striving to calm his exhilarated emotions. S-grade trial. Endure for 3 minutes under the trial taker's hand. The moment Jiang Yin steps into the S-grade trial and the wristband vibrates, their gazes converge. Chapter 025. A mere mortal body versus the solar divine body. Will Su Yin face defeat? The content of the S-grade trials is exclusively determined by the Jiangnan military. Only they are privy to Su Yin's circumstances as a trial participant. Therefore, when the onlookers in the observation room spot him, a wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd. Is that not the progenitor seed Su Yin? What is he doing here? As a participant in the S-grade trial. My heavens, this promises to be an exhilarating spectacle. As one of the top progenitor seeds of the Great Xia, the crowd is no stranger to Su Yin's identity. With an awakened SS-level talent, the solar divine body, he is also the direct disciple of the martial Saint Zhai Tianzheng. His prowess is undeniably formidable. The nature of the trials further illustrates this. For instance, the recent S-grade trial that Jiang Yin completed required the defeat of a second-tier five-fold Tongbi Yuan. In contrast, Su Yan's trial demands merely enduring for 3 minutes. This already indicates that Su Yan's strength surpasses that of the ferocious beast. Jiang Yin has now encountered a formidable opponent. Enduring for 3 minutes might indeed be feasible, but he is up against a divine body. The observation room buzzes with discussion, with many expressing skepticism regarding Jiang Yin, a mere mortal body. After all, in their eyes, a divine body signifies invincibility. This notion is deeply ingrained. Long time no see, Jiang Yin, I knew it was you. I never expected that despite your awakening failure, you would still manage to reach this point. Truly, you are one of the most exceptional among us in the S-grade trial zone. Despite having anticipated this moment, Su Yin cannot suppress a sigh of admiration upon seeing Jiang Yin. When Jiang Yin experienced his awakening failure, he had assumed that Jiang Yin would fade into obscurity. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Yin would advance this far as a mere mortal body. How could this not evoke awe? You are being verbose. Observing his former companion, Jiang Yan's expression remains cold. He can perceive the condescension in Su Yan's words, which does not sit well with him. Do you think you are still the same as before? Witnessing the chill on Jiang Yan's face, Su Yan's emotions erupt. He has always regarded their past experiences with shame. The current Jiang Yan should only gaze up at him in reverence, with nothing more. To pass my trial, you must endure for 3 minutes beneath my hand. Jiang Yan, you should know that my 3 minutes are quite lengthy. Su Yan snorts, then strikes with astonishing speed. Flame Dragon Fist. As the words leave his lips, the fist wave, imbued with intense heat, surges toward Jiang Yan. This is the extraordinary power bestowed by the solar divine body. Su Yan's fist wave seems to incinerate all in its path, leaving a trail of searing heat. Even the grass cannot withstand it, beginning to combust spontaneously. Is this the level talent? Indeed terrifying. 3 minutes. It is exceptionally challenging to endure for 3 minutes. Jiang Yan's advance is about to be halted. In the observation room, witnessing the extraordinary display of the solar divine body, the crowd is visibly moved. Truly, he is one of the elite chosen from billions in the Great Xia. Even in his early stages, his talent reveals such strength. When he ultimately becomes a powerful warrior, how formidable will he be? Jiang Yan, can you prevail? At the entrance, Yang Tianlong also envelopes the area with his divine sense, closely monitoring everything that transpires. He too has sensed the terror of the solar divine body. At this moment, he is intently watching the battle, feeling a sense of anxiety for Jiang Yan. Endure for 3 minutes? I have come here to defeat you. Starry Fist. With a fiery gaze, Jiang Yan summons the protective barrier of stars, unfazed by the terrifying heat. As he unleashes the perfected Starry Fist, the punch wave formed from his stellar blood essence surges forth. One side is ablaze, while the other shines brilliantly. They collide fiercely in the air, ultimately resulting in a stalemate, merging into the realm of heaven and earth. What is this? A tie? Is Jiang Yan not a mere mortal body? When did a mortal body become so extraordinary? In this realm, an SSS-level talent signifies the utmost strength. This understanding has become a consensus among martial artists worldwide. Thus, when Jiang Yan experienced an awakening failure, he was expelled from the progenitor program, even being forsaken by the martial saint Zhang Wanshan, who once held him in high regard. Yet now, Jiang Yan, as a mere mortal body, has managed to reach a stalemate against Su Yan. The shock this brings to the audience is beyond description. One can only say, he has truly defied the heavens. Well, this body refinement pool has certainly not been in vain for you. Yang Tianlong, ever attentive to the battle between Jiang Yan and Su Yan, cannot help but feel a surge of excitement at their equal standing, nearly breaking into laughter. And it is not just him. Even Su Yan, facing Jiang Yan, feels a tempest of emotions within. How can this be? Was he not a failure in awakening, reduced to a mere mortal body? How can he possibly withstand my attacks? It is worth noting that while Jiang Yan and Su Yan are both second-tier, threefold warriors, Su Yan possesses the enhancement of the solar divine body. Not only does his physicality far surpass that of ordinary individuals, but his blood essence is also imbued with the essence of solar flames. Warriors of the same tier simply cannot compare, and they often suffer burns from the scorching solar blood essence during combat. Yet Jiang Yan remains unaffected, his blood essence carrying a unique aura, its potency only slightly inferior to the solar blood essence empowered by the solar divine body, coupled with the compensation of a perfected martial skill. This results in the current scenario. How can Su Yan possibly accept this? He aims to utterly defeat Jiang Yan to redeem his past humiliations. Yet now, having awakened the solar divine body, he finds himself outmatched by a mere mortal body. Flame Dragon Fist. The fire of unwillingness ignites in Su Yan's eyes. He cannot accept this, nor can he believe it. Therefore, his punch becomes even more ferocious, more aggressive. Is that all you have? In response to Su Yan's fierce onslaught, Jiang Yan matches his ferocity, becoming even more relentless. He unleashes a barrage of punches, akin to meteors, striking down upon Su Yan's fist wave. Jiang Yan's speed surpasses that of Su Yan, and thus the punch wave infused with stellar blood essence crashes against Su Yan. Forcing him back several steps, a surge of blood rises in Su Yan's throat, yet he swallows it down, unwilling to display any weakness before Jiang Yan. Congratulations to Jiang Yan from Donghai City for passing the S-grade trial and earning 6,000 points. At this moment, 3 minutes have elapsed since their confrontation. Yet this is no longer the focal point. The emphasis lies in the current situation. Jiang Yan, as a mere mortal body, may actually triumph over Su Yin, who possesses an SSS-level talent. Not only do the observers in the room hold their breath, but even Yang Tianlong, an 8th-tier warrior, feels a surge of excitement. His divine sense sharpens, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Solar Divine Body. Su Yin no longer restrains himself, unleashing the full might of the Solar Divine Body. Initially, he intended to reserve this as his trump card, unwilling to employ it against Jiang Yan. A mere mortal body, however, Jiang Yan has compelled him to this point. Failing to do so may lead to his defeat. Su Yan's eyes blaze like the sun, radiating a brilliance that is blinding. Dazzling sunlight emanates from his entire being. Each ray of sunlight seems like a searing flame, incinerating everything in its vicinity. Chapter 026. Defeating Su Yin. The examination comes to an end. Is this the true might of the Solar Divine Body? An SSS-level talent, truly deserving of the title of Divine Body. To force Su Yin into this position showcases Jiang Yan's astonishing talent. The final resort of Su Yin does not surprise the audience. After all, it is the unparalleled S-level talent, filled with endless marvels. What truly astounds them is Jiang Yan's ability to push Su Yin to this extent as a mere mortal body. Even if he ultimately faces defeat, he shall do so with honor. In the S-grade trial zone, under the radiant sunlight, the land resembles a sea of flames, scorching all that it touches. Su Yin, glowing with intense light, stands amidst it like a king of flames. Formidable and majestic, to force me to this point is your honor, Jiang Yan. Despite employing his most powerful techniques, Su Yin, driven to desperation, disregards all else in order to conquer Jiang Yan. He is willing to risk everything. Even if he knows that defeating Jiang Yan with his SSS-level talent may seem somewhat unjust. After all, the opponent is merely a mortal. Yet now, he desires nothing more than victory. My honor, to be defeated by me is, in itself, your honor. The sea of flames swiftly encroached upon Jiang Yan's feet, threatening to consume him entirely. However, an ethereal glow emanated from his body, a faint light reminiscent of distant stars, enveloping him in a celestial barrier. This shield repelled the scorching solar flames, preventing any harm from reaching Jiang Yan. Not only was he unharmed, but even his garments remained utterly intact, untouched by the inferno. How could this be? Witnessing this spectacle, Su Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he was merely a second-tier warrior and unable to unleash the full might of his Solar Divine Body, the flames he emitted surpassed ordinary fire in potency. Only those with significantly greater cultivation could resist such flames with sheer vitality. Yet here was Jiang Yan, impervious to it all. Without even a scratch, Su Yin could not fathom the reason behind it. He was endowed with SSS-level talent, and Jiang Yan was nothing more than a mortal, a being cast aside by the Divine Creation Project. How could this happen? Radiating a luminous aura, Jiang Yan strode through the sea of flames to stand before Su Yin. You have been defeated. The words fell like a sentence of doom, reverberating in Su Yan's ears. Jiang Yan unleashed a flurry of punches, the terrifying force of his physical prowess crashing against Su Yin. Infused with a torrent of vitality. No, I will not lose. Su Yin, filled with reluctance, his eyes blazing like the sun, resolved to engage Jiang Yan in a desperate struggle. Their fists collided, and in that moment, Su Yin felt the overwhelming strength of Jiang Yan, akin to an ocean, a power far beyond his own. He was sent hurtling away, like a kite severed from its string, tracing a fiery arc through the air. When Su Yin finally landed, the brilliant sunlight that had enveloped him began to fade. The sea of flames fell silent, leaving only a heap of ashes, within which stood Jiang Yan, proud and unyielding. Defeated. Su Yin was vanquished, defeated by Jiang Yan, a mere mortal. In the observation room, many were unable to remain composed, rising abruptly from their seats, their emotions in turmoil. This was an S-level talent, hailed as a divine body. Now, he had been bested by Jiang Yan, and the latter was merely a mortal. Fortunately, the broadcast of the college entrance examination was limited to them. The outside world remained unaware of the events that transpired during the exam. Otherwise, if this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock the world. After all, this was a divine body, highly regarded by the great Xia. seen as the most likely candidate to achieve the status of a martial god. Zhang Yin, is this what they mean by a dragon concealed in the depths? Lin Rong gazed at Zhang Yin on the large screen, momentarily lost in thought. Well done. Truly exceptional. At last, our military department can hold its head high. At the entrance, Yang Tianlong observed Zhang Yin's resounding victory with his divine sense, breaking into hearty laughter. The more he watched Zhang Yin, the more satisfied he felt. Name: Zhang Yin. First gene lock, unparalleled insight. Second gene lock, unlocked. Unlock conditions: defeat a total of 10 divine bodies. Current progress: 110, simultaneously. In the S-level examination area, as Zhang Yin triumphed over Su Yin, his system panel underwent a change. The progress shifted from 010 to 110. This marked a small yet significant step forward. After the battle concluded, he paid no further heed to Su Yin and proceeded directly toward the next S-level test. After all, Su Yin, as a seed of divine creation, could directly enter the top martial arts universities of Great Xia. Yet Zhang Yin still needed to accumulate more points for the entrance examination. Why? Why did this happen? In the distance, Su Yin lay on the ground, akin to extinguished sun. Watching Zhang Yin's retreating figure, disbelief lingered in his eyes, a profound incredulity. He could never comprehend where his SS-level talent had faltered. Thus, he could only twitch on the ground like a madman, murmuring incessantly, "Attention, all candidates. The Martial Arts College entrance examination for Jiangnan Province has concluded successfully. Examination results will be compiled within a week. Candidates are advised to check the official website for updates. Please exit in an orderly manner." Yang Tianlong's booming voice resonated throughout the venue. However, while the compilation of results would take some time, the conclusion regarding the top scorer of Jiangnan Province had already been reached by both Yang Tianlong and the leaders in the observation room. It was Zhang Yin. After defeating Su Yin, Zhang Yin went on to sweep through numerous tests. Although they could not see his exact scores, the cumulative total had likely reached an astonishing 50,000, an almost terrifying figure, at least, from their observations. No one else in this year's Jiangnan Province Martial Arts entrance examination could compare to him. Is Zhang Yin returning to Donghai City? Shall I offer you a ride? Just after exiting the examination hall, Zhang Yin encountered a familiar face, Yuan Lang, the mayor of Donghai City. Sitting in his car, he beamed at Zhang Yin, his joy almost palpable. Even though he had anticipated that Zhang Yin would surprise him, he had not expected such an overwhelming surprise. Although his status did not allow him to enter the observation room for more information, the snippets of conversation among candidates had still left him profoundly shocked. 3 S-level tests, all passed by Zhang Yin alone. He had successfully navigated countless A-level tests. It was no exaggeration to say that whenever the announcement reverberated through the first ruins, it was, more often than not, due to Zhang Yin. It was practically a guaranteed provincial top scorer. The prospect of having a provincial top scorer made Yuan Lang giddy with excitement, envisioning how much louder he could speak in the future. That would be much appreciated, Mayor. Zhang Yin did not decline. With the training program in the Jiangnan military region concluded, he had no reason to linger. Moreover, compared to the buses transporting students back to Donghai City, being in Yuan Lang's private car would undoubtedly be more comfortable. I can't shake the feeling that we will live our lives in his shadow. Lin Kai and Zhang Yang stood side by side, watching Zhang Yin's departing vehicle, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Whether during the training program or in this martial arts entrance examination, they could never forget the memories of being crushed by Zhang Yin. Chapter 027, Examination Review. The top 10 elite universities withdraw from competition. Following the conclusion of the National Martial Arts Entrance Examination, data from each province was promptly sent to the Education Bureau and swiftly began the review process. First place, Zhang Yin, 400 points, Jiangnan Province Education Bureau. When the scoring data for Jiangnan Province was released, everyone was taken aback. The score was simply too high. It should be noted that in the same examination, the second place score barely reached 20,000 points. Zhang Yin had doubled that margin. Let us begin the practical review. The admissions personnel from the top 10 elite universities began to speak, initiating the practical review. The examination system of Great Xia allows the 10 most prestigious universities to select candidates from the provincial lists. The selection is based on both scores and strength. Moreover, they were immensely curious about this so-called Zhang Yin, what strength he possessed to achieve such a commanding lead. Why does this name sound familiar? One of the admissions personnel murmured. Shortly thereafter, a large screen activated before them, displaying Jiang Nian within the first ruins, prompting the previously intrigued admissions personnel to exclaim in surprise. Jiang Nian? It really is him. The former seed of divine creation, discarded from the project due to a failed awakening, had become the top scorer of the Jiangnan province examination. As a former candidate of divine creation, Jiang Nian was somewhat renowned in Great Xia, his handsome face easily recognizable. This captured the attention of the other admissions personnel as well. Wasn't he supposed to have failed his awakening and become a mere mortal? How could he possibly be the top scorer of Jiangnan province? Could there have been a mistake in the system? While the admissions personnel pondered these questions, the screen showcased Jiang Nian as he approached an A-level test, where he decisively defeated a formidable second-tier, triple-level beast. These admissions personnel, all capable warriors with sharp insight, instantly recognized that this was no fluke, but a demonstration of true strength. Such powerful vitality. How curious, a mere mortal achieving this. They marveled at his ferocity. Jiang Nian pressed onward toward the S-level tests, overpowering every challenge with his immense prowess. Even the most seasoned admissions personnel could not help but gasp in astonishment. Complete mastery of martial skills. What kind of insight does this require? The heavens may have closed one door, yet they opened another. As they beheld Jiang Nian's battle against a second-tier, 5-level beast, the admissions personnel from the top 10 elite universities were left speechless. A second-tier, 5-level beast, to engage in battle across two minor realms without faltering, and to overpower it so decisively. This was no longer human but rather a humanoid beast. Just as these admissions personnel believed they had witnessed the climax, Su Yan's appearance sent them into another frenzy of astonishment. What? Jiangnan province has even invited a seed of divine creation, a former seed of divine creation facing off against the current seed. This was truly a sight to behold. Jiang Nian's greatest flaw, however, was his lack of talent. While other shortcomings may be compensated for through diligent effort, how can one possibly contend against the divine physique without innate talent? Almost all admission officers held little hope for Jiang Nian. Yet, when Su Yan exerted his utmost with the solar divine body and subsequently faced defeat, they realized the extent of their error. Though he was but a mere mortal, his astonishing comprehension and formidable strength warranted his exceptional admission to our institution. Truly a worthy investment. After viewing Jiang Nian's college entrance examination footage, a common thought arose among the admission officers. Should they successfully recruit Jiang Nian, it would undoubtedly be a stroke of great fortune. After all, even Su Yan, who possessed an SSS-level talent and was one of the divine physiques, was no match for him. This alone attested to Jiang Nian's extraordinary capabilities. At that moment, a sudden voice broke through the air. It came from an admission officer of Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Students of such caliber, highly coveted by various institutions, typically underwent intense negotiations among the admission officers before a decision was made regarding their fate. Therefore, the immediate withdrawal of Jiangnan Martial Arts University was understandable to all. After all, the reason the top 10 universities are regarded as such is due to the formidable support of martial saints behind them. As a disciple of Zhai Tianjing, Su Yan was destined to enter Jiangnan Martial Arts University. If Jiang Nian were also to enroll, it would inevitably create an awkward situation. Thus, Jiangnan Martial Arts University's withdrawal was anticipated. However, unexpected developments soon unfolded. Kyoto Martial Arts University also withdraws from this competition. The announcement from the admission officer of Kyoto Martial Arts University sparked an uproar among the other attendees, their expressions tinged with solemnity. After all, Kyoto Martial Arts University was backed by none other than the foremost figure of the Great Xia, Zhang Wanshan, who also held the identity of Jiang Nian's former teacher. Although this connection had faded after Jiang Nian's awakening failure, the officer's withdrawal raised suspicions. After all, Jiang Nian's failed awakening had disgraced Zhang Wanshan. Would he truly be pleased to see Jiang Nian ascend to the ranks of the top 10 universities? Zhang Wanshan was universally recognized as the greatest martial saint of the Great Xia. Even other martial saints hesitated to offend him. Consequently, the atmosphere grew tense as the officer's statement lingered in the air. On one side stood a prodigy with nearly monstrous talent. On the other, the potential wrath of a martial saint, an outcome they could not bear, even with the backing of their own martial saints. Tianhe Martial Arts University withdraws from this competition. Southeast Martial Arts University withdraws from this competition. Longxia Martial Arts University withdraws from this competition. After weighing the pros and cons, the admission officers from the 10 premier martial arts universities reached a unanimous decision. Observing this, the officer from Kyoto Martial Arts University allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. In that case, the final admission results for the candidate Zhang Yin will be determined according to the score ranking. We shall now proceed to evaluate the next candidate, Ding Dong, in Donghai City, at Zhang Yin's residence. Commander Yang, what brings you here? Upon hearing the doorbell, Zhang Yin opened the door to find Yang Tianlong standing outside. A knowing glint in his eye, Yang Tianlong confirmed Zhang Yin's suspicion by producing a golden-lettered admission notice from behind him. I am here to deliver your admission notice. Chapter 28, The Northern Snowfields. Zhang Wanshan's new disciple, admission notice from the Military Martial Arts University. Within the room, Zhang Yin gazed at the admission notice in his hands and let out a soft sigh that I knew it wouldn't be smooth sailing. The Military Martial Arts University, ranked 11th in the Great Xia, was a step below the top 10 martial arts universities. Being accepted by the Military Martial Arts University indicated that the top 10 institutions had all relinquished their interest in him. Although he had anticipated this outcome, facing the reality still left Zhang Yin feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, the top 10 universities gathered the most exceptional talents of the Great Xia and offered the best resources and advantages. It was undoubtedly the place where divine physiques would receive further training, essential for surpassing them and unlocking the second genetic lock. No one wished to incur the displeasure of Zhang Wanshan. As a military district commander, Yang Tianlong had his sources of information. Moreover, it wasn't hard to deduce. Otherwise, no one would dare overlook such an outstanding prodigy. Thank you, Commander Yang, for making the long journey. Fortunately, Zhang Yin was not one to dwell on negative emotions for long and quickly regained his composure. It's no trouble that in fact, I came here for a specific purpose. Seeing Zhang Yin shake off his negative feelings, Yang Tianlong couldn't help but admire his temperament. When Zhang Yin inquired, he delved straight into the matter at hand. Are you aware of the northern snowfields? Zhang Yin nodded. The northern snowfields, located at the northernmost part of the Great Xia, were perpetually blanketed in snow. Ordinary martial artists could scarcely survive there. Only those who had tempered their bodies could endure for extended periods. Moreover, it was rich in body-tempering elixirs, including many rare varieties. Over time, it earned the title of the Holy Land for Body Tempering, a dream destination for countless body-tempering practitioners. A second-tier secret realm has recently emerged in the northern snowfields. It is said that it may hold opportunities related to body tempering. Jiangnan Military District has secured a spot, which can be seen as a reward for your victory over Su Yin. Yang Tianlong's words stirred something within Zhang Yin. Secret realms exist in the interstices of the world, occasionally connecting with reality to produce spatial entrances. Within these realms lie various possibilities, be it ruins, lairs of ferocious beasts, or places of opportunity. Dio claimed that Zhang Yin had no desire to explore would be a falsehood. 3 days from now, a special vehicle will come to escort you, taking you by plane to the northern snowfields. This journey will last approximately a month. Upon your return, it will coincide perfectly with the start of your formal studies. Yang Tianlong had meticulously planned Zhang Yin's itinerary and elaborated on the details before taking his leave. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan Province, at the Zhangtian Martial Arts School, the towering peak that rose into the clouds, a grand figure stood proudly at the edge of the platform. He appeared diminutive against the vast sky, yet emanated an aura of immense strength. It was none other than Zhai Tianzheng, one of the top 10 martial saints of the Great Xia. Master, I have disappointed you. Behind him, Su Yin knelt on the platform, his face etched with regret and guilt. Despite the passage of days since the Martial Arts College entrance examination, he remained ensnared in the shadow of his defeat to Zhang Yin. An level talent, bested by a mere mortal, no one could accept such a reality. What is lost must be reclaimed through your own efforts. Zhang Yin is but a mortal. Your true adversaries are the other 9 divine physiques, not Zhang Yin. Zhai Tianzheng continued to face away from Su Yin, his voice calm yet resonant like a mighty bell, echoing in Su Yan's ears. You are sentenced to a month of confinement. Use this time to cultivate diligently, Su Yin respectfully acknowledged, and as Zhai Tianzheng inclined his head slightly, that imposing figure dissipated like dust in the wind. It turned out that the presence Su Yin had just perceived was merely a projection of Zhai Tianzheng's consciousness, in Kyoto, at the Jinwu Hall. Similar to the Zhangtian Martial Arts School in Jiangnan Province, Jinwu Hall represented one of the transcendent forces of the Great Xia. Behind it stood the current foremost figure of the Great Xia. Zhang Wanshan, I pay my respects, master. A robust youth entered the hall, bowing respectfully to the figure seated above. Unlike other candidates for the Divine Seed Project, Long Ning had not initially been selected. It was only during a later awakening that he manifested the SS-level talent of the true dragon divine body, which led Zhang Wanshan to take notice and accept him as a disciple. Your true dragon divine body is unparalleled, excelling in both vitality and body tempering. A second-tier secret realm has recently opened in the northern snowfields, and Jiang Yin will also be going there. Zhang Wanshan's words were devoid of warmth, his gaze icy. The news of Jiang Yin's ascension as the top scholar of Jiangnan province and his victory over Su Yin had certainly reached Zhang Wanshan's ears. Thus, he imparted this advice to Long Ning. Otherwise, a mere secret realm expedition would not warrant his direct notification. The disciple understands I shall return victorious over Jiang Yin. The news of Su Yan's defeat had already circulated among the Divine Seed candidates. Long Ning could only scoff at this, as a candidate for the Divine Seed with SSS-level talent. To be defeated by a mere mortal was a disgrace to their ranks. That dignity he would reclaim on behalf of the Divine Seed candidates. As Long Ning departed, a shadow flickered in Zhang Wanshan's eyes. To be fair, Jiang Yin's achievements thus far reflected poorly on Zhang Wanshan's judgment. But so what? He was Zhang Wanshan. Whether it was a mere mortal or an SSS-level talent, if he wished for them to remain subdued, they would remain so. Time flew by swiftly. The week had passed since the conclusion of the Martial Arts College entrance examination, and the long-awaited results had finally been announced. Provincial top scholar, Jiang Yin. The Jiang Yin who had been removed from the Divine Seed Project. Heavens, wasn't he a mere mortal? How did he become the top scholar of Jiangnan province? With the results revealed, the entire Jiangnan province erupted in astonishment. Previously, the news regarding Jiang Yin was known only to a select few. However, with the announcement of the results, astonishment swept through the masses. What is going on? How is it that both the second and third place have been admitted into the top 10 prestigious universities? How did Jiang Yin, who secured the first position, end up in a military martial arts university? In the Great Xia, the top 10 prestigious universities are the ultimate dream for all martial artists. With Jiang Yin's first-place score, his admission should have been a foregone conclusion. Yet, he was accepted by the Military Martial Arts University. In an instant, various conspiracy theories began to circulate online. Could Jiang Yin's first-place score be inflated? How absurd. Are you questioning the integrity of the martial arts entrance examination? If a provincial champion cannot enter the top 10 prestigious universities, how do you explain that? Doesn't that just imply that these universities lack discernment? Heated discussions erupted in every corner of the internet. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Jiang Yin, remained blissfully unaware of the uproar he had caused online. After all, he was currently aboard a private jet, arriving at the northern snowfields. Chapter 029. Blood Jade Ginseng Slices, Strength Training, Effortless Lifting. The plane glided slowly over the snowy expanse. Jiang Yin gazed out the window, where a vast landscape of snow lay before him, the biting cold wind piercing through. Occasionally, formidable beasts with thick fur could be seen roaming, their roars echoing in the air. This place, a sacred ground for body refinement, appeared unremarkable. After what felt like an eternity, the endless snowfields finally revealed signs of civilization, and the plane began its gradual descent. Are you Jiang Yin? Upon disembarking, a towering youth approached Jiang Yin, calling out his name. Standing at an impressive height of 1.85 meters, Jiang Yin was by no means short, yet he still fell short of the young man before him. Furthermore, the stranger's physique was anything but slender. Clad only in a sleeveless shirt and shorts amidst the icy surroundings, his robust muscles made Jiang Yin appear somewhat frail by comparison. I am Chu Jiang. Just like you, a candidate exploring the secret realm. Follow me. I will take you to our base. After a brief introduction, Chu Jiang led the way. As they walked, Jiang Yin noticed that there were many martial artists as tall and formidable as Chu Jiang. He felt like a mere small potato among them. The body refinement techniques practiced by the people of the snowfields differ from the usual methods, coupled with the harsh climate of the northern plains. We can confidently say that we are among the strongest individuals in the Great Xia, Chu Jiang explained with a smile, having noticed Jiang Yin's expression of surprise. Deep down, he was also somewhat astonished. In the frigid climate of the snowfields, where temperatures hovered below zero at all times, martial artists from other regions typically required clothing or other means to keep warm. Yet, Jiang Yin wore similarly thin clothing, not much different from his own, yet he could withstand the extreme temperatures here. Evidently, he possessed some skill in body refinement, which led Chu Jiang to unconsciously develop a sense of camaraderie towards him. This is the character of the Snowfield people. Regardless of your origins, as long as you practice body refinement, you are considered a good brother. This is where we will be staying. The secret realm will open the day after tomorrow, and the team leader has gone to check on the situation. Wait for me a moment. Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel the warmth of the Snowfield people's hospitality. After escorting Jiang Yin to the door of his room, Chu Jiang returned to his own room briefly. When he reappeared, he held a small medicinal box in his hand. This is a local specialty, blood jade ginseng, which is beneficial for body refinement practitioners. Since I have nothing planned for tomorrow, I've invited 2 others to join me downstairs for strength training. If you're interested, you are welcome to join us. Blood jade ginseng? Strength training? Unable to resist Chu Jiang's enthusiasm, Jiang Yin accepted the blood jade ginseng and agreed to his invitation. The Snowfield people are truly warm-hearted. After tidying up his room, Jiang Yin sat back on his bed, taking the opportunity to examine the blood jade ginseng that Chu Jiang had given him. Upon opening the medicinal box, he discovered that the blood jade ginseng had already been sliced into thin pieces. Each slice was pure white and translucent, with blood-red patterns coursing through the center, appearing rather enchanting. The moment he consumed it, Jiang Yin sensed something was amiss. The blood jade ginseng exploded with immense medicinal power, flooding his entire body and invigorating his flesh. Indestructible star body. Sensing the stimulation to his physical form, Jiang Yin wasted no time in activating the indestructible star-bodied. A deep blue, profound star cell emerged within him. Just one slice of blood jade ginseng, and its potency was astonishing. Jiang Yin raised an eyebrow, for there were still over a dozen slices remaining in the box. Did this imply that he could potentially cultivate a dozen star cells? Fortunately, he quickly dispelled this erroneous notion. The blood jade ginseng worked by stimulating the body, thereby enhancing body refinement. After consuming a dozen slices, the stimulation to his flesh had become negligible. However, considering the earlier star cell, those dozen slices of blood jade ginseng had indeed helped Jiang Yin condense 5 star cells. Truly, this is a sacred ground for body refinement. A mere local specialty possesses such efficacy. Now, Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for this journey into the secret realm. With the indestructible star body being his greatest source of strength, if he could elevate it to a higher level before the semester begins, it would be immensely beneficial. The next morning, not far from the hotel, in the strength training room, 3 burly youths stood together. Their faces were youthful, yet their physiques were increasingly robust. The tallest among them approached 2 meters, exuding a powerful presence. One of them was the Chu Jiang Yin had met the day before. Is it really as incredible as you say? Listening to Chu Jiang's account, Gao Tang and Lin Han couldn't help but feel curious. For them, who lived in the snowfields, encountering body refinement practitioners from the outside world, especially peers, was a rarity. I've already sent him the location. He'll be here shortly, and then you'll see. Chu Jiang assured his companions confidently, trusting his judgment not to be mistaken. He's here. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's voice, Gao Tang and Lin Han looked down to see the approaching figure. This is Jiang Yin. These are Gao Tang and Lin Han, fellow candidates for this secret realm expedition. Observing the increasingly towering figures before him, Jiang Yin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Guys, let's not call ourselves Snowfield people anymore. You should form your own faction and be called the Little Giants. The body refinement techniques we Snowfield people practice are unique. We continuously push our bodies to their limits to achieve growth. You might want to try this barbell. The weights here are specially customized. Each plate weighs 1,000 jin. This weight is generally our warm-up. Gao Tang and Lin Han were intrigued by Jiang Yin's abilities and pointed to the barbell on the ground, inviting him to give it a try. Their warm-up weight amounted to 10 plates, totaling 10,000 jin. A warm-up with a weight of 10,000 jin is an exceedingly uncommon occurrence. Let's give it a try. Jiang Yin felt a surge of excitement. At present, he had condensed a total of 105 star cells within him. The vitality feedback from these star cells had granted his body an astonishing level of strength. However, he had never specifically quantified just how strong he had become. This was a perfect opportunity. Positioning himself before the 10,000 jin barbell, Jiang Yin bent his knees and squatted down. Gripping the barbell tightly, he pulled upward. Instantly, His body erupted with immense power, lifting the 10,000 gene barbell to his waist. Not a hint of flush on his face, nor a flutter in his heart. This is what it means to lift effortlessly. Chapter 030. A show of strength, grappling, good, witnessing Jiang Yin lift the 10,000 gene warm-up weight with apparent ease. The three erupted in applause. At that moment, Gao Tang and Lin Han acknowledged Jiang Yin's prowess. Lifting 10,000 gene for warm-up is a milestone. Only those with a solid foundation and body refinement can achieve such a feat. Jiang Yin's strength indeed warranted the acclaim Chu Jiang had given him in the rugged perspective of the Snowfield people. As long as one practiced body refinement, they were considered family, and thus they quickly bonded with Jiang Yin. Come on, brother Jiang, let me add some more weight for you. Aware of Jiang Yin's substantial skills and body refinement, Gao Tang and Lin Han eagerly sought to test his limits. Each of them added 2 plates to the barbell, totaling an additional 4,000 gene. 14,000 gene? Let us see if you can lift it. Jiang Yin squatted again, grasped the barbell, and began to exert force. With a slight grit of his teeth and a breath expelled, the 14,000 gene barbell was once more lifted. Impressive, brother Jiang. Well done. Awesome. Chu Jiang and the others erupted in cheers, their applause ringing out fervently. The sense of ceremony was unparalleled. Brother Jiang indeed has some remarkable abilities. They noted that this was already very close to their own limits. In a way, brother Jiang practices both blood and body refinement. It shouldn't be that exaggerated. Watching Jiang Yin lift the 14,000 gene weight effortlessly, Chu Jiang and the others couldn't help but click their tongues in astonishment. Their own maximum weight was around 22,000 gene, placing them among the elite in their age group. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been selected to enter the secret realm. However, seeing Jiang Yin's demeanor, they realized he had yet to exert his full strength. The question of where his true limits lay became all the more intriguing. Gentlemen, do you mind if I join you? As Gao Tang and Lin Han were preparing to add more weight for Jiang Yin, a sudden voice interrupted them. It belonged to a youth of similar age, standing close in height to Jiang Yin but possessing a more robust physique and an air of arrogance. Are you Long Ning, the one from Kyoto? Chu Jiang recognized the newcomer. This time, apart from the 8 prodigies of the Snow Plains, 2 spots had been granted to others, one to Jiang Yin and the other to Long Ning. Hello, Jiang Yin. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Wanshan's newest disciple, and I am here to take your place as the latest seed for deity crafting. Ignoring Chu Jiang's words, Long Ning strode confidently to Jiang Yin, a smirk playing on his lips, concealing a rather nauseating sense of superiority. Even the simple-minded trio of Chu Jiang could perceive the hostility Long Ning harbored towards Jiang Yin. If you wish to compete, then let us proceed. Jiang Yin discerned that the other party intended to assert dominance over him, seeking to prove his superiority as Zhang Wanshan's disciple and as the more suitable candidate for the divine seed. Perhaps this was also influenced by his somewhat unworthy mentor. Nevertheless, this did not imply that Jiang Yin was intimidated. If we are to compete, then let it be. But it seems a bit light. Could I trouble you to add 4 more weight plates? Approaching the barbell, Long Ning weighed it slightly before turning to Gao Tang and Lin Han for assistance. He was not reckless in his challenge to Jiang Yin's physical prowess, as the owner of the true dragon divine body. The enhancement it provided to his physique was already formidable. Moreover, Zhang Wanshan had sought out the most suitable body-tempering secret technique for him. Long Ning was confident he would not fare poorly even against the top-tier body-tempering warriors of his age. The 4 weight plates were swiftly added, bringing the total weight to an astounding 18,000 pounds. Ha! Long Ning exclaimed as he unleashed his strength, effortlessly lifting the barbell to his waist. This spectacle caused Chu Jiang and his companions to narrow their eyes in astonishment. They had initially believed Jiang Yin's physical strength to be formidable, only to find a rival even stronger. What do you say, Jiang Yin? Long Ning smirked as he gazed at Jiang Yin. Yet, Jiang Yin's expression remained unfazed. Upon witnessing Jiang Yin's calm demeanor, Long Ning's countenance darkened. Just wait. This is far from my limit. You shall see. At another 4,000 pounds, this, Chu Jiang and his companions were taken aback. Adding 4,000 pounds would bring the total to 22,000 pounds. Even for dedicated body-tempering practitioners like them, their maximum weight was only around this figure. How could Jiang Yin, who practiced both qi blood and body tempering, manage such a feat? Jiang Yin, is that perhaps a bit too much? Don't push yourself. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's admonition, Jiang Yin shook his head. It's fine. Just add the weight. Faced with Jiang Yan's resolute attitude, the others had no choice but to comply silently and add the plates. Merely a mortal body. Winning by chance against Su Yin once has truly inflated your ego. Allow me to help you face reality. Observing Jiang Yin's stubbornness, Long Ning's sneer deepened, prepared to watch Jiang Yin falter. However, Jiang Yin's performance dashed his expectations. As he gradually straightened his body, the barbell weighing 22,000 pounds stabilized between his hips. What the heck? Impressive, Brother Jiang. You are incredible. Witnessing this scene, Long Ning's smirk faltered while Chu Jiang and his companions exclaimed in awe. 22,000 pounds for them. This weight was the pinnacle. Yet Jiang Yin, who practiced both qi blood and body tempering, had reached such heights, showcasing his prodigious talent. What say you, Long Ning? After setting down the barbell, Jiang Yin turned his gaze toward Long Ning, returning the earlier remark. Not bad. But compared to me, there remains a possessor of SSS level talent and the true dragon divine body. Long Ning's pride would not allow him to concede defeat to Jiang Yin easily. Yet, he recognized that he was nearing his limit. Add another 2,000 pounds. Once these were added, the barbell's weight surged to 24,000 pounds, a threshold that demanded serious effort, even from Long Ning. Ha! He gripped the barbell tightly, summoning all his strength to lift it from the ground. He grunted, his face contorting with effort, as if he were pulling the barbell with sheer facial muscle. His countenance flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth. Engaged in a strenuous battle, bit by bit, he hoisted the barbell from his legs to his hips. At this point, Long Ning had reached his limit, yet his willpower compelled him to persevere, forcing the barbell into place. After a brief pause, he released the barbell, which crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a deep indentation, a testament to the terrifying weight. Chapter 31. 30,000 pounds. SSS level talent. Growth. Even someone as formidable as Long Ning, after releasing the barbell, found his lungs heaving as he gasped for it took a while before he finally steadied his breath. Shall we continue? Long Ning looked at Jiang Yin, confidence flickering in his eyes. This was his physical limit. He could hardly believe that Jiang Yin, a mere mortal, could lift anything heavier than this. Is that all? In response to Long Ning's provocation, Jiang Yin's answer was simply nonchalant. Add 6,000 pounds. 6,000 pounds. Long Ning's eyes widened at Jiang Yin's words. Adding 6,000 pounds was beyond his ability. Even adding just 1,000 pounds would be a challenge, unless he activated the true dragon divine body. But a contest was not worth going to such extremes. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang and his companions were in an uproar. Long Ning's lift of 24,000 pounds had left them in disbelief, and now Jiang Yin wanted to add 6,000 more. Was this truly within the realm of possibility? Even though they held great trust in Jiang Yin, such weight made them question his capabilities. Just proceed with the addition. Seeing Jiang Yin's obstinate resolve, Chu Jiang and the others could only comply, adding more weight plates. Now, each end of the barbell was laden with 15 plates, indicating that the total weight had reached a staggering 30,000 pounds. This is impossible. Long Ning stared intently at Jiang Yin, standing before the barbell. 30,000 pounds. Could Jiang Yin truly accomplish this? Chu Jiang and his companions dared not blink, fearful of missing the most thrilling moment. Lift. Without the slightest hesitation, 105 stellar cells erupted in unison, amplifying Jiang Yin's physical prowess. The barbell, weighing 30,000 pounds, was effortlessly lifted to his hips, held steadied. Oh my, Brother Jiang, you are truly remarkable. The moment Jiang Yin successfully lifted 30,000 pounds, Chu Jiang and his companions erupted in excitement, their astonished voices echoing throughout the training room. In stark contrast to their raucousness, Long Ning remained eerily silent. 30,000 pounds. Jiang Yin had genuinely lifted it. A fierce sense of unwillingness and disbelief flickered in Long Ning's eyes. He was an SS-level talent, with the unmatched true dragon divine body. This bestowed upon him a robust physique. Not to mention the body-tempering secret technique specially sought for him by Zhang Wanshan. How could he possibly lose to Jiang Yin? He was merely a mortal. A deep-seated resentment reddened Long Ning's eyes. He could not accept being defeated by Jiang Yin so easily. He yearned to unleash the true dragon divine body now and claim victory over Jiang Yin. Yet, reason ultimately quelled this impulse. They had an entire month for this secret realm journey. A month was ample time to settle the score with Jiang Yin. This time, I shall let you off lightly. Once we enter the secret realm, I will challenge you again." Leaving behind a harsh remark, Long Ning strode away, refusing to linger in this contentious place. Have I struck a nerve?" Hearing Jiang Yan's blunt words, Long Ning hesitated momentarily before quickening his pace, eager to distance himself from the scene. "Then I shall take my leave as well." Jiang Yan had come with the intent to test his strength. Having done so, he felt no need to remain any longer. After bidding farewell to Chu Jiang and the others, he departed in their presence. "I feel like a mere child." Watching Jiang Yan and Long Ning exit the training room, Chu Jiang let out a wry smile, his tone filled with profound emotion. They were dedicated body-tempering practitioners, not focused on Qi blood. Yet both Jiang Yan and Long Ning excelled far beyond them in this domain. Not to mention Jiang Yan's terrifying strength of 30,000 pounds. Chu Jiang himself could not fathom when he might reach such heights. Indeed, Gao Tang and Lin Han echoed Chu Jiang's sentiments, sighing deeply. Meanwhile, in a vast arena, two immensely robust youths stood at the center. Their fingers interlocked, palms pressed together, their muscular arms showcasing prominent veins. A tense and exhilarating contest of strength was underway. Their feet were firmly anchored to the ground, steady as mountains, with only their trembling arms and bulging veins betraying the intensity of their struggle. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the two men, on the brink of their limits, finally released their grips simultaneously, retreating a few steps from each other. They gasped heavily, striking their muscles to alleviate the intense soreness they felt. Considering the time, the provincial champion and the prodigy should have arrived at the snowfields by now. As Chen Kai rested, he engaged in conversation with Wang Zhong, both towering over 2 meters in height. Their robust physiques made them appear as two colossal beasts standing side by side. Even their heavy breathing was enough to silence a child's cries. What did they have to fear? After all, in the snowfields, it was the tiger that lay before me and the dragon that coiled around me. Wang Zhong snorted, a sentiment unique to the proud inhabitants of the snowfields. The disdain of body cultivators towards those who wield blood energy was deeply rooted. Its origins long forgotten, yet it coursed through their veins. TOB sent to the snowfields certainly indicated their exceptional qualities. However, I am more curious about the current prowess of Zhou Ping. Upon mentioning Zhou Ping, both men's expressions grew solemn. During the martial arts college entrance examination, I sensed that Zhou Ping had achieved yet another breakthrough in strength. Now, it's entirely possible that even if the two of us join forces, we may not stand a chance against him. This expedition into the secret realm is fraught with uncertainty. We might as well make the best of our situation. Time slipped away swiftly. The following day, Jiang Yan and Chu Jiang quickly arrived at the designated meeting point. The remaining 6 had already gathered there prior to their arrival. Consequently, the 10 candidates for the expedition were now assembled. With your strength, you rank among the elite in the snowfields. Yet, there are individuals you must remain cautious of. Those are Chen Kai and Wang Zhong, who are among the top 3 among the snowfield prodigies. Both possess S-class talents related to physical prowess. Chu Jiang enthusiastically introduced Jiang Yan to the others. As he gazed upon the 2 towering figures, Jiang Yan took careful note of them. Then, the one he needed to be most wary of was Zhou Ping. Following Chu Jiang's gaze, Jiang Yan spotted a round-faced youth. He was of similar height to Chu Jiang, equally robust, his clothes stretched tight against his powerful frame, exuding an air of harmlessness. He possessed S-class talent, the growth type. Not only did his strength increase rapidly, but the enhancement to his combat power was also considerable. It was said that Chen Kai and Wang Zhong had once teamed up against him and barely managed to achieve a stalemate. Chapter 032. Trial Grounds, Blood Spirit Space. Zhou Ping, Jiang Yan scrutinized the round-faced youth, silently nodding in acknowledgement. In the vast land of the Great Xia, where myriad talents converge, prodigies are in no short supply. The adversaries on the martial path are truly countless. He shifted his gaze to Long Ning. Information about the divine seed was readily accessible, and he had already learned that Zhang Wanshan's new disciple was also a divine body, possessing SSS-class talent, the true dragon divine body. Since he was a divine body, he met the system's requirements. Defeating him would bring Jiang Yan one step closer to unlocking the second genetic lock. Long Ning also sensed Jiang Yan's gaze and turned back to glance at him. Their eyes clashed, igniting a fierce spark in the air. Just wait. Long Ning silently mouthed, simultaneously making a gesture across his throat. his face a mask of mockery and disdain. Jiang Yin was unfazed by his petty antics. Victory or defeat would be determined by the strength in one's hands, not by who could utter the harshest threats. "Follow me." After the assembly of the group, a stern-faced man in military attire soon appeared. He led them across the snow-covered plains until they paused upon entering a valley. The sight within the valley quickly captivated everyone's attention. At the deepest point of the valley, a profound black hole loomed, its depths obscured from view. This was the entrance to the space, connecting to an unknown realm, manifesting intermittently in the world, just like now. This entrance had limitations, permitting only the presence of second-tier martial artists to enter. We speculate that it is likely a trial ground. However, due to the potential to disrupt the trial, we cannot send anyone in to explore. Thus, we cannot make any definitive conclusions. You will have to explore it yourselves once you enter. Upon hearing the military man's words, the group remained vigilant, listening intently. After all, this involved other dimensional spaces. A slight misstep could lead to their demise, and they were certainly not eager to lose their lives in vain. Based on the stability of this space entrance, it is expected to exist for a month. This is a timer, one for each of you. You must exit within 30 days. Otherwise, even the gods cannot save you. After the military man's admonitions, the group promptly donned their timers and proceeded toward the profound black hole. Dimensional space, do not disappoint me. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yin's figure melded into the shadowy abyss. Suddenly, he felt a whirlwind of chaos. When he regained his senses, he found himself enveloped in a sea of blood red. This was a world painted in hues of crimson. The sky was blood red, the soil was blood red, and everything in sight was a vivid shade of red. Welcome to the Blood Spirit Trial. By slaying the blood spirits within this realm, you shall receive their feedback. This phase will last for 21 days. After 21 days, the final phase of the Blood Spirit Trial will commence. It truly is a trial ground. As the resounding voice reverberated through the blood spirit space, Jiang Yin and the others could not conceal their joy. Trial grounds are a unique existence within dimensional spaces. Each trial ground presents different challenges. However, the presence of a trial signifies corresponding benefits, which was the source of their excitement. Yet, what exactly is a blood spirit? What does the feedback from the blood spirits signify, roar? As Jiang Yin pondered the implications of the earlier announcements, a powerful roar erupted not far from him. A strange, blood-colored monster appeared before him. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, it exhibited explosive muscles, immensely robust. However, its face was grotesquely contorted, a fearsome visage reminiscent of a monster. Is this the blood spirit? Before Jiang Yin could scrutinize further, the blood spirit charged at him like a rabid dog. Starry fist. As the blood spirit lunged, Jiang Yin struck. The formidable starry blood energy erupted. Sending a wave of force directly toward the blood spirit, a dull thud resonated as the shockwave hit, momentarily halting the blood spirit, leaving only a wound in its wake. Yet, in the next moment, it swiftly recovered and continued its assault on Jiang Yin. Such durability? Jiang Yin quickly discerned that the physical strength of this blood spirit was formidable. He continued to throw punches, activating the swift star step to close the distance. Arriving right before the blood spirit, his fists, swift as a meteor, crashed into the blood spirit's face. The tremendous force of his strike exploded within the blood spirit's body, shattering it inch by inch. It let out a futile, pained roar as it collapsed to the ground. The blood mass then ascended from the blood spirit's form, soaring towards Jiang Yin. What is this? Before Jiang Yin could react, the blood mass integrated into his body, and overwhelming, pure energy flooded through him. Immortal star body. Jiang Yin quickly harnessed this energy to condense his starry cells. To his astonishment, the sheer magnitude of this energy exceeded his expectations. One after another, starry cells coalesced within him. It wasn't until the 5th starry cell was fully formed that the energy from the blood mass was entirely expended, dissipating within Jiang Yin's body. Is this the feedback from the blood spirit? How does this differ from experience enhancers? After experiencing the blood spirit's feedback, Jiang Yin was utterly astounded. Could anything be more exhilarating than this? Killing blood spirits to grow stronger, who could resist such a temptation? 5 starry cells, equivalent to consuming a blood jade ginseng. I shall commence my hunt. Enlightened by this realization, Jiang Yin's eyes sparkled with determination. He employed the swift star step and began to search for the blood spirits within this vast, Boundless space. Roar. Meanwhile, on the other side of the blood spirit space, a blood mass floated up from the slain blood spirit and merged into Long Ning's body. A low dragon's roar echoed from within him, shaking the very heavens. This blood mass is greatly beneficial for my dragon transformation scripture. This blood spirit space is truly my paradise. It aids me in breakthroughs and will help me to defeat Jiang Yin. As he felt the surge of strength rising within him with the absorption of the blood mass. Long Ning reveled in the sensation. Jiang Yin, when we meet again, I shall see if you can still be so defiant. A cold glint flashed in Long Ning's eyes as he recalled the scene of being bested by Jiang Yin. Hiss, on the other side, after absorbing the blood mass, Zhou Ping wore a satisfied expression. It was evident that his already stretched clothing had become even more taut. Provincial champion, prodigy seed. Just wait to be trampled beneath my feet. Chapter 033. Cross-training techniques. What a farce. The 481st Starry Cell. After defeating the blood spirit before him, the blood mass that surged from its body merged into Jiang Yin, condensing into starry cells. A week had already passed in the blood spirit space, and the number of starry cells within Jiang Yin had reached an astonishing figure. With the increase in starry cells, the celestial barrier of Jiang Yin's body has grown increasingly formidable, and the amplification of his vital energy has become notably more potent. This blood spirit space resembles nothing short of my realm of extraordinary prowess. I wonder if, behind this 4-meter blood spirit, there might exist even more powerful entities. As Jiang Yin gazed at the fallen 4-meter blood spirit, he pondered deeply. After a series of slaughters, he had discerned a general pattern. The strength of a blood spirit correlates directly with its height. Furthermore, the mightier the blood spirit, the more formidable the blood essence it yields. For instance, the blood essence from the recently vanquished 4-meter blood spirit had granted Jiang Yin a remarkable increase of 15 stellar cells. I can only speculate what astonishing number of stellar cells I might achieve by the end of these 21 days. Lost in contemplation, Jiang Yin suddenly sensed an intense wave of vital energy. This is the aura of a blood spirit. Moreover, drawing from the experience amassed over the past few days, Jiang Yin could ascertain that this blood spirit would undoubtedly be formidable, likely surpassing the recently slain 4-meter spirit. Acting decisively, he executed the stunning swift step, moving towards the source of the energy fluctuation. Roar. In the basin, a crimson creature howled towards the heavens, its voice reverberating like thunder. Standing a towering 5 meters tall, its muscles rippled terrifyingly, resembling a miniature tyrant. Even a single step upon the ground sent tremors coursing through the earth. A 5-meter blood spirit. If I can slay it, the benefits for both of us would be substantial. Not far off, Chen Kai and Wang Zhong stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the blood spirit. Over the past week, they too had reaped the rewards brought forth by the blood spirits. Their physiques having grown significantly sturdier, their physical strength had ascended to an entirely new level. Thus, upon seeing the 5-meter blood spirit, Wang Zhong's eyes sparkled with unrestrained desire. Patience. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows, Chen Kai cautioned, restraining the eager Wang Zhong. Just then, 2 figures approached from different directions, both converging towards the 5-meter blood spirit. It is mine. Get lost. As Jiang Yin approached the blood spirit, a rotund figure blocked his path. Standing firmly in his way, it was Zhou Ping, the formidable prodigy whom Chu Jiang had warned Jiang Yin about. A fierce glint shone in his eyes, and he appeared even larger than when Jiang Yin first encountered him. Clearly, it was not only Jiang Yin who had made significant progress in this blood spirit space. This is a conversation I should be having, Zhou Ping declared. Starry Fist. In response to Zhou Ping's obstruction, Jiang Yin unleashed a powerful strike. His fist, akin to a shooting star, launched a fierce wave of energy directly at Zhou Ping. At present, Jiang Yin's stellar blood energy was immensely potent, and thus, when his punch collided with Zhou Ping, it caused him to stagger, albeit only momentarily. Observing the tattered remnants of his clothing, Zhou Ping simply tore them off and discarded them, revealing a physique that resembled a mass of muscle. Tell me, how long can this provincial champion last against Zhou Ping? As Jiang Yin and Zhou Ping stood in opposition, Wang Zhong, observing from a distance, could not help but inquire of Chen Kai. Let us hope he lasts a bit longer. Otherwise, how can we play the oriole? Chen Kai could not provide a definitive answer, merely watching silently as the battle unfolded. Armored training. In the midst of their standoff, Zhou Ping suddenly roared as if possessed. His body began to manifest an intricate network of blood vessels, expanding dramatically. For those with a fear of crowded spaces, the sight would surely induce fainting. Simultaneously, Zhou Ping's form swelled, nearly doubling in size. Reaching close to 4 meters in height, his muscles bulged alarmingly, rivaling that of the blood spirit beside him. What kind of transformation technique is this? Jiang Yin was taken aback by Zhou Ping's towering presence. However, he was not entirely unfamiliar with such body enhancement methods. Some practitioners appear unremarkable in their daily lives, yet when entering combat mode, they exhibit terrifying power. This was his first encounter with such a sight. What? 4 meters! Zhou Ping's training has progressed so rapidly. In the distance, Chen Kai and Wang Zhong stared, wide-eyed, at Zhou Ping, now resembling a monstrous figure. As fellow prodigies of the snowy plains, they were well aware of the rigorous training Zhou Ping had undergone. They had even sparred with him before. Back then, Zhou Ping's height was merely around 3 meters. Now, however, he stood nearly 4 meters tall. The depth of Zhou Ping's training could be gauged by his physique. When he was only 3 meters tall, he had already overwhelmed both Chen Kai and Wang Zhong. What chance did they have now against a near 4-meter behemoth? With serious expressions, they realized they had no hope of confronting Zhou Ping. Although they too had made progress in the blood-spirit space, it paled in comparison to Zhou Ping's astonishing growth. While they lamented Jiang Yin's predicament, they could not help but think that facing such a terrifying Zhou Ping was akin to courting death. Stubborn fool, then accept your demise. Zhou Ping's sole intent was to eliminate Jiang Yin before turning his attention to the 5-meter blood spirit. Thus, he unleashed his most formidable techniques. His massive form advanced upon Jiang Yin, each step causing the ground to quake. Astonishingly, his size did not hinder his agility. He swiftly approached Jiang Yin, delivering a punch that was larger than Jiang Yin's head. If that fist were to connect, it would surely result in either death or grievous injury. This was the consensus of both Chen Kai and Wang Zhong. Is he insane? However, upon witnessing Jiang Yin's response, their eyes widened in disbelief. In the center of the battlefield, faced with Zhou Ping's oncoming fist, Jiang Yin chose not to evade. Instead, he made what appeared to be a reckless decision. He clenched his fist and charged forward, directly meeting Zhou Ping's punch. The contrast between their fists, one large and the other small, created a stark juxtaposition. Jiang Yin's 1.85-meter frame appeared diminutive against Zhou Ping's nearly 4-meter stature. In that moment of disparity, their fists collided. Boom! The air between their fists compressed to an extreme before erupting, sending a shockwave spiraling outward. The force of the blast stirred up countless particles of dust, the howling wind stinging Chen Kai and Wang Zhong's cheeks. Yet, they were too captivated by the spectacle before them to notice. Jiang Yin remained steadfast, still executing his punch, while Zhou Ping staggered back several steps, struggling to regain his footing, leaving deep footprints in the ground. As the dust settled, obscuring their vision, Chen Kai and Wang Zhong remained unable to calm their racing hearts. The Oriole? What a farce! Chen Kai chuckled to himself, recalling his earlier words. This is not how one becomes an Oriole. Initially, Chen Kai had envisioned Jiang Yin exhausting Zhou Ping, allowing himself and Wang Zhong to seize the opportunity to strike. But who could have anticipated Zhou Ping's meteoric rise in strength? Chen Kai had already abandoned that notion. Now, with Jiang Yin's display, he was resolute in his decision. Goodness, if even a Zhou Ping of such strength cannot contend with him, then what chance do Wang Zhong and I stand? Realizing this, they resolved to retreat as far as possible without further delay. How is this possible? Stronger than my training. Meanwhile, in the midst of the battlefield, Zhou Ping stared in shock at his own hand. His palm, resembling a large fan, now displayed pronounced knuckles, a testament to the blow he had just received from Jiang Yin. This was the first time he had been genuinely challenged in a frontal confrontation. It had always been he who inflicted injuries on others, and to be struck in such a manner was indeed a first for Zhou Ping. That blood spirit is yours. When next we meet, I shall surely avenge this humiliation. Zhou Ping spat, acknowledging that Jiang Yin's strength was at least on par with his own. If they were to engage in a contest of strength, it would likely result in mutual destruction. He had no desire to squander precious time in the blood-spirit space. After resetting his fingers, Zhou Ping noticed that his wounds had already begun to heal. A testament to his SS-grade talent for recovery, A.S. Jiang Yin recognized that engaging Zhou Ping was futile. He made no attempt to pursue him as he departed. Instead, he hastened towards the 5-meter blood spirit. Howl! With a final, anguished roar, the 5-meter blood spirit finally succumbed. A colossal mass of blood essence floated from its fallen form, surging into Jiang Yin's body. This was the most substantial energy he had absorbed thus far. As the stellar undying body activated, stellar cells began to coalesce within him. 1, 2, 3, 4, until he reached 20. The vast energy from the blood essence was finally depleted, and at that moment, the number of stellar cells within Jiang Yin's body soared to 500. An extraordinary transformation began to manifest within him, surrounding him. An ethereal energy from the cosmos flowed through his pores, gradually converging to aid in the formation of his stellar cells. Although the process was slow, it was relentless. This was the power of the celestial stars. Jiang Yin's mind quickly recalled the relevant information. Upon reaching 500 stellar cells, his body would begin to attract the power of the celestial stars, the embodiment of that enigmatic energy. The celestial star power would assist in the formation of stellar cells, and during battle, it could even replenish energy and heal injuries. Who could have conceived of such a profound body enhancement technique as the stellar undying body? Such effects are indeed terrifying. As the power of the celestial stars continuously surged into him, Jiang Yin could not help but exclaim, "The creator of the indestructible body of the stars must undoubtedly be an extraordinary being." He did not linger any longer, wasting time and place, but instead sought another direction, continuing his pursuit of the blood spirit's trail amidst relentless carnage. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. Time is up. The first stage of the blood spirit trial has concluded. The rules for the second stage are as follows. Each trial participant will fight alone until only one survivor remains. The victor will receive the ultimate reward of the blood spirit trial, the Supreme Heart. Now, each trial participant may choose whether to partake in the second stage of the trial. The Supreme Heart. Upon hearing that resounding voice echoing through the blood spirit realm, a glimmer of excitement flashed in everyone's eyes. I in this world. The innate talents that awakened at the age of 18 are referred to as innate gifts. However, there also exist acquired talents. These talents can be obtained through various extraordinary means. Some of these gifts are exceedingly precious, even rivaling the SSS-level talents. The Supreme Heart is one such gift. According to records, only those with great perseverance and immense fortune can attain the Supreme Heart. Possessors of the Supreme Heart will have blood vitality far surpassing that of their peers, their life force towering like a tidal wave. Moreover, as their cultivation progresses, the Supreme Heart will reveal even more extraordinary abilities. Historical records from the Great Xia mention a once great prodigy who possessed the Supreme Heart. He ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of martial saint. Deemed invincible among martial saints, traversing the world without a single defeat, earning the title of the greatest martial saint under the starry sky. This was an opportunity that no one had anticipated. Thus, it can be said that everyone was filled with excitement. The Supreme Heart. This expedition into the secret realm was indeed serendipitous. Only someone of my SSS talent is truly worthy of such a supreme acquired gift. In a corner of the blood spirit realm, Long Ning's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, and intense battle intent flickered within his gaze. And no matter who it is, if they wish to obstruct him from obtaining the Supreme Heart, he would crush them. This Supreme Heart is as good as mine. On the other side of the blood spirit realm, in a state of horizontal training, the towering Zhou Ping crushed a blood spirit corpse beneath his feet. The immense shockwave caused the ground to tremble. The Supreme Heart? Upon hearing the rules of the second stage, Chu Jiang and the others could only smile wryly. Their strength was hardly at the pinnacle among the snowfield prodigies, making it impossible for them to contend for the Supreme Heart. Thus, satisfied with their gains from the first stage, they chose to withdraw from the blood spirit realm. There were many others who, like them, made the rational choice. Choices are complete. To the trial participants of the second stage, may fortune favor you. Naturally, Jiang Yin chose to stay. After that voice faded, a sense of vertigo enveloped him once more. When he opened his eyes again, an enormous figure appeared before him. It was a towering presence, nearly 5 meters tall. Jiang Yin, at 185 centimeters, barely reached its leg height and could only gaze up in awe. Then, a familiar face emerged before him. Who else could it be but Zhou Ping, who had trained in horizontal techniques? What an unfortunate encounter, Jiang Yan. Let me see whether you have made any progress in these 2 weeks. Zhou Ping distinctly remembered the scene from 2 weeks ago when Jiang Yan had injured him. Now, 2 weeks later, his strength had significantly increased, and his physique had undergone further evolution. Not only had he grown taller, but his muscle mass had also reached new heights. Defeating Jiang Yan was a foregone conclusion. I cannot fathom how you, with such an unsightly appearance, have become so audacious. Jiang Yan looked at Zhou Ping in bewilderment. This nearly 5-meter-tall figure was indeed intimidating, but it was undeniably grotesque. If it were him, no matter how badly he wanted to grow stronger, he would never wish to become such a sight. You re-seeking death. Jiang Yan's words ignited Zhou Ping's fury. His eyes blazed, and as he advanced, the ground trembled beneath him as he launched a swift punch toward Jiang Yan. Chapter 035. 1800 Star Cells. What a pretense! Zhou Ping, having cultivated horizontal techniques, was aware that with each twist of evolution, his appearance had grown increasingly hideous. Yet, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Now, with Jiang Yan's audacious taunt, Zhou Ping's rage reached its peak. Die! Zhou Ping's fist, as large as a watermelon, descended upon Jiang Yan's face. In that moment, he could almost envision Jiang Yan's handsome sunlit visage being transformed into a grotesque mess by his strike. Only then would he find satisfaction. However, the next moment, astonishment washed over his face. His fist had been blocked. Moreover, Jiang Yan had merely reached out casually and caught Zhou Ping's furious punch. Zhou Ping roared in disbelief. His face contorted in shock, veins erupted across his body like a spider's web, every muscle pushed to its limit. Yet, Jiang Yan remained utterly unyielding. His expression was as nonchalant as before. Impossible? Zhou Ping was filled with astonishment and disbelief. 2 weeks prior, he could at least hold his ground against Jiang Yan, but now, he felt utterly outmatched. How could his progress have been so rapid? It's impossible. Seeing Zhou Ping's astonishment, Jiang Yan merely chuckled. He had not wasted these 2 weeks. With the aid of the celestial star power and countless blood spirits, the number of star cells within him had reached an astonishing 1,800. 1,800 star cells had fortified his physique to an unimaginable degree. Even his cultivation had advanced to the second stage, 5th level, thanks to the feedback from the star cells. Is this the extent of your abilities? Jiang Yan saw no reason to waste further time conversing with Zhou Ping. Grasping one of his fingers, he yanked downward. Zhou Ping's massive form instantly felt an overwhelming force pulling him down, causing him to crash heavily onto the ground. Bang! A dull thud echoed, as if an earthquake had struck, making the surrounding ground tremble. A hint of unwillingness flickered in Zhou Ping's eyes. With his horizontal training level, he would not be injured by such a fall. Yet, the most devastating blow was to his psyche. Before Jiang Yan, he felt like a child, utterly powerless to resist. Starry Fist, having slammed Zhou Ping to the ground, Jiang Yan swiftly unleashed a series of fluid strikes. His fists fell like rain upon Zhou Ping's colossal form. With Jiang Yan's current physique and cultivation, each blow was imbued with a sense of overwhelming power that evoked despair. Zhou Ping's body was soon riddled with wounds. Although he possessed SSS-level talent, the speed at which he healed was no match for the pace at which he sustained injuries. Just as he neared the brink of collapse, a strange force emerged, suppressing Jiang Yan. This was the power of the blood spirit realm's rules. In the next instant, Zhou Ping's form vanished from Jiang Yan's sight, and he was pulled into some sort of vortex. Spinning uncontrollably, useless trash is still useless trash. Even if they band together, it changes nothing. Meanwhile, Chen Kai and Wang Zhong simultaneously flew out, spitting blood that stained the ground. They too were swiftly transported away by the blood spirit realm's rule power. Witnessing this scene, Long Ning's expression was cold. Weakness is weakness. They think that by clustering together they can alter anything. In reality, nothing changes. Jiang Yan, do not disappoint me. I do not wish to battle that hideous creature. Among the 10 who entered the blood spirit realm, only Jiang Yan and Zhou Ping were qualified to be Long Ning's opponents. However, the mere thought of Zhou Ping's grotesque appearance made Long Ning feel uneasy. He too was soon caught in a whirl of spinning sensations. When he regained his senses, Jiang Yan had already appeared before him. I told you to wait. Whether for my teacher or for the Supreme Heart, I shall emerge victorious this time. Upon seeing Jiang Yin's arrival, Long Ning's lips curled into a smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. Victory? If I can defeat you once, I can do so again. Hearing Long Ning's grandiose claims, Jiang Yin remained unfazed. Dream on, Tiger Dragon Fist. As the words fell, Long Ning charged like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his punches swift and furious. His blood vitality was infused with a frenzied essence, and his fist waves surged toward Jiang Yin with unparalleled ferocity. Starry Fist. Facing Long Ning's fist waves, Jiang Yin showed no fear. His starry blood vitality was not inferior to the enhancements of these SSS-level talents. Moreover, he wielded a perfected second-tier martial technique. As their fist waves collided, Long Ning's were swiftly extinguished, while Jiang Yin's continued to surge forward, pressing toward Long Ning, who managed to block it with his physique. No wonder Su Yin was no match for you. This body-tempering secret technique of yours is indeed peculiar. But is it only you who can practice this body-tempering technique? Long Ning sensed the peculiar blood vitality emanating from Jiang Yin. This should not be present in a mere mortal. However, now was not the time for contemplation. After blocking Jiang Yin's attack, Long Ning swiftly evaded, appearing before Jiang Yin like a wraith. He aimed to leverage his physical advantage for close-quarters combat with Jiang Yin. Of all choices, why choose the quickest route to your demise? In the face of Long Ning's proximity, Jiang Yin merely scoffed. With his current physique fortified by 1,800 star cells, was Long Ning not seeking death? Prepare to die. Gathering his strength, Long Ning unleashed a punch, his momentum fierce as a rainbow. Yet the very next second, Jiang Yin grasped his fist in his hand. This left Long Ning with an overwhelming sense of futility, as if his might was but a puddle of water, while Jiang Yin's palm resembled a sponge, absorbing his power completely upon contact. How could this be? Long Ning stood there, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, he felt an immense force against his hand. It was Jiang Yin, who had transformed his fingers into a palm, pushing against Long Ning's fist. Instantly, Long Ning was sent flying through the air like a cannonball, unstoppable in his momentum. Even as he crashed to the ground, the residual force caused his body to bounce repeatedly off the earth, creating a series of craters beneath him. By the time he steadied himself and rose, he appeared utterly disheveled. Is this all the strength he possesses? What a pretentious display, observing Long Ning, now covered in dust and bruises. Jiang Yin scoffed. Without the strength to back it up, one should not play the part of a formidable wolf. He had initially assumed that Long Ning would be significantly stronger than Zhou Ping, but it seemed he was mistaken. Nevertheless, Jiang Yin did not let his guard down. He recalled how, in a previous encounter, Su Yin had only unleashed his full potential when cornered. Sharing the same SSS-level talent, Long Ning, as a true dragon body, might possess similar capabilities. Chapter 036, The Defeat of Long Ning, The Baptism of the Supreme Heart. Jiang Yin, I concede. I underestimated you. This move was originally intended for other Godseed candidates. Thus far, you are the first opponent to witness it. As he spoke, Long Ning lifted his head, his dark eyes transforming into a brilliant gold. Transformation into a dragon, two protrusions suddenly emerged from his forehead, extending outward like dragon horns. His eyes not only turned golden but also morphed into peculiar, slitted pupils. These golden vertical eyes exuded a mysterious and regal aura, emanating an inexplicable pressure. Long Ning's hands transformed into dragon claws. Elongated and sharp, capable of slicing through anything. Scales began to sprout across his body, resembling the armor of a dragon. What kind of half-dragon creature is this? Jiang Yin thought of the most fitting title for the half-dragon. Half-human Long Ning. Yet he did not underestimate him. The dangerous aura emanating from Long Ning suggested that this form was significantly more powerful than before. Half-dragon? Quite accurate. But it is sufficient for me to defeat you. The Dragon Transformation is a perfect amalgamation of the Dragon Transformation Sutra and the true dragon body that Long Ning has cultivated. As Long Ning's cultivation deepens, this dragon form will transcend the simplicity of a mere half-dragon, allowing him to become a true dragon, soaring through the heavens. However, even in this half-dragon form, Long Ning had experienced an unparalleled enhancement across the board. In a flash, Long Ning appeared before Jiang Yin once more. Launching a punch, the astonishing speed caught Jiang Yin off guard momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Starry Fist. He responded with a punch of his own, meeting Long Ning's strike head-on. This punch was executed with the finesse of perfected martial techniques. Every fiber of Jiang Yin's muscles strained to their utmost limits, and a tempest of energy surged forth. Invisible waves radiated from the point of impact, cascading outward. The fierce winds roared, stirring up a whirlwind of sand. The two figures stood still for a moment, both astonished. Jiang Yin was surprised by the hardness of Long Ning's fist, which, covered in scales, felt as indestructible as rock. Moreover, Long Ning's strength had indeed increased dramatically after his transformation, rendering Jiang Yin's punch ineffective. Yet, at that moment, Long Ning's shock was far more profound. He understood better than anyone the terrifying boost in his power from this dragon form. Yet, even so, he found himself evenly matched with Jiang Yin. How formidable must Jiang Yin truly be? After all, he is merely a mortal. If he were to acquire the Supreme Heart, what heights could he reach? Long Ning dared not contemplate further. Simultaneously, a glimmer of resolve flashed in his eyes. In this battle, he could not afford to lose. Victory was imperative. Dragon Tiger Fist. Long Ning roared, his fists becoming shadows as he charged ferociously at Jiang Yin. Starry Fist. At this moment, they were evenly matched, and the battle hinged on minute details, waiting for a mistake from either side. Jiang Yin's punches shot forth like meteors, while Long Ning's arms moved so swiftly they only left behind fleeting afterimages. Their fists collided repeatedly, flesh meeting scales in the purest form of combat. After countless exchanges, they finally disengaged, creating some distance between them. "You are bleeding," Long Ning gasped heavily. The exertion of his half-dragon form had taken a toll on him. But despite his fatigue, his face was alight with excitement. He had seen blood on Jiang Yin's fist. A small wound inflicted by his dragon scales. It was slight, yet it ignited a glimmer of hope within Long Ning for victory over Jiang Yin. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yin now occupied a markedly different position in his mind. Once thought to be easily manageable, now, simply spotting a glimmer of hope for victory filled Long Ning with exhilaration. "Is this what brings you joy?" Observing the gleam in Long Ning's eyes, Jiang Yin glanced at the wound on his own fist. Suddenly, Long Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Those golden-slitted pupils watched in astonishment as the wound on Jiang Yin's fist healed before his very eyes, returning to its original state. How could this be? In an instant, the hope that had ignited within Long Ning was extinguished. The moment Jiang Yin was wounded, he had believed he could wear down his opponent with his dragon form. Yet now, witnessing Jiang Yin's self-healing, Long Ning's composure shattered. How could he continue fighting? Not only was Jiang Yin stronger than him, but his recovery was even more formidable. What hope was there in this battle? I must say, what is a divine body worth? As the words left his lips, Jiang Yin surged forward with renewed vigor, employing the stunning phoenix step to close the distance between them in an instant. Within him, 1,800 stellar cells tirelessly drew upon the cosmic forces of the stars, not only mending his external injuries but also replenishing his energy reserves. While Long Ning's dragon form was indeed powerful, it was not without limits. Moreover, after the grueling battle, Long Ning had already expended a considerable amount of energy. He could no longer match Jiang Yin's prowess. Ultimately, in a desperate struggle, he succumbed, being sent flying away. Unable to maintain his dragon form, Long Ning soared through the air, bloodied, leaving a long trail upon the ground. "I will not accept this. I refuse to accept this." Gazing at the proud figure of Jiang Yin, Long Ning could not fathom how he had lost to a mere mortal. His fingers dug deep into the earth as if to prop himself up, yearning to confront Jiang Yin once more. But he was utterly drained. Thus, he could only feel the binding power of the rules constraining him, pulling him away from this space. "Jiang Yin, I shall not lose again." After uttering this fierce declaration, Long Ning's figure vanished from Jiang Yin's sight. Jiang Yin paid little heed to the defeated words left behind. What merit was there in acknowledging the words of a vanquished foe? Name: Jiang Yin. First gene lock, extraordinary insight. Second gene lock, unlocked, unlock condition. Defeat a total of 10 divine bodies. Current progress, 210, progress increased by 1. After observing the changes on the panel, Jiang Yin finally regained his focus. The ethereal voice resonated through the realm once more. "Tester, congratulations. You have passed the blood spirit trial. Next, I shall conduct the baptism of the Supreme Heart." Upon completion of the baptism, you will acquire the world's top-tier postnatal talent. As the voice faded, a whirlwind of sensations engulfed Jiang Nian. When he regained his senses, he found himself immersed in a vast, golden ocean, filled with profound forces beyond articulation, permeating through every pore of his body, directed toward his heart. If one could peer into Jiang Nian's heart, they would discover that with the influx of this mysterious power, each part of his heart radiated a golden brilliance. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern strange divine patterns within. This process was intricate and gradual, prompting Jiang Nian to focus intently on the changes within his heart, casting aside all other thoughts. Chapter 037. The Thunder God Body, Lan Ze. Arrival at the Military Martial Arts University. A few days later, in the outskirts of Kyoto. What a disgrace! A true dragon body, unable to triumph over a mere mortal. And now, that mortal has acquired the supreme heart. Zhang Wanshan sat cross-legged in the mountains, his frustration boiling over each time he pondered the reports from Zhenwu Hall, since achieving the rank of martial saint. His moments of vexation had been few and far between, yet they all stemmed from the same individual, Jiang Nian. You truly are remarkable. It had been ages since anyone had occupied Zhang Wanshan's thoughts to such an extent, let alone evoke such ire. If it weren't for the hope that this batch of god seeds would become martial gods, I would have eliminated you without hesitation. Suppressing his anger, a flicker of trepidation crossed Zhang Wanshan's eyes. He then resumed his seclusion in the mountains to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Daxia region, the western wilderness. This area, the most desolate in Daxia, also served as the largest battleground between Daxia and the fierce beasts. Not only was the longest border line sprawled across this land, but it was also home to the 11th-ranked martial arts university in Daxia, the Military Martial Arts University. Even though it was situated closer to the heart of Daxia, the perilous environment was evident. Having defeated Su Yin and triumphed over Long Ning, Jiang Nian, what secrets do you harbor? I truly have not erred in my choice of the Military Martial Arts University. In the solitary confines of his dormitory, Lan Ze set down his phone and gazed out the window, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips, eyeing the depths of his profound eyes. A flicker of lightning could be perceived. Meanwhile, within the blood-spirit space, a week had elapsed on the timer in Jiang Nian's hand. The golden expanse surrounding him had been thoroughly absorbed of its essence. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous heartbeat resonated from Jiang Nian's chest, the rhythmic pounding echoing like drums, causing ripples upon the water's surface. At that moment, Jiang Nian opened his eyes. An overwhelming aura emanated from his physical form, saturating the atmosphere. Although he could not yet introspect into his own body, he could sense the transformative changes bestowed upon him by the Supreme Heart. It was akin to a rebirth. The vigorous thumping of his heart accelerated the circulation of his blood, filling every limb and sinew with terrifying strength. This not only significantly enhanced his training efficiency but also granted him an unparalleled boost in combat prowess. Beyond these long-term benefits, after the baptism of the Supreme Heart, Jiang Nian's cultivation had already reached the second stage, 7th level. Within his dantian, 7 swirling blood chi vortices danced. His stellar cells had experienced a remarkably terrifying growth, increasing by 700 to a staggering total of 2,500. This caused Jiang Nian's exterior to radiate a more intense glow. Though it was not overtly conspicuous, should he encounter Long Ning again, even if the latter transformed into a half-dragon, unleashing a barrage upon him. Jiang Nian believed that he could withstand the onslaught. Moreover, Jiang Nian sensed that the capabilities of the Supreme Heart had yet to be fully unlocked. It was merely that his current strength was still insufficient. Truly, he possessed the most exceptional innate talent. Even if a divine body were before him now, it would not pose a significant challenge. Even without fully harnessing the Supreme Heart, its formidable enhancement had allowed Jiang Nian's strength to achieve a qualitative leap. Before acquiring the Supreme Heart, he could already defeat divine bodies. How much more so now? Defeating 10 divine bodies would open the second genetic lock? How exhilarating! Jiang Nian's thoughts shifted, and he utilized the rules of the blood-spirit space to depart from that place. After defeating Long Ning, he had also gained the Supreme Heart. You truly are remarkable, my friend. On a military aircraft en route to the Military Martial Arts University, Yang Tianlong communicated with Jiang Nian through a virtual image. His aged face filled with emotion. Initially, He had intended only to vindicate the military's honor, especially after the last martial saint's demise several years ago, which had left the military constrained by the 10 martial saints of the Great Xia. However, he had not anticipated that Jiang Yin would provide him with such immense surprises. In response to Yang Tianlong's sentiments, Jiang Yin merely chuckled, choosing not to engage in conversation. His objective was to defeat each of the 10 divine seeds one by one. However, until he achieved that, he did not intend to boast. Let me discuss a matter of importance. During your exploration of the secret realm, the divine seed Lan Zhe made a choice. He did not opt for the Southeast Martial Arts University but, like you, came to the Military Martial Arts University. It is evident that he has come specifically to target you. Therefore, although I have made arrangements within the Military Martial Arts University, you must remain vigilant at all times. After listening to Yang Tianlong's words, Jiang Nin nodded. Lan Zhe, a disciple of Martial Saint Wang Cheng from the Southeast Province, awakened with the SSS-level talent of the Thunder God body. Since he has delivered himself to your doorstep, you might as well seize the opportunity. At present, even a divine body does not hold much weight before Jiang Yin. After all, he has already defeated 2. Were it not for the need to unlock the second genetic lock, Jiang Yin would not even have the desire to engage. Seeing that Jiang Yin was unfazed, Yang Tianlong refrained from elaborating further. The current Jiang Yin was not the Jiang Yin of the past. Even as an ordinary body, he could tread upon Su Yin and strike down Long Ning. Moreover, he now possessed the Supreme Heart. He then proceeded to discuss another matter. In 2 months, the inaugural Great Xia Martial Arts Talents Conference will be held. This event is spearheaded by 10 martial saint factions. Unlike previous formats, this conference imposes no age restrictions. This means that within the event, you may encounter martial arts university students who have practiced for 3 additional years. This appears to be a trial for the 10 divine seeds of the Great Xia. However, I believe you are more than capable of participating. The Great Xia Martial Arts Talents Conference, the trial for the 10 divine seeds. Yang Tianlong's words instantly piqued Jiang Yin's interest. He had been contemplating the prospect of seeking out each divine seed individually and defeating them, which would undoubtedly be time-consuming and labor-intensive. If they could be gathered in one place, it would be ideal. Perhaps this could be the key to unlocking his second genetic lock. Since it is a talents conference, I must certainly attend. If I do not go, what worth would the talents conference hold? Listening to Jiang Yin's assertive declaration, Yang Tianlong laughed heartily. A spirited youth indeed. Jiang Yin, we are about to arrive at the Military Martial Arts University. We are preparing to land. Upon hearing the pilot's announcement, Jiang Yin ended his conversation with Yang Tianlong. He then looked down through the helicopter's door. Amidst the vastness, a magnificent institution stood proudly. From this vantage point, he could see a throng of figures below, easily imagining the lively scene. Continuing to gaze westward, a faint black line came into view. The border defense line of the Great Xia was this very line that had prevented countless ferocious beasts from descending into the Great Xia. As Jiang Yin pondered, the helicopter began its descent. Chapter 038. A person of importance. Contribution points. Taking the initiative. It was September, the day for new students to report to the Great Xia Martial Arts University. Even though it was the final day of reporting, new students continued to arrive in droves at the entrance of the Military Martial Arts University, creating a bustling scene. However, soon all attention was drawn to the sound of thumping rotor blades. And they looked up at the sky. A military helicopter. Which prominent figure has arrived? How is it landing here? The new students gazed upwards, recognizing the camouflaged helicopter's origin. What they did not expect, however, was that the helicopter circled above before descending directly at the entrance. It then landed smoothly in front of the Military Martial Arts University. Don't push the front, don't block my view. I can't see. The crowd of new students erupted in excitement, pushing and shoving to catch a glimpse of the distinguished figure disembarking from the helicopter. The Military Martial Arts University. Jiang Yin stepped off the helicopter, pulling his suitcase while gazing at the robust characters on the plaque, his eyes shimmering. Entering the Martial Arts University signified his true entry into the realm of warriors, which he had long aspired to. With such hopes, Jiang Yin wheeled his suitcase into the school to complete his registration. Meanwhile, the crowd that had clustered around to observe the camouflaged helicopter was in a frenzy. They had never imagined that such a grand helicopter would only deliver Jiang Yin alone. What astonished them even more was that Jiang Yin appeared to be just like them, another new student reporting. Yet everyone else had been brought by their parents. while he alone had arrived aboard a military helicopter. In the first class of the semester, Jiang Yin undoubtedly made the new students acutely aware of the disparities in the world. He was Jiang Yin, the martial arts college entrance examination champion of Jiangnan province, the one who had failed his awakening and was expelled as a divine seed. Having kept a close watch on Jiang Yin for some time, someone quickly recognized his identity and exclaimed amidst the crowd, "What? The provincial champion? You can still be the provincial champion without a successful awakening. Are you joking? If he had talent, how terrifying would that be?" The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Upon learning of Jiang Yin's failure to awaken, many gazed at him with incredulity. Though an ordinary body struggled to compete with those who had awakened talents, it was not entirely impossible. It merely required extraordinary gifts in other areas. Gaining admission to the Military Martial Arts University as an ordinary body was already a testament to one's strength. Not to mention the status of provincial champion. "Boss, Jiang Yin has arrived at the school." In the training room, a male student reported respectfully as he gazed at Lan Zhe, who was immersed in his training. It was not that he was unwilling to approach Lan Zhe. Rather, the terrifying aura of lightning surrounding Lan Zhe made him feel as though he could explode from mere proximity. He was naturally reluctant to invite trouble upon himself. "Jiang Yin has arrived? Find a reason to test his strength," Lan Zhe instructed, maintaining his training posture with a split focus. "Understood," the male student nodded and retreated. Thus, the room was left with only Lan Zhe and the crackling sounds of lightning. "This is your identity wristband. Please take care of it. Since you were admitted as the top student from Jiangnan province, the school has awarded you 1,000 contribution points. Should you have any further inquiries, you may contact the campus center at any time." After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Yin donned his identity wristband and exited the registration point. Prior to arriving at the Military Martial Arts University, Yang Tianlong had already briefed him on the concept of contribution points. Unlike universities in the era before the martial arts epoch, in contemporary martial arts academies, they increasingly resemble organizations. Contribution points serve as a measure of the resources provided to students. Everything a student requires, be it techniques, martial skills, or medicinal elixirs, must be exchanged through these contribution points. Furthermore, with sufficient contribution points, one can even seek guidance from highly skilled instructors to aid in their cultivation. In short, within martial arts academies, lacking contribution points renders one nearly immobile. The more prestigious the academy, the easier it is to acquire superior martial resources, as the Great Xia Empire preferentially allocates better resources to these outstanding students. However, the Military Martial Arts University is backed by the entire military of Great Xia. Most students there, upon graduation, will become valiant warriors guarding the borders and battling fierce beasts. Thus, in terms of resource benefits, it is not significantly inferior to the top 10 elite academies. The only noteworthy disadvantage may be its mandatory military training, which is no trivial affair. This training involves taking students to perilous frontiers to engage in combat with ferocious beasts. For Jiang Yin, this poses little challenge. In fact, he is eager to participate. Unfortunately, the Military Martial Arts University schedules its military training at the end of the term, rather than at the beginning. "Are you Jiang Yin?" As Jiang Yin was heading towards his dormitory, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Standing before him, it was a slender male student with tousled hair and somewhat vacant eyes. Nevertheless, Jiang Yin could discern his formidable strength, at least at the second tier. 9th level. Since acquiring the Supreme Heart, Jiang Yin's ability to sense others' cultivation levels has become nearly infallible. This student was certainly not a newcomer. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Yin could sense the ill intent emanating from the individual. However, if he was merely at the second tier, 9th level, he posed no real threat. "Are you interested in a duel? The loser will concede 500 contribution points, so it's for contribution points?" Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Many around them had witnessed the exchange and recognized the identity of the male student, murmuring amongst themselves, "Isn't that Su Chong from the second year? How rare to challenge a newcomer. Perhaps he is lacking contribution points. If I were that newcomer, I'd be foolish to accept the duel." Su Chong is already at the second tier, 9th level, and possesses an S-class talent. Who could possibly rival him? One senior student remarked quietly, just loud enough for Jiang Yin to overhear. "A gamble is permissible. However, 500 contribution points is too meager. If we are to wager, let us make it 1,000 contribution points. Do you dare accept?" Seeing Jiang Yin turn the tables and raise the stakes, The two nearby male students were momentarily stunned. Isn't it clear enough? He is at the second tier, 9th level, with S-class talent. You, as a newcomer, wish to challenge him? And you are raising the stakes to 1,000 contribution points. With that many contribution points, what else could you not accomplish? 1,000 it is, then. Let the battle commence. Su Chong was unfazed by Jiang Yin's increased wager. He had merely come at Lan Zhe's behest to test Jiang Yin's capabilities. Flame Demon Spear. Su Chong shouted, and a long spear materialized in his hand. This spear, approximately 2 meters in length, was entirely black, adorned with peculiar patterns. Its tip radiated a faint glow, emanating intense heat. The first move was indeed indicative of S-class talent. Clearly, Su Chong was determined to secure that 1,000 contribution points. As a second-year student, Su Chong was regarded as one of the top experts. The Flame Demon Spear was his awakened S-class talent. This spear continuously evolved and grew stronger alongside his increasing prowess. That may not be the case. Who says newcomers are merely targets? This is the provincial champion of Jiangnan province. Some bystanders, having overheard the senior's comments, spoke out in Jiang Yin's defense. However, those who had spoken merely smiled and remained silent. What did it matter that he was the provincial champion? Su Chong had trained for an additional year and possessed superior strength. Moreover, the Flame Demon Spear endowed Su Chong with unparalleled mastery over spear techniques, and his second-tier martial skill had reached perfection. These were not challenges a newcomer could withstand. Boom, boom, boom. As the crowd focused on the impending duel, a series of thunderous sounds quietly resonated in their ears. These sounds were exceptionally sinister, causing their hearts to feel an intense pressure. They instinctively clutched their chests, their faces contorted in discomfort. What is happening? Even Su Chong, standing opposite Jiang Yin, felt a wave of tightness in his chest. This disruption in his internal energy caused him to lose focus. He could also sense that the eerie sounds originated from Jiang Yin's beating heart. What kind of technique could be so malevolent? Even he, a second-tier, 9th-level warrior, was affected. The Supreme Heart is indeed remarkable, and all of this was indeed instigated by Jiang Yin. Once he entered combat mode, he ceased to suppress the pulsation of the Supreme Heart. Consequently, the intense heartbeat disturbed the rhythms of those around him. The weaker the individual, the more pronounced the disturbance and the greater the impact. However, for Su Chong, this was evidently within acceptable limits. Falling Star Spear. The abnormal heartbeat made Su Chong acutely aware of the malevolent energy. Thus, he did not hesitate. He aimed to swiftly conclude the battle. His first move was a perfected second-tier martial skill. His body seemed to meld with the Flame Demon Spear, launching forward with incredible speed, leaving behind only an afterimage. The fiery tip of the spear lunged directly at Jiang Yin. Su Chong's movements were as quick as lightning, resembling a shooting star in the blink of an eye. He was upon Jiang Yin, leaving no time for evasion. See? I told you that a newcomer cannot possibly be Su Chong's opponent, even if he is the provincial champion. From the perspective of the onlookers, Jiang Yin appeared completely unresponsive. As if he had not reacted at all, however, the rapid thrust of Su Chong's spear was already inches from his skin. Thus, the two senior students who had previously spoken could only shake their heads. Ah, youth! Their experience is still too shallow. What the hell? How did he block that? But just as they turned their heads, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. This prompted the two senior students to lift their gazes. Upon grasping the unfolding scene, their eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Su Chong's spear, like a bolt of lightning, sped towards Jiang Yin, and indeed, Jiang Yin did not flinch or evade. Yet, the spear tip failed to penetrate Jiang Yin's body, as if obstructed by an invisible barrier. What is this? Not only the onlookers were bewildered, but even Su Chong, as Jiang Yin's adversary, was at a loss. He had never doubted the sharpness of the Flame Demon Spear. Yet now, it could not even graze Jiang Yin's skin. Was his skin made of steel? Regardless of how much force Su Chong exerted, or how he twisted and ground the spear, he could not even break the surface of Jiang Yin's skin. Su Chong was genuinely questioning his own life choices. Your spear cannot breach my battle-hardened flesh. Jiang Yin had merely intended to test the current strength of his physical body. After all, even if injured, he could rapidly heal due to the power of the converging celestial stars. However, he did not anticipate that the body, comprised of 2,500 star cells, would be so formidable that it could withstand even a second-tier, ninth-level warrior's assault. Not to mention, Su Chong had employed S-class talent and perfected second-tier martial techniques. This battle-hardened body was truly deserving of its reputation. Thus, Jiang Yin began to counterattack. He extended his hand and grasped the tip of the Flame Demon Spear. Shielded by the starry barrier, the heat radiating from the spear's tip posed no threat to him. He didn't even need to furrow his brow. Before Su Chong could process the shock, Jiang Yin yanked him and the spear towards himself, in the next instant. Jiang Yin unleashed a smooth series of strikes. Delivering a punch to Su Chong, the terrifying force propelled Su Chong like a cannonball, soaring through the air. What immense power! It was only when Su Chong's body flew back like a kite with its string cut that he finally registered a semblance of normal thought. Crack! A clear sound of shattering resonated as Su Chong's body landed in a flower bed, causing the surrounding stones to splinter and reveal a spiderweb of cracks. This illustrated just how tremendous the force Su Chong had endured truly was. Did I just see that right? One punch sent Su Chong flying. At this moment, the two senior students, who had just defended Su Chong, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Oh my goodness, that is Su Chong, a renowned powerhouse in the second year, and he was just sent flying by a newcomer with a single punch. As senior students, they were well aware of Su Chong's formidable strength. This outcome was not due to Su Chong's weakness, but rather the overwhelming strength of his opponent. At this very moment, their perceptions of Jiang Yin had completely transformed, and they no longer dared to underestimate him simply because he was a newcomer. Lanze sent you, didn't he? After collecting the wager of 1,000 contribution points from Su Chong, Jiang Yin pressed further with a question. The only person he knew in the military martial arts university was Lanze. As a sophomore and a renowned powerhouse, Su Chong had no reason to seek contributions from a freshman. To Jiang Yin, it felt more like a test, a probe into his capabilities. The most likely figure behind this was none other than Lanze. He could not think of anyone else. You guessed correctly. This is not something worth concealing. Su Chong nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Yin said nothing, merely pulling his suitcase back to his dormitory, leaving Su Chong with a mocking expression. One abnormal freshman was not enough. Now there was another. What a cursed situation. Chapter 040. The Trial Tower. The darkest era of the military university. Su Chong, second stage, ninth layer, S-class talent. He had achieved an impressive 8th place in the previous semester's final assessment. Commander Yang, this is indeed a promising talent. In the principal's office of the Military Martial Arts University, Xiong Junguang's eyes glimmered with fervor as he fixed his gaze on the surveillance footage before him, which displayed the confrontation between Jiang Yin and Su Chong. Despite the latter being merely a freshman, Xiong Junguang felt an inscrutable depth to him. Hence, he turned to the virtual projection of Yang Tianlong beside him, his eyes brimming with excitement. This is why I contacted you. This talent, Zhang Wanshan does not want, but we shall take him. They will surely regret it one day. Therefore, you must nurture him well. Observing the smile accumulating on Xiong Junguang's face, Yang Tianlong's expression turned serious as he cautioned. Are you implying that Jiang Yin could very well become a martial sage for our faction? As the principal of the Military Martial Arts University, Xiong Junguang was naturally a figure within the military. He was aware of the current predicament facing the Daxia military, and as soon as Yang Tianlong spoke, his thoughts delved deeper. That was my initial thought. However, I now hold a different perspective. A martial sage may suffice for us, but it may not be enough for Jiang Yin. Who can guarantee that he will not one day reach the exalted realm of a martial god? A martial god, an existence that the entire Daxia, and indeed the world, eagerly awaited. This was the impetus behind the sensational divine creation project that stirred the entirety of Daxia. Although Jiang Yin had been excluded from the divine creation project, who could claim that he was not on par with those divine seeds given his current achievements? I understand, Commander Yang. I shall not squander Jiang Yin's time with conventional student training regimens. Meanwhile, at the trial tower, the testing ground for freshmen, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with students eager to test their strength. However, a voice resonated throughout the venue, commanding silence. Congratulations to student Lanze for surpassing the 23rd level of the trial tower, setting a new historical record. Let all students take Lanze as a role model and strive for excellence together. The cold, mechanical voice echoed around the trial tower, yet it did nothing to diminish the impact of the news on the crowd. My goodness, the 23rd layer. I barely made it to the 5th. The previous record was only the 21st layer, raising the record by 2 layers. No wonder he is a divine seed. Countless freshmen murmured, revering Lan Ze as a godlike figure. Gazing at the silhouette emerging from the trial tower, their eyes sparkled with fervor. Did he defeat Su Chong with a single move? Upon exiting the trial tower, Lan Ze learned of Su Chong's defeat. The grave expression flickered in his eyes. Despite being a vanquished foe, he was well aware of Su Chong's strength. The ability to eliminate Su Chong in an instant indicated that Jiang Yin posed a considerable threat to him. Nonetheless, this only heightened Lan Ze's excitement. Jiang Yin, the stronger you are, the better. When I defeat you in the upcoming freshman competition a month from now, it won't seem like I'm merely picking on the weak. Inside the dormitory, the freshman competition is just a month away? Jiang Yin pondered as he examined the school's official website notification on his information wristband. The freshman competition was a mandatory event for every new cohort, aimed at selecting the strongest newcomer from nearly 5,000 freshmen, with substantial rewards to boot. In my opinion, this year's strongest newcomer is undoubtedly Lan Ze. Indeed, with an SSS class talent and being a disciple of the martial sage, that buff is simply overwhelming. After all, their goal is to surpass the martial sage and ascend to the status of a martial god. How could mere mortals like us hope to catch up? Observing the unanimous confidence of others, Jiang Yin felt no stir within, even suppressing a smirk. Was a divine physique and being a disciple of a martial sage unattainable? What then of Su Yin and Long Ning, who had fallen before him? Jiang Yin did not linger on these thoughts. After browsing the official site, his attention was soon captured by the latest announcement. Congratulations to student Lan Ze for surpassing the 23rd layer of the trial tower, setting a new historical record. The trial tower? With a hint of curiosity, Jiang Yin began to research the trial tower's information, quickly grasping its fundamental concept. The trial tower, exclusively open to freshmen, simulated the perilous encounters faced by the Dasha military against fierce beasts. Categorized by difficulty, it comprised a total of 25 layers. This meant that even Lan Ze had not surpassed the subsequent 2 layers. What mysteries lay beyond those 2 layers? Initially indifferent to the trial tower, Jiang Yin now felt an undeniable curiosity stirring within him. I must find a time to go check it out, he resolved, for it not only showcased the gap between him and Lan Ze but also promised rewards of contribution points weekly. Based on rankings, contribution points held substantial utility within the university, and Jiang Yin certainly would not turn down any. Jiang Yin, the cultivation resources you exchange for have arrived. Please open the door to collect them. Coming. After signing for the delivery, Jiang Yin quickly returned to his dormitory, cradling 4 boxes. As he opened each box, a rich fragrance of medicine began to permeate the entire room. 4 golden fruits lay nestled within the boxes. These were the golden fruits, exchanged for 2,000 contribution points, suitable for late-stage second-tier body refinement martial artists, intended for use during their transition to the 3rd tier. Jiang Yin had now realized that he need not focus intently on the cultivation of the qi condensation technique. As long as the stellar indomitable body continued to enhance and the stellar cells kept consolidating, the energy returned would facilitate his vital essence breakthroughs, pushing him ever upward. Thus, Jiang Yin had grown disinterested in exchanging resources for merely increasing his vital essence. He devoted himself solely to the cultivation of the stellar indomitable body. Consuming all 4 golden fruits at once, Jiang Yin promptly closed his eyes, concentrating on the stellar indomitable body, continuously condensing the stellar cells within him. The following morning, at dawn, 2 figures approached the periphery of the trial tower. Observing the stark black and white leaderboard, their eyes momentarily flickered with astonishment. I have a premonition. The next 4 years will usher in the darkest era for the military university. Song Yingping gazed at Lan Ze's name, which hung at the top, sighing. If older students were present, they would be familiar with this name, as he was indeed the first among the current second-year students. Having ranked first in the previous semester's final assessment, who could say otherwise? I wonder why he chose to come to our school instead of the top 10 universities. Is it to exert pressure? Li Xiaodong, upon hearing Song Yingping sigh, shook his head in agreement. As another top second-year figure, Li Xiaodong found the recent events etched in his memory. Chapter 041. Tower Challenge. The Ancient Beast Returns. This was at the end of August. When some freshmen arrived early for the school year, that time, Lan Ze had come to the Military Martial Arts University ahead of schedule and privately issued challenges to the top 10 second-year students. Initially, Song Yingping and the others thought Lan Ze was unaware of his own limits. After all, Song Yingping and Li Xiaodong, ranked first and second respectively in the second year, both possessed S-class talents and had already reached the third tier. Being genuine third-tier martial artists, and no matter how one looked at it, Lan Ze could not possibly be their match, even if he had attained the second stage, ninth layer, and was incredibly close to becoming a third-tier martial artist. However, after Lan Ze triumphed over one opponent after another in a series of matches, they came to understand the terrifying nature of SSS class talent. Ultimately, even the only two third-tier martial artists, Song Yingping and Li Xiaodong, fell to Lan Ze's prowess. The overwhelming flash of lightning had become an indelible memory for them. It was evident that a student who displayed such brilliance in his freshman year would undoubtedly shine throughout his 4 years at university. Thus, they would assert that the coming 4 years would represent the darkest era for the military university, as everyone would remain overshadowed by Lan Ze. The breaking of a long-standing trial tower record was merely a testament to this. Hearing Su Chong mention that Lan Ze was quite attentive to a freshman named Zhang Yan, Song Yingping seemed to recall something and continued conversing with Li Xiaodong. Suddenly, Li Xiaodong's eyes brightened, pointing in a certain direction. "Yingping, is that the Zhang Yan you mentioned?" Following Li Xiaodong's gesture, Song Yingping looked towards the real-time ranking interface of the trial tower, his brow raising in surprise. "Welcome to the first layer of the trial tower. Student Zhang Yan, the scenarios within the trial tower correspond to real-life experiences. Please do not let your guard down." After the chilling mechanical voice fell, Zhang Yan realized that a ferocious pack of wolves had surrounded him. More than 20 vicious wolves, all of which were second-tier eightfold fierce beasts, were of the same rank as himself. Indeed, after consuming 4 golden fruits, Zhang Yan had achieved a breakthrough. The number of stellar cells within him had reached 3,000, and his cultivation had also received a significant boost. Woo! The malevolent wolves howled fiercely, charging at Zhang Yan with their menacing fangs bared. Yet, consider this, even Su Chong, a second-tier ninefold, utilizing his S-class talent and perfected second-tier martial skills, could not breach Zhang Yan's defenses. What chance did these small wolves stand? As they collided with Zhang Yan, they were momentarily dazed, as if they had struck a steel body, tumbling down and emitting pained howls. However, they were swiftly reaped by Zhang Yan. The howls abruptly ceased. In this manner, he rapidly swept through the trial tower. 15 minutes. He had already reached the 20th level. Outside the trial tower, Song Yingping and Li Xiaodong silently kept time for Zhang Yan, both in disbelief. They were well aware of the difficulty of the trial tower. Given their strength, maintaining the same pace as Zhang Yan for the first 10 levels was manageable. However, to sustain that speed from the 11th to the 20th level was quite extraordinary. Much like Lan Ze, Zhang Yan was indeed a true anomaly. Li Xiaodong couldn't help but click his tongue, wondering if he could surpass Lan Ze's record. Song Yingping squinted his eyes, as someone who had experienced it firsthand. He and Li Xiaodong understood all too well. The 21st level of the trial tower was merely the beginning of a nightmare. The difficulty was like comparing heaven and earth. The 21st level of the trial tower has been opened. The trial subject is extremely dangerous. Challengers proceed with caution. Upon reaching the 21st level, Zhang Yan keenly noted a warm reminder added to the icy mechanical voice. Shortly thereafter, a massive tiger adorned with purple and blue patterns appeared before him. Strangely, behind this tiger were a pair of wings flickering with lightning. In the 132nd year of the martial era, humanity discovered the ancient breed of fierce beasts for the first time. The ancient breed of fierce beasts has been raided. Before you stands the first discovered S-class fierce beast, the Thunderwing Tiger. Zhang Yan was no stranger to the term ancient breed of fierce beasts in the martial era. Some fierce beasts not only awakened features reminiscent of mythological legends, but also possessed terrifying strength to match. Thus, these ancient fierce beasts were assigned corresponding ratings, categorized from S-class to SS class, SSS class, and the most formidable, the mythical class. Such beasts truly existed in mythology and had also appeared in the martial era. Wreaking havoc on the human world, roar, the Thunderwing Tiger let out a deafening roar, its wings fluttering, lightning coursing through them. In an instant, a bolt of thunder shot forth from its wings, striking directly at Zhang Yan. Indeed, an S-class fierce beast was exceptional. With such power, it was no wonder that even Lan Ze faltered at the 23rd level. The powerful thunder pierced through Jiang Yin's stellar barrier, sending a tingling sensation through his muscles. Though this intensity posed no threat to Jiang Yin, for an ordinary person to breach his stellar barrier was utterly unthinkable point. One could only imagine the ferocity of the Thunderwing Tiger's thunder. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Jiang Yin. Before his formidable physique, the tiger's powerful thunder was rendered inconsequential. He resembled an unstoppable warrior, advancing step by step against the relentless thunderbolts unleashed by the tiger. Roar! Yet, this was merely a neural projection, designed to mimic the Thunderwing Tiger's every aspect, devoid of fear or panic. Facing the aggressive Jiang Yin, the Thunderwing Tiger could only roar defiantly, then charge at him with unwavering resolve. Still, it proved to be just as weak as the Thunderwing Tiger lunged at him. Jiang Yin did not evade. Instead, he instinctively struck out with his palm. Bang! The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The tremendous force sent the rushing Thunderwing Tiger crashing to the ground, embedding it deep into the earth. Blood and flesh splattered. Thankfully, it was devoid of consciousness. Had it been aware, it might have pondered who the true S-class fierce beast was, Jiang Yin or itself. The 22nd level of the trial tower has been opened. The trial subject is extremely dangerous. Challengers proceed with caution. In the 245th year of the martial era, before you stands the first discovered SS-class fierce beast, the Fire Spirit Sparrow. Gazing at the colossal red sparrow, ablaze with flames and radiating searing heat, Jiang Yin braced himself behind his stellar barrier and bravely pressed forward. He had reached the 22nd level. At this moment, outside the trial tower, not only Song Yingping and Li Xiaodong were focused on Jiang Yin. Many others had noticed his record, exclaiming in astonishment. Prior to Lan Zhe, this had been the best record at the Military Martial Arts University. And now, just shortly after the semester began, 2 individuals had approached this record. How could this not amaze everyone? It seemed that defiance against age was futile. Watching Jiang Yin's relentless advance through the tower upon reaching the 21st level, Song Yingping and Li Xiaodong exchanged glances, their faces filled with disappointment. Chapter 042. Seriously? Am I fighting a mythical level fierce beast? It's Lan Zhe. Why is he here? Is he worried that Jiang Yin will break his record? Suddenly, a stir arose outside the trial tower. Someone had spotted Lan Zhe, and exclamations filled the air. Observing Lan Zhe fixated on the real-time rankings, speculation began to circulate. Jiang Yin, let me see how far you can go. Having defeated 2 divine bodies, ignoring the gazes that turned him into the focal point, Lan Zhe remained fixated on the rankings, murmuring to himself. Just then, Jiang Yin's rank shifted again, leaping from the 22nd level to the 23rd level. The 23rd level of the trial tower has been opened. The trial subject is extremely dangerous. Challengers proceed with caution. In the 412th year of the martial era, before you stands the first discovered SSS-class fierce beast, the Thunderstorm Dragon. A colossal dragon snake materialized before Jiang Yin, its body towering several stories high, its golden, serpent-like eyes gleaming. At its brow, a pair of dragon horns protruded, exuding an air of majesty. The scales covering its body shimmered with a strange brilliance, embodying traits of a true dragon, indicating that this dragon snake bore a rich lineage of true dragon blood. Roar! The thunderstorm dragon soared into the air, unleashing a roar. Between its dragon horns, strands of lightning intertwined. Culminating in an explosive burst, a powerful laser of thunder surged forth, aimed directly at Jiang Yin. Reacting swiftly, he crossed his arms in defense, bracing himself against the laser. Yet the tremendous force still propelled him backward, his feet sinking into the ground, leaving behind 2 long trails. Indeed, SSS class was formidable. Once the thunderstorm dragon retracted the laser, Jiang Yin's arms bore the marks of a fierce red burn. Fortunately, he possessed stellar energy. Otherwise, anyone else would have been left with charred limbs. Under the restorative powers of stellar energy, Jiang Yin's burns swiftly healed. The thunderstorm dragon seemed agitated, its roars growing increasingly deafening. Its form blurred through space. A fierce wind howling as its tail, enveloped in gale force, struck towards Jiang Yin. Are you comparing raw strength with me? Facing the massive tail of the thunderstorm dragon, Jiang Yin neither dodged nor retreated. He simply raised his hands as he braced against the tail, his feet dug deep into the ground. After sliding back several meters, he steadied himself and grasped the thunderstorm dragon's tail. Roar. The moment the thunderstorm dragon felt its tail captured, it sensed something amiss. Yet, it was too late, and no matter how it twisted and turned, Jiang Yin's grip was like a vice, firmly locking its body in place. Bang, bang, bang. On this vast, boundless earth, Jiang Yin seized the thunderstorm dragon's tail and swung it through the air, then slammed it down onto the ground. A display of violent aesthetics unfolded before him, continuing until the thunderstorm dragon was utterly devoid of life. Could this be the most humiliating demise of an SSS-class fierce beast? Watching the thunderstorm dragon he had crushed to death, Jiang Yin pondered thoughtfully. However, he did not dwell on it for long, opting to ascend to the next level. The 23rd level of the trial tower housed an SSS-class fierce beast. What formidable existence awaited him on the next level? He had reached the 24th level. My goodness. This equaled Lan Zhe's record. Could he possibly surpass Lan Zhe? Observing the real-time ranking shift, the crowd outside the trial tower erupted in conversation. Especially with the principal players standing right before them, the thrill of witnessing it all firsthand heightened their excitement. What would it feel like to encounter that creature? Would he be so frightened that he would withdraw? Contemplating the being in the 24th level cast a shadow over Lan Zhe's heart. Yet, thinking of Jiang Yin's impending encounter, he couldn't help but smirk. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the principal, there's another student who has reached the 24th level. It's the Jiang Yin you specifically asked me to pay attention to. Upon hearing this, Xiong Junguang, who had been engrossed in his work, put down his tasks. He promptly utilized his authority to bring up the live footage from the trial tower. From the 21st level of the trial tower onwards, the ferocious beasts are categorized by difficulty as S, SS, SS, and then mythical level. The trial beast of the 24th level is a once mighty mythical beast known as the True Dragon. The 24th level of the trial tower has been opened. The trial subject is extremely dangerous. Challengers, please proceed with caution. In the year 1012 of the Martial Era, a true dragon emerged from the Arctic Glacier. Its cultivation is at the 9th tier. Unparalleled in strength, it descended upon the Bear Country, annihilating nearly half of its territory. Subsequently, the martial saints of Bear Country issued a plea for aid, uniting the power of 5 martial saints to slay the true dragon. Before you stands the first discovered mythical beast, the Ice Dragon. Upon arriving at the 24th level of the trial tower, the appearance of the Ice Dragon sent a chill piercing through Jiang Yin's flesh and bone. This was not a primordial beast like the Flying Thunder Jiao, which bore the bloodline of a true dragon. Rather, it was a terrifying mythical beast, a genuine entity of legend. In the present world, only 5 mythical beasts have been recorded. Each possesses the combat prowess of a 9th-tier martial saint. Moreover, due to their mythical nature, their strength far exceeds that of an ordinary martial saint. Often, multiple martial saints must be deployed to subdue and slay them. Roar. Faced with the Ice Dragon, which was entirely ice blue and hovering in the air while roaring at him, Jiang Yin felt momentarily speechless. Am I really expected to fight the Ice Dragon? Please, this is a 9th-tier mythical beast. Am I supposed to offer myself as tribute? However, Jiang Yin soon discerned an anomaly amidst the swirling icy mist. Despite the bone-chilling aura, it remained within his tolerable limits. Being set within the trial tower, the Ice Dragon's cultivation was also restricted to the same realm as Jiang Yin. That's how it is. Nevertheless, even so, Jiang Yin had not lowered his guard in the slightest. As a mythical beast, the Ice Dragon's strength extended beyond mere cultivation. It possessed formidable ice affinity and harbored terrifying true dragon abilities. It is known that the true dragon is impervious to all forms of attack, its physical form regarded as the pinnacle of existence. Even as a mere 2nd-tier 8th-level Ice Dragon, its actual combat strength might deter even ordinary 3rd-tier martial artists. Seeing that the icy mist had no effect on Jiang Yin, the Ice Dragon could not help but intensify its assault, coating Jiang Yin's body in a layer of frost. The chill seeped through his pores, attempting to freeze his very organs. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a dull heartbeat resonated from Jiang Yin's chest. The supreme heart pulsed, and his vital energy surged like a river, radiating high temperatures through his pores. The frost rapidly melted away, transforming into a cloud of white mist. This was the hallmark of a top-tier post-heavenly talent. The ice magic was rendered ineffective, prompting the ice dragon to look down and dive from the sky. Intent on subduing Jiang Yin. Chapter 043. The final level of the Trial Tower. Unknown creature, Titan. One of the top-tier post-heavenly talents, the Supreme Heart. Such fortune compensates for the lack of awakened talents in the principal's office. Xiong Junguang observed the fierce battle between Jiang Yin and the ice dragon, his eyes lighting up. The Supreme Heart is a talent that cannot be easily attained by those without great opportunities or willpower. It has even been extinct from the world for many years. He never expected to witness it in Jiang Yin. Perhaps he might indeed break Lan Zhe's record and defeat this ice dragon. Xiong Junguang tapped his fingers on the desk, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Why is he still holding on? Outside the trial tower, Lan Zhe was beginning to falter. Nearly 10 minutes had passed since Jiang Yin entered the 24th level. Lan Zhe vividly recalled his own experience, where he could not hold out for long against that terrifying ice dragon. With the same level of cultivation, ferocious ice magic, and an intimidating physique, there was simply no match for the ice dragon among martial artists of equal standing. Impossible! Jiang Yin cannot defeat it. He merely lasts a bit longer than I did. Lan Zhe dismissed this possibility from his mind, unwilling to accept the reality, a mere mortal, excluded from the divine creation plan, could not possibly surpass him. Meanwhile, within the 24th level, the Starry Fist, Jiang Yin's battle with the ice dragon had reached a fever pitch. They were entangled, with the ice dragon either exhaling frost or charging recklessly, fully showcasing the terrifying might of its true dragon physique. Jiang Yin unleashed all his might, employing his perfected second-tier martial techniques. The starlit blood energy surged like cannonballs, penetrating the ice dragon's scales and wreaking havoc on its dragon body. Although both sides appeared evenly matched, Jiang Yin could sense the ice dragon's body trembling slightly. Despite its indomitable will, it was succumbing to Jiang Yin's overwhelming strength. Why are you still struggling? Jiang Yin felt that the ice dragon was on its last legs. Under the relentless assault of his heavy punches, the ice dragon, which had been soaring in the air, finally could no longer hold on and plummeted to the ground. Though it still clung to life. Its body had grown exceedingly weak, incapable of contending with Jiang Yin at this moment. With the celestial power of the stars replenishing him, Jiang Yin's energy remained remarkably abundant, to the point of being virtually undiminished. You claim to be powerful? Then show me your strength once more. Jiang Yin seized the ice dragon's tail, pulling it toward himself. Roar! The ice dragon let out a thunderous roar, attempting to struggle. Yet, at this point, it was merely a spent force, no match for Jiang Yin. It could only be grasped by its tail and hurled repeatedly against the ground until it ceased to breathe. This fellow is truly brutal. Xiong Junguang watched Jiang Yin mercilessly slay the ice dragon, his admiration deepening. Having come from a military background and fought against ferocious beasts, he understood that to subdue a beast, one must first be more ferocious than the beast itself. Jiang Yin, before him, was undoubtedly such a fierce warrior. To possess 1,000 elite troops is less valuable than having a Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin was about to enter the 25th level. Such monumental news must be reported to Commander Yang. Xiong Junguang sighed, then suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that the 24th level already housed a mythical beast. What, then, could await in the 25th level? The thought of what trials lay in the final layer of the trial tower sparked Jiang Yin's curiosity as he stepped into the next level. Movement. Jiang Yin's ranking shifted. He had entered the 25th level, the final layer of the trial tower. Outside the trial tower, countless spectators monitoring Jiang Yin's real-time ranking erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The 25th level, the last layer of the trial tower. This simultaneously signified that Jiang Yin had shattered Lan Zhe's record of being halted at the 24th level. Do you think Jiang Yin could possibly clear this level? I find that rather unrealistic. This trial tower is also established within the top 10 elite academies, with identical content. Yet, throughout the years, no school has ever had a student clear the final level. Even Jiang Yin's prospects seemed dim. The crowd buzzed with heated discussions regarding the possibility of Jiang Yin clearing the level. Among them, Lan Zhe now felt increasingly out of place. Impossible. How could he possibly defeat that ice dragon? Lan Zhe, in disbelief, fidgeted, unable to accept the truth reflected in the real-time rankings. He refused to believe that he would be surpassed by this mere mortal. What? Jiang Yin has cleared the 24th level of the trial tower? In the principal's office, upon receiving Xiong Junguang's communication, Yang Tianlong appeared somewhat incredulous. As the commander of the Jiangnan military district, he was well aware of the trial tower's contents, as they were all based on real military experiences. Indeed, he was now within the 25th level of the trial tower. Xiong Junguang said nothing further, merely transmitting the scenes from the trial tower to Yang Tianlong at that moment. Yang Tianlong was too anxious to engage in conversation with Xiong Junguang. He simply fixated on the screen, filled with anticipation and trepidation. The 25th level of the trial tower. Historically, it has posed challenges to countless prodigies of the great Xia in the annals of Great Xia. Nearly all prodigies have faltered here, leaving the trial tower's record stagnant at the 24th level. Now that Jiang Yin had ascended to the 25th level, could he truly stand against the monstrous being that awaited him? Yang Tianlong's eyes remained glued to the screen, unwilling to miss a single moment. The 25th level of the trial tower has been opened. The trial subject is extremely dangerous. Challengers, please proceed with caution. In the year 745 of the martial era, a spatial rift appeared along the coast of Great Xia, heralding the arrival of an unknown creature. Its power fluctuations reached the 8th tier, slaying several 8th tier martial artists. The military's Qianlong martial saint engaged in battle, clashing for 3 days and nights before ultimately defeating it. Later described in Western texts, this creature was designated as the Titan. Jiang Yin silently absorbed the information conveyed by the cold, mechanical female voice. As the chilling announcement concluded, a humanoid figure materialized before him. It was a being approximately 3 meters tall, its visage reminiscent of a human yet marked by rugged features. Most striking was its extraordinarily muscular physique, each muscle brimming with terrifying power. The pair of azure-glowing eyes fixated on Jiang Yin, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Chapter 044. The Titan's Demise. The first to completely conquer the trial tower. Titan? Jiang Yin could scarcely fathom that the final trial of the trial tower would be against an unknown creature. Moreover, this entity was exceedingly formidable. With an 8th tier cultivation, it could engage a martial sage in a fierce battle for 3 days and 3 nights. It is well known that as one delves deeper into martial arts, the disparity between even minor realms can be insurmountable. Thus, to pit an 8th tier cultivator against a 9th tier martial sage is tantamount to a fool's dream. Yet, this only underscores the terror of this unknown creature. Historically, around 100 prodigies have reached the 25th level, many of whom possessed S-level talents. However, regardless of their prowess, all ultimately succumb to this Titan. Halting their progress at this juncture, the esteemed martial sage Qianlong once rendered this evaluation of the Titan. Invincible among its peers. In the office, as he observed the standoff between Jiang Yin and the Titan, Yang Tianlong felt an involuntary tightening in his heart, murmuring to himself. With a thunderous roar, the Titan pounded its chest, exuding an aura of dread. Jiang Yin felt the ground tremble beneath him, only to find the Titan had closed the distance. Launching a powerful punch, instinctively, he raised both arms to block. Whoosh! In the next moment, Jiang Yin's body was propelled through the air like a bullet, the sound of his passage echoing across the heavens. It took a considerable time for him to stabilize, yet the internal turmoil within his organs persisted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What immense strength, despite the restorative effects of the stellar force. Allowing his injuries to heal swiftly, Jiang Yin remained astonished by the Titan's terrifying power. Even against the Ice Dragon, his physicality could withstand the challenge, yet before the Titan, he found himself at a disadvantage. Did this imply that this unknown creature could even suppress mythic beasts? Boom, boom, boom. This thought flickered through Jiang Yin's mind, urging him to act with urgency. The supreme heart surged within him, his heartbeat resonating like a drum. Extending towards the Titan. Even the mighty Titan faltered for a moment under the influence of the supreme heart. The starry fist. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yin activated his stunning footwork, swiftly appearing before the Titan. His fists rained down like a tempest, targeting the Titan's visage. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sounds of explosive impacts reverberated throughout the realm. Centered around Jiang Yin and the Titan, surging shockwaves rippled outward, threatening to sweep away everything in their vicinity. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, the two figures separated. Even the Titan, formidable as it was, began to show signs of fatigue under such intense combat. it panted like a bellows, expelling the heat from its pores. Yet, Jiang Yin's condition appeared far more dire. His fists, the corners of his mouth, his skin, even his internal organs, were all bloodied, rendering him a veritable crimson figure. Were it not for the guiding stellar force continuously mending his body, he might have already succumbed. Do think, there would come a day when I would have to grind my opponent down to dust. Jiang Yin blinked, his eyes now a shade of crimson. The scene before him was tinged a blood-red hue. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from continuing his assault, charging at the Titan for another round of fierce combat. This lad is truly mad. Observing Jiang Yin's frenzied state, repeatedly striking at the Titan, even young Tianlong found himself moved. Though Jiang Yin possessed extraordinary means to recover from his injuries, such a formidable will to endure agony was not something the average person could attain. Perhaps I was not mistaken after all. If anyone were to ascend to divinity, this lad is indeed the most likely candidate. Yang Tianlong's gaze fell into contemplation, murmuring softly to himself. 2 hours had passed. What on earth was Jiang Yin doing inside? Even if he were to perish within, it would be unlikely for there to be no reaction at all. Outside the trial tower, 2 hours had elapsed, and Jiang Yin's real-time ranking remained stubbornly fixed at the 25th level, devoid of any movement. This left many onlookers in anxious anticipation. Was something amiss inside? Hearing the chatter around him, Lan Zhe could not help but feel exhilarated. Although the 2 hours had allowed him to emerge from his earlier despondency, he naturally did not wish for Jiang Yin to venture too far. Yet, within the confines of the 25th level, Jiang Yin and the Titan remained locked in a fierce struggle. However, the scene had transformed dramatically. Haven't you eaten? Keep pushing. After 2 hours of relentless combat, the once mighty Titan was now at the end of its rope. Yet Jiang Yin, whose body was encrusted with a thick layer of dried blood, still retained his full vigor. Despite his appearance being ragged, even the Titan's punches began to lose their swiftness, while Jiang Yin's strikes remained as ferocious as ever. At long last, he began to reverse the tide, overpowering the Titan. What can one say about this lad? Yang Tianlong observed the reversal of fortunes, finally releasing a breath of relief. As he watched Jiang Yin and the Titan clash, he had countless times contemplated urging Xiong Juingguang to end the battle. At times, the peril was too much for him to bear. Yet, thankfully, Jiang Yin had persevered. Though he appeared battered, he had ultimately triumphed over the Titan. Dubbed invincible among its kind, the spirit of martial sage Qianlong, watching from above, would surely feel a sense of comfort at this sight. Reflecting on this, Yang Tianlong sighed. As the last martial sage of the military, Qianlong had established the trial tower, positioning this Titan as the final trial, to see if any of the great prodigies of the Great Xia could break the curse of the Titan's invincibility. Regrettably, even until his passing, he had not witnessed such a moment. It was said that Qianlong prepared rewards for those prodigies capable of conquering the trial tower, hidden within each tower. Only those who vanquished the Titan could claim these rewards. Finally, we shall ascertain what kind of reward Qianlong has left behind. Xiong Juingguang nodded in agreement. The two conversed while watching the real-time images of the trial tower in a state where the Titan was nearly spent. Jiang Yin ultimately ground the creature down to its demise. Victory at last. At this moment, Jiang Yin simply wished to collapse onto the ground for a well-deserved rest. This was undeniably the most exhausting battle of his life. Yet, he had triumphed. Congratulations, Jiang Yin. You are the first person in the history of Great Xia to completely conquer the trial tower. Please proceed to claim your reward. As the cold mechanical voice echoed, a pitch-black portal materialized before Jiang Yin. This was a spatial entrance. The first to conquer the trial tower? Jiang Yin was aware that no one at the Military Martial Arts University had ever achieved this feat. Yet, he had not anticipated that this would hold true for all of Great Xia. Nevertheless, considering the Titan's might, he quickly came to understand. That unknown creature was indeed terrifyingly abnormal. Being the first to conquer and receiving rewards in such a grand manner must surely indicate something extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yin stepped into the spatial entrance. Little did he know that outside, chaos had erupted due to his remarkable achievement. Chapter 045. The Impact of Conquest. Did you see that? Jiang Yin truly conquered it. Outside the trial tower, countless students gazed in shock at the real-time rankings. At that moment, Jiang Yin's entry no longer displayed a layer number, but simply bore the word "successfully cleared." This not only shattered the record set by Lan Zhe, but also established the best record in history. Moreover, this news resonated beyond the Military Martial Arts University. Congratulations to Jiang Yin from the Military Martial Arts University. Successfully cleared the 25th layer of the Trial Tower. In Jiangnan Province, at Jiangnan Martial Arts University, countless first-year students gathered outside the Trial Tower. Hearing this announcement, the broadcast from the Trial Tower echoed 3 times in succession, leaving everyone astonished. What? Cleared the Trial Tower? No way. I just reached the 10th layer, and you're telling me someone has cleared it? Who is this Jiang Yin? Is he even stronger than our so-called prodigies? Shocked whispers filled the air. Cleared? Jiang Yin? Among the crowd, Su Yin could scarcely believe his ears. Even possessing the solar god body, which countered the ice dragon's talent, he had only managed to reach the 24th layer. Yet Jiang Yin had cleared the 25th layer. He couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed more like an ordinary mortal in comparison. Furthermore, this announcement was not confined to Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Throughout Great Xia, all martial arts universities with trial towers could hear the broadcast. Jiang Yin, an ordinary mortal achieving such a feat. How truly underestimated he was. Fei Yujing stood outside the trial tower, her breathtaking visage radiating an icy aura that caused those nearby to keep their distance. However, upon hearing the broadcast, a flicker of tumult stirred within her otherwise placid eyes, though it quickly subsided. She was Fei Yujing, the possessor of the SSS-level talent, the time god body, destined to ascend beyond martial sage and achieve the status of martial god. In her eyes, both Jiang Yin and other prodigies were merely fleeting moments. At that moment, Jiang Yin remained blissfully unaware that his conquest of the Trial Tower had nearly become legendary throughout Great Xia. After experiencing a familiar sensation of dizzying vertigo, before long, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of wilderness. Where is this? Wasn't it promised that rewards would be bestowed? Gazing at the surroundings, Jiang Yin wore a bewildered expression. This hardly resembled a place for rewards, after all. For countless years, you are the first individual to vanquish the Titan and arrive here. It seems I was indeed correct in designating the Trial Tower as a rite of passage for first-year students. As Jiang Yin's musings faded, a more resounding voice echoed forth. A figure materialized before him. Gradually approaching Dai Ti was an elder, striding with authority. Though his hair was entirely white, he sported a neatly cropped style. Every gesture exuded the resolute demeanor of a soldier. Yet, Jiang Yin also sensed an unfathomable depth within him. This sensation was not unfamiliar. During the God-making project, he had spent considerable time with Zhang Wanshan. The impression this elder imparted was strikingly similar to that of Zhang Dongyang. In other words, the elder before him was also a martial sage. Jiang Yin had encountered such a predecessor. There was no need for excessive formality. Just as Jiang Yin prepared to bow, he heard the elder speak. Immediately, a mysterious force manifested, as if the very fabric of reality conspired against Jiang Yin's intention to pay his respects. The words he uttered seemed to carry a weight of their own. This extraordinary scene further solidified Jiang Yin's conjecture. I am but a mere avatar. My presence here is solely to observe whether the trial I established can indeed be completed by anyone. Yet, I never anticipated that this wait would stretch on for so long. The elder let out a wistful sigh. Those who have passed away ought not to lament the fleeting seasons. Allow me to discern what rewards would be fitting for you. As his voice trailed off, the elder turned his gaze upon Jiang Yin. His eyes, once vibrant, suddenly deepened, as if perceiving the very essence of the universe and seeing through Jiang Yin entirely, a mere mortal, an everlasting star body, the supreme heart. To Jiang Yin's surprise, the elder expressed astonishment at his lack of innate talent. However, the subsequent revelations also left him in awe. You are aware of the everlasting star body? The elder's recognition of the supreme heart was anticipated by Jiang Yin. But to witness the elder also recognize the everlasting star body left him utterly flabbergasted. Could this secret technique for body tempering possess such a grand legacy? That it still finds practitioners today is truly remarkable. The elder chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further, but instead posed a new inquiry. Young one, do you know what the 3 pinnacle innate talents of the postnatal realm are? The supreme heart, the supreme bone, and the supreme eye. Without hesitation, Jiang Yin promptly articulated the answer. These have been universally acknowledged as the three foremost innate talents since the martial era. Each can rival an SSS-level talent. According to legend, the convergence of these three supreme talents marks the apex of humanity. Since you possess the supreme heart, I shall facilitate your ascent by imparting the supreme bone. However, whether you can attain the supreme eye in the future will depend on your fortune. The supreme bone, a pinnacle innate talent that stands alongside the supreme heart. Jiang Nian initially thought the elder's question was casual. Yet, he was taken aback to discover its sincerity. The might of the supreme heart was something Jiang Nian had begun to grasp during this time. Should he also acquire the supreme bone, it would undoubtedly be akin to adding wings to a tiger. However, before Jiang Nian could express his gratitude, an irresistible force surged toward him. His body spun involuntarily, turning away from the elder. The bone of the spine, the pillar supporting the heavens and earth, is the great bone of the human body. The supreme bone of my past was achieved through this very bone. Today, I shall bestow it upon you. To impart the supreme bone. Jiang Nian had not anticipated that the elder's method of transmission would be quite so literal. Yet, before he could voice a response, a wave of excruciating pain erupted from his back, contorting his face and rendering his mind momentarily blank. His body involuntarily convulsed. Had he been able to see behind him, he would have discovered that the protruding section of his spine had sunken inward. This was due to the elder extracting his spine. Though he could not see it, the loss of such a vital bone was unmistakable in its absence. The process of bone replacement may involve a modicum of pain. Endure it. As Jiang Nian's spine vanished, a golden spine appeared in the elder's hand. It radiated with a resplendent golden light, each segment adorned with peculiar patterns, exuding an air of the extraordinary. This is the supreme bone. In the next moment, the elder aligned the spine with Jiang Nian's back. With a sudden force, it was seamlessly integrated. Chapter 046. Lanze, you are so weak now. Despite Jiang Nian's mental preparation, he could not help but emit a cry of agony. This is merely a little pain. The supreme bone, in its unparalleled dominance, exerted a tremendous pressure upon Jiang Nian's entire being. In an instant, the sound of countless bones cracking echoed from within him. Crisp and distinct. Yet simultaneously, the supreme bone released a powerful essence, fortifying Jiang Nian's skeletal structure. It bestowed upon him a sensation that was both painful and pleasurable. Though it was excruciating, he could also perceive the enhancement of his bones through this transformation. Surely, Jiang Nian must have received the rewards from the martial sage of the Dragon Clan, right? In the principal's office, Yang Tianlong furrowed his brow as he observed the trial tower's 25th level, where no further activity had transpired since Jiang Nian stepped through the spatial entrance. Nevertheless, considering that the trial tower was indeed the creation of the martial sage of the Dragon Clan, Yang Tianlong was not overly concerned. Yet, finding himself with idle time, he struck up a conversation with Xiong Junguang. Have you given thought to Jiang Nian's subsequent actions? With a month remaining until the freshman tournament, I intend to send him to the realm of all phenomena. Should any upperclassmen be present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by Xiong Junguang's proclamation. The realm of all phenomena, a trial ground controlled by the military's martial arts university, is notoriously perilous, accessible only to third-year students. Given that Jiang Nian is merely a freshman, his participation in such a venture seems rather far-fetched. Yang Tianlong was well aware of the realm of all phenomena. Regarding Jiang Nian's capabilities, there was no need for elaboration. The recent trial footage served as the best evidence. Although the realm of all phenomena is fraught with danger, it pales in comparison to the formidable titan he just faced. Indeed, the realm of all phenomena is quite advantageous to IT, would greatly benefit the body tempering techniques Jiang Nian has been practicing. Old Xiong, I am positively eager to see just how far Jiang Nian can go. Meanwhile, within the vast, desolate space I said over, the elder scrutinized Jiang Nian, who stood nearby at this moment. The pained and contorted expression on his face had settled. He appeared taller, more imposing, exuding an aura of authority. When his tightly shut eyes opened, it was as though a wild beast had been unleashed. The supreme bone. Jiang Nian felt an influx of boundless strength. The supreme heart bestowed upon him vigorous vitality, flowing like a river, perpetually brimming with energy. The supreme bone, on the other hand, fortified his entire skeletal structure, enabling him to bear even greater explosive power. This was merely its most fundamental function, the supreme bone. now replacing Jiang Yin's spine, involuntarily emanated a formidable pressure. It was akin to the intimidation of a ferocious beast, perpetually bearing down on all around him. Should Jiang Yin choose, he could concentrate this force upon an individual, instilling fear without a fight. Simultaneously, the benefits conferred upon Jiang Yin by the Supreme Bone were nothing short of extraordinary. The enhancement to his cultivation level reached the second tier, 9th stage, was self-evident. Furthermore, the number of star cells within him surged to 4,000 after the fusion with the Supreme Bone, an increase of over 1,000. Thank you, esteemed elder. After experiencing the shift within himself, Jiang Yin felt an even deeper gratitude toward the elder and respectfully bowed. However, once again, he was effortlessly interrupted by the elder. Those who have passed can do little more than this. With the rewards bestowed, it is time for you to depart from this place. With that, the elder waved his hand, revealing an exit in the fabric of space. With a mere gesture, Jiang Yin found himself uncontrollably drawn into it. Vanishing from this realm, such a prodigy, how intriguing! With a sigh of admiration, the elder's figure dissolved into motes of light, scattering into the vastness of existence. Why hasn't Jiang Yin emerged yet? Indeed, this is taking far too long. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, a throng of people gathered densely. Besides the new students who had been following Jiang Yin's progress from the beginning, many more had arrived upon hearing of his record-breaking feats. However, the prolonged absence of Jiang Yin left many feeling disappointed. He has emerged. Jiang Yin has come out. Look over there. Consequently, as Jiang Yin stepped out from the trial tower, he instantly became the center of attention. Jiang Yin, Jiang Yin, Jiang Yin. Countless voices shouted his name, faces alight with fervor, as if subjects welcoming their king. As Jiang Yin emerged from the trial tower, he exuded an overwhelming presence that rendered others unable to meet his gaze or obstruct his path. This was the awe-inspiring intimidation stemming from the Supreme Bone. Thus, despite the crowd's fervor, as Jiang Yin approached, they instinctively parted to create a path for him, allowing him to pass unimpeded. Even though Jiang Yin maintained an expression of calm indifference, the excitement and fervor on the faces surrounding him were unmistakable. No, this shouldn't be the case. At that moment, Lan Zhe found himself jostled within the crowd, watching as Jiang Yin drew closer, his face a mask of unwillingness. Especially in light of Jiang Yin's kingly reception at that moment. This was precisely what he had longed for, yet had never attained. But why should a mere mortal be granted such a privilege? At this moment, the envy and resentment within Lan Zhe reached an unprecedented height. However, he was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between himself and Jiang Yin. The latter had successfully traversed the 25th level, setting a new record, while Lan Zhe had only managed to conquer the 23rd level. Though it might seem insignificant to some, the two levels represented a divide as vast as a chasm. What he once dismissed had now transformed into a towering mountain that he could only gaze up at in awe. This stark contrast filled Lan Zhe with profound discomfort, to the extent that he failed to notice Jiang Yin drawing perilously close. As Jiang Yin approached, an aura of supreme authority emanated from him, causing the surrounding newcomers to instinctively retreat, lest they be crushed by his overwhelming pressure. In a moment of instinctive reaction, Lan Zhe too stepped aside, granting Jiang Yin passage. It was only after this reflexive act that he realized the absurdity of the situation. Had he truly yielded to Jiang Yin? How could this be? He was the possessor of S-level talent, the embodiment of the Thunder God. How could he submit under the pressure of a mere mortal? While Lan Zhe's mind was tumultuous with inner turmoil, Jiang Yin also came to a halt. As a former prodigy himself, he could not fail to recognize Lan Zhe. He had observed the latter's involuntary retreat, a testament to his fear. Faced with Jiang Yin's penetrating gaze, Lan Zhe instinctively felt the urge to explain himself. But Jiang Yin interrupted him. It has been a long time, Lan Zhe. Though it may be harsh to say, I must speak the truth. Right now, you are quite weak. Jiang Yin's words were not laced with mockery. They were a candid observation. In the presence of the current Lan Zhe, he felt no sense of threat, nor any desire to engage in combat. The weakness of his opponent was beyond his imagination. Lan Zhe had not anticipated that their long-awaited reunion would be greeted with such a blunt remark. He stood frozen, utterly speechless. Chapter 047. Body Strengthening Elixir. The mysterious realm of all things, You are quite weak. Jiang Yin's voice was not loud, yet in the hushed environment, it resonated clearly, almost deafeningly. He was proclaiming Lan Zhe's weakness. Was Lan Zhe weak? Certainly not. With a cultivation level of second-tier 9th layer, the SSS-level talent of the Thunder God, and having set a record in the Trial Tower by conquering the 23rd level, he was undeniably formidable. However, the standard against which he was measured mattered greatly. Compared to Jiang Yin, a mere mortal who had breached the 25th level of the Trial Tower for the first time in history, calling him weak was indeed justifiable. Not only did the onlookers find no grounds for rebuttal, but even Lan Zhe, in that moment, could only remain silent, left without a retort. He acutely felt the disparity between himself and Jiang Yin. The very pressure radiating from Jiang Yin instilled a sense of dread within him. Did he not wish to counter? Yet, he simply had nothing to counter with. With a month remaining until the newcomer tournament, Jiang Yin remarked, "If you remain this feeble during the competition, it would be truly disappointing." Despite Jiang Yin's own task of unlocking his genetic potential, he found Lan Zhe's current state to be so lacking that he had no desire to engage, not even daring to meet his gaze. He would have bypassed Lan Zhe entirely had it not been for the god body he possessed. Weak. Hearing Jiang Yin's words, Lan Zhe's lips trembled. Yet, all he could do was clench his fists. Unable to muster any other response, he understood all too well that having traversed the 25th level of the Trial Tower, he was no match for Jiang Yin. Theo put on a brave front would only serve to further humiliate him. Such a disappointment. From the sight of Lan Zhe's clenched fists, Jiang Yin knew that his words had struck a chord, leaving Lan Zhe unable to respond. With a scoff, Jiang Yin turned his back on Lan Zhe and continued onward. The onlookers erupted in astonishment at this scene, shocked by Jiang Yin's overwhelming dominance. A month's time. What kind of incompetence had walked into reality? Yet, in their eyes, even the so-called incompetent was a genius they could only aspire to. It was not until Jiang Yin exited the crowd that countless gazes of admiration were reluctantly withdrawn. "Come to my office." Just as Jiang Yin departed from the throng, a heavy, ancient voice suddenly resonated in his mind. This was a form of telepathy only powerful warriors could achieve, transmitting information across vast distances directly into another's consciousness. Jiang Yin halted his steps, then shifted direction toward the distant office building. Upon encountering Principal Xiong, Jiang Yin offered a respectful bow. "You have broken the curse of invincibility among titans, I and all of Daxia. You remain the sole exception." Principal Xiong smiled faintly, his gaze filled with nostalgia. For centuries, countless prodigies had attempted to breach the Trial Tower, yet the best had only reached the 24th level. It was as if it were a curse. Now, with Jiang Yin personally shattering this curse, the significance was profound. "Principal, you also know of the Titans? Where do they originate from, and why have I never learned of them?" With Principal Xiong bringing it up, Jiang Yin could not help but inquire. His curiosity about this formidable unknown creature was piqued. Since the dawn of the martial era, Daxia had witnessed an abundance of talents, yet none had been able to rival the Titan. One could only imagine the terror of such a being. If it were to manifest in numbers, what chaos would ensue? Some truths are best left undiscovered until one possesses sufficient strength. When the time is right, you will come to note I believe that day is not far off. Listening to Principal Xiong's cryptic remarks, Jiang Yin was assured that the martial era was far more complex than the seemingly stable facade before him. Thus, he needed to cultivate even greater power. The unknown breeds fear for only one reason. One is not strong enough. "Principal Xiong, you summoned me for a particular purpose, did you not?" Jiang Yin's gaze was resolute as he looked at Principal Xiong. Though he had obtained the supreme bone in that unknown space after conquering the Trial Tower, he was still a member of the Military Martial Arts University. Surely, Principal Xiong would not be stingy with his rewards. Would he? This is the body-strengthening elixir. Additionally, upon your breakthrough to the 3rd tier, you will receive complimentary access to corresponding cultivation techniques and may select 2 martial skills from the 3rd tier of your choosing. We will also provide you with the best instructors for your training, whether at the Military Martial Arts University or other martial arts institutions. Techniques and skills require contribution points for exchange, and the 3rd tier's techniques and skills demand a significant amount of contribution points. However, what truly captivated Jiang Yin was the body-strengthening elixir handed to him by Principal Xiong. This item was also applicable for body-refining martial artists and commanded a staggering price of 5,000 contribution points in the contribution point marketplace. Its effects were several times superior to the golden fruit he had previously exchanged. Thank you, Principal Xiong. Accepting the body-strengthening elixir, Jiang Yin could hardly conceal his excitement. What could be more exhilarating than the prospect of enhancing one's strength? Moreover, there is another matter. The trial ground of the school, the mysterious realm of all things, is about to open. With your capabilities, it would be a waste to follow the standard path for first-year students. It is far more suitable for you to hone your skills within the realm. Thus, I have added your name to the list for the realm. The trial ground? Jiang Yin vividly recalled the benefits he had reaped from the blood spirit trial. Not only had the blood spirit bolstered his vitality, but the final supreme heart reward had also brought about a qualitative leap in his strength. Now, with this new opportunity, the flames of anticipation ignited fiercely in his heart. I understand. Thank you, Principal. That night, the mysterious realm of all things, a unique trial realm of the Military Martial Arts University, was set to be opened for the top 100 students ahead of the second-year final assessments. This annual event spanned a month, with rewards of divine elephant essence granted based on performance. The better one performed, the more substantial the rewards. Upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Yin's first action was to search for relevant information about the mysterious realm on the official website. The results left him somewhat astonished. This realm was specifically designated for third-year students of the Military Martial Arts University. However, it was understandable. During the opening ceremony, Su Chong, who had been sent by Lan Zhe to assess Jiang Yin's abilities, was already a standout in the second year. He was no match for Jiang Yin. Moreover, now that Jiang Yin had assimilated the supreme bone, his strength had reached an alarming level. Even if they isolated the strongest student from the second year, he would likely not be able to stand against Jiang Yin. Only third-year students could be considered equals to Jiang Yin in his current state. Naturally, this was Jiang Yin's own perspective. Regardless, he could not afford to halt his progress toward strength. Jiang Yin retrieved the body-strengthening elixir gifted by Principal Xiong. Unscrewing the cap, he drank it down in one goad. A torrent of surging power erupted within him. He immediately activated the Eternal Star Body. Channeling the Star Cells. Chapter 048. Am I satisfactory with this inadequate strength? 3 days later, at the Military Martial Arts University Square, the third-year students had already gathered. A youth with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, bearing a long spear, stepped to the front row alongside two others. The crowd behind them involuntarily turned their attention toward them, whispering among themselves, I heard that Chen Ziqi's spear technique has improved again, reaching a refined level. Will he claim the top spot in this mysterious realm? It is indeed difficult to say. Han Sun and Lin Gang are equally tenacious, both possessing the formidable prowess of the third level. Fifth stage. The three of them have been in a relentless rivalry since their enrollment, making it impossible to predict outcomes. Observing the three youths in the front row, standing upright and exuding an aura of fierce competition, the others could only look on in trepidation. Chen Ziqi, Han Sun, Lin Gang, legendary figures of the Military Martial Arts University. Since they entered, they have been fiercely vying for the top 3 positions, with only slight fluctuations in their standings. Thus, every competition between them is a spectacular clash, drawing much attention. I sensed a subtle pressure. Amidst the murmurs, Jiang Yin arrived at the square. After acquiring the supreme bone, his perception of such threats had markedly heightened. His gaze fell upon the three in front. Among the crowd, they undoubtedly imposed the greatest pressure on Jiang Yin. Yet, it was a limited pressure. After 3 days of absorbing the body's strengthening spirit liquid, Jiang Yin's strength had surged once more. Currently, the number of star cells within him had reached an impressive 5,500. A blood pill, intricately engraved with wave-like patterns, floated within his dantian. This was the hallmark of his breakthrough to the third level, signifying his accomplishment as a third-level martial artist. Although the feedback from each star cell had diminished, the sheer quantity compensated abundantly. As he progressed further into his cultivation, Jiang Yin increasingly recognized the astonishing prowess of the everlasting star body. While he was lost in contemplation, the gazes of his fellow students gradually shifted toward this unfamiliar face. Whispering among themselves, was he the new student who had been added last minute? Allowing a freshman to participate in the myriad phenomena secret realm is tantamount to courting death, isn't it? Even for third-year students, this secret realm poses dangers. Who knows? The news of Jiang Yin's unexpected inclusion in the Myriad Phenomena secret realm was no secret among the third-year students. Among the scrutinizing glances, there were mockery, astonishment, indifference, but also malice. Kid, you're the freshman who's entering the Myriad Phenomena secret realm, aren't you? Jiang Yin's reverie was abruptly interrupted. A slender youth with elongated eyes stepped out from the crowd and approached Jiang Yin. His gaze locked onto Jiang Yin, instilling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. It was Tian Fan. Ha! It seems he has taken a disliking to this kid. It appears this lad is in for a rough time. Recognizing the identity of this youth, the other third-year students revealed knowing smiles. It was not that they were unsupportive of Jiang Yin, but rather because they understood Tian Fan too well. Tian Fan's personality was extreme. He could not tolerate any form of privilege. For him, the Myriad Phenomena secret realm was reserved solely for third-year students, limited to just 100 participants. Jiang Yin's sudden entrance, although not encroaching upon anyone's interests, was something Tian Fan found intolerable. While such a disposition might be considered just, at least in terms of integrity, Tian Fan tended to bully the weak. He would resist those weaker than himself. Yet if it were Chen Ziki or the others engaging in such behavior, he would feign indifference, fully aware of their superior strength. This understanding led these third-year students to predict that Jiang Yin would face difficulties. After all, no matter how extraordinary a freshman might be, they could not possibly contend with students who had trained for 2 additional years, could they? What is the issue? Jiang Yin glanced at Tian Fan. Perplexed. His spot had been arranged by Xiong Juingguang, an additional allocation that did not replace anyone else's. Tian Fan's confrontation left him somewhat bewildered. The Myriad Phenomena secret realm was intended for third-year students. As a freshman, you lack the strength to be involved here. I advise you to leave promptly. Tian Fan's words were ungracious. On the surface, he implied that Jiang Yin's strength was insufficient, yet the underlying hostility was unmistakable. I lack the strength. Jiang Yin was nearly amused by Tian Fan's audacity. The Supreme Bone granted him heightened sensitivity, allowing him to discern the threats posed by those around him. The pressure emanating from Tian Fan was not the most formidable, yet it was far from negligible. In any case, Tian Fan was not worthy of threatening Jiang Yin. He had little desire to engage in dialogue with Tian Fan. After all, in the realm of martial arts, the most persuasive argument is always a well-delivered punch. Boom, boom, boom. A series of powerful heartbeats suddenly resonated from Jiang Yin's chest. It was the pulsation of the Supreme Heart. Following his breakthrough to the 3rd level, Jiang Yin had mastered the Supreme Heart to an even greater extent, enabling him to envelop Tian Fan with sheer force. Under the influence of the Supreme Heart, Tian Fan suddenly found his body stiffening. More accurately, it felt as if a colossal hand had gripped his heart, causing his blood to stagnate and rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, a potent, oppressive force emanated from Jiang Yin, causing the nearby third-year students to instinctively retreat a few steps. Their expressions shifting dramatically to that moment. Jiang Yin projected an aura akin to that of a fearsome beast, one capable of swallowing them whole. Jiang Yin's figure then darted forward, in an explosion of vitality. No martial techniques, no reliance on any skills, only the most straightforward punch. The onlookers witnessed this punch land squarely on Tian Fan's face. Tian Fan's cheek caved in, and he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. At a speed comparable to a missile launch, bang, bang, bang. A series of resounding crashes echoed in the ears of the spectators, the sounds of Tian Fan's body colliding with various objects. Even as the force of Jiang Yin's punch dissipated, Tian Fan was still forced to tumble several times before crashing to the ground, his appearance utterly disheveled. The surrounding third-year students were left utterly dumbfounded by the scene. This was Tian Fan. It must be said, while his tongue might be sharp, he was nevertheless among the middle tier in strength among these 100 third-year students. Even if he was caught off guard and unable to respond in time, it should not have resulted in such a humiliating defeat. The only explanation was that Jiang Yin's strength far exceeded their expectations. They also noted that Jiang Yin's punch had relied solely on his physical power. Such terrifying might for mere physical strength. At this moment, even the strongest among Han Sun and his companions could not help but regard Jiang Yin with newfound respect. Brother, does my supposedly inadequate strength meet your approval? Jiang Yin inquired curiously, glancing at Tian Fan, who lay on the ground, unable to rise. Chapter 049. The Trial of the Divine Elephant, 12 Red Circles. Jiang Yin's voice sounded unbearably grating in Tian Fan's ears. At that moment, face down in the dirt, he remained there not due to injury, but out of humiliation. To provoke a freshman in front of everyone, only to be knocked down with a single punch. Even if there was an element of underestimating the opponent, for Tian Fan, this was an inconceivable reality that, of course, the most intolerable aspect for him was that Jiang Yin's displayed strength was greater than his own. After all, he was merely a freshman. The dual blows of humiliation and being slapped in the face left Tian Fan reluctant to rise, wishing desperately for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. Tired of the banter, Jiang Yin could only roll his eyes at the trembling Tian Fan. You initiated the provocation. Now that it has escalated, you can't handle the consequences? What is this nonsense? However, Jiang Yin chose to ignore Tian Fan further and walk to the side, awaiting the opening of the Myriad Phenomena secret realm. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Yet, it is rare that the preceding waves are pushed so far. Among the three in the front row, only Han Sun found a sliver of humor, quietly muttering a remark. Even if they had launched the punch, they might not have fared better than Jiang Yin. This indicated that Jiang Yin was at least a worthy opponent capable of standing alongside them. Yet he was still merely a freshman. The proof would be in the pudding. Chen Ziki adjusted the long spear slung over his shoulder, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Regardless, we must uphold the final glory of the third year. Lin Gang clenched his fists, inexplicably ignited with fervor. This caused Han Sun's lips to twitch slightly, one exuding an aloof demeanor, the other a quintessentially juvenile exuberance. How had he found himself in such esteemed company? Meanwhile, as everyone awaited, the prostrate Tian Fan seized the opportunity to rise unnoticed and hide in a secluded corner. Were it not for the exceptional significance of the Myriad Phenomena secret realm, he would have preferred to leave immediately. As for seeking revenge against Jiang Yin, given Jiang Yin's recent performance, it would be a miracle if he didn't retaliate against Tian Fan. Moreover, nearly everyone present understood that Tian Fan was a bully who preyed on the weak. Jiang Yin's unwillingness to confront him, opting instead to remain prostrate, spoke volumes. To cut a long story short, the Myriad Phenomena secret realm would be accessible for a month. The rules would be disclosed once you entered. Prepare your supplies and act within your means. I will now initiate the opening of the secret realm for you all. After a brief wait, Xiong Juingguang finally arrived, offering a few simple instructions. Suddenly, a surge of blood energy erupted from him, rising like a tidal wave. The overwhelming vitality evoked admiration in Jiang Yin. According to official records, Principal Xiong was a 7th-level martial artist. I wonder when I will reach that level. Jiang Yin pondered as Xiong Juingguang directed the surging blood energy into the patterns beneath their feet. An extraordinary formation began to shimmer. This is the teleportation array, linked to the realm of infinite wonders. Capable of facilitating the transfer of multiple individuals across space in the blink of an eye, 101 students vanished from their original location. Good luck to you all, murmured Xiong Juingguang. With numerous responsibilities demanding his attention, he could hardly afford to linger here. After activating the teleportation array, only a handful of teachers remained behind, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Is this truly the realm of infinite wonders? As his cultivation level ascended, the disorienting sensation that Jiang Yin had previously felt after teleportation was now a distant memory. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering himself within a colossal arena. Encircling the vast arena were spiraling tiers of seats. Yet now they stood utterly vacant. What captivated Jiang Yin's gaze was a grand elephant statue, reminiscent of a sacrificial altar, positioned atop the highest tier of seats. Several such statues were scattered around, exuding an air of divinity, as if this magnificent elephant were their deity. Jiang Yin surmised. The chilling voice echoing throughout the arena soon reached everyone's ears. Welcome to the trial of the elephant deity. As the words resonated, the expansive arena trembled violently. Intricate circular patterns emerged on the ground, each encircled by progressively larger rings, totaling 12 in all. They shimmered in a faint crimson hue, strikingly visible against the earthy backdrop. The rules of the trial of the elephant deity are as follows. Upon the commencement of the trial, phantom warriors resembling elephants will be summoned. The closer one approaches the inner circle, the more formidable the elephant warrior's assaults become. The demise of an elephant warrior will illuminate a red circle. Each illuminated red circle signifies a qualitative enhancement in the strength of the elephant warriors. The ultimate rewards of the trial will follow suit. At the conclusion of the trial of the elephant deity, those nearest to the inner circle will receive the most abundant rewards. The term elephant deity undoubtedly affirmed Jiang Yin's suspicions. The rules of the trial were straightforward. It was a contest of slaughter. The trial begins. Best of luck to all participants. With the sound of the proclamation, the entire arena began to tremble. Countless golden rays of light flickered, bathing the arena in a resplendent golden hue, particularly radiant in the innermost circle where the 100 students stood. Roar! As the brilliance faded, numerous elephant-headed, human-bodied warriors materialized before the students. Their eyes lacked vitality, filled only with a golden haze. Accompanied by a chorus of furious roars, they charged toward the students. Yet, they were merely the first stage of third-tier beings, significantly weaker than the average level of the students present. Thus, the students surged forward to engage them. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Yin found himself enveloped by the elephant warriors. Unperturbed, he unleashed his fists, each strike imbued with tremendous force. With each punch, an elephant warrior was sent hurtling away, crashing violently against the ground, subsequently transforming into a rich red light that merged with the innermost patterns. From a bird's-eye view, one could observe the faint crimson patterns of the innermost circle gradually deepening to a dark red. Resembling a progress bar, compared to the other circles, the innermost ring was undoubtedly the smallest. Yet, even so, it took the students an entire day of relentless slaughter to completely illuminate this circle. It seemed that igniting all 12 circles was no simple feat. The further one ventured outward, the more slaughter was required to illuminate each circle. The first circle alone consumed a full day. Not only Jiang Yin but others also recognized this reality, their expressions growing solemn. The more circles illuminated, the more bountiful the trial rewards would be. Naturally, no one wished to concede. Just as the innermost circle was entirely enveloped in deep red light, radiating a crimson glow, the aura of all elephant warriors surged dramatically. Chapter 50, The Two-Headed, Four-Armed Behemoth, The Ultimate Trial. In an instant, the cultivation level of all elephant warriors surged to the second stage of the third tier. However, this minor elevation did not significantly alter the pressure felt by the participants. Consequently, the second blood-red circle began to glow with a visible intensity. Meanwhile, in the southeastern province, within the exclusive secret realm known as the Thunder Pool, Lan Zhe's body was immersed in the extraordinary azure liquid. The liquid was not water, but a dense embodiment of thunder. Its overwhelming concentration rendered it liquid, yet one could still sense the terrifying fluctuations within. Electric currents surged, vast amounts of thunder poured into Lan Zhe's body, causing it to tremble incessantly. The primary purpose of the Thunder Pool was to harness the world's most potent and vigorous energies to temper a warrior's physique. For Lan Zhe, who possessed the Thunder God physique, this abundant thunder served as the finest nourishment. Though enduring the pain of being baptized by thunder was excruciating, the memory of the humiliation inflicted by Jiang Yin days prior allowed him to endure. What could be more agonizing than the disgrace Jiang Yin had brought upon him? Jiang Yin, just you wait. During the upcoming great competition, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine. Accompanied by Lan Zhe's roar, the thunder refining his physique transformed through the Thunder God physique into the purest cultivation essence. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Back in the arena, all 4 blood-red circles had been completely illuminated, and the 5th circle was on the verge of completion. The opponents faced by the students had ascended to the 3rd stage and 4th tier of the Elephant Warriors. Now, not everyone remained in the innermost circle. Many, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, had retreated to the outer circles. The inner circles were becoming increasingly congested with elephant warriors. At this point, only a handful of individuals remained in the innermost circle. Among them Han Sun and his companions, as well as Jiang Yin. This fellow. Does he not require rest? Han Sun continued to wield his sword, dispatching one elephant warrior after another. Yet when he caught a glimpse of Jiang Yin from the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but reflect. Jiang Yin still focused solely on delivering punches. His formidable strikes sent even the 3rd stage, 4th tier elephant warriors flying, leaving them lifeless in their wake. Moreover, upon further observation, Han Sun realized the most alarming aspect. Since the commencement of the trial of the elephant deity, Jiang Yin had not taken a moment's rest. He had not even consumed any medicinal pills. One must remember that the duration of the realm of infinite wonders extends to a full month, and it entails a month of continuous slaughter. Hence, each participant was equipped with ample supply of restorative pills. However, Jiang Yin appeared devoid of any such provisions. Furthermore, a week had elapsed, and without any medicinal replenishment. Jiang Yin remained in peak condition. This was nothing short of monstrous. Roar. It was not until the elephant warriors unleashed a fierce roar, enveloped in a golden radiance, that Han Sun snapped back to reality. It turned out that the fifth blood-red circle had also transformed into a brilliant crimson hue. This signified an enhancement in rewards, which concurrently indicated that the combat prowess of the elephant warriors would ascend to a new echelon. As the radiant light descending upon the elephant warriors dissipated, everyone was momentarily taken aback, for at that moment, the cultivation level of the elephant warriors had inexplicably reverted to the first stage of the third tier. Their appearances had undergone a dramatic transformation. From their torsos, a new neck extended, connecting to an additional head, while a pair of robust arms emerged from their sides, exuding sheer strength. All the elephant warriors had morphed into this two-headed, four-armed configuration. They had grown stronger. Jiang Yin could feel the intensified pressure these transformed elephant warriors exerted upon him. Bang! Jiang Yin hurled a punch at the face of one elephant warrior. The sheer force sent the creature hurtling away, skidding across the ground in a disheveled manner, sustaining numerous injuries. Yet, it no longer succumbed to a single strike as before. Its hide had thickened. After analyzing the transformations of the elephant warriors, Jiang Yin immediately devised a counter-strategy. He began to harness his blood energy as a second-stage warrior. Upon condensing his energy vortex, he could externalize his blood energy, yielding considerable power. However, given that his blood energy was still relatively weak, akin to surging waves, it lacked ferocity. Upon advancing to the third stage, upon condensing his blood essence, the externalized blood energy became tangible and unyielding. Since the elephant warriors had developed tougher hides, Jiang Yin would utilize his blood energy to pierce through their flesh. Allowing his fist's force to penetrate by creating an entry point, his fist's energy would infiltrate, resulting in an explosive force within the elephant warriors' bodies. In an instant, the elephant warriors' flesh split open, appearing even more pitiful than before. Around him, Han Sun and his companions employed various strategies. As the top 3 students of their grade, they possessed sufficient skills to manage. As a result, the qualitative transformation of the elephant warriors did not significantly impact them. However, for the others, the situation was far more daunting. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the remaining participants quickly vacated the innermost circle, retreating to the less pressured outer layers. Thus, the innermost circle was left with only Han Sun, his companions, and Jiang Yin. The sixth blood-red circle's hue was gradually shifting from deep crimson to a bright red, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. How long has it been since we entered the realm of the elephant deity? 30 years, or perhaps 40. In the principal's office, despite the holographic projection, the nostalgia in Yang Tianlong's eyes was palpable. It has been 50 years. Old Yang. We are not as young as we once were. When reflecting on the past, Xiong Junguang unusually refrained from mentioning his title. A flicker of sentiment crossed his gaze. Both men were now over 70 years of age in the era prior to the martial path. This was considered advanced age. Yet, their dedication to martial arts had granted them extended lifespans. Consequently, time seemed to leave no mark upon their faces, and they appeared to remain in their prime. Back then, we illuminated the 10th circle. Those 3-headed, 6-armed elephant warriors were truly cursed. Otherwise, we would have been merely a step away from igniting the 11th circle. Laughter erupted as we were still foolishly fantasizing about illuminating the 12th circle and triggering the ultimate trial before entering. Reflecting on it now, what youthful arrogance we displayed. As he spoke, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in Yang Tianlong's eyes, as if the scenes of the past were merely yesterday. Your words certainly carry a youthful tone, Su Junguang remarked with a smirk, before shaking his head. The trials of the divine are not so easily surmountable. Over the years, no one has managed to trigger the ultimate trial again. To the point that it has become a topic long forgotten. At this juncture, Yang Tianlong's gaze darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, a grin breaking across his face. But isn't there still Jiang Yin? With him around, Perhaps we might just reach the ultimate trial after all. Perhaps, Su Junguang replied, somewhat uncertain. Yet, considering Jiang Yin's unprecedented triumph over the trial tower, it might not be entirely impossible to trigger the ultimate trial. Chapter 051. No longer hesitant. The entrance ticket to the martial sage and martial god, damn it. How can they all endure so well? The myriad manifestations secret realm has now entered its 20th day. In the Colosseum, the 9th Crimson Circle has fully illuminated. The elephant warriors engaged in battle have grown even more formidable. Their forms have undergone yet another evolution, transforming from two-headed, four-armed beings into three-headed, six-armed entities. Beyond this most conspicuous change, their physiques and capabilities have received an almost exaggerated enhancement. Thus, when Han Sun observed that the other three were still struggling in the innermost circle, his expression twisted in discomfort. Akin to someone suffering from constipation, it was important to note that, aside from the four of them, there was no one else in the first four circles. The sheer number of elephant warriors in the outer circles made it nearly impossible for anyone else to withstand their onslaught. Now, Han Sun found himself struggling to keep up as well. To whom much is given, much is expected. If I cannot manage, I shall withdraw first. Facing the encircling elephant warriors, Han Sun found himself unable to cope. He needed to conserve energy for the subsequent breakout. After all, the final rewards are determined not only by the number of crimson circles illuminated but also by one's position within those circles. To secure a place in the innermost circles at the last moment, he had to preserve his strength. Thus, he was the first to exit the group of four, retreating to the second circle. The dragon-soaring spear technique, the Overlord's Fist, Qin Ziki and Lin Gang continued to hold their ground. The former wielded his spear with grace, his blood energy transforming into a luminous spear light, sharp beyond measure. Each thrust and pull, each slash and cleave, saw elephant warriors falling like wheat before the scythe, a veritable god of war. Lin Gang, on the other hand, fought like a conquering overlord, his fists enveloped in surging blood energy. Unstoppable. Yet both had already exhausted their full capabilities. As Han Sun exited the innermost circle, the pressure on the two of them suddenly intensified, and they too began to show signs of being unable to hold out. Gritting their teeth, they decided to cease their desperate struggle and withdrew from the innermost circle, leaving Jiang Yin to fend for himself. Have they all left? Then I need not concern myself with them any longer. With the departure of the three, elephant warriors surged toward Jiang Yin from all directions. A spark of excitement flashed in Jiang Yin's eyes as his aura suddenly surged. Has Jiang Yin yet to emerge? In the second circle, the number of elephant warriors was still considerable, but it was not as overwhelming as in the innermost circle. After Lin Gang and Qin Ziki exited the innermost circle, the three of them had been battling fiercely. Yet, Han Sun had yet to catch a glimpse of Jiang Yin. What the hell? What is going on? At that moment, Han Sun glanced back and noticed something unusual. The progress of the 10th Crimson Circle showed no signs of slowing down, even accelerating slightly. But how could this be? The accumulation of progress is measured by the number of elephant warriors slain. Previously, when the four of them were in the innermost circle, the densest area of elephant warriors, the circle's progress was roughly at this level. Yet now, having exited the innermost circle, with only Jiang Yin remaining, logically, this progress should have slowed. The occurrence of such a situation was undoubtedly perplexing. The only possible explanation was that Jiang Yin had been holding back while they were in the innermost circle. And indeed, the reality aligned closely with Han Sun's conjecture. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment in the innermost circle, the resounding heartbeat reverberated outward from Jiang Yin's chest. Even the three-headed, six-armed elephant warriors felt discomfort under the influence of the Supreme Heart. Not to mention the oppressive pressure of the Supreme Bone. While Han Sun and the others were present, Jiang Yin had refrained from fully unleashing his power out of concern for their welfare. Now that the three had departed, he could finally unleash his full might. The Starry Fist. Jiang Yin's fists descended like meteors upon a head of an elephant warrior, which, under the influence of the Supreme Heart and Supreme Bone, stood as motionless targets. The sharp blood energy easily pierced their skin, the force of his punches crushing their bodies to smithereens. The scene could only be described as merciless. However, it must be said that once he unleashed his power, Jiang Yin's speed of slaughter increased exponentially to the point where it could be likened to harvesting. The 10th Crimson Circle was also illuminated. 2 days later, the onlookers in the Myriad Manifestations secret realm gazed in disbelief at the illuminated 10th Crimson Circle. To their astonishment, they discovered that the time taken to illuminate this 10th circle was even less than that taken to illuminate the 9th. What a remarkable turn of events! What transpired in the innermost circle? In the 3rd circle, Han Sun and the others fought against the increasingly powerful elephant warriors while craning their necks, hoping to catch a glimpse of the innermost circle. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. In the Myriad Manifestations secret realm, each circle was shrouded by barriers that obscured vision. Thus, even with their best efforts, they could not see what lay within. However, one thing was certain to the three of them. Jiang Yin's strength was undoubtedly far greater than what he had displayed. Moreover, the thoughts of the three were now inextricably tangled. On one hand, the more circles illuminated, the better the rewards would be. On the other hand, the elephant warriors had become stronger, forcing them to retreat from the 2nd circle to the 3rd. Faced with this situation, they were left uncertain whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. Tianhe Province, Tianhe Martial Arts University. Within the exclusive secret realm of the space ruins, distorted and chaotic scenes played out. Fei Yujing sat amidst it all, enduring various tribulations. Thoughts of her teacher's words incessantly echoed in her mind. Teacher, what is the ultimate trial? The exclusive secret realms of the 10 top universities, including the military's Martial Arts University's Myriad Manifestations secret realm, are essentially trials of the divine. The ultimate trial is the final version of the divine trial. Passing it grants divine favor. Legend has it that someone once passed the ultimate trial and obtained a fragment of a seed of authority. Subsequently, Fei Yujing recalled her teacher's explanation regarding the seed of authority. The so-called 9th rank martial sage is merely a touch upon authority. The martial god, on the other hand, embodies authority within oneself, utilizing it to obtain a fragment of the seed of authority is akin to acquiring a ticket to become a martial sage or even a martial god. Among the seeds of creation, you would stand at the pinnacle, contemplating these thoughts. A determined glint shone in Fei Yujing's eyes. I will become a martial god. This trifling obstacle shall not hinder me. Meanwhile, in the Myriad Manifestations secret realm, on the 29th day, booming sounds reverberated in the innermost circle. Countless three-headed, six-armed elephant warriors charged toward Jiang Yin, like fearless warriors. Jiang Yin had already become bloodthirsty. He was mere moments away from illuminating the 12th Crimson Circle. Yet he had no time to spare for such thoughts. He was wholly absorbed in the ceaseless slaughter of the limitless elephant warriors around him. With each elephant warrior that fell, the 12th Crimson Circle neared its moment of fullness. Chapter 052. The Ultimate Trial, the Elephant King. The 12th Crimson Circle is about to be filled. In the 4th circle, Han Sun swung his sword to fend off the elephant warrior's onslaught while simultaneously keeping a keen eye on the status of the 12th Crimson Circle. He was poised to make his charge. The rewards of the trials of the divine are determined by one's position within the circles and the number of crimson circles illuminated. Naturally, he was determined to seize the opportunity for better rewards. Lin Gang and Chen Ziki were equally aware of this. The three of them shared a solemn gaze, and then, as if by unspoken agreement, they all acted simultaneously, plunging into the 3rd circle, the Azure Cloud Sword technique, the Overlord's Fist, the Dragon Soaring Spear technique. The trio surged forth like a tidal wave, unleashing their full potential, even pushing their talents to the limit, barely managing to hold their ground in the 3rd circle. Damn it, is this truly our limit? Han Sun and Lin Gang's faces darkened. Surrounded by the three-tiered elephant warriors, their all-out efforts barely allowed them to persevere here. This meant they could go no further. Though unwilling, they were powerless to change their fate. Is this all you two are capable of? If you're weak, practice more. Observing Han Sun and Lin Gang's predicament, Chen Ziki couldn't help but burst into laughter. This time, I have triumphed. I shall take the lead. The Dragon Soaring Spear technique. As his voice faded, Chen Ziki wielded his spear, his figure graceful and agile, entirely different from before. To the astonished gazes of Han Sun and Lin Gang, he broke through the encirclement of the elephant warriors and ascended to the 2nd circle. His dragon-soaring spear technique had reached a perfected state. Chen Ziki, you've hidden your capabilities well. Chen Ziki suddenly unleashed his hidden strength, provoking a sense of envy in Han Sun and Lin Gang, who felt a pang of reluctance within. Yet, apart from watching him step into the 2nd ring, They were left powerless in this realm. Being a novice is a cardinal sin. What is happening? Where is Jiang Yin? Meanwhile, as Chen Ziki entered the second ring, he struggled to fend off the onslaught of the elephant warriors like a crashing wave. However, he soon uncovered a shocking truth. Jiang Yin was conspicuously absent. Could it be that, all along, Jiang Yin had remained in the innermost circle, never emerging? Chen Ziki couldn't help but speculate boldly, his heart racing with trepidation. Even if he exhausted all his abilities, the second ring was already his limit. Moreover, to preserve his energy for the final sprint, he opted to retreat to the outer circle. It seemed that during the battle with Tian Fan, Jiang Yin had truly held back. As Chen Ziki whispered, the 12th blood-red circle was finally illuminated at that moment. The 12th blood-red circle has been illuminated. Trial of the Elephant God hereby concludes. Following the ethereal voice, all students in the outer circles were teleported away from this place. Trialist, you have met the requirements to trigger the ultimate trial. You may choose to enter or depart. As the 12th blood-red circle blazed to life, all the elephant warriors surrounding Jiang Yin vanished into thin air. Before him, an entrance to another space materialized. The ultimate trial? Though he was uncertain of what this ultimate trial entailed, an instinct urged Jiang Yin that it would undoubtedly bring him greater benefits. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, he stepped inside. When he regained his senses, Jiang Yin found himself on an ancient square arena. The arena, constructed from countless ancient stones, exuded an aura of antiquity. The only resemblance to a gladiatorial arena was the 4 towering elephant statues standing at each corner, seemingly scrutinizing the center of the arena. The Elephant King, after numerous deadly battles, has emerged as the mightiest elephant warrior from countless kin. Trialists who have reached the ultimate trial. If you wish to win the favor of the Elephant God, you must defeat the symbol of ultimate strength, the Elephant King. The familiar voice resonated throughout the arena, echoing in Jiang Yin's ears. A colossal figure materialized before him. It was an immensely tall elephant warrior, nearly 4 meters in height, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it was remarkably powerful. The armor it donned was strained to its limits by its formidable muscles. Its cultivation matched Jiang Yin's, both at the first level of the 3rd tier. Yet the pressure it exerted upon Jiang Yin was greater than that of Han Sun, Lin Gang, and Chen Ziki combined. So this is the Elephant King, truly extraordinary. The immense pressure did not intimidate Jiang Yin. Rather, it exhilarated him. Battling a formidable opponent was precisely what he ought to be doing, rather than wasting time with the weak. Boom, boom, boom. The supreme heart surged with Jiang Yin's fervent spirit, its sound echoing like thunder. The pressure from the supreme bone pierced through the Elephant King's defenses. Roar. Thus, the Elephant King launched the first attack, its sinewy arms swinging fists towards Jiang Yin. Starry Fist, Jiang Yin, unyielding, met the Elephant King's punch head dash on in an instant. A tempest of energy surged outward, accompanied by a sharp crack. This marked the first time Jiang Yin was pushed back in a direct confrontation. His feet dug into the ground, carving 2 narrow trails, before he finally stabilized his stance, while the Elephant King remained poised in its striking position. Its eyes narrowed slightly, scrutinizing Jiang Yin, a hint of disdain flickering within. The second-tier martial technique seemed somewhat inadequate now. Jiang Yin could feel that after breaking through to the 3rd tier, the Starry Fist was struggling to keep up with the blood energy's might. Yet, to vanquish this Elephant King, it was more than sufficient. With that thought in mind, Jiang Yin charged forth once more. His fists, like stars, wielded immense power, descending upon the Elephant King with lethal intent. At the Army Martial Arts University. In the plaza, with the flash of the teleportation array, the students sent to the myriad realms returned to this place. Xiong Junguang had awaited their arrival. Noticing the joy on the students' faces, he realized that their expedition into the secret realm had yielded commendable results. However, even a formidable figure like him quickly sensed something was amiss. Jiang Yin's presence was conspicuously absent. Could it be that Yang Tianlong's words held truth? Han Sun, what transpired within? Xiong Junguang speculated internally, maintaining a composed facade. He silently summoned a student to begin his inquiries. Although Han Sun was perplexed, he recounted every detail of their experiences inside, providing Xiong Junguang with the information he sought. All right, everyone, do not linger here. Depart the plaza and take time to organize your gains. Once all the students had vacated the plaza, leaving only Xiong Junguang behind, the principal's face finally revealed an indescribable excitement. The illumination of the 12th blood-red circle and Jiang Yan's absence from the others was indicative of his entry into the ultimate trial. Yang Tianlong's words were indeed prophetic. Dear readers, as the new book sets sail, I humbly request your support through likes and various gifts. Thank you to all the readers who have made it this far. Chapter 053, Blood of the Elephant God, 10,000 Stellar Cells, Roar. On the ancient arena, the Elephant King emitted a fierce roar. Jiang Yan, akin to an indomitable cockroach, sustained himself on the arena through the restorative power of the stellar force, denying the Elephant King any opportunity to triumph over him. What an exhilarating battle! Jiang Yan marveled. Sweat streamed down his body, muscles engorged and taut, radiating heat from the intensity of the combat. Even with all his efforts, he found himself evenly matched with the Elephant King. It had been a long time since anyone had pushed him to this limit. However, it was time to conclude this. Resuming his stance to strike, Jiang Yan resolved not to waste any more time with the Elephant King. If desiring to settle the duel with a single blow, the Elephant King roared, its formidable form swelling once more. Its bulging muscles violently tore through its armor, exposing a body as hard as steel. Viewed from behind, the king's back muscles jutted out, resembling a ghastly visage. This was a manifestation of muscles sculpted to perfection, a display of strength at its zenith, still holding back, perhaps, but who isn't? Cosmic form. Observing the now more powerful Elephant King, Jiang Yan's expression remained unchanged as he silently clenched his fists. Simultaneously, all 5,500 stellar cells within him were summoned, converging in his right hand, precisely at the knuckle of his middle finger. The 5,500 stellar cells shimmered, infused with tremendous, volatile energy. This was a new technique of the stellar indestructible body. Activated after reaching 5,000 stellar cells. It called upon all stellar cells to converge at a single point, unleashing the most formidable power. When all 55 trillion of Jiang Yan's cells transformed into stellar cells, his body would embody a universe, accommodating countless stars. That would be the complete cosmic form, the full realization of the stellar indestructible body. But for now, this was more than sufficient to confront the Elephant King. The two figures surged forth simultaneously, reaching the center of the arena. The Elephant King's punch barreled toward Jiang Yan's head. If all went as expected, this strike would reduce Jiang Yan's head to a pulp. Jiang Yan's fist, however, aimed squarely at the Elephant King's heart. This time, both were employing their lethal techniques, each seeking a decisive kill. Ultimately, Jiang Yan's speed proved superior. His knuckles pierced effortlessly through the Elephant King's armor-like muscles. Reaching its heart. In the next heartbeat, Jiang Yan's fist punctured the Elephant King's heart, emerging from its back. The Elephant King's punch froze mid-air, gradually dissipating into motes of light. Boom. As the Elephant King's form vanished, the entire realm trembled violently. The sky shifted in hue, becoming bleak and devoid of its former brilliance. Yet, in truth, a colossal shadow obscured the heavens, appearing before Jiang Yan. It blotted out all light, casting the world into darkness. Before him loomed an unimaginably massive phantom of an elephant, entirely identical to the statues adorning the corners of the arena. So this is the Elephant God? Jiang Yan found himself murmuring. The presence of this figure overwhelmed him with a staggering pressure. Even his former teacher, the martial Saint Zhang Wanshan, would likely pale in comparison to this colossal elephant phantom. He had no doubt that it had reached the level of a martial god. Yet, the immense elephant phantom remained silent. Suddenly, a blood-red light detached from it, streaking across the sky like a meteor, heading towards Jiang Yan. As the blood-red light approached, Jiang Yan felt its pulsating vitality. To his astonishment, this meteor-like light was, in fact, a drop of blood. Drip, drip. The blood fell onto the arena, forming a pool beneath Jiang Yan. He stood at the edge of the blood pool, feeling the astonishing energy emanating from it, which continuously beckoned him to step inside. Let us give it a try. Jiang Yan extended his finger into the blood pool. The immense energy contained within the blood pool surged toward him as if it had found its purpose, flooding into his body. Seeing it was effective, Jiang Yan leaped into the blood pool, submerging himself within. His pores opened wide, greedily absorbing the energy from the blood pool. strengthening himself. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan Province, at the Jiangnan Military District, a solemn military conference was underway. Commander Yang, President Xiong of the Military Martial Arts University, has sent a message, stating that there is urgent news to inform you. Urgent news? As he gazed at the messenger who burst into the conference room, Yang Tianlong furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he accepted the message handed to him by the messenger. Upon reading it, Yang Tianlong's expression suddenly tensed. The meeting is cancelled. It will be discussed another day. Prepare a private plane. I must reach the Military Martial Arts University with utmost haste. Yes, the adjutant quickly reacted, rushing out of the conference room to arrange the private plane for Yang Tianlong. Yang Tianlong hurriedly departed as well, leaving a group of officers seated in their places, exchanging puzzled glances, completely unaware of what had transpired. Suddenly, Jiang Yin leaped out of the blood pool, tracing a graceful arc. The pool, once thick with blood energy, was now drained, clear as crystal. Jiang Yin's robust physique was exposed to the air, every muscle perfectly defined, streamlined yet not overly prominent. The fullness of his form hinted at the power contained within. A layer of vibrant fluorescence radiated from Jiang Yin's surface, enveloping his body like a protective barrier. Indeed, the blood of the elephant deity is extraordinary. Even after being diluted countless times, its power remains formidable. When Jiang Yin first encountered the blood of the elephant deity, he realized it had been diluted. Otherwise, even a single drop of the true blood would be beyond the endurance of someone at his third tier. Nevertheless, this diluted drop of blood had still conferred immense benefits upon Jiang Yin. At this moment, the number of stellar cells within him had already reached 10,000, shimmering densely within him. Although it did not grant him any new abilities, his stellar barrier had been enhanced, undergoing a significant transformation. It seemed he would not gain new powers, but existing abilities would undergo qualitative changes once the stellar cells accumulated to a sufficient number. Yet, what was this? After absorbing the blood of the elephant deity, Jiang Yin distinctly sensed a mysterious power burgeoning within him, nestled within his heart, ready to be summoned at any moment. Given the circumstances, I shall leave this matter for now. Jiang Yin chose not to rush into research and decided to depart from this place first. When will Jiang Yin emerge? At this moment in the square? Not only Xiong Junguang, but also Yang Tianlong, who had urgently arrived via private plane, had already reached this location. However, he appeared quite restless. Why the hurry? The person 1T run away. Can I not be anxious? That is the ultimate trial. If Jiang Yin truly obtains even a fragment of the seed of authority within it, his future path will become significantly easier. Just as Yang Tianlong and Xiong Junguang were exchanging glances filled with impatience, the long-dormant teleportation array suddenly lit up once more. With a flash of brilliant light, Jiang Yin's figure reappeared in the square. As he regained his senses, he noticed the fervent gazes of Xiong Junguang and Yang Tianlong. Commander Yang, President Xiong, what brings you here? Seeing Yang Tianlong, Jiang Yin could not help but feel astonished. As the commander of the Jiangnan military region, why was he not stationed there but instead had come here? Of course, it is for you. Have you successfully passed the ultimate trial in the Wuxiang secret realm? Yang Tianlong's intense gaze made Jiang Yin realize that the ultimate trial was indeed as complex as he had anticipated. However, trusting Yang Tianlong, Jiang Yin recounted everything truthfully. Good lad. I knew I didn't underestimate you. Old Xiong, quickly arrange a venue. Yang Tianlong laughed heartily, his face brimming with excitement. Xiong Junguang's eyes were equally tumultuous. Only Jiang Yin remained oblivious, feeling somewhat at a loss, though he harbored a vague suspicion and a vast training ground. Xiong Junguang stood with Jiang Yin at its center. Use all your strength and strike me with a punch. Utilize everything you gained from the ultimate trial. As a 7th-tier martial artist, the chasm separating him from Jiang Yin was 4 major realms. However, this was merely to validate the conjecture he and Yang Tianlong had formed. All your strength? Upon hearing Xiong Junguang's words, Jiang Yin's first thought was of the mysterious power concealed within his heart. What Commander Yang and President Xiong referred to must be this. Jiang Yin was filled with curiosity. After all, this was the result of that drop of blood from the elephant deity. Old Xiong, forgive my rudeness. With those words, Jiang Yin unleashed his full power. Boom, boom, boom. The supreme heart surged like an engine, pumping fiercely, causing the blood within Jiang Yin's body to surge like a tidal wave. instantly propelling him into peak condition. If one could gaze within Jiang Yan's body at that moment, they would observe his bones glowing, radiating a golden brilliance, remarkably resilient. The fluorescence symbolizing the indestructible stellar body shimmered upon his surface. Has that boy truly grown to this extent? Sensing the aura emanating from Jiang Yan, far exceeding that of his peers, Yang Tianlong could not help but reflect. Simultaneously, he enveloped the entire battlefield with his consciousness, fearing he might miss even the slightest detail. Cosmic state. Stellar fist. Aware of the gap between himself and Xiong Junguang, Jiang Yan did not hold back in the slightest and exerted his full strength. Thousands of stellar cells converged at the knuckle of his right hand, unleashing a tremendous force. Jiang Yan's form advanced before Xiong Junguang, and in that final moment, he also summoned the mysterious power within. A sensation of being drained surged through him. Simultaneously, an unstoppable punch hurtled toward Xiong Junguang. Truly the power of authority. Perceiving the terrifying wave of energy within Jiang Yan's punch, Yang Tianlong's eyes lit up. He immediately thrust his hands forward, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped both Jiang Yan and Xiong Junguang to in the next instant. Xiong Junguang extended a palm to intercept Jiang Yan's punch. Yet, where their fists met, the surrounding space warped due to the overwhelming residual energy, causing violent tremors. This arena, capable of withstanding the might of a fifth-tier martial artist, shook uncontrollably. Had Yang Tianlong not promptly established that barrier, the repercussions would have been far greater. This power is astonishingly terrifying. In the instant Jiang Yan withdrew his fist, he could not suppress his astonishment. The very fabric of space had been affected. Contorting in such a manner, is this truly my doing? Indeed, Jiang Yan felt that this power did not wholly belong to him. It was as if he were merely a conduit. The cost of wielding this power was not insignificant. At that moment, Jiang Yan felt as though he had been completely drained, devoid of strength. Fortunately, thanks to the guiding stellar energy, he was still recuperating, barely managing to hold on. What you have acquired should be the authority of power. A mere trace of the seed of authority has granted you strength comparable to that of a fifth-tier martial artist. Truly, it is a power only the divine can wield. After witnessing Jiang Yan's display, Yang Tianlong had reached his conclusion. However, these words left Jiang Yan somewhat bewildered. Authority of power? Divine. What do these terms mean? Authority refers to the power you just manifested. However, your current cultivation is too feeble to fully unleash its true potential. It is a lengthy process. Once you can truly master the power of authority and wield it freely, you will become the first martial god in the history of Blue Star. Observing Jiang Yan's confused expression, Xiong Junguang provided clarification. Historically, there have been individuals who, through the ultimate trial, obtained seeds of authority and became the youngest martial saints in Blue Star's history. NO1 has since replicated such brilliance. Consequently, the 10 martial saints of the Great Xia initiated an ambitious deification project. In essence, they sought to replicate this feat, shortening the time required to achieve martial sainthood, granting the seed of deification more time and greater potential to ascend to martial godhood. Yang Tianlong regarded Jiang Yan with a complex gaze. Due to the difficulty of the ultimate trial, not only the 10 martial saints, but even most of the military believed that only those with SSS-level talents could succeed in the ultimate trial. Who would have imagined that Jiang Yan, a mere mortal, would progress to this point? I wonder how Zhang Wanshan would feel if he knew that the disciple he abandoned had achieved such accomplishments. Yang Tianlong could not help but entertain dark humor. However, is it not said that martial gods do not exist in Blue Star? Then what of the elephant deity? Jiang Yan suddenly recognized a blind spot. According to Yang Tianlong and Xiong Junguang, there had never been a martial god in all of Blue Star. Yet the elephant deity clearly existed, even in other realms capable of triggering the ultimate trial and obtaining seeds of authority. There should be martial gods. Why then claim that Blue Star lacks them? They are indeed divine, but not gods of Blue Star. Some matters you need not know just yet, to avoid bearing too great a burden. When you become powerful enough, the world shall naturally unveil its mysteries to you. Yang Tianlong seemed to ponder something, his expression grave. With the conversation having reached this point, Jiang Yan felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Though a sense of urgency flickered in his eyes, power is still power. The more he faced the unknown, the more Jiang Yan felt his strength was insufficient. That will be all for today. Since you have reached the third tier, go and claim the martial arts and techniques that were promised to you previously. Time is of the essence. Prepare well for tomorrow's freshman tournament. Had it not been for Xiong Junguang's sudden mention, Jiang Yin would have almost forgotten about the upcoming event. Responding affirmatively, Jiang Yin squinted his eyes. The feeble Lan Zhe has granted you a month's time. How have you prepared? Chapter 055. Are you the Flame Emperor or the Martial Ancestor? In the exclusive training room of the Military Martial Arts University, violent thunder filled the entire space. Lan Zhe stood amidst a tempest of lightning, resembling a god of thunder, exuding an air of majesty and strength. The aura of the third tier, fifth level, permeated the surroundings. Having undergone the trials of the Thunder Pool, his power had experienced an astonishing leap. With a thought, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, shot forth, aimed directly at the dummy before him. It detonated with the force of an explosive. The hard, steel-made dummy was utterly obliterated by the strike. Lan Zhe watched the scene with satisfaction, his eyes fierce. Jiang Yin, tomorrow, I shall avenge my previous humiliation. With thunder, I shall shatter the darkness. On the other side, within Jiang Yin's dormitory, you have studied Ning Danju numerous times, achieving a profound understanding and stepping into a perfected state. Ning Danju will automatically operate within your body, continuously enhancing your cultivation. Jiang Yin once again demonstrated his extraordinary comprehension. As he mastered Ning Danju, the stellar cells within his body quickly responded. Each time he consolidated the stellar cells, he would receive feedback on his cultivation. However, this time, due to his lack of mastery over the technique, it had been delayed until now, as the immense energy was compressed. The blood core within his dantian flickered, finally revealing two undulating patterns. This symbolized his successful breakthrough to the second level of the third tier. Indeed, breakthroughs were becoming increasingly arduous. Jiang Yin distinctly felt the heightened difficulty of this advancement. The path of martial arts is akin to rowing upstream. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. Upon completing his study of Ning Danju, he took out the other two newly acquired third-tier martial techniques. Only by mastering the third-tier techniques could he truly unleash the full power of a third-tier martial artist. You have perused the Fumo Fist repeatedly, achieving enlightenment, and have now mastered the perfected Fumo Fist. You have studied Yixing Huanying extensively, gaining profound insights, and have now mastered the perfected Yixing Huanying. With his extraordinary comprehension, Jiang Yin effortlessly mastered these two formidable third-tier martial techniques. Reaching a consummate state, the sensation of becoming stronger remained as delightful as ever. As he savored the profundities of the two third-tier techniques, Jiang Yin silently closed his eyes, meditating and resting. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. The long-anticipated freshman tournament finally commenced. All students were instructed to promptly proceed to their corresponding arenas based on their drawn numbers. Latecomers would be deemed as forfeiting, losing their qualification to challenge. Within the training grounds, thousands of freshmen crowded together, the air buzzing with excitement. Every moment, battles were waged across hundreds of arenas. The confrontations among the newcomers were not as fierce as those of the senior students, often resulting in swift victories or defeats within a few moves. Intense, heated battles were exceedingly rare. Consequently, as time elapsed, the number of students in the training grounds rapidly dwindled. By the afternoon, merely a few hundred remained. During my first year, I too had traversed this path as a weak freshman. Step by step, in the observation room, aside from numerous teachers and leaders, there was an incongruous young figure, dressed in military attire. He exuded an upright demeanor, radiating an aura of ambition. He was unmistakably a border soldier. Unbeknownst to him, he had already graduated. To be selected for the border and become a team leader was a point of pride for the school. Listening to the young man's words, Xiong Junguang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. His name was Lu Sheng, a soon-to-be graduate in his fourth year at the university. He had successfully been selected as a border soldier, becoming part of the frontline defense against beast invasions. Moreover, upon selection, he had been appointed as the leader of a small team, showcasing his exceptional abilities. In response to Xiong Junguang's praise, Lu Sheng smiled silently, continuing to observe the scenes unfolding in the arenas. As he watched, he couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. These two freshmen appear rather peculiar. Following Lu Sheng's gaze, Xiong Junguang quickly discerned to whom he referred. Indeed, it was Jiang Yin and Lan Zhe. I concede. As the only SSS-level talent among the freshmen, and the sole individual to have cleared the trial tower, all newcomers were aware that competing against Jiang Yin and Lan Zhe was akin to comparing heaven and earth. Thus, upon realizing their opponents were these two, almost no one mustered the courage to engage in battle. Only repeated admissions of defeat echoed throughout. Consequently, it was exceedingly difficult for the duo to evade Lu Sheng's attention. Having passed the 23rd level of the trial tower with an SSS-level talent, a mere mortal who cleared the trial tower, as Xiong Junguang introduced the two, Lu Sheng, who had already harbored curiosity about them, widened his eyes. Being a student of the Military Martial Arts University, he naturally understood how exceptional their achievements were. He couldn't help but wonder what sort of fierce contest would unfold between these two when they finally clashed. Lu Sheng gazed at the two vibrant figures on the arena, a sense of anticipation swelling within him as he murmured, "A fierce contest between dragons and tigers?" Hearing Lu Sheng's musing, Xiong Junguang, having witnessed Jiang Yin's prowess, couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. Even without utilizing his authority, Jiang Yin could likely overpower Lan Zhe with ease. The notion of a fierce contest was perhaps a bit overzealous. Of course, many shared Lu Sheng's sentiments. For instance, countless freshmen below the arena eagerly awaited the showdown between the two. When will they finally fight? Soon. Soon. Did you not see how everyone has conceded? I really hope Lan Zhe wins and gives Jiang Yin a good show. A good show? What do you mean? Lan Zhe can't compare to Jiang Yin. You, a beauty enthusiast, should just leave. Amidst the lively discussions below the arena, Lan Zhe's expression grew increasingly grim as the words reached his ears. A good show? Just wait until I roast him into charcoal. We'll see how good he looks. While he muttered to himself, the number of students remaining on the arena dwindled with each elimination. Finally, the moment arrived for Jiang Yin and Lan Zhe to face each other in the same arena. Jiang Yin, as you wished, today I shall defeat you here, honorably. Facing Jiang Yin on the arena, Lan Zhe emanated violent thunder, radiating overwhelming power. The immense pressure caused many observing students below to change color, retreating several steps back. Weak strength, yet grandiose claims. Honorably defeat me? Do you believe you are the Flame Emperor or the martial ancestor? Jiang Yin regarded Lan Zhe with disappointment. In just a month, this wielder of the thunderous physique had not only failed to grow stronger but seemed to have weakened further. Of course, this was also due to Jiang Yin's rapid progress. Even an SS-level talent appeared somewhat insignificant before him. Enough of the chatter. Let the results speak for themselves. Extreme thunder. In Lan Zhe's eyes, Jiang Yin was merely putting on a brave front. After a month of arduous training in the Thunder Pool, how could he possibly be unable to defeat his opponent? With that thought, a powerful bolt of lightning began to coalesce in the air, shooting straight towards Jiang Yin like an arrow. Chapter 056, Defeating Lan Zhe. Junior, you must be feeling unsatisfied, right? What a fierce bolt of thunder. My heavens, if that were me, I would be charred to a crisp. An S-level talent truly is the winner of life. As the students below the arena felt the might of that formidable lightning, fear overtook their expressions. They had yet to witness Lan Zhe's prowess firsthand, and now, upon witnessing his attack, they truly understood the terror he possessed. They couldn't help but feel a pang of concern for Jiang Yin. In stark contrast, Jiang Yin remained unfazed. Facing the bolt of lightning, which was as thick as an arm, he did not flinch or dodge, allowing it to strike his form directly. This scene left the onlookers in shock. They watched in disbelief as the lightning struck Jiang Yin, the violent energy sending shockwaves that shattered the ground beneath him. Debris flew, and smoke billowed, enveloping his figure within. Jiang Yin has become far too arrogant. Lan Zhe's attack is so powerful, he must surely be injured. He is far too reckless. As they observed Jiang Yin's demeanor, some expressed regret while others sneered. However, on the arena, Lan Zhe felt a strange sense of foreboding. I told you, you are still too weak. As those calm words echoed, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Jiang Yin emerging unscathed, his attire not even torn. A luminescent barrier shimmered around his body, safeguarding him from Lan Zhe's ferocious extreme thunder. Lan Zhe's expression darkened. To him, while extreme thunder might not be a killing blow, it was still a third-tier martial technique. The fact that Jiang Yin remained completely unharmed was a significant blow to his confidence. The astonishment was not limited to the students below the arena. Even the teachers and leaders watching through the display screens were left astounded. unscathed. The disparity between these two students is simply staggering. Besides Xiong Junguang, Lu Shang could not help but narrow his eyes upon witnessing Jiang Yin emerge unscathed. Even from his current vantage point, he recognized that Lan Zhe's displayed strength was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, standing opposite him, Jiang Yin was clearly the superior force. What immense power this is! As such thoughts coursed through Lu Shang's mind, a flicker of battle intent ignited in his eyes, stirring a fervent passion within him. Impossible! You must be merely putting on a brave front. The Thunder God body. Lan Zhe, in disbelief, mumbled incessantly, a frenzied look flashing across his gaze. He could not accept that Jiang Yin was invincible. He was determined to defeat him here, rather than be vanquished himself. With a furious roar, violent thunder surged through Lan Zhe, enveloping his entire being. Under the electrifying stimulus, every cell within Lan Zhe erupted with boundless vitality. Even his eyes transformed, filled with the hues of lightning, brimming with ferocity. Thunderbolt movement technique, lightning fist. With the Thunder God body fully awakened, Lan Zhe's physique was enhanced to an unimaginable degree. He executed his movements, becoming nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Swiftly approaching Jiang Yin, the moment he stood before Jiang Yin, he struck out with a punch, his electrified fist aimed directly at Jiang Yin's chest. I refuse to believe this is insufficient. As his fist collided with Jiang Yin's chest, it was as if it were an electric shock device, continuously discharging terrifying currents. Yet even with the current unleashed to its utmost, Jiang Yin's expression remained as calm as a tranquil well. Furthermore, under the stimulation of the Thunder God body, Lan Zhe's physical body had become terrifyingly resilient. However, despite this, when his fist made contact with Jiang Yin, he could not help but wince in pain. As if he had struck not flesh, but a body forged from steel, so unyielding it was, it struck fear into his heart. I have said it, weak, weak, weak. Do you not comprehend? Faced with Lan Zhe's full-force punch, Jiang Yin felt nothing at all. He merely took a step forward. Boom, boom, boom. The supreme heart throbbed like an engine, pulsating with vigor, akin to a rhythmic drumbeat. Ugh! Lan Zhe's face contorted in agony. He clutched his chest, attempting to cry out, but no sound emerged. At that moment, it felt as though his heart had been grasped tightly, ceasing its rhythm. He possessed no strength to resist, only feeling the cessation of his heartbeat and blood flow. As his body temperature plummeted rapidly, as if he were on the brink of becoming a lifeless corpse. Am I to perish? This was the first time Lan Zhe felt death so close at hand. Thankfully, Jiang Yin had no intention of taking his life. Noting the despair etched upon Lan Zhe's face, he ceased the pulsation of the supreme heart. Blood began to flow once more, revealing a look of relief upon Lan Zhe's features. In his gaze towards Jiang Yin, a hint of trepidation involuntarily surfaced. He had exerted himself to the utmost, yet had failed to breach Jiang Yin's defenses. The other party had not even fought seriously, yet it felt as though he had brushed against the gates of death. The disparity between the two was simply too vast. I concede. Just as Jiang Yin was about to send Lan Zhe tumbling from the arena, Lan Zhe instead raised his hand voluntarily, conceding to Jiang Yin. What? Lan Zhe surrendered. Was he not blessed with SS-level talent? How could this be? It was not that the Thunder God body was weak. Rather, Jiang Yin's strength was far too terrifying. Lan Zhe struck him, yet he remained unfazed. This was truly outrageous. With Lan Zhe's concession, the students below erupted into chaotic discussions, their voices a cacophony. Their murmurs reached Lan Zhe's ears, causing him to bitterly smile. Did he truly wish to concede? Yet to continue fighting would only bring him humiliation. At that moment, he finally understood why Su Yin and Long Ning, both of whom possessed S-level talent, had fallen to Jiang Yin. The chasm between them was insurmountable. Bear School. I see that Jiang Yin still does not seem satisfied. Why not let me have a match with him? In the observation room, Lu Shang felt a surge of eagerness. His eyes sparkled with fervent battle intent. Jiang Yin's prowess had ignited his fighting spirit. Though the other was merely a freshman, the strength he displayed was already worthy of being his opponent. Thus, he made this unexpected request on a match with Jiang Yin. Upon hearing Lu Shang's words, Xiong Junguang noticed the fervor burning in his eyes. Considering the other's talent, Xiong Junguang nodded in agreement. Let them fight. After all, Jiang Nian might not necessarily be a match for him. With Xiong Junguang's permission, Lu Sheng promptly departed, heading towards the training arena. Name: Jiang Nian. First gene lock, extraordinary comprehension. Second gene lock, unlocked, unlock condition. Defeat 10 divine body users. Current progress, 310. After Lan Ze left in disgrace. Jiang Nian, having checked his panel, intended to do the same. However, a figure clad in military attire arrived at the arena even more swiftly, beckoning him over. Junior, I can see you haven't had your fill. Have you? Come, let us fight. Chapter 057, 4th Stage Warrior. By what right? Lu Sheng, a recent graduate of the Military Martial Arts University, Cultivation, first layer of 4th Stage, currently stationed in the 24th Squad of the rear battlefield along the border. Jiang Nian met Lu Sheng's gaze, which was filled with intense battle intent, alongside an overwhelming strength. Then let us engage. Jiang Nian replied with a faint smile, formally accepting the challenge. He clenched his fists. His focus unwavering, preparing himself for peak performance. Lu Sheng, however, showed no signs of leniency simply because Jiang Nian was a freshman. Their gazes met on the arena, igniting fierce sparks, as if announcing that a grand battle was on the verge of erupting. What? A recent graduate? A 4th Stage warrior fighting Jiang Nian? Is this not courting disaster? You mustn't say that. Against Lan Ze, it might have been disaster, but this is Jiang Nian. Once Lu Sheng took to the stage and revealed his identity, the students below were already ecstatic. Who knew Jiang Nian would accept the challenge? This undoubtedly elevated the atmosphere to a new climax. However, the only one left feeling dejected was Lan Ze, who had also lingered to witness the spectacle. Having failed against Jiang Nian was one thing, but now he had to endure the jeers of others from the sidelines. Who could withstand that? Yet as Jiang Nian and Lu Sheng commenced their battle, Lan Ze's attention gradually shifted away. Demon Fighting Fist. Mighty Vajra Fist. Like Jiang Nian, Lu Sheng also employed a style of fist techniques. ASA 4th Stage Warrior, with blood essence transformed into the sea and energy surging to the celestial realm. He had unlocked his spiritual awareness. The blood energy coursing through him underwent a qualitative transformation. Thus, Lu Sheng's reflexes were swifter than Jiang Nian's, and his punch was even more formidable. Logically, this should have been a one-sided affair. After all, Jiang Nian was merely at the 2nd layer of the 3rd stage. Yet, having condensed countless stellar cells, Jiang Nian's physique had already reached a terrifying degree. In the center of the arena, the two clashed head-on. Fist against fist, impact against impact, they fought to a standstill. A fierce wind tore through the surroundings, whipping against the faces of the students below. Yet none turned away. They were intent on not missing the thrilling spectacle unfolding before them. Is this truly Jiang Nian's real strength? Just as the senior had said, Jiang Nian had clearly not exerted himself fully moments ago. Thank goodness the senior is here. Otherwise, how could we witness such an exhilarating performance today? The students below exchanged excited remarks, watching the clash of strength between Jiang Nian and Lu Sheng, utterly thrilled. Only Lan Ze's face had turned a shade of bitter melon. What about me? Is no one concerned for my well-being? Yet witnessing Jiang Nian battle against a 4th Stage warrior and not falter, Lan Ze could not help but sigh inwardly. It felt as though this mere mortal, Jiang Nian, was more akin to a divine seed. Perfect grade Demon Fighting Fist. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Xiong Junguang gazed at Jiang Nian with an expression of incredulity. The technique he employed was a powerful 3rd Stage martial skill from the Military Martial Arts University, which Xiong Junguang recognized instantly. However, what puzzled him was that this martial skill had only been learned by Jiang Nian the day before. Had he truly mastered it to perfection within a single day? What sort of terrifying talent is this? No wonder he claimed he needed no martial arts instructor. Mastering it so quickly would surely leave any martial arts teacher questioning their own existence. Xiong Junguang suddenly felt a sense of relief. That moment on the arena, Lu Sheng grew increasingly astonished as the battle progressed. He had initially thought that with his 4th Stage cultivation, facing a mere 3rd Stage 2nd layer freshman, he could afford to take it easy. Yet Jiang Nian refused to grant him that opportunity. The more they fought, the more fierce Jiang Nian became, even beginning to push him into a disadvantageous position. It was crucial to note that Lu Sheng was not merely a senior at this moment. He was also a soldier of the Great Xia border. Should he be defeated by Jiang Nian, it would be a significant blow to his pride. Thus, Lu Sheng resolved to take the fight seriously. Junior, I am going to get serious now. Do be careful. After all, it is a case of the strong preying on the weak. So I must offer a word of caution before I fully commit. The senior is going to get serious, just in time. So am I? Jiang Yin's bright response left Lu Sheng somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, he was not affected, dismissing Jiang Yin's words as mere bravado. The fact that Jiang Yin had managed to hold his own for so long against him, despite being at the second layer of the third stage, was already quite remarkable. If Jiang Yin truly had more to offer, then Lu Sheng might as well not exist. Battle aura. With a roar, Lu Sheng's aura surged dramatically. A powerful presence radiated from him, overwhelming and vigorous. This was his unique level talent. Battle aura, cultivating strength through battle. The more stimulating the fight, the more potent his battle aura became, transforming Lu Sheng into a fervent warrior who thrived on combat. Empowered by the surge of battle energy, Lu Sheng's offensive became significantly more ferocious. His fists struck with greater force, and the overwhelming explosiveness left Jiang Yin reeling, as he was repeatedly forced back several steps. Moreover, Lu Sheng simultaneously harnessed his spiritual awareness. As a fourth-tier warrior, his spiritual perception not only granted him heightened sensitivity but also exerted pressure and intimidation upon Jiang Yin. Consequently, as Lu Sheng began to unleash his true capabilities, the students spectating below could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This was the true prowess of a fourth-tier warrior. I had a hunch. After all, he is a fourth-tier warrior. How could he be so easily defeated? Nevertheless, Jiang Yin's ability to endure for so long was commendable. Although they gasped in disbelief, the students were not particularly surprised. The disparity in cultivation between Jiang Yin and Lu Sheng was simply too vast. If Jiang Yin were to successfully defeat Lu Sheng, that would indeed be a miracle. Could he not be defeated? Perhaps not. Jiang Yin had yet to truly engage. Listening to the discussions around him, Lan Zhe, the defeated opponent, shook his head in disbelief. Putting aside other considerations, Jiang Yin's formidable heart, a pulse that could grip one's very essence, had yet to even ignite. It was undoubtedly premature to draw conclusions about the outcome at this juncture. Boom, boom, boom. As Lan Zhe had anticipated, the situation on the stage swiftly shifted. The previously dominant Lu Sheng inexplicably faltered, only to be met with a powerful punch from Jiang Yin that sent him staggering back. What was happening? Wasn't he merely an ordinary body? Could it be that he possessed some extraordinary talent? The students below the stage erupted in a clamor. Even Lu Sheng himself was caught off guard, his mind racing with speculation. Even as a fourth-tier warrior, he felt a constriction in his heart, nearly gasping for breath. If such a talent could have such a profound effect on him, it was certainly no ordinary gift. Moreover, what astonished Lu Sheng even more was that his spiritual pressure on Jiang Yin had inexplicably vanished. Just moments ago, he had been able to intimidate Jiang Yin through his spiritual awareness, influencing his performance. Now, however, Jiang Yin seemed immune to such intimidation. This left Lu Sheng utterly perplexed. How could a third-tier warrior, who had not even awakened spiritual awareness, withstand his spiritual intimidation? Chapter 058, Journey to the Battlefield. Beast Tide, Senior, shall we settle this with a single strike? What do you say? With the Supreme Heart and Supreme Bone unleashing their full power, Jiang Yin and Lu Sheng found themselves locked in an intense stalemate once more. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's proposal, Lu Sheng nodded, his expression inscrutable. He was genuinely astonished by Jiang Yin's strength. Cosmic State, Battle Energy. Both Jiang Yin and Lu Sheng released a fierce shout simultaneously. The former activated every star cell in his body, condensing it at his fingertips, exuding a fearsome aura. The latter, in turn, concentrated his battle energy to its zenith, enveloping his fist, radiating an equally intimidating presence. Zzz. However, at the critical moment, a sudden crackle of electricity erupted from Lu Sheng's communicator on his shoulder. Following the static, a crisp female voice rang out. Captain, we have received battle reports from the front lines. The beast tide is poised to surge against the border. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng immediately set aside their duel and hurriedly replied. Understood that I will return at once. The proximity between Jiang Yin and Lu Sheng allowed him to hear the communicator's message clearly. Being a person who understood priorities, Jiang Yin promptly dispelled his cosmic state. In that case, Senior, let us conclude today's match here. We can have a rematch when time allows. Lu Sheng felt a tinge of regret, having just begun to relish the fight, only to be interrupted. Who could bear that? It was akin to being on the verge of a critical moment, only to have someone barge into the room. Frustrating. By the way, Junior, would you be interested in accompanying me to the battlefield? Just as he was about to leave, Lu Sheng suddenly recalled something and extended an invitation to Jiang Yin. The danger level at the rear battlefield was relatively low, and students from military martial arts universities often ventured there for training. Considering Jiang Yin's strength, having him join would undoubtedly bolster Lu Sheng's team. Can I? Jiang Yin had not anticipated that Lu Sheng would invite him. After all, it was the front lines, the very battleground against ferocious beasts. To claim he was uninterested would be a lie. Let us not delay, Lu Sheng assured. I'll have Principal Xiong vouch for you. With Lu Sheng's endorsement, Jiang Yin did not hesitate. The two leaped off the stage and headed toward the training grounds exit, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers. You two lads, remember to return for your freshman competition rewards? Hearing Lu Sheng's message as they walked away, Xiong Junguang did not intervene. After all, given Jiang Yin's displayed talents, the border battlefield was a place he would inevitably visit. Going there to scout would be beneficial for him. However, this did not mean he would be completely unconcerned. With a fragment of authority in Jiang Yin's possession, he was even more precious than Xiong Junguang himself. Luo Feng, follow Jiang Yin and provide covert protection. Ensure nothing untoward happens to him. Upon receiving Xiong Junguang's order, a teacher of 6th-tier cultivation immediately complied. He then soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light, pursuing the direction in which Jiang Yin and Lu Sheng had departed. Meanwhile, in Tianhe Province, at Tianhe Martial Arts University, in the training room, Fei Yujing faced a massive stone. Extending her jade hand, the next moment, the space surrounding the stone suddenly shattered, and the stone itself was fragmented into countless pieces. Cascading to the ground, Fei Yujing appeared as if drained of energy, her delicate face losing all color. Yet, the brilliance in her eyes remained undiminished. This was the power of spatial authority. I now stand at the pinnacle of the top 10 divine seed candidates. After the excitement subsided, Fei Yujing began to regulate her breathing. The sound of a message alert from her wristband stirred her to check it.in. The Military Martial Arts University. Lan Zhe has suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin? Defeated? Fei Yujing murmured, digesting the news with a hint of disappointment. If you were also an SSS-grade talent, perhaps my path to becoming a martial god would not feel so solitary. But unfortunately, you are not. With that, she closed her eyes once more, recuperating from her exhaustion. Outside the Military Martial Arts University, an off-road vehicle sped away at an astonishing pace, heading toward the border. The rear battlefield was the primary front where we would confront the vanguard of ferocious beasts. Remember this. Should you encounter an adversary you cannot defeat, do not feel compelled to fight. Preserving your life is of utmost importance, especially since you are merely a freshman with a bright future ahead. While driving swiftly, Lu Sheng elaborated on the rear battlefield to Jiang Yin. As Jiang Yin listened, he gazed upon the vast border city. Once Lu Sheng drove the vehicle through the city walls. He was met with the sight of countless border soldiers, all poised for battle. These warriors, who had long faced ferocious beasts on the front lines, emanated an aura of lethal intent. Just being near them made Jiang Yin feel an icy chill. All of this was the result of years of relentless combat against the beasts. Captain, who is this? After Lu Sheng and Jiang Yin exited the vehicle, 2 men and 2 women approached them. Noticing Jiang Yin beside Lu Sheng, they turned to Lu Sheng with curiosity. This is Jiang Yin, my junior. I invited him to join us for training. After a brief introduction, the group regarded Jiang Yin with increasing skepticism. They could all sense that Jiang Yin's cultivation was merely at the 2nd level of the 3rd tier, while in Lu Sheng's 5-member team, besides Lu Sheng himself, who was at the 1st level of the 4th tier. The other 4 members were all above the 5th level of the 3rd tier. Adding someone with a 2nd-level 3rd-tier cultivation into the mix seemed like inviting chaos. Rest assured, my junior's strength is trustworthy, Lu Sheng quickly assured, sensing their doubts. After all, he had personally assessed Jiang Yin's capabilities. The beast tide is about to strike. The combat team should prepare and depart the border in an orderly fashion to establish formations. Others had intended to voice their concerns, but the sounding horn left them no opportunity to speak further. Thus, they hurriedly joined the other teams, exiting the border gates. In this moment, Jiang Yin discerned the identities of the team members. The tall girl was named Zhao Yu, while the one with a slightly chubby face was Hong Ting. Both were at the 7th level of the 3rd tier. The 2 boys were named Chen Guang and Wang Ji. both of whom were rather inconspicuous in a crowd. "Newcomer, make sure not to stray too far from us. If anything happens, we won't be looking out for you." The somewhat aloof Zhao Yu coldly reminded Jiang Yan. Although she was not particularly pleased with him, they certainly would not allow him to meet his demise. Jiang Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a tremor shook the ground, sending small stones vibrating. A dark line appeared in Jiang Yan's vision. As it drew closer, he realized it was not a line at all, but rather thousands of ferocious beasts charging forward. The sheer number was staggering, and with each step they took, a violent tremor reverberated through the ground. This was the Beast Tide, Chapter 059. The Beast Tide Battle, a clash of titans, electric lion, savage, brutal, and immense. This was Jiang Yan's initial impression as he faced the Beast Tide. Like a relentless tide, the ferocious beast surged forth, casting a heavy pall over the faces of even the most battle-hardened border warriors. "Kill!" A single shout resounded like a clarion call, heralding the commencement of an epic conflict. Countless figures erupted from the ranks, plunging directly into the ocean of beasts, unleashing a feral bloodlust. The roars of the monsters rose in a cacophony, piercing and resonant. Behind these teams, innumerable silhouettes ascended into the air, the hallmark of fifth-tier warriors. Soaring through the skies, their forms transformed into streaks of luminescence, delving deeper into the battlefield to confront the formidable beasts. Thus, the great battle commenced, boom, boom, boom. Once amidst the tide of beasts, Jiang Yan held nothing back. The supreme heart pulsing with immense power. Roar, surrounding him. Many of the ferocious beasts were ensnared by the influence of the supreme heart, as if their very hearts were gripped. They emitted agonizing roars. Yet it was all in vain. Awaiting them was Jiang Yan's glowing fist, demonic fist. The formidable third-tier martial technique was unleashed. Within his dantian, Jiang Yan's blood essence surged, channeling the overwhelming force into his fists. The iron-hard shockwave of his punch struck deep into the skull of a beast. Following this, Jiang Yan's explosive physical might crashed forth. The beast struck by him either lost consciousness instantly, collapsing to the ground, or suffered the more grievous fate of having their heads shattered, brains splattering like flowers in bloom. Almost every strike resulted in a swift death. Among the throng, his speed of slaughter was truly unparalleled. Only Lu Shang, a fourth-tier warrior wielding combat energy, could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The sight left the rest of the team in stunned silence. Watching Jiang Yan, a mere third-tier second-level, slay with such ferocity, they felt as if they were living in a dream, as though their own cultivation was but a fade. Indeed, the captain's words rang true. His strength was truly extraordinary. Observing Jiang Yan dispatching beasts with singular punches, Zhao Yu couldn't help but smile wryly. She recalled how she had just moments ago urged him not to stray too far, finding it rather amusing. With his prowess, charging into the tide of beasts alone was likely no challenge at all. She had merely been viewing the world through a narrow lens. A born warrior, given time to mature, he would undoubtedly become a sharp blade for our military. No, a sword for the great Xia. Meanwhile, at the Military Martial Arts University, Xiong Junguang monitored Jiang Yan's progress through the images transmitted by Luo Feng. Initially, he had been concerned about Jiang Yan's potential discomfort in facing such a scene for the first time. However, Jiang Yan's performance evidently satisfied him immensely. Roar. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens, shaking the very fabric of space. Many turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, including Jiang Yan. Behind countless ferocious beasts, a towering, pitch-black figure loomed in his sight. It was unmistakably a beast, a seventh-tier beast. The celestial arm ape. Jiang Yan recognized the identity of this fearsome creature. As the celestial arm ape appeared, the surrounding beasts grew even more savage. Clearly, this powerful creature was the sovereign of this beast tide. Vile creature, prepare to die. On the border wall, a figure traversed vast distances in an instant, arriving before the celestial arm ape. A massive, luminous moon rose behind him, nearly matching the height of the giant ape. The radiant light cast a serene atmosphere, marking him as a seventh-tier warrior, the embodiment of martial prowess. Only by condensing martial manifestations could one be considered a true warrior, transcending the ordinary fight. As a seventh-tier beast, the celestial arm ape possessed an intellect not to be underestimated. It spoke with human-like articulation, showing no regard for the military powerhouse's reaction time. Its fists flew like shooting stars towards the military warrior. Moonlight! The military warrior's expression remained unchanged as he drew his sword, unleashing a dazzling beam of light. The two titans clashed in a fierce battle, the scene rendering the very heavens and earth dim. This was the true essence of the extraordinary. Watching the struggle between the military warrior and the celestial arm ape, Jiang Yin's eyes sparkled with an indescribable light. This was the formidable power he aspired to attain. One day, he would become as strong as they were, or even stronger. Kill, roar. The distant battle reverberated across the battlefield, igniting the fervor of the warriors and beasts alike. In that moment, they unleashed their true fury, eyes ablaze with madness. Only through the death of one side could this battle find its conclusion. Demonic fist. Amidst the fray, the positions occupied by Jiang Yin and Lu Shang were the most fiercely contested. This was due to the sheer number of beasts they had slain. These lower-tier beasts lacked considerable intelligence, and in the midst of such intense combat, they had long lost their wits, faced with the slaughterers of countless kin. They felt no fear, only the desire to eliminate the two intruders on the spot. Consequently, both warriors found themselves enveloped by an unyielding swarm of beasts, with scarcely a moment to breathe. Jiang Yin didn't even require a respite. Not far away, Zhao Yu watched Jiang Yin, who showed no signs of fatigue, and couldn't help but exclaim her astonishment in their squad. Aside from Lu Shang, everyone else typically paired up. After all, as a fourth-tier warrior, Lu Shang's stamina far exceeded theirs. They needed to collaborate to create opportunities for recovery. Yet, in stark contrast, Jiang Yin had maintained his relentless assault since the onset of the beast tide, showing no signs of change. He was like an iron man. Lu Shang could endure for so long due to his fourth-tier status, but Jiang Yin was merely a third-tier warrior. Roar, roar. Just as Zhao Yu pondered, two ferocious roars suddenly echoed from afar. They belonged to two incredibly fierce lions, their bodies displaying a bluish-purple hue, crackling with fierce electricity. Not good. It's the Thunder Lions. Fall back. Zhao Yu and Hong Ting instantly recognized the beasts. The Thunder Lion, a fourth-tier beast, was not only physically powerful but also adept at harnessing lightning, making it an exceptionally troublesome foe. They, on the other hand, were only third-tier warriors in the face of such a beast. They were woefully inadequate. The only option was to avoid its wrath. Vile beast, prepare to die. Lu Shang quickly noted the approach of the two Thunder Lions. With a furious roar, he gathered his combat energy into his fist and charged at one of them. However, the Thunder Lion was also a fourth-tier creature. Despite Lu Shang's powerful strike, he found himself entangled momentarily. Meanwhile, the other Thunder Lion fixed its gaze on Jiang Yin, who was still engaged in slaughter. Jiang Yin, get out of the way. Seeing the Thunder Lion targeting Jiang Yin, Zhao Yu shouted urgently, trying to alert him. Just then, the lightning surrounding the Thunder Lion's head coalesced into a bolt, aimed directly at Jiang Yin. Chapter 060. Victory? When will this war come to an end? Jiang Yin, witnessing this scene, Zhao Yu couldn't help but scream. Even Hong Ting beside her covered her mouth, her eyes filled with worry. This was a strike from a fourth-tier beast. Moreover, it was one of the most ferocious among them, the Thunder Lion. Jiang Yin was merely a third-tier second level. Being struck by this attack would surely result in either death or severe injury. How could they bear to watch? Don't panic. This kid is not as weak as you think. Even Luo Feng, secretly dispatched by Xiong Junguang to protect Jiang Yin, began to feel restless. He was well aware of the Thunder Lion's terror. If anything were to happen to Jiang Yin, it would be a grave dereliction of duty. Thus, despite Xiong Junguang's reassurances, Luo Feng kept a close watch on Jiang Yin, prepared for any unforeseen incidents. Crackle! The ferocious lightning struck Jiang Yin's chest, emitting a sound that left one's hair standing on end. But an astonishing scene unfolded. The lightning that struck Jiang Yin's chest, though it penetrated his starlight barrier and tore through his clothing, was halted at the surface of his skin. It inflicted no damage whatsoever. Not even a hint of redness appeared on Jiang Yin's flesh. What terrifying flesh! Witnessing this spectacle, both Zhao Yu and Hong Ting were left speechless, momentarily frozen in place. Tio think this was the Thunder Lion. Its full-force strike could even make a fourth-tier warrior retreat. Yet now, Jiang Yin had withstood such an attack unscathed, despite being merely a third-tier warrior. Jiang Yin's performance not only stunned all observers, but also left the Thunder Lion across from him bewildered. eye in its wise eyes. A flicker of existential doubt emerged, as if questioning, did I miscalculate? Did I not unleash any current? In truth, only Jiang Yin understood what had transpired. Even with the indomitable stellar immortal body, possessing countless stellar cells, he could not withstand such a fearsome strike. At the critical moment, he activated the cosmic state, mobilizing all his stellar cells to gather at his chest, thus deflecting the Thunder Lion's blow. However, there was no need for Jiang Yin to explain, if I'm not dead, then it's your turn. With that, Jiang Yin locked his gaze onto the Thunder Lion, his eyes suddenly fierce. Shadow Shift, Cosmic State. The perfected third-tier martial technique allowed Jiang Yin to move with astonishing speed. Leaving behind afterimages, the myriad stellar cells within him swiftly relocated, converging at his knuckles. In an instant, Jiang Yin stood before the Thunder Lion, delivering a punch that pierced through its skull with blinding swiftness. The beast had no time to emit a cry before a gory hole appeared in its head, and its form crumpled to the ground, lifeless. With a single punch, the electric lion was slain. As Jiang Yin withdrew his fist, Zhao Yu and Hong Ting, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, were left in disbelief, questioning the evidence of their own eyes. That was a fourth-tier ferocious beast, the electric lion, an incredibly powerful creature that even their captain, Lu Shang, a fourth-tier warrior, had to struggle fiercely to defeat. Yet, it had been effortlessly dispatched by Jiang Yin in one blow. I had initially thought that was your limit. To my astonishment, I underestimated you. Just before Jiang Yin struck down the electric lion, Lu Shang had just dispatched his own foe and was preparing to assist Jiang Yin. Little did he expect to witness Jiang Yin's triumph in such a manner. Memories of their unfinished duel flooded his mind. From Jiang Yin's single devastating blow, it seemed that if a decisive punch were to be thrown, it was very likely that he would be the one to lose. They say the Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, but how can I withstand such a force from behind? With a sigh of resignation, Lu Shang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. A third-tier second-level warrior, killing a fourth-tier beast with one punch. No wonder Principal Xiong held him in such high regard and had such confidence in him. Observing this scene from the shadows, Luo Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing why a mere freshman in training required his protection as a sixth-tier warrior. At such a young age, Jiang Yin's prowess was truly remarkable, suggesting a future of boundless potential. Afterward, no further surprises emerged on the battlefield. Waves upon waves of ferocious beasts were staunchly repelled by the fearless border warriors. Corpses piled high, blood flowed like rivers. The once arid and desolate borderland was now soaked, saturated with the countless liters of blood spilled. Boom. After an unknown passage of time, a tremor reverberated through the ground. The crowd turned to face the source of the disturbance. The colossal celestial arm ape, akin to a small mountain, had fallen to the ground, its blood staining the earth. The massive body, seen from a distance, resembled a gentle hill. Dust clouds rose, yet they could not conceal the excitement in the eyes of the border warriors. The voice of the military powerhouse resonated throughout the expanse like a great bell. Those who invade the borders of the Great Xia shall be punished. A seventh-tier warrior had completely entered the realm of the extraordinary. A mere reprimand sent the ferocious beasts into a panic, causing them to emit chaotic roars. With the military's overwhelming victory, the morale of the border warriors surged. Facing the disoriented beasts, they attacked with the ferocity of a predator against a wounded prey. In just a brief moment, the remaining beasts were annihilated by the border warriors. One day, I shall embody this senior's spirit, transcending the ordinary and turning the tide. Once the battle concluded, the warrior who had slain the celestial arm ape continued to traverse the void. Returning to the interior of the border, Jiang Yin watched the figure depart, silently vowing in his heart. However, when he turned his gaze back to the battlefield, a wave of heaviness washed over him. The ground was littered with the corpses of ferocious beasts, but there were also fallen soldiers clad in military uniforms. Despite their victory in this battle, these comrades could not be resurrected. This realization jolted Jiang Yin back from his earlier excitement. His gaze lowered, he clenched his fist tightly. Such is the nature of war. All we can do is slay more beasts, ensuring that our fallen comrades can watch over us from beyond. Liu Shang noticed Jiang Yin's unusual demeanor and approached him, patting him on the shoulder. Like Jiang Yin, he too had felt this way during his first time on the battlefield, taking a long time to recover. However, To his surprise, Jiang Yin did not linger in his somber mood for long. Instead, he posed a question. Senior, when do you think this war will come to an end? Chapter 061. Ito Makoto, SS Class Talent, Demon Blade. When will the war end? Upon hearing Jiang Yin's question, Lu Sheng paused momentarily before a bitter smile crept across his face. He pointed towards the distant horizon, where the ferocious beast's stronghold lay, the Beast Mountain Range. There resided 11 ninth-tier ferocious beasts. Were it not for the countless predecessors of the great Xia who fought valiantly, the borders would have long been overrun by these beasts. As long as they exist, the borders shall know no peace. Perhaps only when a martial god of the great Xia emerges to eliminate these 11 ninth-tier beasts can we truly welcome peace. What Lu Sheng spoke was common knowledge to Jiang Yin. Yet, compared to before, this information now bore a peculiar significance to him. A martial god, you say? Then I shall ascend to that status and bring an end to the suffering in this world. Jiang Yin silently vowed, promising himself that once the beast tide receded, he would not linger any longer. He took the special vehicle that Lu Sheng had arranged for him, returning to the Military Martial Arts University. This was the reward for being the first in the freshman competition. The Earth Spirit Essence.in Principal Xiong's office. Jiang Yin's first act upon returning was to collect his reward. The Earth Spirit Essence, which grows in subterranean caves, gathers the essence of heaven and earth, making it a rare treasure for both blood warriors and body refinement warriors. Principal Xiong, I'll take my leave now. After receiving the Earth Spirit Essence, Jiang Yin prepared to exit the office but was called back by Xiong Junguang. What is the hurry? I have more to discuss with you. Just yesterday, on the day you went to the border battlefield, a secret realm appeared on the southeast island, Hailing Island. Third-year students have already rushed there. The secret realm has yet to open. If you're interested, I can arrange for a private jet to take you there immediately. Upon hearing Xiong Junguang's words, Jiang Yin's eyes lit up. The secret realm was undoubtedly the best place for him to enhance his strength, and he promptly nodded in agreement. However, you must exercise caution during this trip. We are not the only ones eyeing that secret realm. The islanders, who have been living quite well, are also keeping watch. The only SSS class talent holder from the island nation, Ito Makoto, has already arrived at Hailing Island yesterday. Upon hearing the mention of the islanders, Jiang Yin's eyes narrowed instantly. A deep-seated hatred awakened from within his bloodline. What would happen if I were to slay this island prodigy within the secret realm? Hearing this, Xiong Junguang was momentarily taken aback before a smile crept onto his face. Should we offer them a bow? Xiong Junguang's words were naturally a jest, yet they served to reassure Jiang Yin. He could focus solely on killing, as they would back him from behind. As for Ito Makoto, aside from possessing SSS class talent, he was also rumored to have a post-heaven talent. Just be cautious. Though Xiong Junguang said this, he was nonetheless confident in Jiang Yin. After all, he still carried a seed of power and authority that could unleash the strength of a fifth-tier warrior. It was rare to find such a prodigy not just in the Great Xia, but worldwide. At the same time Jiang Yin embarked on his journey, in the southeastern region of the Great Xia, on Hailing Island, two young men were engaged in a fierce battle. One of them, with a delicate demeanor, wielded a sword emanating dark energy, typical of an islander. The other, with a lean face and resolute gaze, held a spear that exuded an air of disdain. However, under the offensive of the island youth, he gradually fell into a disadvantage, his clothing riddled with cuts, revealing bloodied wounds. The demon blade in the hands of the island youth was far too powerful. The SS class talent completely suppressed Chen Ziki. It seemed that Chen Ziki was on the verge of defeat. On the periphery of the clearing, Lin Gang and Han Sun watched as Chen Ziki struggled, their expressions grim. With their keen eyes, it was clear to them that Chen Ziki was about to be defeated. Yet, this was not Chen Ziki's fault, for he faced the island's second prodigy, Ito Makoto, who wielded the SS class talent Demon Blade. This blade, which could grow stronger with every kill, was a unique growth-type talent. Coupled with the countless lives it had claimed, the sword radiating dark energy was formidable enough that even Chen Ziki found himself at a disadvantage. Clang! Ito Makoto moved with agility, the demon blade in his hand appearing almost ghostly. With a swift motion, he severed Chen Ziki's tendons, causing him to drop his spear with a clatter. Yet, Ito Makoto was relentless. With the demon blade in hand, he pivoted, aiming directly for Chen Ziki's throat. This strike was a direct attempt to take Chen Ziki's life. Enough! As the leading teacher, Luo Feng could not bear to watch his student perish. At the moment Ito Makoto struck, he bellowed, unleashing a wave of immense spiritual force. This immediately caused Ito Makoto to grimace in pain, halting his blade mid-swing. Luo Feng seized the opportunity to pull Chen Ziki back, immediately handing him over to the attending medical personnel for treatment. In student battles, how could teachers intervene? Great Xia people, you have crossed the line. The accompanying personnel from the island nation were no pushovers either. After fending off the powerful spiritual attack aimed at Ito Makoto, the elder Chiu Feng looked at the Great Xia side with a bemused smile. At the very least, in this confrontation, the advantage lay with their nation. Great Xia people, is there not one among you who can fight? Seiya Ito stands arrogantly before the crowd of the Great Xia, his long hair cascading over his eyes, requiring one to tilt their head slightly upward to meet his gaze. This posture exudes an overwhelming air of arrogance, rendering him an utterly detestable figure. Provoked by this insolent individual from the island nation, the students are unable to conceal their indignation. Yet, Chen Ziki stands as the mightiest among them. Their attempts to confront Ito would be futile, only adding to his tally of defeated adversaries. Jiang Yin, when will you arrive? Luo Feng has already received word from Xiong Junguang, confirming that Jiang Yin is en route. He alone possesses the power to turn the tide. As if attuned to Luo Feng's thoughts, a cacophony suddenly erupts in their ears. They look skyward to behold a helicopter gracefully descending towards them. 12,000 star cells. Inside the helicopter, Jiang Yin has just absorbed the immense potency of the Earth's spirit essence. 2000 azure and profound star cells within him supply a vigorous vitality. Jiang Yin, please prepare for landing. Upon hearing the pilot's prompt, Jiang Yin grips the handrail beside him, a surge of emotions rising within his veins. Little island dwellers, your grandfather has arrived. Chapter 062. Break the Demon Blade. I shall return it to you. It is Jiang Yin. Splendid, Jiang Yin has arrived. Finally, someone capable of dealing with this scoundrel. As the helicopter touches down, the third-year students erupt in excitement at the sight of Jiang Yin disembarking. Most of them have witnessed his prowess within the Mirage secret realm. With his arrival, handling Seiya Ito is undoubtedly a mere formality. Yet, what is this group of Great Xia people so jubilant about? Have they lost their sanity? Observing the exuberance of the Great Xia students, Seiya Ito is somewhat perplexed. His SS grade talent, the Demon Blade, grants him exceptionally keen perception, allowing him to sense the strength of his opponent's abilities. Yet, he feels nothing from Jiang Yin. Unless his perception is malfunctioning, Jiang Yin is undoubtedly an ordinary mortal. Ito leans towards the latter possibility. His Demon Blade cannot possibly miscalculate. How dare he be so audacious on our territory? Upon approaching the crowd, Jiang Yin learns of Chen Ziki's grievous injury at the hands of Seiya Ito. His gaze turns icy as he strides before Ito'd my blade shall show no mercy to an ordinary mortal. Seiya Ito defiantly tilts his head back, yet due to Jiang Yin's towering stature, he must press the back of his head against his own shoulders to meet his eyes, creating a rather absurd scene. What pretense of strength does he maintain with such a feeble blade? Jiang Yin casts a nonchalant glance at the sword enveloped in dark energy within Ito's grasp, unfazed. He has bested 3 individuals with SS-grade talents before. An SS-grade talent is hardly worthy of his attention. The sharp-tongued Great Xia people, Demon Sword, first form. Enraged by Jiang Yin's seemingly dismissive gaze, Seiya Ito's fury ignites. The Demon Blade is his most cherished talent, and Jiang Yin's sacrilege must be washed away with blood. He grips the hilt with both hands, becoming one with his sword, and dashes forward. The blade's edge bursts forth with dazzling brilliance. Long live Ito-kun. Let us vanquish these Great Xia people. How can the Great Xia compare to our noble island nation? As Seiya Ito unleashes his brilliant strike, the islanders cheer jubilantly, envisioning Jiang Yin meeting a fate akin to that of Chen Ziki. Has he been rendered senseless? He is even weaker than that previous Great Xia individual. Faced with Ito's fierce blow, Jiang Yin stands resolute, unflinching, in his eyes. This is merely a display of Jiang Yin's supposed shock. A smirk curls at the corner of his mouth as he anticipates the blade crashing upon Jiang Yin. Alas, such a scenario exists solely in his imagination. In reality, as the Demon Blade descends, it is thwarted by Jiang Yin's celestial shield, failing to advance even a fraction. It couldn't even graze Jiang Yin's skin, let alone tear his clothing. This spectacle leaves the islanders utterly bewildered. What is Ito-kun doing? Is there a chance he is held back? The islanders murmur in disbelief, even suspecting that Seiya Ito has restrained his power. Yet only Ito knows he is not held back. This strike was delivered with all his might. But what manner of creature is this? How can he withstand my blade? A look of incredulity flashes in Ito's eyes. He is the second most talented individual of the island nation, though young. He has attained the 6th level of the 3rd stage. Coupled with the demon blade, which grows stronger with each kill, he is virtually invincible. The only one capable of suppressing him in the island nation is the first-ranked genius, Long Zai. Yet even against him, Ito has never felt such a sense of helplessness. His demon blade cannot even breach the opponent's defenses. A myriad of emotions flit across his eyes: doubt, astonishment, confusion, and Jiang Nian observes all of this keenly. I have already stated, both you and your blade are far too weak. As Jiang Nian speaks, a chill runs down Seiya Ito's spine, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He hastily employs his agility to create distance between himself and Jiang Nian. Shifting shadows, as his figure flickers, Jiang Nian's form moves in tandem, his speed surpassing Ito's, leaving a phantom in the air. He swiftly approaches Seiya Ito. Jiang Nian delivers a swift chop to Ito's tendons. An overwhelming force erupts from his physical body, snapping Ito's tendons and eliciting a pained howl. The demon blade slips from Ito's grasp, landing in Jiang Nian's possession. Such a sinister aura. With the demon blade in hand, Jiang Nian feels a wave of malevolence wash over him, causing discomfort. Great Xia people, return my demon blade. Witnessing the blade's theft and the severing of his tendons, Seiya Ito glares furiously at Jiang Nian. I shall return it to you. Jiang Nian replies calmly. He then performs an act that Ito could never have anticipated. Cosmic State. With a fierce shout, Jiang Nian channels the star cells within him to his fingertips. He grips the tip of the demon blade with 2 fingers, while his other hand clutches the hilt. Exerting force downward, a crisp metallic crack resonates through the air. Seiya Ito's demon blade is effortlessly snapped in 2 by Jiang Nian's bare hands. Gushing forth a mouthful of blood, Ito collapses, staining the ground crimson, his vitality waning. Ito-kun. How did this great Xia person achieve this? That is Ito-kun's demon blade. The onlookers from the island nation are rendered speechless. The demon blade is not mere iron. It is extraordinarily resilient. Furthermore, with each blood sacrifice, it grows ever stronger, evolving towards the extraordinary. Yet now, it has been broken by someone barehanded. Their shock is beyond imagination. Here you go. Jiang Nian casually tosses the broken blade fragments, propelled by a gust of wind, towards Seiya Ito. It is easy to envision the immense damage these shards would inflict upon the weakened Ito if they were to strike him. You have gone too far, great Xia person. Qiu Feng, the true man, cannot possibly stand idly by. He swiftly intervenes, shielding Ito from the oncoming assault. However, his excessive force causes the blade fragments to fracture further, prompting Ito to cry out in agony, blood streaming from his orifices. Having inadvertently worsened the situation, Qiu Feng pays no mind to Jiang Nian, hastily retreating with Ito and the broken blade. Great Xia people. Long Zai will not let this slide. As Seiya Ito, cradled by Qiu Feng, glares daggers at Jiang Nian. He ultimately succumbs to unconsciousness. Chapter 063. If next time is too far away, today shall be your demise. Long Zai? Let us hope he is not as weak as you. Jiang Nian hears Ito's departing words, but pays them little heed. After all, who is not bested in SSS grade talent? Jiang Nian, woohoo! As Qiu Feng carries the injured Ito away in disarray. The third-year students of the Military Martial Arts University finally raise their arms in triumphant celebration, basking in the glory of their victory. Under their fervent spirit, the islanders retreat like wilted eggplants. Subdued. The islanders have suffered a resounding defeat. Sending Jiang Nian was indeed the right choice. In the principal's office of the Military Martial Arts University, Xiong Junguang, upon receiving Luo Feng's report, cannot contain his excitement, thumping his thigh. Since the passing of the martial saint, foreign powers have grown increasingly brazen. I wonder who is the formidable force backing them. If Jiang Nian truly manages to slay Long Zai within the secret realm, the expressions on those islanders' faces will be utterly delightful. With this thought, Xiong Junguang's anticipation intensifies, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Although the Great Xia military currently lacks a martial saint, they harbor no fear when faced with confrontation. Meanwhile, on Hailing Island, a night passes quietly, boom. With a powerful spatial disturbance, the entire island trembles violently. This heralds the opening of the secret realm. The spatial entrance lay prominently at the heart of the island, exuding an aura of profound mystery. The two factions, having gathered their strength, emerged from their respective encampments, taking their positions at either side of the entrance. An instinctual drive from their bloodlines ignited intense sparks of rivalry as their gazes met. Long Zajuan, it is he! The weighty responsibility of vindicating our island's pride rests upon your shoulders. Regardless of whether it be the Great Xia or our island nation, specialized medical personnel accompanied this expedition. Thus, despite the considerable injuries sustained by Chen Ziki and Ito Makoto the previous day, both had rejuvenated and regained their vitality by today. Upon their first encounter, Ito Makoto cast a venomous glare at Jiang Nian, introducing him to a nearby youth. The boy was of modest height, barely surpassing 1.60 meters, with an exceptionally pale complexion. At first glance, he resembled a high school student. Yet, both Ito Makoto and the other students from the island regarded him with utmost respect. For he was none other than the island's foremost prodigy, Long Zajuan. Is he the one who injured you? While I harbor no particular feelings toward your foe, in the name of our island's honor, I shall see him torn to shreds. Long Zajuan scrutinized Jiang Nian, an enigmatic gleam flickering in his eyes as he acknowledged Ito Makoto's words. Thank you, Long Zajuan. Jiang Nian, your demise is imminent. With Long Zajuan's promise secured, a glimmer of joy spread across Ito Makoto's face, and he promptly bowed in gratitude. Indeed, that is the island's prime prodigy, Long Zajuan, endowed with an S-level talent, the Shadow Divine Body. Like Ito Makoto, he harbored a fierce desire for bloodshed. Despite his youth, the number of lives claimed by his hands was already incalculable. As Long Zajuan assessed Jiang Nian, Han Sun stood beside him, relaying information about Long Zajuan. Han Sun held confidence in Jiang Nian. After all, he had even defeated Lan Zhe, and decisively at that. Sharing the same SS-level talent, he was skeptical that Long Zajuan could conjure any formidable waves before Jiang Nian. Intriguing indeed. Acknowledging Han Sun's narration, Jiang Nian nodded, assessing Long Zajuan with a shadowy gaze. He sensed an unusual connection with the other. Reflecting on the information divulged by Xiong Junguang, a vague suspicion began to form in Jiang Nian's mind. As he pondered, his gaze collided with Long Zajuan's, both harboring a glimmer of amusement. They entered the realm in an orderly fashion. Should they encounter any minor beings within, strike them down mercilessly. 1 kill brings 1 gain. Once assembled, the group quickly entered the realm in succession. Luo Feng, ever diligent, patted each shoulder, persistently reminding them in hushed tones. Once inside, you shall no longer be students. You are now warriors of our island nation. Keep your spirits high, do you understand? The real man Xiufeng also bore a fierce expression, sequentially instructing the students embarking into the secret realm. Once all had entered, the two leading teachers exchanged glances. Their smiles devoid of warmth. It seemed this secret realm was a remnant of past times. Upon stepping through the spatial entrance, all were transported to a locale resembling a plaza. Han Sun and the others surveyed their surroundings, quickly forming conjectures. Before them stood countless structures bearing the marks of time. Though now desolate, remnants of habitation were still discernible. Jiang Nian, equally curious, examined the area. His understanding of relics had only ever been theoretical, and seeing one in person for the first time was undeniably fascinating. Despite this, the origins of relics remained shrouded in mystery worldwide. Yet, during the early era of martial arts, the techniques and spiritual items unearthed from these relics had greatly aided humanity. Thus, the value of this relic was self-evident. You had best pray that you do not encounter me too soon. The next time we meet, it will be your end. Among the islanders, Long Zajuan cast a cold glance at Jiang Nian, leaving behind a threatening remark. To him, while he had agreed to Ito Makoto's request, it was clear that exploring the relic took precedence. With a menacing parting line, he prepared to leave the crowd and venture forth alone. Yet, Jiang Nian would not indulge him. He could not abide a mere islander flaunting bravado before him. The next meeting, too distant. Today marks your demise. Shadow shift. Long Zajuan's advancing figure abruptly halted, as he beheld Jiang Nian standing in his way. A murderous intent flared in his eyes. He had intended to grant the other a moment to catch his breath, but the latter's lack of decorum incensed him. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Shadowblade, first form. A fierce glint flashed in Long Zhuan's eyes. In the next moment, he moved with swiftness, his elbow blade slicing towards Jiang Yin's neck, seemingly aiming for a swift kill. Long Zhuan had struck. Excellent. Finally someone to subdue this arrogant Great Xia individual. I yearned to see his head roll, witnessing the clash between Long Zhuan and Jiang Yin. The onlookers were taken aback. As Long Zhuan's elbow blade descended upon Jiang Yin's neck. The islanders were once again invigorated, with Ito Makoto most ecstatic, his face flushed. This islander is impressively swift. Humph. So what? SSS level talent, Jiang Yin has faced similar foes before. Furthermore, can he truly harm Jiang Yin? The military martial arts university students were likewise astonished by the sudden confrontation. However, they held confidence in Jiang Yin. In the arena, Jiang Yin did not disappoint. Chapter 064, Supreme Eye, halfway through, why are you celebrating? Long Zhuan's elbow blade was no ordinary attack. As he struck, a gleaming small knife emerged bizarrely from his elbow. Reflecting Jiang Yin's calm gaze. It swiftly grazed Jiang Yin's neck. Zing! A chilling sound reverberated across the plaza as sparks erupted from Jiang Yin's neck. Long Zhuan realized his attempt had failed, retreating to assess the small knife nestled in his elbow. His eyes widening in astonishment, the blade was now dulled. What kind of formidable physique is this? No wonder he could defeat Ito Makoto. Indeed, he possesses something extraordinary. Long Zhuan specialized in assassination techniques, yet his greatest fear was encountering someone with a physique as robust as Jiang Yin's. If your assassination fails to breach the opponent's defenses, what remains of assassination? Yet, Long Zhuan had his own methods. Shadows. As the words fell, an overwhelming darkness enveloped him, concealing both him and Jiang Yin within its depths. Even the brightest sunlight could not penetrate this shroud, obscuring the scene from those around them. Ha ha ha! Behold the might of Long Zhuan's talent. Await his remains. As the second most prodigious talent of the island, Long Zhuan's shadow divine body was something Ito Makoto had certainly witnessed. Now, with Jiang Yin ensnared in darkness, a wave of delight spread across Ito Makoto's face. The arrogant expression on his face prompted Han Sun and others to frown. Yet, at that moment, all they could do was wait outside the veil of darkness. Within the obscurity, Jiang Yin distinctly felt the effects of the darkness. Not only could he not see, but all his senses were also shrouded. He felt akin to meat upon a cutting board. Clang, clang, clang. The harsh sound of metal clashing echoed repeatedly. Even without sight, Jiang Yin could sense that Long Zhuan was launching repeated attacks against him. While such assaults posed no threat to Jiang Yin, the sensation of being toyed with like a rodent was growing tiresome. Meanwhile, Long Zhuan was internally astonished. His assassination techniques were among the finest in the island nation. Yet he had never encountered a foe as resilient as Jiang Yin. Every strike felt like it was crashing against steel, proving utterly ineffective. It seemed the time had come to unleash his trump card. Long Zhuan had not anticipated that as the island's foremost prodigy, he would find himself in such a precarious position. Just as this thought crossed his mind, boom, boom, boom. A thunderous heartbeat resonated in his ears. As if imbued with some magical essence, constricting his heart and rendering him breathless. His form froze in place. At that very moment, a fist suddenly loomed large before him. How is it going inside? Long Zhuan should have dispatched that fellow by now, right? In the plaza, both the Great Xia faction and the islanders stood alert, watching the enigmatic darkness. Just then, a figure shot forth from the shadows, creating a gust of wind as it traced an arc through the AI art. It was Long Zhuan. Excellent. It seems Jiang Yin has the upper hand. Recognizing the figure emerging from the darkness as Long Zhuan, the islanders erupted in gasps of astonishment. The military martial arts university students cheered, applauding. Indeed, you two are a wielder of top-tier post-heavenly talent. The beleaguered Long Zhuan landed on one knee, gazing ahead as the darkness dissipated. Revealing Jiang Yin's towering form, the sound of a powerful heartbeat still echoing. Such a vigorous heartbeat, such an enigmatic technique. Long Zhuan quickly grasped the situation. The talent possessed by Jiang Yin was one of the top-tier post-heavenly gifts. The Supreme Heart. No wonder such a familiar sensation. Let us see who prevails. As the words fell, Long Ziyu's gaze towards Jiang Yin suddenly transformed. His pupils flickered, and deep within his eyes, a pair of overlapping pupils emerged. This dual gaze emanated an enigmatic aura. Once locked onto Jiang Yin, it instilled an unsettling sensation, as if every fiber of his being was laid bare. However, upon witnessing Long Ziyu's dual pupils, Jiang Yin felt no surprise. The moment he sensed the familiar essence emanating from the other, he had anticipated this development. Long Ziyu's current demeanor merely validated his conjecture. Indeed, the other possessed one of the three supreme post-heaven talents, the Supreme Eye. The Supreme Eye, in addition to his SSS-level talent, Long Ziyu also wielded this pinnacle post-heaven gift. Apart from Jiang Yin, there were many erudite individuals at the Military Martial Arts University. They immediately recognized Long Ziyu's peculiar dual pupils. The dual pupils, also known as the Supreme Eye, when cultivated to profound depths, could peer through all things, determining life and death with a single glance. To think it would manifest in this individual from the island nation. Supreme heart, supreme bone, to have both within you. A mere mortal form, yet possessing a physique as resilient as steel. Today, you must die. Through the Supreme Eye, all of Jiang Yin's peculiarities became transparent before Long Ziyu. This fortuitous chance, which even the island nation's foremost prodigy envied, further solidified Long Ziyu's intent to eliminate Jiang Yin. Otherwise, should Jiang Yin continue to develop, he would undoubtedly become a formidable foe for the island nation. Shifting shadows, demon suppression fist? Regarding Long Ziyu's grandiose declarations, Jiang Yin merely listened. In the next instant, he vanished from his previous location, reappearing before him. The supreme heart pulsated like a drum. The supreme bone exuded a formidable pressure. His fist struck like lightning, hurtling towards Long Ziyu, imbued with terrifying power. Yet, in Long Ziyu's Supreme Eye, Jiang Yin's lightning-fast punch appeared agonizingly slow, revealing countless flaws. Shadow Blade, third style. Long Ziyu deftly evaded this punch. The next moment, several shadows flickered around Jiang Yin. Long Ziyu concealed himself among them, unleashing the true power of the Shadow Divine Body, slicing across Jiang Yin's chest. This time, even the formidable stellar barrier could not withstand the force. Long Ziyu's powerful strike carved a deep wound, leaving a significant scar. Now, the real spectacle was just beginning. Observing Jiang Yin's bleeding wound, Long Ziyu felt a surge of pride at his successful hit. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, as if victory were already in his grasp. The island nation's spectators eagerly supported him. Handsome, Long Ziyu. The Daxia people are truly feeble. The spirit of our island nation shines through Long Ziyu. Various grandiloquent praises showered upon Long Ziyu. Yet, the corners of the island nation's top prodigy's mouth suddenly froze, for he watched in disbelief as the wound he had just inflicted on Jiang Yin began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, it was as if nothing had happened, leaving only Jiang Yin's enigmatic smile. Halfway through the champagne? What are you celebrating? Chapter 065. Sudden change, the optimal moment to kill Jiang Yin. He has healed. I knew Jiang Yin would not disappoint us. Witnessing Jiang Yin's wound heal completely, the previously dejected students of the Military Martial Arts University were reinvigorated. Meanwhile, Han Sun and the others felt a twinge of embarrassment. They only knew Jiang Yin's physical prowess, but were unaware of the extent of his healing abilities. In retrospect, it was purely because they were too weak, having never witnessed Jiang Yin in a state of injury, let alone comprehending his formidable healing capability. Otherwise, they would not have felt such trepidation moments at Geo. So what if he can heal once? How many times can he heal? Seeing this, Long Ziyu's eyes hardened, and he ruthlessly struck once more. His assassination techniques were already top tier, coupled with the Shadow Divine Body, which complemented his assassination skills perfectly. It was no wonder he bore the title of the island nation's top prodigy. Although Jiang Yin consistently caught him off guard, he still possessed confidence in killing him. This time, Long Ziyu was no longer careless. He was determined to stab Jiang Yin multiple times to ensure he was utterly defeated. The situation was unfavorable. At this moment, even Han Sun and the others could discern that the odds were against Jiang Yin. Long Ziyu's Supreme Eye was too extraordinary, capable of seeing through the trajectory of every punch Jiang Yin threw. Combined with his Shadow Divine Body and assassination techniques, Jiang Yin's fists could not reach him. Yet he was continuously struck by Long Ziyu's blades. Even with formidable self-healing abilities, this relentless assault would inevitably take its toll over time. This was Long Ziyu's reasoning. He could not fathom that Jiang Yin had no intention of prolonging this battle. Instead, he had grown impatient and was ready to subdue him. Cosmic State. As the number of stellar cells within him increased, Jiang Yin's mastery over the cosmic state grew ever more proficient. Just as Long Ziyu's blade descended once more, he filled his arm with stellar cells, extending like a serpent, and directly seized Long Ziyu's retreating form. In the next moment, while Long Ziyu remained momentarily stunned, Jiang Yin's stellar cells completed another transfer, converging at the tips of his fingers. With a sudden burst of strength, he thrust forward. Long Ziyu had no time to react. His eyes widening in shock as a profound blood hole materialized on his forehead, blood gushing forth. Long Ziyu's body crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Long Ziyu. Long Ziyu is dead. He has killed Long Ziyu. No one anticipated the scene to change so drastically. Just moments ago, Long Ziyu had the upper hand, only to collapse to the ground in the next instant, a lifeless corpse. The people from the island nation exchanged incredulous glances. Disbelief etched across their faces. Long Ziyu was their top prodigy, and to fall in this manner was unfathomable. Not to mention how they would explain this upon their return. Merely traversing this relic had now become a dilemma. Well done! The island nation's top prodigy was nothing extraordinary. In stark contrast to the island nation's demeanor, which had crumbled, the students of the Military Martial Arts University erupted in jubilant cheers upon witnessing Long Ziyu's fall. They felt a sense of shared glory. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sensation surged within Jiang Yin. The supreme heart and supreme bone within him resonated in unison. A mysterious connection formed with the deceased Long Ziyu. A golden light suddenly shot from Long Ziyu's eyes, piercing into Jiang Yin's own. This caused Jiang Yin's body to tremble, halting him abruptly. What just happened? This unexpected scene left the others in a state of shock. As Jiang Yin stood there, dazed, Ito Makoto's eyes lit up. Realizing this was an opportune moment. Attack together. Eliminate this Daxia person. Otherwise, we will have no chance in this relic, Demon Blade, third style. Without hesitation, Ito Makoto summoned his Demon Blade and charged at Jiang Yin. The other islanders quickly followed suit, converging upon Jiang Yin. They could not allow him to succeed. Although Han Sun and the others were unaware of the unfolding events, they knew their primary duty was to protect Jiang Yin. The two factions clashed violently. When enemies meet, the atmosphere grows tense. Amidst the fierce battlefield, only Jiang Yin remained motionless, seemingly detached from the chaos. Yet, if one were to look within his body, they would find it teeming with activity. My eyes! Jiang Yin maintained awareness of his body. He felt a burning sensation emanating from his eyes. This feeling mirrored the experience he had when he acquired the Supreme Heart and Supreme Bone. It seemed his eyes were undergoing a corresponding transformation. Although Jiang Yin was uncertain about the cause, acquiring yet another Supreme Post-Heaven talent was undoubtedly a monumental boon for him. The transformation of his eyes occurred at a pace far swifter than that of the previous transformations of the Supreme Heart and Supreme Bone. As this process concluded, the Supreme Heart, Supreme Bone, and the newly transformed Supreme Eye within Jiang Yin resonated simultaneously. Then, a torrent of immense information surged into his mind. As Jiang Yin perused this knowledge, he realized it was indeed a divine ability. Hold them off. Create an opportunity for me. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the plaza. Both factions had become frenzied. Ito Makoto's formidable strength, bolstered by his SS-level talent, the Demon Blade, rendered him incredibly fierce. However, Han Sun and his companions were no pushovers. Even if they could not match Ito Makoto one-on-one, the three of them working together prevented him from getting anywhere near Jiang Yin. This drove Ito Makoto into a frenzy. He understood that if he did not seize this opportunity to eliminate Jiang Yin here, not only would their expedition to the island nation's secret realm fail, but they might also perish in this place. Thus, he exerted every ounce of his strength. Hearing his fierce roar, two young islanders beside him suddenly erupted, recklessly charging at Han Sun and his companions. Better to shatter like jade than remain whole. Ito-kun, it's up to you. The relentless assault forced Han Sun and his companions to split their focus. At last, it provided Ito Makoto with an opening. Demon Blade, third style, Daxia person, die for me. Gripping the Demon Blade, Ito Makoto dashed forward, aiming directly for Jiang Yin's neck. This was a fatal strike. This is bad. As Han Sun and the other two dealt with the two youths from the island nation, they found themselves utterly out of time, helplessly watching as Ito Makoto brandished his blade. It was at this very moment that Jiang Yin, who had remained silent for so long, finally opened his eyes. When Ito Makoto regained his senses, he was met with the sight of Jiang Yin's overlapping pupils. Chapter 066. The Light of Annihilation. A single person becomes an army, harvest, profound, esoteric, as if capable of perceiving all. This was Ito Makoto's initial reaction upon noticing the dual pupils. He did not even have time to ponder why Jiang Yin's eyes resembled those of Ryuzawa Kuin. There was only one thought racing through his mind: escape. The Light of Annihilation. Ito Makoto's reaction was undoubtedly swift. However, Jiang Yin did not grant him a moment to respond. Within those deep, dual pupils, the extreme contrast of black and white suddenly flared to life. Following this, a terrifying beam of light, interlaced with black and white, shot forth. In an instant, it crashed before Ito Makoto, exuding an immensely fearsome aura. The demon blade. At the moment the black and white light was unleashed, a chilling sensation coursed through Ito Makoto's entire being, making it clear that this beam was beyond his capability to withstand. Thus, he raised the demon blade horizontally before him, attempting to use its formidable hardness to withstand the impending strike. Yet, he was mistaken. The moment the black and white light made contact with the demon blade, it seemed to dissolve, severing it in an instant. The blade's tip fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound, leaving only the hilt in Ito Makoto's grasp. But before long, even the hilt succumbed to gravity. This was because the black and white light had penetrated the demon blade and pierced through Ito Makoto's chest, causing him to perish instantly, as Ito Makoto's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The death of this second prodigy from the island nation rendered the entire scene momentarily stilled. Ito Kuin is dead. The devil. This man from Disya is a devil. Inherit Ito Kuin's will. Together, let us slay him. Countless islanders were initially stunned, but soon their gazes turned to Jiang Yin with intense hatred, surrounding him as if to execute him through sheer numbers. The animosity in their eyes was palpable. In an instant, two of their own prodigies had fallen here, a desecration of their nation's glory that could only be atoned for by Jiang Yin's death. Truly, the power awakened from the Supreme Eyes is extraordinary. Surrounded by countless island warriors, Jiang Yin maintained an expression of utter calm, merely reflecting on the formidable nature of that black and white beam. This beam of light had surged into his mind after the awakening of the Supreme Eyes, bestowing upon him an unparalleled divine ability. In terms of power, even the current cosmic state might pale in comparison. After all, it required the combined force of the Supreme Heart, Supreme Bone, and Supreme Eyes to unleash such an overwhelming divine ability. Kill, restore the glory of our island nation. We shall die without regrets. As Jiang Yin savored this moment, countless island warriors displayed expressions of fierce determination, charging towards him with a spirit that proclaimed it was either their death or his. We shall aid Jiang Yin. The tide of warriors surged forth. Even a single spit from each would suffice to drown him. How much more so when so many attacked him at once? Han Sun and the others immediately sought to assist Jiang Yin, only to be halted by him waving his hand, urging them not to intervene. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's voice, everyone paused momentarily. Did Jiang Yin intend to face all these adversaries alone? Had it been anyone else, doubts would have arisen. Yet this was Jiang Yin, the one who had repeatedly defied the odds. The hearts of the onlookers stirred with anticipation for Jiang Yin's next move. The Light of Annihilation. With a light admonition, the fearsome beam of black and white erupted forth from Jiang Yin's eyes once more. Only through personal experience could one truly comprehend the terrifying might of this light. An island warrior, caught in Jiang Yin's gaze, shrieked in agony as a gaping hole was blasted through his midsection by the Light of Annihilation. Blood gushed forth, exposing his innards, and the excruciating pain compelled him to wail uncontrollably. As Jiang Yin began to survey his surroundings, the Light of Annihilation commenced its deadly sweep, slicing through the island warriors as if they were mere blades of grass. In an instant, the once imposing warriors were reduced to mere remnants, their cries echoing in a crescendo of horror. The sacrifice of their comrades had been anticipated, yet the sheer brutality of the carnage threatened to shatter their resolve. Severed at the waist, and Jiang Yin had not even approached them. Was this still human? He was no man. He was a demon. I want to leave this place. Mother, mother. In moments of profound anguish and helplessness, one instinctively calls for their mother. At this juncture, the island warriors found themselves in such a state. Before witnessing the deaths of their comrades, they had forgotten their initial purpose, consumed solely by the instinct to flee, to escape this place. They turned and ran, without a shred of hesitation. To linger even a moment longer would be a disservice to their own lives. Was this the limit? After sweeping the area once more with the light of annihilation, Jiang Yin was left with a ground strewn with the remnants of island warriors who had been too slow to escape. At this moment, his eyes dimmed, returning to their normal state. The use of the light of annihilation had reached its limit and required a period of recovery. Yet, even as the light of annihilation ceased, the terrified island warriors dared not linger, fearing that any further delay would lead them to share the same fate as their fallen comrades. A single person becomes an army. This was the true mark of a prodigious warrior. Behind Jiang Yin, Han Sun and the others gazed at his unparalleled slaughter with awe. Only such an individual was worthy of the title of prodigy. In his presence, their own titles felt somewhat ludicrous. These islanders were truly laughable. No, it was Jiang Yin's power that was overwhelming. Should we encounter them again, I shall ensure they receive their due punishment. As the island warriors were reduced to a state of utter disarray by Jiang Yin, the morale of the Daixia contingent surged. Countless individuals rubbed their hands together, eager to deliver a lesson to the islanders in the forthcoming expedition into the secret realm. Everyone disperse. Let us not waste time on this exploration of the secret realm. Upon hearing Jiang Yin's command, the crowd snapped back to reality, forming groups as they departed the scene. At this moment, Jiang Yin finally had the opportunity to gather his spoils. First and foremost was the awakening of the Supreme Eyes, which had propelled the star cells within him to a remarkable count of 15,000. Even his blood and martial arts had ascended to the third stage, third layer. However, the greatest gain was undoubtedly the light of annihilation. Jiang Yin had already experienced its might, and it was a divine ability exclusive to the Supreme Eyes. He sensed that within the Supreme Heart and Supreme Bone, two more divine abilities were also gestating. Though they remain dormant for now, it is time for me to embark on my exploration of the secret realm. After tallying his gains, Jiang Yin prepared to set off in a direction different from the others. Heading towards a desolate medicinal field, Chapter 067, The Concealed Matters of the Array, the Spirit Pool. Why is Jiang Yin heading there? That spirit field has already lost its spiritual essence. It cannot yield anything of value. Is he not wasting his time? Upon seeing the direction Jiang Yin had taken, Han Sun could not help but feel puzzled. Perhaps the items here failed to pique his interest. Just a casual stroll. Perhaps. Reflecting on the terrifying light of annihilation, Chen Ziki interjected. This is indeed a plausible explanation. Ruins are often ancient, and everything has dried up. Even spiritual objects have mostly turned to fossils, unless in particularly unique environments. The treasures within ruins are often the legacies contained therein, rather than any physical items. This is why everyone ventures to explore these structures. Well, it is fortunate that Jiang Yin is not competing with us. If it came to a contest, who could possibly outmatch him? Lin Gang remarked, kicking open the grand door of the structure before striding inside. Chen Ziki and Han Sun followed closely behind, leaving thoughts of Jiang Yin behind. However, they failed to notice that after they entered the building, Jiang Yin's figure mysteriously vanished from the medicinal field as if he had never been there. A maze formation? There is indeed something here. The moment Jiang Yin stepped into the maze, he sensed a peculiar anomaly. Although he still stood in the medicinal field, through his dual pupils, he quickly discerned the deceptive tricks at play. Had he not slain Ryuzawa Kuin and acquired the Supreme Eyes, he might have missed this opportunity. While he was uncertain of the treasures hidden here, he had detected a surge of ethereal spiritual energy concealed within, even before entering. Now that he had stepped into the maze, his conviction only grew stronger. Were it not for precious items, why would such methods be employed to obscure them? Activating the Supreme Eyes, Jiang Yin swiftly navigated the maze and delved deeper within. The Qingxia sect is of utmost importance. Idle individuals are forbidden to enter. Retreat at once. As Jiang Yin crossed the maze, he was met by a towering figure clad in armor, a formidable general radiating an aura of the fourth stage. His eyes blazed like divine flames, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to gaze directly upon him. It seemed this guardian was a product of the Grand Array itself. The Qingxia sect must be the original name of these ruins. Yet, what treasures lie within that necessitate the protection of 2 layers of formations? Jiang Yin paid little heed to the imposing general before him. Instead, his curiosity was piqued by the 2 layers of formations guarding some unseen treasure. Those who are obstinate and unyielding shall face relentless retribution. The formidable general's voice resounded like thunder. With a fierce swing of his great blade, he aimed a savage strike directly at Jiang Yin. The air crackled with the terrifying energy of the blade, seemingly intent on shredding Jiang Yin into countless pieces. Starry Fist. After acquiring the Supreme Eye, Jiang Yin's cultivation underwent a metamorphosis, reaching the 3rd tier's 3rd level. The 15,000 stellar cells within his body elevated his physical strength to a new pinnacle. He blocked the blade's energy with his fist, utterly obliterating it into nothingness. The formidable general, merely a manifestation of the formation, felt neither fear nor surprise. Detecting that Jiang Yin was still alive, he continued his assault with the great blade aimed at him. Cosmic State. The 15,000 stellar cells converged within Jiang Yin's fist, emanating a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of subduing all. Like lightning, Jiang Yin dashed forward, arriving before the formidable general in an instant. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his fist, the sound reverberating through the void. In that fleeting moment, the general's form dimmed. He was sustained by the formation which provided the energy he required. Yet this energy was finite. To withstand Jiang Yin's attack drained a tremendous amount of energy, rendering the once mighty general weak. There was no need for Jiang Yin to strike again. The formidable general, now akin to a soulless automaton, stood frozen, his once boisterous voice now a mere echo. Even the great blade in his hand appeared ghostly and insubstantial. Jiang Yin, observing this, chose not to strike again but instead circumnavigated the general, moving towards the area concealed by the formation. Upon entering this realm, he was immediately enveloped by a rich, aquatic aura. Astonishingly, within this misty vapor lay a profound spiritual energy that invigorated Jiang Yin's very being with each breath, compelling him to greedily consume more. Before him lay a pool of water, not as clear as typical pools, but instead a milky white. This was not merely due to some careless soul overindulging, but rather a manifestation of the concentrated spiritual energy that had solidified into this extraordinary sight. Indeed, it was a spirit pool. A spirit pool is formed by a formation that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, enhancing the water quality to brim with abundant spiritual energy, a common means for nurturing spiritual flora. Jiang Yin deduced the purpose of this spirit pool. It was likely established to irrigate a field of spiritual crops. However, due to the desolation of the area, it had been years since anyone had drawn from it, allowing the spiritual energy to accumulate over countless ages. In the end, it had fortuitously become his boon. Reflecting on this serendipitous turn of events, Jiang Yin could not help but exclaim, "If it were not for slaying Long Zajuan and acquiring the Supreme Eye, I might never have discovered this place." He mused, "If I cleanse this pool of its murkiness, I wonder how significantly my cultivation might advance." Resolute in his decision, he shed his garments and plunged into the spirit pool. The pure, potent spiritual energy flowed into him like a swarm of tiny insects, entering through his pores. Were it not for Jiang Yin's cultivation of the unyielding star body, which far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, his body might have succumbed to the overwhelming influx. Even so, the abundance of spiritual energy was a daunting experience. He quickly activated the unyielding star body, converting the rich spiritual essence into stellar cells. Within his body, these stellar cells multiplied at an alarming rate, 100, 500, 1,500. After eons of accumulation, they coalesced into a formidable reservoir of spiritual energy, reaching a staggering quantity. Ultimately, he amassed 5,000 stellar cells, simultaneously breaking through to the 3rd tier's 4th level. To the spirit pool, the once opaque milky water seemed scarcely transparent. Jiang Yin, however, remained oblivious to the changes occurring outside, driven solely by instinct to absorb the spiritual energy and advance his cultivation. Chapter 068. A Complete Annihilation. Flying to the capital, 2 weeks slipped by unnoticed. On Hailing Island, with the tremors of the spatial entrance, Luo Feng and the real man Xiaofeng, who had been waiting, opened their eyes. This was a portent of the secret realm's imminent closure. Teacher. Students from the Military Martial Arts University emerged one after another. Compared to their entrance, their auras had not significantly heightened, yet the joy on their faces indicated that their gains within the secret realm had been commendable. What is happening? Where are my students? As he observed the steady stream of students from the daxia, Xiaofeng's expression turned grim, for until now, he had seen none of the students from the island nation. Did they encounter some misfortune? After much anticipation, Xiaofeng finally beheld the figures of the island students. They were but a small group, appearing disheveled and fearful, clearly having endured considerable hardships within the secret realm. Tozawa Akiha, what has transpired? Where are the others? Xiaofeng hastened towards them, concern etched upon his face. This inquiry immediately broke the dam of composure among the island students, with tears brimming in their eyes. They spoke to Xiaofeng, teacher, there are no others left. Only we survived the secret realm. Long Zajuan and Itokuan. They perished at the hands of the daxia people. Dead, all dead? The revelation that Long Zajuan and Itokuan had met their demise struck Xiaofeng like a thunderbolt. Setting aside the loss of so many students, Long Zajuan and Ito Seiji were the first and second prodigies of the island nation, possessing particularly valuable SSS and SS-level talents. How could they both have fallen here? Without a doubt, Xiaofeng realized that upon returning, he would face dire consequences. Daxia people. The thought filled Xiaofeng with a seething rage, wishing to settle accounts with them immediately. Yet a sliver of rationality remained in his mind. This was Daxia's territory, and upon their arrival, Daxia had already dispatched troops to guard the area. Should he act impulsively, it was likely he would not even be able to bring back the surviving island students. We must depart. Reason finally triumphed over emotion. Trembling, Xiaofeng gestured for the island students to leave, leaving behind only a gaze filled with hatred. What have you done inside? Did you expend all your ammunition? Luo Feng, too, noticed the unusual state of the island faction. The group led by Xiaofeng was a mere shadow of those he had brought, almost a tenth of their original number. Even Luo Feng found himself at a loss. Unable to fathom what had transpired within the secret realm, he quickly summoned Han Sun, pressing for answers. Oh, it was nothing. As soon as we entered, Jiang Nian killed Long Zajuan and Ito Seiji. The rest of them were leaderless, and we eliminated them one by one. Unfortunately, they wised up and began to band together, or else none would have made it out. Han Sun's face bore a hint of lingering satisfaction, as if the thrill of the hunt was embedded deep in his very being. You, reckless one. Your murderous intent is too strong, Luo Feng chastised Han Sun, yet a smile illuminated his face. There was no one who wouldn't relish such a resounding defeat of their rivals. By the way. Where is Jiang Nian? Why haven't we seen him yet? After chatting for a while, Luo Feng suddenly realized that their greatest benefactor, Jiang Nian, had yet to emerge from the secret realm. Who knows? Has he still not come out? Just as the two grew anxious, the spatial entrance emitted another wave of tremors. A tall figure stepped through, none other than Jiang Nian, the very person they had been eagerly anticipating. What in the world has happened? Han Sun stared in astonishment at Jiang Nian, his expression one of disbelief. In the mere span of 2 weeks, Jiang Nian had undergone a transformation that could only be described as revolutionary. This change was not merely superficial. It stemmed from within. If previously Jiang Nian exuded an aura of strength, now he radiated an air of restraint, much like an unfathomable abyss. Gazing into him left one unaware of its depth. Compared to Han Sun, Luo Feng, a 6th-tier warrior, perceived Jiang Nian's transformation with greater clarity, yet his face mirrored the same uncertainty. For he sensed a consciousness emanating from Jiang Nian. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, through the power of his blood essence, his energy surged into the heavens, opening a new realm of existence. This consciousness served as an external eye, a hallmark of a 4th-tier warrior. Could it be that Jiang Nian has broken through to the 4th tier? Luo Feng swallowed hard, his belief wavering in the face of his own perceptions. After a prolonged silence, he cautiously inquired, Jiang Nian, have you broken through to the 4th tier? Unsurprised by Luo Feng's keen observation of his cultivation, Jiang Nian nodded. I was fortunate to encounter an opportunity within the secret realm and managed to break through. Jiang Nian felt a swell of emotion, for he had not anticipated the spirit pool's spiritual energy to be so abundant. Only after completely draining it did he realize that his cultivation had ascended to the 4th tier, even manifesting his consciousness. Even he himself found it hard to believe, let alone Luo Feng and Han Sun. 4th tier? Han Sun's eyes widened in astonishment. He began to understand why Jiang Yin had always given him an unfathomable impression. Previously, although he had been unable to defeat Jiang Yin, at least his realm had been above Jiang Yin's. But now, even that slight advantage had vanished. After all, he was merely a freshman, a stroke of luck to break through. Upon hearing that phrase from Jiang Yin's lips, Luo Feng couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Can this even be considered luck? Before entering the secret realm, he had only been at the 2nd stage of the 3rd tier. Yet, upon exiting, he had become a 4th tier martial artist, leaping across 8 minor realms. Moreover, Jiang Yin's combat prowess could not be measured in the same way as ordinary martial artists. Who knows how strong he truly is now? Perhaps, in this world of prodigies, we mortals ought not to meddle. After a prolonged silence, Luo Feng sighed deeply and silently withdrew his thoughts. Let us rest here for a while. In half an hour, we shall board a plane to Kyoto. Luo Feng harnessed his blood energy, his voice resonating like a great bell in the ears of every student on the island. Kyoto? Jiang Yin felt a flicker of confusion. The others had exited before him, having already received Luo Feng's notification. Since Luo Feng had not yet informed him, he proceeded to explain. The Grand Summer Martial Arts Prodigy Tournament will commence in 2 weeks. The principal has asked us to arrive early to acclimatize. The Grand Summer Martial Arts Prodigy Tournament. If Luo Feng hadn't mentioned it, Jiang Yin might have almost forgotten about it. He recalled that the 10 prodigious seeds of divinity would all be participating in this grand event. My 2nd genetic lock is finally on the verge of being unlocked, Jiang Yin murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Chapter 069. Arrival in Kyoto. The invitation from the University Alliance, beneath the vast sky. The plane glided smoothly towards Kyoto. In his seat, Jiang Yin closed his eyes to recuperate. He was not cultivating but rather reflecting on the gains from this secret realm expedition. 50,000 stellar cells floated within his body. Aside from that, there was the supreme eye he had inexplicably obtained after vanquishing Long Zijuan, as well as the awakened divine ability, the light of destruction. Although he was at the 4th tier, Jiang Yin's combat strength could not be assessed merely by his tier. Still, assuming he could relinquish that trace of power from the genetic seed, being able to unlock the 2nd genetic lock would not be disappointing. Opening his eyes, Jiang Yin spoke to himself. With his current strength, even the most elite of prodigious seeds would find it challenging to contend with him. Were it not for the stringent conditions surrounding the unlocking of the 2nd genetic lock, he would have little desire to attend the Grand Summer Martial Arts Prodigy Tournament. In his eyes, university students seemed as feeble as children. An 18-year-old 4th tier martial artist, supreme heart, supreme bone, supreme eye, collecting the 3 pinnacle talents of the heavens. Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan Military District. In the commander's office, Yang Tianlong breathed heavily, staring in disbelief at the figure before him. The virtual image of Xiong Junguang was materializing. The news from the Sea Spirit Island's secret realm had reached him directly from Luo Feng. And when Xiong Junguang learned of this shocking news, he promptly relayed it to Yang Tianlong. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Now, Jiang Yin had already departed for Kyoto, preparing to participate in the Grand Summer Martial Arts Prodigy Tournament. With his current prowess, defeating 10 prodigious seeds should pose no challenge. This journey may very well bring glory to our military. Xiong Junguang reported Jiang Yin's itinerary to Yang Tianlong. I understand. After hanging up with Xiong Junguang, a contemplative expression flickered in Yang Tianlong's eyes. As a figure of honor for the military, it was not in their style to send a lone individual into Kyoto. He needed to find someone to support Jiang Yin. A thought crossed his mind, and Yang Tianlong's ideas began to flow freely as he dialed a number. I am Yang Tianlong, and I have urgent matters to report. Please connect me to the commander-in-chief. Meanwhile, in an online conference, it was anticipated that Jiang Yin would arrive in Kyoto the following day. Chun Yu was the first to speak, breaking the silence. This meeting comprised 10 participants, each hailing from the top 10 elite universities, all of whom were leading figures in their respective institutions. Unbeknownst to many, they also held another significant role. They were the representatives of the University Alliance within their respective universities. The University Alliance, a unique organization, could be described as a club that specifically invites outstanding prodigies from the top 10 elite universities to join. Each individual within it is a dragon among men. My suggestion is to consider extending an invitation. Although he comes from the Military Martial Arts University and does not fit our typical requirements, his strength has already been proven. Another person chimed in. The group understood this to reflect the opinions of their behind-the-scenes benefactors. In reality, the emergence of the University Alliance was closely tied to the influence of various martial saint organizations. Now, with the appearance of the Prodigious Seeds, these representatives were merely acting on behalf of the interests of the Prodigious Seeds. The University Alliance was nothing more than a pawn for the Prodigious Seeds. Their attempt to absorb Jiang Yin into their ranks merely indicated that the Prodigious Seeds did not regard him as a threat. I second that. I second that. The participants had arrived with clear directives, and the meeting progressed with minimal effort, garnering unanimous agreement. Then I shall draft the invitation. Upon hearing the responses, Chen Yu immediately understood. This brief online conference came to a close. This is Kyoto. When the members from the Military Martial Arts University touched down, it was already deep into the night. Yet, Kyoto remained ablaze with lights. In the era of martial arts, such brilliant illumination would undoubtedly attract countless ferocious beasts. Some remote and weaker regions remained shrouded in darkness throughout the night. However, in this central hub of the Grand Summer, such issues were non-existent, for here, not only did the martial Saint Zhang Wanshan preside, but it was also the headquarters of his martial saint organization, the True Martial Hall. The other 9 martial saint organizations had also established branches here, showcasing their formidable strength. Ensure you handle your check-in properly. Before the Grand Summer Martial Arts Prodigy Tournament begins, feel free to relax, but maintain a sense of decorum. Do you understand? Though they were outside. As individuals from the Military Martial Arts University, Luo Feng merely emphasized a few rules of discipline. You must be Jiang Yin. This is a letter that was just delivered, specifically addressed to you. After registering Jiang Yin's information, the front desk retrieved an envelope and handed it to him. The letter for me. Jiang Yin felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed he had no connections in Kyoto. Who would send him a letter? After probing with his divine sense, Jiang Yin finally opened the envelope. Inside lay an invitation. It cordially invited Jiang Yin to gather at the Misty Rain Pavilion tomorrow evening. From the University Alliance. Reading the words within, Jiang Yin couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is the University Alliance? Throughout its existence, the University Alliance had only absorbed students from the top 10 elite universities. And since the Military Martial Arts University was not among them, Jiang Yin had never heard of it. However, that did not mean those around him were unaware. An invitation from the University Alliance? Strange. We are not part of the top 10 elite universities. Why would they send you an invitation? Han Sun, well-versed in such matters, had some knowledge of the University Alliance and immediately began to explain. On the other side, Luo Feng also overheard their exchange. Although he maintained a calm exterior, he silently kept a watchful eye. Jiang Yin. Just as everyone was dispersing to their respective rooms, Luo Feng suddenly called out to him. I have something to discuss with you regarding the University Alliance. Do you know where most of the individuals from the University Alliance end up after graduation? After leading Jiang Yin to a quiet place, Luo Feng began to elaborate. Many of these outstanding students from the top 10 elite universities join martial saint organizations after graduation, becoming part of them. This, in essence, is the reason for the military's weakened position. The exceptional talents are absorbed by the martial saint organizations, leaving only a few to trickle into the front lines. This is why Luo Feng was well aware of the composition of the University Alliance. Naturally, he would not divulge such matters to Jiang Yin, only hinting at the existence of the martial saint organizations. Thus, behind the University Alliance lies the martial saints. Jiang Yin was far from foolish. With Luo Feng's hint, many thoughts suddenly became clear. He toyed with the invitation in his hand, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Initially, he had not taken it to heart. However, if it was related to the martial saints, he was indeed inclined to investigate further. Chapter 070. Joining the University Alliance? All trash. In the southwestern remote region of the Grand Summer, this place is situated far from the border defenses, deep within the territory of ferocious beasts. A waterfall plunges 1,000 feet from the heavens, its roaring waters relentless and turbulent, containing terrifying power. Yet, astonishingly, beneath this perilous waterfall stands a figure. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that it is a towering giant, standing at nearly 2 meters tall. His lower body is as stable as the roots of a tree, while his upper body is muscular to the point of being almost palpable. Despite the force of the waterfall crashing down upon him, he remains completely unyielding, seemingly meditating as if in slumber. Before long, another figure descended from the sky, halting in front of the waterfall. Dressed in imposing military attire, he stood tall and straight, exuding an air of solemnity. His rank was astonishingly high, enough to instill a it was none other than Liang Zheng, the commander-in-chief of the Grand Summer military forces. Yet, even this esteemed figure, who commanded thousands of soldiers, gazed upon the figure beneath the waterfall with profound respect. Liang Zheng, I greet General Chen. Long before Liang Zheng's arrival, Chen Nan had already sensed his presence. However, it was only when Liang Zheng called his name that Chen Nan finally opened his eyes and stepped out from the waterfall. Bathed in sunlight, his remarkably robust physique appeared even more full-bodied. Liang Zheng did not dare to meet his gaze and simply lowered his head. The reason was clear. The individual before him had achieved numerous military feats for the Great Xia and was currently the only martial saint-level force within the military. What brings you to me? Chen Nan glanced at Liang Zheng. He had been stationed here for many years, and it was Liang Zheng's first intrusion, indicating it must be of significant importance. Reports from Tianlong indicated that a remarkable figure had emerged in Jiangnan province. Upon recalling what Yang Tianlong had conveyed, even this commander-in-chief of the Great Xia military could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. As he recounted the details, even Chen Nan's gaze flickered with interest. If what Liang Zheng claimed was true, it seemed that all prodigies would pale in comparison to Jiang Yan. Understood, in that case. I shall lend him my support. In the midst of their conversation, Chen Nan grasped Liang Zheng's intent, which was nothing more than a concern for Jiang Yan's apparent isolation, given that behind every one of the top 10 prodigies stood a martial saint. Although Jiang Yan had the military backing, the only one truly capable of standing up was Chen Nan himself. Chen Nan quickly understood the underlying thoughts and was also eager to witness just how extraordinary this Jiang Yan truly was. Meanwhile, in the capital at the Misty Rain Pavilion, it was already the agreed-upon night for Jiang Yan's arrival. Within the pavilion, members of the Academic Alliance had gathered, seated in anticipation. 10 leaders, headed by Chen Yu, occupied the center, while the remaining members were arranged according to their strength on either side. Despite the dishes being served, none dared to touch their chopsticks, all awaiting the appearance of the evening's protagonist. Jiang Yan had arrived. Chen Yu received the notification and spoke in a calm tone. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the silent hall. The atmosphere became solemn in an instant. Thus, when Jiang Yan stepped into the Misty Rain Pavilion alone, he was met with this bizarrely serious scene. So formal. Was this all prepared for me? Jiang Yan, unhurried, surveyed the 10 figures ahead. Having reached the 4th tier and attained spiritual awareness, he no longer needed to rely on his supreme bone to sense the cultivation levels of others. The 10 individuals before him felt somewhat lacking, while the others were even weaker. This was Jiang Yan's straightforward and blunt assessment of strength. Every member of the Academic Alliance was afforded such treatment. Chen Yu smiled slightly, but upon closer inspection, one could see beads of sweat forming in his palms. He realized he couldn't fully gauge Jiang Yan. The mere presence of the latter evoked an unfathomable feeling, as if he were facing a divine being. Yet Jiang Yan was merely a mortal. Could it be his own illusion? Chen Yu struggled to suppress his cold sweat, but recalling Long Ning's instructions, he maintained a serious demeanor, attempting to appear composed. You mean to say you wish to join us? Jiang Yan caught the crux of Chen Yu's words. Indeed. Although you are not a student of the top 10 academies, your exceptional strength qualifies you for membership. This banquet is specifically arranged for you. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, a playful glint appeared in Jiang Yan's eyes. Join your group of rubbish? I refuse. Jiang Yan's words instantly ignited an uproar among the attendees. Those who could join the Academic Alliance were all exceptional individuals, champions among men. Even the members seated in the far corners would be formidable contenders in any top-tier academy. To be labeled as rubbish by Jiang Yan was an affront they could hardly bear, and their expressions darkened with a hint of murderous intent. Although they sensed Jiang Yan's extraordinary strength, his blatant insult was simply unacceptable. What do you mean? A youth beside Chen Yu slammed his hand on the table, standing up in indignation. This was their home ground, with over 100 people present. How could they tolerate such humiliation from Jiang Yan? How curious, can't you comprehend? What I mean is that you are all pitifully weak rubbish. Do you understand now? Jiang Yin's clarity cut through the tension. He realized that today's banquet was merely a ploy to place him alongside them, to serve the divine prodigies or martial saint organizations. Hence, he spoke without reservation. Jiang Yin, have you thought this through? Behind us stand the top 10 divine prodigies. Do you still believe you belong among them? In their eyes, you amount to nothing. Chen Yu, having understood Jiang Yin's intent to rip off the facade, laid bare his backings. Oh, what if they are divine prodigies? I've fought them before. There's no need for pretense. Jiang Yin scoffed dismissively. Seeking death? Stop wasting words with him. Today, he must pay for his words. The youth beside Chen Yu was completely enraged, his mind clouded by fury as he leaped over the table to confront Jiang Yin. Stop! Chen Yu attempted to call him back, but not everyone could maintain their composure under such humiliation. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Chen Yu reached out, a deep, drum-like sound suddenly reverberated throughout the hall. In an instant, everyone felt as though their hearts were being constricted, clutching their chests as they collapsed to the ground. Expressions contorted in discomfort. Chapter 071. I told you, you are weak. The Prodigy Conference has commenced. What is happening? As the leader of the academic alliance among the top 10 academies, Chen Yu and his 10 companions were already among the elite. Yet even they found themselves stripped of all resistance under the influence of this thunderous heartbeat. If they were affected so, one could only imagine the plight of the other members seated on the sides. Their expressions were even more grotesque, as if they were teetering on the brink of death. Realizing this, Chen Yu looked in horror at the figure standing in the center. Jiang Yin? This strange sound emanated from his chest, and he stood there motionless, as though he held the entire academic alliance in the palm of his hand. I told you, you are weak. Relay a message to the divine prodigies behind you. The Great Xia Martial Arts Prodigy Conference awaits you without fail. With that, Jiang Yin stepped out of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Not long after he departed, the influence of the Supreme Heart gradually faded from everyone. Yet the expressions on their faces still bore traces of lingering fear. The ordinary members seated on the sides appeared as though they had just escaped from the gates of hell. Their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Report the divine body. We must report the divine body. The youth who had intended to attack was now flushed with anger. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? The other 8 leaders were equally filled with rage. While only Chen Yu remained silent, he could not help but replay Jiang Yin's figure and the words he left behind in his mind. Such a confident individual, wielding such inscrutable methods. Could the divine body truly be a worthy opponent? How intriguing, how intriguing. Liang Zheng did not deceive me. In the shadows, a tall figure observed the events unfold, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. With a flicker, he vanished as if he had never been there at all. In the rest area of Jiangnan Martial Arts University in the capital, trash. All of them trash. Over 100 people, and they couldn't even subdue Jiang Yin. Su Yin received the news from the leaders. Flames of fury burning in his eyes. Especially when the leaders relayed Jiang Yin's words, his anger intensified. Jiang Yin, I am no longer the person I once was. Just wait. I will give you a show at the Prodigy Conference. As he spoke, his 3rd-tier 5th-level cultivation erupted, raising the surrounding temperature to a terrifying degree. Not seeing you will not suffice. We shall meet in the Capital Martial Arts University. Upon hearing the news relayed by the leaders, Long Ning's eyes shone with golden light, his golden vertical pupils radiating unparalleled authority. It had been a long time since he had seen Jiang Yin. During these days, he had endured hardships and diligently trained. He truly did not believe that as a divine body, he could be overshadowed by a mere mortal. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin, you have perused the concentration technique repeatedly, achieving a profound understanding and entering the pinnacle state. The concentration technique will now operate automatically within you, continuously enhancing your cultivation. You have repeatedly studied the Diamond Subduing Demon Fist, attaining complete enlightenment, and have mastered the perfected level of the Diamond Subduing Demon Fist. You have repeatedly studied the Ghostly Shadow Disappearance, achieving a comprehensive comprehension, and have mastered the perfected level of the Ghostly Shadow Disappearance. The concentration technique is a practice for 4th-tier martial artists. 4th-tier martial artists strengthen themselves through the refinement of spiritual awareness. The stronger the spiritual awareness, the deeper the cultivation, which is further divided into 9 minor realms. Additionally, each enhancement of spiritual awareness will feed back to the martial artist. elevating their physical form. Although this enhancement might seem trivial for Jiang Yin at present, it is certainly better than having none at all. Spiritual awareness is indeed a wondrous thing. The more Jiang Yin delved into it, the more he felt its profound intricacies. Upon the cultivation of divine consciousness, not only did his perception undergo a remarkable enhancement, but he also sensed a significant amplification of his combat prowess when he engaged in battle. This aligned seamlessly with Jiang Yin's comprehension of the martial arts of vitality and blood in the early stages of this discipline. The focus remained on self-cultivation and the honing of one's vital energy. It was only from the fourth tier onward that the cultivation of divine consciousness commenced, distinct from the body-refining martial arts, which perpetually concentrated on the enhancement of the self. He immersed himself in this path of cultivation. Time quietly slipped away. Before long, the day of the Grand Daxia Martial Arts Talent Conference arrived. On the outskirts of the capital, numerous elite students from various prestigious institutions of Daxia gathered in unison. Each school's participants formed distinct lines, arranged in a circular formation. Jiang Yin found himself positioned at the forefront, coincidentally standing alongside the 10 prodigious seeds of divinity, thus locking eyes with them in a brief encounter. Su Yin, Long Ning, Lan Zhe, Fei Yujing. Had been quite some time. The others merely exchanged fleeting glances with Jiang Yin, but Fei Yujing, though her expression remained indifferent, still acknowledged him. Jiang Yin responded with a subtle nod. From the moment he was cast aside by Zhang Wanshan and expelled from the divine cultivation program, they had ceased to inhabit the same realm. Regardless of their past camaraderie, they now resembled mere strangers. Not to mention, their previous relationship had always been one of gentlemanly detachment. Fei Yujing regarded him with a hint of surprise, finding something oddly peculiar about Jiang Yin, yet unable to articulate what exactly struck her as strange. Thus, she dismissed it as a mere figment of her imagination. Jiang Yin, you should consider yourself fortunate to encounter me later. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you have no semblance of an experience. Su Yin's gaze towards Jiang Yin crackled with intensity. This talent conference was merely an opportunity for him to validate himself against those he had previously bested. Jiang Yin, however, cast him a nonchalant glance before choosing to ignore him. You? Su Yin was about to utter more. But a resonant voice erupted from the heavens, reverberating in the ears of all present. Though no figure was visible, the tone was undeniably clear. This was the means of the martial saint, poised to announce the regulations of the talent conference. Su Yin was thus compelled to relent. The inaugural Daxia Martial Arts Talent Conference will adhere to the following rules. Participants will enter the trial battlefield. By hunting ferocious beasts, they will accumulate points. In this edition of the talent conference, competitors are permitted to contend against one another. Those defeated will be considered eliminated, and their points will be transferred to the victor. The conference will last for 3 days. After 3 days, rankings will be established based on accumulated points, and rewards will be distributed accordingly. Do any of you have objections? Following the ethereal voice, a fervent stir ignited within the crowd. The allowance for mutual competition inevitably stirred the ambitions of many, particularly those who had long set their sights on Jiang Yin, including Su Yin and his cohorts. There are no objections. The inaugural Daxia Martial Arts Talent Conference is hereby commenced. The martial saint concluded his address. A teleportation array encompassing all present was instantly activated, whisking everyone away from the location. Chapter 072. Entering the beast horde, like a tiger amongst sheep. High above the heavens, in realms beyond mortal perception, 10 figures radiating divine luminescence materialized. Their identities were beyond dispute, for they were the 10 formidable martial saints of Daxia. Our time is limited. We cannot afford to wait for all 10 of them to reach maturity. We must focus on cultivating one individual. Zhang Wanshan's voice brooked no dissent. This talent conference served not only as a trial for the 10 seeds of divinity, but also as a selection process to identify the most exceptional among them. Presently, they could ill afford to squander any time. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 9 martial saints remained impassive, clearly having anticipated Zhang Wanshan's declaration. However, a sudden voice disrupted the tranquility of the moment. I see now, and I was wondering why such significant resources were allocated to open the trial battlefield. There is indeed a deeper purpose. The 10 martial saints turned their gazes toward the source of this voice, their brows furrowing upon recognizing the imposing figure of Chan Nan, draped in an oversized robe. Unbeknownst to them, he had also arrived in this region, a coarse body-refining martial artist. Zhang Wanshan muttered under his breath, a hint of disdain in his tone. Unlike the martial arts of vitality and blood, which involved self-cultivation and introspection, body-refining martial arts solely focused on self-enhancement. Otherwise, as beings imbued with vital energy, they would certainly have sensed his presence. Yet here stood Chen Nan, devoid of any trace of vital energy. Zhang Wanshan surmised the purpose behind Chen Nan's arrival. Zhang Yin's ascent to this level undoubtedly had the military's backing. Only a matter of great significance could prompt this old brute to emerge. A shadow of darkness flickered in Zhang Wanshan's eyes. A.S. Daxia's most elite body-refining martial artist. Even though Chen Nan had not yet truly ascended to the 9th tier, his indomitable physique would demand a considerable price for any martial saint seeking to engage him. It could be said that he represented the military's ultimate asset. Following Chen Nan's arrival, not only Zhang Wanshan but the expressions of the other martial saints also grew grim, puzzled by the sudden appearance of this old brute. I merely came to witness the spectacle, Chen Nan chuckled, noticing their solemn expressions. Just then, an image materialized before them, revealing the scenes unfolding within the trial battlefield. Observing this, the 10 martial saints no longer felt the need to engage in idle chatter with Chen Nan. Their attention drawn to the unfolding spectacle, Chen Nan, too, watched with keen interest. The trial battlefield. On the vast expanse of land, Zhang Yin felt as though he were inhaling the ancient essence that awakened the primal instincts within him. Roaring, positioned at the heart of an endless plain, Zhang Yin naturally drew the attention of countless ferocious beasts surrounding him. Soon, he found himself the target of these bloodthirsty creatures, awaiting their chance to pounce as though he were mere prey. Sensing the myriad of predatory gazes upon him, Zhang Yin discerned the approach of countless beasts, all eager to indulge in this delectable feast. Is this not a deliberate targeting? Zhang Yin muttered to himself. His reference to targeting was not in relation to himself, but rather the ferocious beasts, as placing him amidst this horde was akin to releasing a tiger into a flock of sheep. This trial battlefield was fraught with peril. Let us continue to coordinate our efforts. It would enhance our competitiveness. Not far from Zhang Yin, Han Sun and his companions proceeded together, weapons in hand, their vigilance unwavering. They considered themselves fortunate, having encountered one another soon after entering the trial battlefield, only to discover that the beasts here were formidable, each at least of the 3rd tier, 5th level. Even united, they had to tread carefully. Otherwise, attracting too many ferocious beasts could lead to disaster. That Zhang Yin? Suddenly, Lin Gang glanced toward one side of the plain, questioning in disbelief. Even before him, Han Sun and Chen Ziki had already turned their gazes in that direction. Drawn by the commotion that was impossible to ignore, roaring, the cacophony of feral howls persisted across the plain, and anyone could discern that the chorus of beastly cries was tinged with agony. Gazing across the expanse, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. Countless ferocious beasts, subjected to immense pressure, lay prostrate upon the ground, their faces reflecting a pallor of suffering as their heartbeats echoed like drums. Their vitality waned, soon flickering like fireflies. All of this stemmed from the towering figures standing among them. The tall youth, Gulp, witnessing this spectacle, Han Sun and his companions could not help but swallow hard. Even though it was not their first encounter with Zhang Yin's prowess, each sighting left them in awe. Let us change direction. If we continue to watch, I fear my resolve will shatter. Chen Ziki's words garnered swift agreement. Without looking back, the trio hastily departed, yet the image of the figure standing amidst the multitude of prostrate beasts remained etched in their minds, an indelible impression. 10800 points. The Supreme Heart surged into action. In an instant, the surrounding ferocious beasts felt as if their hearts were seized, only to explode within their chests under the immense force. One by one, their lives cruelly transformed into Zhang Yin's points. This realm deliberately targets you all. I am powerless to intervene. Zhang Yin mused to himself, lamenting that he had been marked by so many ferocious beasts from the outset. Thus, he had no choice but to eliminate them all. As his figure departed the scene, only a field strewn with lifeless carcasses remained. The Supreme Heart, the Supreme Bone. The performance of Zhang Yin did not escape the eyes of the 10 martial saints high above. The convergence of 2 unparalleled heavenly talents within one individual elicited astonishment, even among the martial saints. After all, each of these abilities, Supreme Heart and Supreme Bone, stood alone as a formidable SSS-level talent. Not to mention the fact that both resided within a single individual. Moreover, the combat prowess Jiang Yin exhibited was extraordinary. Without sufficient strength, possessing the supreme heart and supreme bone would not enable one to dispatch these ferocious beasts with such ease. It was essential to recognize that the ferocious beasts populating the trial battlefield were calibrated according to the abilities of the majority of participating students. To achieve such overwhelming dominance signified that Jiang Yin's strength had far surpassed theirs. Even a divine physique might not excel beyond him in such circumstances. Could it be that I truly misjudged? At this moment, even Zhang Wanshan, despite his usual arrogance, felt a tremor of uncertainty within. However, the dignity of the martial saints was not to be trifled with. Thus, even though turmoil raged within him, his exterior remained a calm facade. Beyond the heavens, when Jiang Yin's formidable score of 10,800 points appeared before the eyes of others on the trial battlefield, it inevitably stirred a tremendous uproar. Chapter 073. Like beasts confronting the Lion King, the divine body challenges the Demon King. What? A third tier, fivefold fierce beast only yields 100 points. 800 points equate to the slaying of 108 third tier, fivefold fierce beasts. How did he accomplish this? Within the trial battlefield, many, like Han Sun and the others, recognized the extraordinary dangers present, and thus, upon witnessing Jiang Yin's astonishing score of 10,800, they could not help but feel incredulous. A higher score is advantageous. This way, I can truly feel its weight when I step on it. Su Yin gazed at Jiang Yin's high score, his eyes brimming with cold mockery. Perhaps it was fate that brought them together. After traversing a mountain, Su Yan's gaze abruptly reflected a familiar towering figure. Who else could it be but Jiang Yin? Su Yin had crossed paths with Jiang Yin. Given Su Yan's current strength, he was likely no match for Jiang Yin. In the heavens above, the 10 martial saints keenly observed the encounter between the two. Zhai Tianjing furrowed his brow. As a mentor, he was most aware of Su Yan's capabilities. Despite Su Yan's remarkable progress under his tutelage, when compared to Jiang Yin today, he still fell short. Though this realization was disheartening, it was an undeniable truth. No, it wasn't just Su Yin. There were others too. Within the trial battlefield, how fortuitous it was to encounter Jiang Yin so soon. This time, I must avenge my previous disgrace. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with intensity. The image of being defeated by Jiang Yin was etched in Su Yan's heart. He had vowed to ensure Jiang Yin paid dearly for it. Today marked the time to fulfill that vow. It is not your turn yet. Jiang Yin is mine to confront. As a resonant voice echoed, Long Ning's figure appeared beside the two. He too fixed his gaze on Jiang Yin, his eyes glowing fiercely. If anyone should take their turn, it should be me. What are you two to me? In the next instant, Lan Zhe's figure emerged in the vicinity. Before Jiang Yin could utter a word, the atmosphere among these three defeated foes became charged with tension. Even Jiang Yin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wait, what are you all squabbling over, you bunch of weaklings? Jiang Yin acknowledged that. After a long absence, the strength of these three had indeed improved. However, in his presence, they were somewhat akin to displaying their skills before a master craftsman. They were merely a step away from uttering a line reminiscent of villains in other novels. Even a grain of rice can shine. At that moment, the three were also straying from the crux of the matter. I arrived first. It should be my turn to battle Jiang Yin. First come, first served. Who taught you that principle? Martial artists should let their fists speak. I concur, so both of you step back and let me take the lead. If you're unconvinced, let us fight it out. The situation on site rendered even Jiang Yin, the central figure, somewhat perplexed. The three were so intent on claiming the right to battle him that they had ignited genuine flames of conflict. The formidable aura emanating from the divine body was palpable, suggesting that a real confrontation might ensue at any moment. Is there not a possibility? You three could actually join forces. As his words fell, the overwhelming pressure of the supreme bone radiated forth. Jiang Yin's consciousness unfurled, enveloping the three. This caused them to shudder in unison, akin to feeble beasts under the gaze of a lion, instinctively sensing the pressure. How is this possible? How could you be a fourth-tier martial artist? The three had encountered fourth-tier martial artists before. The aura was unmistakably a hallmark of such prowess. Yet now, they sensed it emanating from Jiang Yin. Leaving them incredulous, as divine bodies, Their cultivation progress far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. However, the three were still merely at the third tier, five-fold level. This level of cultivation was already sufficient to look down upon their peers. But when compared to Jiang Yin, it seemed utterly insignificant. Come now, defeat me. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Yin, akin to an unruly demon king, radiated a terrifying pressure with each heartbeat, causing the three to change countenance. The solar divine body, the true dragon divine body, the thunder god body, the trio did not dare to be lax, each summoning their divine bodies, their forms surrounded by ethereal phenomena. Su Yin exuded scorching solar brilliance, his eyes ablaze with fiery red, dazzling and intense like the sun of the sun. Long Ning sprouted horns, his body cloaked in mysterious dragon scales, his hands transforming into sharp dragon claws. His eyes morphed into vertical golden orbs, exuding majesty and sanctity, hinting at something extraordinary. Terrifying thunder rippled around Lan Zhe, his eyes filled with lightning, his hands grasping the might of thunder, as if he sought to shatter the darkness with his lightning. This was the pressure emanating from the three divine bodies. Yet, even with their full force, they could barely withstand Jiang Yin's might. It was akin to ordinary beasts facing a lion. Their confrontation was not about how to fight, but rather how to escape. The three divine bodies before him were the ones feeling the pressure in the heavens above. Observing Jiang Yin standing firm against the three divine bodies, the 10 martial saints fell silent. This sense of oppression was typically seen only upon the divine body, which was meant to suppress others. Yet now, the roles had reversed. The divine bodies had become the suppressed. Moreover, this suppression extended to the three divine bodies. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? Hearing of such an occurrence would have seemed utterly fantastical and unbelievable. Come, defeat me. Did you not claim you would avenge your disgrace? At this moment, Jiang Yin resembled a lawless demon king, openly mocking the three formidable divine bodies before him, who dared not strike. Let us go all out together. The three gritted their teeth. Although they still considered the dignity of the divine seed, instinct told them that if they faced Jiang Yin individually, none would emerge victorious. They had no choice but to cast aside their pride and join forces for a chance to vanquish this demon king. Fire Dragon Technique, Extreme Thunder, True Dragon Fist. The three divine bodies shouted in unison. They pushed their divine bodies to the utmost, evolving their most potent techniques. A ferocious fire dragon materialized from thin air, radiant and searing, emanating the unique brilliance of the sun, blinding and seemingly capable of evaporating all. Following that was Lan Zhe's terrifying thunder. With a month's worth of training, this divine body had enhanced its understanding and mastery of this technique. The terrifying thunder descended, entwining with the fierce fire dragon. As both surged toward Jiang Yin, next came Long Ning's fist wave. He had pushed his fist technique to its pinnacle, infused with the essence of the true dragon, shattering all laws and obliterating everything. The three formidable energies converged, barreling straight towards Jiang Yin. Yet, Jiang Yin simply stood there, unflinching and unyielding. His gaze was indifferent, his demeanor composed, as if he regarded their assault as nothing more than a mere tickle. Chapter 074. He alone is worthy of 1,000 armies. Did it succeed? As the three ultimate attacks landed upon Jiang Yin, an overwhelming brilliance erupted. Radiating an incandescent glow, it was so dazzling that the three divine bodies could barely discern the scene within. At that moment, they resembled heroes summoned from another world, hoping to end the Demon King and secure their triumphant return. But how could the Demon King be so easily vanquished? You have overestimated yourselves. You cannot even manage a tickle. Accompanied by the sound of self-reflection, the faces of the three divine bodies simultaneously registered shocked. As the brilliant light diminished, Jiang Yin stood unscathed at the center. More accurately, there was a slight change. A subtle indentation appeared in the starry barrier before him, the result of the trio's combined might. Of course, that was all it amounted to. Not even Jiang Yin's garments were penetrated. Hence, he could confidently state that their attack was not even worthy of being called a tickle. Moreover, after channeling the celestial power of the stars, this indented starry barrier quickly restored itself at a visible pace, returning to its original form. No. How can he be so strong? At this moment, an ominous shadow loomed in the eyes of the three divine bodies, their hearts shrouded in despair. Their combined might, the strongest attack they could muster, had failed to even breach Jiang Yin's defenses. What were their divine bodies worth? They need not even rely on Jiang Yin's retaliation. They were on the brink of being consumed by their own despair. Allow me to assist you in finding solace. Vajra demon-subduing fist. Jiang Yin perceived the anguish etched upon the faces of the three. Being the benevolent soul he was, how could he bear to witness their plight? Thus, a terrifying fist wave surged forth. Glimmering gold illuminated the surroundings as an almost sky-spanning fist shadow was unleashed. The attack from the three divine bodies barely grazed Jiang Yin. However, the force of Jiang Yin's strike was an entirely different matter. The fist wind roared past, obliterating the three bodies in its wake. Naturally, they did not perish at Jiang Yin's hands. Rather, the trial battlefield determined that they could not withstand Jiang Yin's blow and promptly transported them away. This, indeed, revealed the sheer terror of Jiang Yin's fist. You have defeated an enemy, points 1,000. You have vanquished an opponent, points 800. You have triumphed over a foe, points 1,200, after defeating the three divine bodies. Their points were also transferred to Jiang Yin. 3 impoverished souls. However, such a meager score was merely a garnish atop Jiang Yin's already substantial points. This prompted him to mutter under his breath. High above the heavens, within a fleeting encounter, Su Yin and his companions were swiftly expelled from the trial battlefield by Jiang Yin. The three martial saints could not help but wear somber expressions. Being defeated by Jiang Yin was one thing, but the fact that they had combined their strength only to suffer such a humiliating defeat was undeniably a blow to their pride. What is the matter, three of you? Your disciple seems rather unremarkable. In the midst of the silence, only Chen Nan relished the spectacle, chuckling to himself. He thrived on such opportunistic moments. However, it was evident that these martial saints were disinclined to engage with his remarks, feigning ignorance as they continued to observe the unfolding scene. Chen Nan found no lack of amusement in this. Witnessing the silence and vulnerability of these martial saints was, for him, a source of entertainment. Meanwhile, within the trial battlefield, Chen Yu led the students from the Kyoto Martial Arts University as they advanced. Brother Yu is truly the finest of our third-year cohort. Without him, our journey would have been perilous, remarked a young man walking behind Chen Yu, his gaze filled with admiration. The others echoed this sentiment. As the leading figure of the third-year students at Kyoto Martial Arts University, under Chen Yu's guidance. They had slain numerous ferocious beasts and defeated many opponents, thus accumulating a significant amount of points. Chen Yu's contributions were undoubtedly the most substantial, and their praise was heartfelt rather than mere flattery. The title of the finest third-year student, upon hearing this designation, a fleeting look of confusion crossed Chen Yu's face. Perhaps in the past, he would have felt pride in his accomplishments, but after that day at the Misty Rain Pavilion, his pride had crumbled, yielding to the oppressive presence of another, a freshman much younger than himself. This memory lingered painfully in his mind. Brother Yu, look, there is someone over there. Just then, the enthusiastic young man behind him pointed ahead. A tall youth was striding into the distance, seemingly oblivious to their gaze, continuing on his solitary path. They had encountered many such lone students along their journey, all of whom they had defeated and from whom they had seized points. Thus, these solitary wolves were now perceived by the youth as potential points to be claimed. Upon spotting him, how could they not feel exhilarated? It's him. Chen Yu's pupils dilated in shock. This profile was not unfamiliar to him. It had recently occupied his thoughts. Let us leave this place. Chen Yu shouted in alarm, his expression flustered. Without offering an explanation to his companions, he turned and dashed away. In an instant, he traversed hundreds of meters, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. Although the others were bewildered, they understood that Chen Yu, as their strongest member, must have his reasons for such urgency. Hence, they dared not tarry and hurried to follow his lead. This flight continued for several miles until Chen Yu finally halted, relieved to find that Jiang Yin was no longer in sight. Brother Yu, have you discovered something? That kid is merely a lone wolf. With so many of us, capturing him should be effortless, right? One of the youths, addressing Chen Yu as Brother Yu, appeared puzzled. Having followed Chen Yu for so long, it was the first time he had witnessed him in such a state of panic. No, you don't understand it. He alone is worth 1,000 troops, Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. Memories of Jiang Yin filled his mind, still brimming with trepidation. One person worth 1,000 troops? Brother Yu, are you jesting? Could he possibly be a martial saint? The youth dismissed Chun Yu's concerns as mere banter. Chen Yu, too weary to elaborate, knew that those who had never witnessed Jiang Yin in action could not fathom his fear. Including himself from before, both Chen Yu and his companions' movements were within Jiang Yin's perception. The awareness of a fourth-tier warrior should not be underestimated. Every rustle within 100 meters was perceptible to him. However, their auras were so weak that Jiang Yin felt no desire to engage. Divine bodies, where are you? Aside from Su Yin and his companions, Jiang Yin had yet to encounter any other divine bodies within the trial battlefield, and he was eager to fulfill the conditions for unlocking them. Roar. Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, its oppressive force brimming with feral ferocity. The mere sound of it was enough to send shivers down the spines of weaker warriors. What a formidable beast! Upon sensing this presence, Jiang Yin's eyes gleamed. Such a powerful creature would surely attract the other divine bodies, he mused as he swiftly activated his movement technique, darting like a specter toward the source of the sound. Chapter 075. As equals of the fourth tier, a contest of physical strength is no unfair advantage. An SSS-grade ferocious beast, the Xuanyu Qilin, yet another fourth-tier beast. Engaging it alone would be futile. At the center of the trial battlefield, the divine seed Zhang Ting wore a grave expression as he beheld the powerful beast roaring before him, unleashing a terrifying sonic wave. Its massive form was cloaked in scales as deep as the night sky. Reminiscent of Xuanyu, a single horn adorned its forehead, entwined with wisps of ethereal energy. Its eyes shone brightly, resembling two resplendent stars, both sacred and imposing. Even with his SS-grade talent, he felt a sense of trepidation before such a formidable and terrifying beast. Fully aware that he was no match for it. Perhaps this was the trial his master had spoken of. The Xuanyu Qilin's roar attracted countless onlookers. In no time, the other 5 divine seeds arrived at the scene. Recognizing the lineage of the Xuanyu Qilin, they were all taken aback. However, some voiced their speculations. Prior to entering the trial battlefield, the 10 martial saints had informed them that this arena served not only as a battleground but also as a trial. It contained great opportunities, but only those who passed the tests could access them. Such a treasure, deemed a significant opportunity by 10 martial saints, combined with the presence of this incredibly powerful Xuanyu Qilin, was not difficult to associate with. Where are Lan Zhe and the others? Noticing the absence of Lan Zhe and his companions, one divine seed frowned. Fei Yujing has yet to arrive. We cannot wait for them any longer. Their absence means they have missed out. This opportunity belongs to us. Among the divine seeds, relationships were not harmonious, and thus no one cared about the absence of others. They swiftly resolved to unite against the Xuanyu Qilin and seize the opportunity together. Who is that? A figure approached the Xuanyu Qilin, seemingly oblivious to the danger, moving right up to it. This prompted the divine seeds to shake their heads in disbelief. This powerful Xuanyu Qilin warranted their combined efforts for defense. And yet this individual ventured forth alone. Was that not a death wish? Wait, it's Jiang Yin, someone with keen eyes exclaimed, recognizing Jiang Yin despite the time that had passed since they last saw him. Although they had not encountered him for a while, they were still aware of his recent exploits. Hearing this, they refocused on the battlefield, momentarily abandoning their tactical discussions. Roar. Upon seeing Jiang Yin before it, the Xuanyu Qilin paused slightly, emitting a roar filled with seriousness, shedding its initial arrogance. The keen instincts of feral beasts, especially those as formidable as an SSS-grade creature, allowed it to sense the danger emanating from Jiang Yin. A presence strikingly similar to its OW and in an instant, it entered a battle-ready state. Are we serious now? As equals of the fourth tier, let us engage in a pure contest of physical strength. Utilizing anything else would be akin to bullying you. As these words fell from his lips, Jiang Yin's eyes sparkled with intensity, as if sounding the battle horn. The massive form of the Xuanyu Qilin surged forward, charging at Jiang Yin as if to impale him. What does he intend to do? The SS-grade beast's terrifying physique bore down without evasion. He truly was courting death. What kind of stunt was he attempting? Outside the battlefield, the gathered divine seeds watched Jiang Yin's actions with bewilderment in the face of the Xuanyu Qilin's assault. He merely raised his hand and stood his ground. Then, they witnessed the Xuanyu Qilin lower its head and thrust its horn forward with tremendous force. Bang! A resounding crash echoed through the air, sending dust swirling. The ground trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. nearly toppling the 6 divine seeds observing the spectacle. Thankfully, they reacted in time, avoiding a disastrous fall. However, even once they regained their composure, the scene before them left them speechless, their faces etched with shock and confusion. How can this be possible? Returning their focus to the heart of the battlefield, they saw the massive Xuanyu Qilin now sprawled on the ground. Moments ago, an earth-shattering wave had erupted. The 6 divine seeds recalled the earlier moment when the Xuanyu Qilin had approached Jiang Yan. To their astonishment, he had seized its horn and, with a sudden surge of power, executed a throw akin to a shoulder toss, sending the Xuanyu Qilin crashing down. The overwhelming strength capable of rivaling that of a ferocious beast left them in a state of disbelief, nearly causing them to be knocked off balance moments before. The astonishment was not solely attributable to these divine seed bearers. It also stemmed from the assembly of martial saints high above, keenly observing the trial battlefield. A physique that rivals an SSS-grade ferocious beast? His mastery in body refinement has astonishingly reached the 4th tier. Furthermore, he concurrently practices the arts of vitality and martial prowess. Even the esteemed martial saints found themselves momentarily entranced. Among the divine seeds, Long Ning also practiced both body refinement and the arts of vitality, but this was due to his possession of the true dragon divine body. Although he practiced both, he still primarily focused on the arts of vitality. Yet, Jiang Yan advanced in both the arts of vitality and body refinement with equal prowess. Mastering a single martial discipline is already an arduous task. For Jiang Yan to excel in both disciplines simultaneously should have been exceedingly difficult. However, he managed to keep pace, emerging at the forefront of his peers. Zhang Wanshan's expression grew increasingly grim. Only Chen Nan's hearty laughter echoed in the heavens above. Well done, well done. This lad possesses a fraction of the old man's former grace. Meanwhile, within the trial battlefield, despite arriving late, they surely had not yet managed to subdue the terrifying beast. I still have a chance. Fei Yujing's ethereal figure flickered, leaving countless afterimages in her wake. Soon, she reached the location of the Xuanyu Qilin. A seismic wave reverberated from the battlefield, causing her heart to tremble. What astonished her, however, was that at the battlefield's edge, 6 divine seeds stood, just as she did, gazing in awe. None had moved. So, who was fighting? Confused, Fei Yujing turned her gaze towards the battlefield. At that moment, another divine seed joined the ranks of those left dumbfounded. Is this all there is to their prowess? In the center of the battlefield, Jiang Yan was drenched in blood that had erupted in torrents from the Xuanyu Qilin. At this moment, the once formidable Xuanyu Qilin lay in utter disarray. Its single horn was shattered, and blood flowed from multiple wounds, pooling onto the ground. In its starry eyes now reflected a glimmer of existential doubt. This individual before it was nothing short of a monster. His physique was even more ferocious. The bloodline powers that struck him were nothing but a mere tickle. After enduring such a relentless beating, the Xuanyu Qilin was left in a daze. Who, then, is truly the ferocious beast? Upon hearing Jiang Yan's taunts, it intended to roar in response, yet the memory of Jiang Yan's terrifying fists made it hesitate. This scene left Fei Yujing, who had just arrived, utterly speechless. Chapter 076. One punch defeats 6 divine bodies. Unlocking the second gene lock. This was a 4th-tier SSS-grade ferocious beast, a creature of immense strength, which he could hardly fail to comprehend. Yet, this terrifying beast displayed fear in the presence of Jiang Yan. Moreover, judging by the injuries on the Xuanyu Qilin, it was not difficult for Fei Yujing to surmise the one-sided nature of the recent battle between man and beast. Jiang Yan, I have underestimated you. Observing the figure that appeared somewhat diminutive compared to the Xuanyu Qilin, Fei Yujing squinted, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Is it over? If it is, then let it end here. Seeing the Xuanyu Qilin's fearful demeanor, Jiang Yan felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. The special power it had unleashed earlier felt rather pleasant against his skin. However, to describe the abilities of an SSS-grade ferocious beast as comfortable could only be attributed to Jiang Yan alone. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, Jiang Yan's elbow strike sent the massive body of the Xuanyu Qilin crashing to the ground. The violent tremor caused many nearby to sway. You have defeated an SSS-grade ferocious beast? Points 10,000. The substantial score increase sent Jiang Yan's total soaring once more. However, it did not significantly affect his ranking, as he was already at the pinnacle. Any further increase merely widened the gap between him and those below. Having dealt with the obstruction, it was now your turn. Do you wish to challenge me together? After the Xian Yu Qilin fell, Jiang Yin turned to the 7 divine seeds watching him from a distance. Flashing a smile, he did not activate his supreme heart, nor did he summon his supreme bone, let alone unleash his consciousness to display the pressure of a 4th-tier martial artist. Yet, even without these displays, the moment he cast his gaze upon them, all 7 divine seeds felt as though they were under the watchful eyes of a terrifying beast. This was a man who had overpowered the Xian Yu Qilin with sheer physical strength. To be honest, aside from Fei Yujing, the other divine seeds were somewhat intimidated. After all, even against the Xian Yu Qilin, they would only have a reasonable chance if they banded together. Yet this ferocious beast had been effortlessly crushed by Jiang Yin. Realizing the unfathomable depths of Jiang Yin, none dared to claim they could be his opponent. If we must fight, let us do so. A clear, crisp voice shattered the silence. Fei Yujing stepped forward, her tall ponytail swaying, her stunning visage radiating fierce determination in her bright eyes. As the only female among the divine seeds, she stood out, her presence overshadowing the other 6. This naturally cast a shadow over the faces of those high above. A martial artist must never harbor a heart of cowardice, especially when they are among the most elite of the great Xia's chosen. Such behavior undoubtedly tarnished the reputation of the martial saints. Fight, fight! Under Fei Yujing's leadership, the remaining 6 divine seeds, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, stepped forward. An overwhelming aura surged from them. Each of the 7 divine seeds activated their divine bodies, revealing an array of extraordinary manifestations, some bathed in moonlight, others radiating blood-red hues, and some exuding a rich vitality. Compared to them, Jiang Yin appeared remarkably ordinary. Yet, this was merely the surface impression. No one among the 7 divine seeds dared to underestimate him now. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful and oppressive rhythm of heartbeats resonated like thunder. Jiang Yin unleashed his consciousness, enveloping the 7 with the formidable pressure of his supreme bone, casting a shadow over them like a dark cloud, inducing a sense of heaviness and even suffocation. 4th-tier martial artist, a top-tier talent. As divine seeds, their horizons were undoubtedly broad. They immediately recognized the various peculiarities surrounding Jiang Yin. Although they were already aware of his terrifying physique, they knew there were other depths yet to be unveiled. However, when these depths were finally revealed, their hearts collectively quaked. Flowing fire palm, Fei Yujing's gaze burned with intensity, even as Jiang Yin revealed more. Her astonishment was fleeting, quickly replaced by composure. She struck with her palm, gathering a torrent of blood energy into her palm print, launching it towards Jiang Yin's a time-space divine body. Her blood energy harbored temporal powers, causing the surrounding space to quiver. Moonlight, blood divine technique, withering and flourishing of the 10,000 trees. As Fei Yujing initiated her strike, the other divine seeds held nothing back either. They unleashed their most formidable techniques. Their divine bodies were pushed to their limits, each radiating an unimaginable aura of terror. When their attacks converged, a blinding brilliance momentarily eclipsed the surroundings. Setting Jiang Yin aside, each of the 7 divine seeds was deserving of the title of prodigy. Unfortunately, they had encountered Jiang Yin. A gathering of the weaker was still somewhat pressuring. However, that was all there was to it. Diamond Demon subduing fist. With a unified thought, Jiang Yin's consciousness and blood energy erupted simultaneously. A massive fist-shaped phantom surged forth. This punch, aglow with golden light, brimmed with an overwhelming intent to suppress. It collided head-on with the ultimate strike of the 7 divine seeds, shaking the very heavens and earth. Not only did countless spectators nearby feel the tremor, but even the 10 martial saints high above were also fixated on the outcome. Unlock conditions: defeat a total of 10 divine bodies. Current progress: 10-10. The second gene lock has been unlocked. Jiang Yin, endowed with the system, was the first to grasp the outcome. Yet, he could not help but furrow his brow. Including Long Zajuan, it seemed he had defeated 11 divine bodies, yet only 10 were displayed here. Simultaneously, the scene of the battle's conclusion unfolded. At this moment, aside from Fei Yujing, the other 6 divine seeds lay defeated, some sprawled on the ground, having succumbed to Jiang Yin's single punch. This sight instantly incited a stir among the onlookers. most of whom were students from the top 10 elite universities. They all held a profound impression of divine bodies, having witnessed individuals who, as freshmen, were unbeatable within their schools. Now, however, they lay twisted and defeated beneath Jiang Yan's single punch. How could this not shock them? Among them, the group led by Qin Yu from the Capital Martial Arts University was equally astonished, especially the young man who had been exceedingly respectful towards Chen Yu. He had already recognized that Jiang Yan was the very person who had caused Chen Yu's complexion to change upon their encounter. Previously, when Qin Yu claimed that one individual could withstand 1,000 troops, he had dismissed it, even deeming Chen Yu's words as hyperbole. But now, witnessing Jiang Yan's prowess in defeating 6 divine bodies with a single blow, the young man finally understood that Qin Yu had not been joking. Shall we continue? Observing Fei Yujing standing resolutely, Jiang Yan felt a twinge of surprise. Her ability to withstand his punch, unlike the others who had immediately fallen, indicated her exceptional nature. Thus, Jiang Yan offered her the respect she deserved. Let us continue. Fei Yujing suppressed her internal injuries. The only move capable of overcoming Jiang Yan was that one. Chapter 077. The one true prodigy, the indomitable spirit of youth. Who would have thought that this child, Yujing, would endure until the very end? A martial saint sighed, acknowledging that Fei Yujing's performance had far exceeded their expectations. Yet, regrettably, given the overwhelming strength Jiang Yan had displayed, it was evident that overcoming him would be an exceedingly daunting task. The victor remained undetermined. Everything is possible. Do not make assertions too soon. Sensing the expressions of the crowd, Deng Ling smiled lightly, exuding complete confidence in Fei Yujing. As Fei Yujing's mentor, her understanding of the latter undoubtedly surpassed that of the other martial saints present. Therefore, the onlookers couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, curious about what she was hinting at. A few martial saints even had their eyes light up, speculating about her intentions. Even Chan Nan became intrigued, fixating on the scene within the trial battlefield, eager to witness the capabilities of this young girl. After demonstrating such strength in front of Jiang Yan, it was impressive that Deng Ling felt so assured. Jiang Yan, do you understand? The trial battlefield is, at its core, a test, a trial imbued with immense opportunities. Only those who satisfy the trial battlefield can unlock this chance. I have come precisely for this purpose. Based on your performance, this individual should have been you. However, since I am here, I must apologize. Space cutting. As her words fell, a terrifying wave, familiar to Jiang Yan, suddenly erupted from Fei Yujing's body. This was a formidable power that did not belong to her. Yet it manifested within her and was wielded by her. A strong distortion of space abruptly appeared before her, rippling like waves and continuously transmitting through the void, swiftly advancing towards Jiang Yan. Not only was there distortion, but before this terrifying wave, Jiang Yan could even perceive the fragmentation of the space ahead. Should this force extend to him, he would undoubtedly perish. This was Jiang Yan's instinctive reaction, and he recognized it as well. This power, akin to the power of the authority seed within him, belonged to the same realm of authority. Thus, it enabled Fei Yujing, with her third-tier physique, to unleash such overwhelming might. Indeed, it was the authority of space. Without a sound, Yujing had surprisingly passed the ultimate trial. Truly, she was among the finest of the god-making seeds. Upon witnessing that formidable spatial wave, all the martial saints came to their senses. Their earlier speculations were validated. Among the top 10 elite academies, there existed trials of the divine. During this period, they had not refrained from allowing their god-making seeds to participate. Yet, none had succeeded in passing the ultimate trial to obtain even a hint of the authority seed. Now, Fei Yujing's performance was undoubtedly a tremendous surprise for them. It was all due to Yujing's own efforts. The praises showered upon Fei Yujing by the martial saints undoubtedly served to embellish Deng Ling's reputation. The expression on this martial saint's face was also filled with joy. High above, only Qian Nan's countenance instantly darkened. At such a young age, to master even a fragment of the authority seed. He could not fathom how Jiang Yan would emerge victorious. Very well, very well. All his thoughts transformed into a long sigh behind him. After all, having suffered defeat against 9 god-making seeds, this could hardly be considered a devastating loss. It was already a respectable record. With this mindset, Qian Nan's gaze returned to the trial battlefield, only for it to suddenly narrow in shock. The power of authority was indeed formidable, however. You are still too weak. The authority seed could certainly allow its bearer to unleash a power that far exceeded their own strength, but ultimately, it was still constrained by the bearer's capabilities. Although the authority of space was powerful, Fei Yujing was merely third tier. Jiang Nian still harbored the intention to attempt to resist. Light of destruction, the supreme eye blossomed, transforming his pupils into profound, overlapping orbs. Simultaneously, a terrifying energy of black and white surged within them. As that horrific spatial wave approached, the black and white beams suddenly shot forth. Supreme Eye? High above, Qiannian gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Jiang Nian's overlapping pupils. This pinnacle of innate talent was indeed rare. Yet it was not enough to astonish him to such a degree. However, Jiang Nian also possessed the supreme heart and the supreme bone. Qiannian couldn't help but recall the words of his father. The martial Saint Qianlong, if one day someone were to gather the three supreme innate talents, they would become the supreme being of the mortal realm, awakening divine anomalies. Then, he beheld that terrifying black and white beam. What is this? Not only Qiannian, but at this moment, all 10 martial saints were also rendered speechless, bewildered by the unfolding events. Particularly Ding Ling, who had just worn a smile. Initially, she believed that Fei Yujing had secured victory. Yet, upon witnessing that black and white light successfully countering Fei Yujing's spatial divine ability, her expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? The most incredulous of all was Fei Yujing, who stood directly opposite Jiang Nian. No one understood better than her the potency of this spatial divine ability. She was confident that no one could withstand her when she unleashed this technique. Yet now, she found herself thwarted by Jiang Nian. Furthermore, under the impact of that terrifying black and white light, her spatial divine ability began to wane. This was not due to her spatial authority being weak, but rather because Fei Yujing's strength was simply too feeble. The power she could exert was thus limited. No, Fei Yujing remained unwilling to concede. The ability to invoke the authority of space with her third-tier cultivation had already pushed her body to its limits. At this moment, she could not muster even a fraction of her strength, forced to watch helplessly as her spatial divine ability was dispelled until that formidable black and white beam descended upon her. Consequently, she followed in the footsteps of the previous 6 god-making seeds, her figure vanishing from this realm. The old gods had perished, and new gods had arisen. Within the trial battlefield, countless students gazed upon the ravaged arena, primarily fixated on the tall figure that stood resolutely in place. With a single hand, he had vanquished 7 divine bodies. If this does not constitute a miracle, what does? From this moment forward, the Daxia would only have one true prodigy. That would be Jiang Nian. In the Kyoto Martial Arts University corner, Qinyu murmured softly, her eyes rarely revealing a sense of relief. Even the divine bodies had fallen to Jiang Nian's hands. So what chance did they have? The sole prodigy of Daxia. Surrounding her, many heard Qinyu's words. They then turned their gaze to the young man standing proudly on the battlefield. Though his name might be audacious, it could not fully convey the spirited ambition of youth. Defeated. High above, a martial saint's voice trembled in disbelief. Even now, they struggled to accept the scene before them. Their carefully selected and resource-intensive 10 god-making seeds had all been bested by Jiang Nian, a discarded pawn of the god-making plan. Among them, Zhang Wanshan was the most astounded. The words spoken in severance of their relationship once felt so resolute. Now, they were filled with profound regret. Only Qian Nian let out a hearty and joyous laugh. After dispatching Fei Yujing, Jiang Nian finally found the time to examine his system. Chapter 078. The king acknowledges, the king allows, the ultimate trial of the king. Name: Jiang Nian. First gene lock, exceptional comprehension. Second gene lock, gluttonous devouring. As the system activated, the relevant information regarding the second gene lock instantly manifested in Jiang Nian's mind. Elucidating the function of this gene-locked IT allowed the bearer to siphon the spiritual essence of all things in the universe, transforming it into their own nourishment. In simpler terms, it meant that he could absorb all unclaimed spiritual essences and convert them into his cultivation. Jiang Nian's gaze fell upon the nearby corpse of the Xianyu Qilin. Although it was deceased, he sensed that an immense vitality still lingered within its body. This vitality was precisely the unclaimed spiritual essence he could absorb. Devour, gluttony. Jiang Nian silently activated this gene lock. Instantly, the vast life force of the Xianyu Qilin surged into his body, and under the process of gluttonous assimilation, It transformed into the purest energy, replenishing Jiang Yin's physique, in the blink of an eye. 10,000 stellar cells coalesced within Jiang Yin's being. While this number was merely a drop in the bucket for Jiang Yin at present, it nonetheless revealed the potential of this gene lock. With this gene lock in place, my advancement shall no longer be constrained by resources. All beings with spiritual essence may be subject to my gluttonous devouring. Upon sensing his enhancement, Jiang Yin immediately gained clarity. After understanding the second gene lock, his gaze shifted downward to inspect the unlocking conditions for the third gene lock. The unlocking condition for the second gene lock was to defeat 10 divine bodies. What then could be the conditions for the third gene lock? Third gene lock, unlocked. Unlocking conditions: defeat 10 SSS level beasts. Current progress, 0-10. Upon seeing this third gene lock, Jiang Yin's expression darkened. The unlocking conditions were indeed as tricky as he had anticipated. SSS level beasts were rarer than divine bodies. Although they currently did not pose a threat to Jiang Yin, whether he could find them was another matter entirely. What left him most speechless was, after unlocking the second gene lock, he had only now come to realize this condition. Therefore, the recent slaying of the Xian Yu Qilin did not count towards his progress. This was the source of his frustration. SS-level beasts. Perhaps in the future, I should frequent the beast battlegrounds. However, that will be a lengthy endeavor. Boom. Just as Jiang Yin pondered, a tremendous wave of energy caused the entire trial battlefield to tremble. Everyone raised their heads to gaze upward, for the source of this tremor emanated from the sky. Suddenly, dazzling golden light enveloped the entire firmament. Under this radiant illumination, a majestic golden staircase materialized out of thin air. The staircase extended from the heavens, descending directly before Jiang Yin, as if it were crafted exclusively for him. Jiang Yin, too, felt an inexplicable pull, instinctively lifting his gaze. The staircase consisted of 100 steps. Yet beyond the 100th step lay an ethereal realm, unseen to the eye, however. A powerful sense of calling continuously beckoned Jiang Yin to ascend. Legend has it that the trial battlefield harbors great opportunities. Only those recognized by the trial battlefield may attain them. To his astonishment, it is indeed true. High above, Qian Nan gazes in a daze at the scene of the trial battlefield. Even he can discern the extraordinary nature of this solemn staircase at a glance. To speak of nothing else, its prestige is overwhelming. The king acknowledges, the king permits, the king bears the weight of the world. Challenger, your valor has earned the king's recognition. Step upon this 100-level staircase and commence the king's ultimate trial. In an ethereal realm, a majestic voice resonated, reaching Jiang Yin's ears. The king? Even the 10 martial saints high in the heavens witnessed this scene of the trial battlefield for the first time. Although they do not know the identity of the king referred to by that voice, they can surmise its extraordinary status and formidable power. After all, were it not for a strength far surpassing their own, they would not have been unable to unlock this opportunity for so long with their abilities. Another ultimate trial? To call oneself a king. I am most curious to see. What is the true form of the king? Upon finishing his thought, Jiang Yin surged forward like a fierce tide, ascending the staircase. The moment he stepped on it, he sensed the peculiar nature of this golden staircase. Although it appeared unremarkable at first glance, the instant his foot touched it, an overwhelming weight pressed down upon him, as if he bore a 1,000-pound burden up. With renewed determination, Jiang Yin propelled himself forward, taking 5 consecutive steps, his face slightly flushed with strain. With each level he ascended, the pressure upon him intensified. Yet this staircase stretched a full 100 levels. Jiang Yin's expression grew grave. The mere ascent of this 100-level staircase was already so arduous. Indeed, the king's ultimate trial is extraordinary. Good heavens! Is this the weight of the heavens pressing down upon me? Observers gazed enviously at the descending golden staircase, their eyes gleaming with desire, eager to partake in its rewards. They could hardly approach it at all. They could only watch as Jiang Yin gradually distanced himself, climbing higher and higher. Could this be the will of the king? As a martial saint observed Jiang Yin's strenuous progress up the golden staircase. Even a powerful martial saint can cause the heavens to change and the winds to stir with a mere thought. At this moment, Jiang Yin contended against the very will of the king.